like Leshrac that make it work for them. That's just those extra bans that they have in the opening that allows Liquid to assume that you're probably going to do that. And then, as Saberlight's been saying, if they have something else cooking, is Azure going to be ready for it? That's my question.
Yeah, they have to stop copy-pasting other people's stuff, you know. They have to try to do their homework on their own, you know, try to come up with some original ideas that work with their team.
I think it's just going to be tough for them because of this. I mean, there's some obvious things that they should be able to expect. The CM, the Venge opener is something that Liquid's been doing consistently. Yep. They solved it, right? They did their homework.
But is it going to be enough though? Like, what are they going to pick on for their own? They need to find like a balance between heroes that can be good in the mid-late game, that offer them good scaling, but also not forget the laning phase. Because yesterday against GG, they just completely got owned in the laning phase, and they have to try to find solutions for that. I feel like the support picks sometimes don't really synergize very well together for Team AR, and hopefully they are going to be able to make a better improvement on that.
I think with that considered, Slardar is still a fine hero in this current patch compared to the previous one. So as an opener, I think this is fine. Tons of flex potential. Takes away some minus armor stuff that Liquid might want to go through. Chen as a response though is very cool. With the new change to your third skill, you can give armor to somebody temporarily, which against a Slardar, it's a good counterplay that you can use.
And Slardar definitely not a good hero at dealing with creeps, Zeus, and early pushes, you know. He doesn't excel at that. He wants to be able to go for pickoffs, try to split you up and kill your team one by one, and Chen is definitely not something he likes to play against.
Yeah, if you pull up like Dota buffs, his worst matchups for Slardar, it's pretty much all illusion heroes and summons heroes, and that's because not only is it the fact that he has no way to like defend towers, but Slardar is also a hero that capitalizes heavily on killing you when you show on lanes. And these summons heroes and illusion heroes, they don't have to show themselves on lanes. Chen's going to be a hero that naturally provides that map pressure for you, and that's going to be conceptually powerful against Slardar, on top of what you already said, Kevin, where he now counters Slardar's minus armor kit as well.
Is it possible that those numbers are partially reflected of the skill build for Slardar for Eons, which was max bash? Because now that you max stun sometimes and you could buy a shard, like maybe that would give you better creep solutions? Or is that like too late in the game to justify?
It's like true that early game now he probably doesn't have his tier 1 get pressured as much as he used to, but I also think the fact that Slardar wants to see you. Like, he's a vision-based hero that he jumps you first, and if he jumps you, you're going to die in like 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's why he kind of needs like supports that offer him team fight, you know, to kind of solve that problem so he can actually come take the fight against all these Chen illusion heroes. Like supports like, I would say, have some form of wave clear, like Phoenix, I mean Phoenix ban, but Warlock, for example, you know, you want heroes like that to pair with the Slardar. Oh, Monkey, okay, so another hero that's kind of good against Slardar in the lane and in the game itself, because your Wukong gives you armor, so you're kind of okay fighting Slardar, and Slardar doesn't really want to go into the ring to challenge you, you know. And the way Slardar players have been playing the fights, mostly you get the academics, you want to stay around an area to get the buffs, you know, in the team fights. You don't go too far, and against Monkey, it's difficult to do that.
This hero can also flex in terms of mid and safe lane, so if potentially Azure tries to, like, if you pick a carry that's really good against Slardar in lane and they try to dodge it with somehow swapping the Slardar to mid, you can't do that against the Monkey King because Team Liquid has overall last pick. I'm sure they'll save Nisha's hero till last. Batrider.
Yeah, this is a Chinese flavor. I was thinking that this hero might be good when I saw the slight buff towards the flame break slow. Sometimes I feel like he just needed that extra something to finish off the kills, you know. Like for Batrider, every single kill you get in the laning phase or in the early game matters a lot to your mid-late game.
He's been picked, I think, only 1 game so far, banned 3 times, so this is definitely a bit out of nowhere.
Yep, and I would say that Batrider and Slardar, they are very similar heroes. They are both very good at picking off targets, but they are not very good at team fighting. And Mirana also got I would say a pretty nice buff with the shard. So right now, when you get a shard, you go in, you get the buff on the enemy team, and whoever gets hit by the buff will get you will get hit by 2 Star Storm when you cast it.
I'm scared for this Azure draft in the sense that I think a Dispel is like insanely broken right now. If they pick like Oracle or Abaddon for a Team Liquid, I know that looks a bit too defensive on paper, but Monkey King already an aggressive core to compensate a bit for the lack of stuns on your supports. And so that's like the lift save is a little bit of a pseudo save, but they also wanted that aggression. I'm wondering what Saberlight's going to pick because he needs to kind of combo break this
I agree.
single target initiation, like a Tide Hunter.
I mean,
Something like
Rubik with Chen is also a very, very classic combination of supports. I've been mentioning about how important it is to understand what support duo you have to be going on that fits the game plan. And Storm is something that Bad Boom has been running a lot in this patch so far, and Liquid is, I guess, trying to see if it works for them. It's very good against, like I would say, like if Bad Rider or Slada, these two cores go mid, none of them fare well against Storm in the lane.
That's a good point, and it gives them some much-needed catch. They were a little bit lacking on that. And it's also pretty survivable, getting away from some of the danger from Azure. I mean, there's still like lasso and arrow type stuff, but it looks like a pretty good Storm game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm AR right now, I'm worrying, I have to consider if I'm able to actually move the Bad Rider to a support position. If my core is the Slada and Bad Rider, I look at the Storm, that would be bad for me. So yeah, so they're going to switch things up. Or maybe they already intended for the Bad Rider to be played as a support. So they're going to go with the Puck, which is a hero. I felt like when I initially looked at the patch, I felt Puck has a lot of potential with all these magic amp items, the spell casting items being stronger. And against Storm, you're kind of like a decent counter with the silence and the leash.
Yeah, I like it here. I normally doubt it a little bit because it might not have enough single target damage, but against like Chen, Rubik, Storm, its disables are fantastic. And it can set things up for even Bad Rider. They could do like Dream Coils and Flame Breaks. So they've got some cool combos here.
I mean, so the build right now is you go Bill on the Puck right away. Bill, Maelstrom, shot. Do you actually just try to delay your dagger as long as you can, and you go for more like a right-clicking build?
I wouldn't mind if he's a bit more of the sustain damage, because Azure's got plenty of burst, so if he wants to go like an Ags build, I'd be a bit wary that if they were able to get out of the oil on Team Liquid, that would spell doom for Azure's team fight. But if he is able to go like Witchblade Kaiasange into the later upgrade of the Witchblade, that might be what allows them to like kite the Monkey King ulti, poke him down, prevent him from jumping from tree to tree. Any damage over time is useful for that.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, do you think like a Sven would fit their overall lineup for AR right now?
5 seconds remaining.
Or do you think that they need something more like a in and out hero, like a slug kind of hero?
Yeah, I'd like that. Something that kind of pokes the bear a little bit, setting up for the rest of his team to pick and choose their targets. Because Coil right now is really their only poke. Like, Bat Rider, he's a hard committal. Same with Slardar. Mirana's going to wait for somebody else to go in. So if the carry can be more of a vision-based hero like Slark, I like that idea.
It's going to make Mirana have to fish less for arrows too. Like, they do have some setup with her, but it's not the most straightforward. So yeah, I definitely agree. It's some kind of initiation or jumper would be good too.
Yeah, like if you can abuse the corrosive haze, that would be even better, if something that has heavy physical damage.
You could also just pick an illusion hero like Terrorblade or something like that that can scout for you with illusions, but also be somewhat of a frontliner. Because Liquid doesn't have too much, I'd say, like, real damage right now. I know they have Storm and Monkey, but it's something where it's going to be an initial burst, similar to what we talked about with Azure. I'm wondering who's going to win these long fights. Like, what are these teams going to do to extend these fights? What are they going to do to make their sustained damage over time more powerful? Okay, they do ban Terrorblade.
Weaver is still in the pool. A one-position Weaver.
I mean, as a Rubik, you generally don't really like to play against Rubik as Weaver, so it'll be pretty hard to play the Weaver here. I mean, I feel like they need a lot of things here. They need a hero that can do damage. They also need a hero that is slippery. And they also need a hero that is stable in the lane, because Liquid has the overall 24 pick, They're going to counter pick the lane. And if you lose your lane on that fast-paced carry hero, let's say you're going for something that can fight early, and Liquid counters that lane, and what happens is the game is going to be really quick. They're going to run around and group up with the Chen very early and push down your towers. And what is that carry going to do, Those are the things you have to really consider if you're AR right now. I think the lane is going to be my top priority. I need to be able to pick a lane that's going to be able to play against most of Liquid's heroes.
Oh, okay.
How about the bear?
Not bad, I guess.
It's more single target damage to combo with the Slardar, which is good. I mean, they're going to Roche and Tormentor extremely easily, but he does need time to get online. And if Team Liquid gets up on tempo, he's going to be pressured.
Maybe like a Dawnbreaker for Saber again? Something that's like a save of sorts, but it...
5 seconds.
The thing I like about this Ursa is a lot of the offlaners I was eyeing were like Omni, Tide, these like combo breaker melee guys that do not want to really lane against Ursa. My only concern for Ursa is he doesn't really pair well with the supports on Azure like early game.
Yeah, it's mainly for the laning phase, I think, and the scaling. Oh my god.
That's Saberlight special right there, okay.
Oh my god. Venomancer against Bat Rider and Ursa lane.
It's going to be so hard to blink into these team fights if Team Liquid gets set up, and it makes their push even better as well. So if he just gets these aura items, gets tanky, puts the slows on low, it's going to be a lot harder for
you get the Veil, you rush the Veil, like Mira mentioned yesterday, it's a very good build out on the offlaner, and you have Storm and Rubik to abuse the aura. I feel like this Veno pick seems like it's going to be able to do a lot. Like, it's going to have like a pretty good laning phase itself, and mid-game, a rich Veno is a very scary Veno.
Yeah. I was curious about how these teams are going to take long fights, and Veno is probably the longest fighting hero in the game. He wants his damage to be ticking and ticking and ticking. The one X factor, I think, for Azure is that Mirana ulti is very good against Veno. Like, in theory, you're scouting them out, canceling blinks with the wards, but that's not going to necessarily apply if they're able to engage during the Mirana ulti. So I'm going to keep an eye out for the Sentry battle, the Ward battle, because this is a purely vision-based game. Whoever jumps, who's going to die.
And the other nice thing is that Veno is a hero that can be exploited in lane if they have a really strong dual lane, but due to their kind of janky Batrider to support type thing, their dual lane can work, but it isn't exactly like Bat versus the most synergistic dual lane ever. So if they can get away with this, like, we could definitely run away with it.
I'm just excited to see some new heroes, and you know who else I think is excited? MyTech Arena! You ready for this lower bracket final? Let's get it started then! Let me send you to OD Pixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Neil. Absolutely looking forward to this one here in the lower bracket finals. Azure against Liquid, and as the panel talked about, both of these drafts ending with some exciting picks. We're getting the Ursa coming out from Azure, but that Veno from Liquid, it looks pretty disgusting, Sin.
It does. We were talking about this yesterday, how it's a new patch, it's the later stage of the tournament, there's going to be new tech coming out. I wasn't expecting perhaps this much in one single game, but, you know, I'm all for it. We're going to get a support bat. We're going to get the first Ursa of the entire tournament. We're going to get offlane Veno, which I don't think Liquid have played yet. So everybody digging deep here in this first game to try to find solutions to new problems that you... Going into today, imagine this. Like, you're either of these teams and you're preparing for the series. You're doing all your mock drafts and whatnot. I don't think this is what you were expecting for either team in your prep, right? So at some point, you just got to wing it. You got to go with what you're used to as counters to other heroes. And largely, they're doing stuff on a hunch, right? Let's see how it plays out. The Veno in theory is just really good.
Gonna get knocked back here by the Flame Break. He has backup though. See if Liquid can fight back here. Indeed, the Gale's gonna connect on pretty much all. Then the Boundless Strike comes in. They've taken out XXS. They can almost certainly go for more. Tianming in trouble. Can they find the deny? At least they can't. It's gonna be Nisha getting a double. They're not even done yet. Xingqiu, he had the level 1 star still. He's not got an easy chance of jumping away or anything here at level 1. See if they can finish him off. They can. Mickey's in with the body blocks. He's trying to see if he can pick up this kill as well. They'll get it. Insadia takes down Xingqiu. Liquid, they'll be starting this game off with 3 kills. One of them first blood. And also the fact there's a double kill for Nisha.
There's always something about saying GLHF after crushing on the pre-rune fight. That always cracks me up. Yeah, I mean, what a setup there from Liquid, right? They're playing a defensive position. If the crush from XXS doesn't miss, this is a different story, but Liquid were ready, and this is one of the biggest strengths of Veno in the game.
Yeah,
level one fights, if you hit a multi-hero Gale and you get ahead, you can keep running him down. Also worth mentioning, Saberlight is playing with 3 Santa hats, so pretty overpowered. This Veno is effectively, he's 3-in-1.
That's true. Let's see how the lane goes. Oh, the knockback onto Saberlight. Blood grenade as well. Azure, they should be able to get this kill here. Low runs him down. Azure, they'll pick themselves up a kill.
The thing about Veno versus Ursa lane, it's actually extremely volatile, because if you ever miss the Gale,
you're dead.
It actually just runs you down. I guess the one escape Saberlight will have in this lane in general is he can TP to the tower, because his enemies don't have a single TP cancel. Until obviously Bat's level 6, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. That's going to take a while. But yeah, nice response there from Azure, and they know this matchup. Low should be very familiar playing against Veno's Ursa. He's a master tier Ursa. It's one of the classic counter picks. He knows the limits within that lane.
All right, top lane. I guess in terms of the matchups, when this was picked and such, you'd expect this to be a pretty easy time for Mickey on the Monkey King against Slardar? Or does it change with the fact that you've got a good amount of stun and potential follow-up damage from Xingqiu if XXS goes aggressive on Mickey?
I don't really know how to place this lane with the Mirana Slardar. I feel like it's a kind of uncharacteristic combination. Sure, you can Slardar crush into arrow, but do you really have damage?
This could be another one hit for Azure. He's got the stick charges. Blood Grenade's actually not going to connect onto Low. Either way, Low's not going to continue to chase. Tianming trying to do his best to bring Saberlight down. Won't get the kill here. Definitely getting some nice space here for Low. the creeps and keeping Saberlight and Boxy not in the healthiest of positions, so they could go again, jump forward. Saberlight, he's just straight up dead there. A bit of a misread from Saberlight for sure, putting himself in a very risky spot there, Sin.
Yeah, I thought actually his TP was going to be on cooldown for longer. It will be ready so he can come back to lane straight away. But yeah, this lane is quite explosive, right? Keep in mind, this was a direct counter pick from Liquid to try to win this lane. And honestly, so far, not really getting the job done.
No, Lowe's picking up these kills.
He's doing pretty okay. When they get these kills, you see the Bat Rider of Tianming is running a lot of regen, so they should just keep low on high health and make these counter plays. Even, you're going to reach a point here where even if Gale hits, you're actually still in danger as Veno, because you're going to gap close with Ursa's jump as well as the flame break to knock you back in. So I think if Boxy ever leaves Saberlight alone, he's actually just going to feed. So very concerning, and it does lock Liquid a little bit in place. A lot of the time we see Boxy, you know, make gate plays, maybe rotate mid. Probably not going to be an option here for foreseeable future.
Yeah, no, absolutely, because Saberlight, yeah, left on his own, if he's not hitting a two-man Gale, he's probably dying in this lane.
The good news for Liquid, though, is the other lanes are going great. So Storm is doing very well against Puck. Nisha's sitting at 21-4 against the 16-0, and Mickey is very comfortable of top 20-2 against the 12-1. Obviously, their direct counterpick to this offlane slaughter was the Monkey King, and the way Liquid built this draft, Azure weren't interested in pivoting this to a safe lane carry Slardar or a mid Slardar. So Mickey will be enjoying this. And I also don't know about the Mirana against Chen, whether I would consider this a solution. All right, here we go. Play we
On
talked
towards
about.
Saberlight, he'll get the Gale back up, but already the swipes are stacking up. Saberlight's dead again. Boxy not going to be able to take out low in return. The Bear's perfectly fine. It's a few times now, and they're doing it very well. Of course, the Gale come back up towards the end of that play, but Azure very much trying to abuse the window in which the Gale had been used earlier to throw out harassment onto low, punishing Saberlight time and time again. It's 3 deaths now for him in that offlane.
I reckon the play from Liquid here is going to be a Chen rotation bot through the gate, because Mickey should be relatively safe even in a 1v2 for a little bit. Mirana and Slardar are not exactly the strongest lane. If you do a good mischief play and you block some of the damage, you can probably stabilize a little bit. And also, the play from Insania doesn't need to be very long. You can just gate down, get the kills, gate back up, and be back to Mickey. It is something that Ursa is exceptionally vulnerable to. This hero sucks when he gets backstabbed because he doesn't have any way out. And as we've already established, there's plenty in the way of control on this offlane from the Liquid side. Yeah, imagine if this bottom lane was going poorly for Azure. This game would actually be looking really grim.
Yeah, Low and Tianming have been playing it very well. You know, I'm sure, you know, Low as an Ursa player, he's experienced many a Veno picker against him in his lanes in the past.
Yeah.
He knows how to deal with it.
Good
Same
scan
be
out
said it
here.
for his support.
Radiant's top
So the
tower
scan
is under
finds
attack.
Jinq looking for a mid play. Insania is going to go over and cover it, and this is not going to lead to a kill for them. But
Oh, in fact, mid.
Less.
Nisha.
Wait, what was that?
A very risky route to take, right? Walking along the Radiant high ground there.
I just don't understand what the plan was. That felt like a... Was there a rotation in that I missed? Was Monkey King actually there for a moment trying to set up on it? And
No, they had Insania sort of in the neighborhood, but other than that, it was just the two of them.
Yeah, there was no catch available, so essentially just walks up on Puck's high ground, took the full spell burst from him in Q, and just died. That's a very big kill for XM to get. He's now going to get level 6, retreat to base, and can actually make a TP rotation now with Coil if he wants to show that off for the first time.
Definitely going to be considering it here. He's going to hover back towards the mid. Maybe see if he can get the 6-minute power rune. It's going to be the illusion top. Nisha's going to be able to grab it. Top lane. Mickey just getting dove upon here with Low turning up to the action. Low the one to pick up the kill. As it ends up being that the carry Ursa that turns up to top to take down the enemy carry and puts the pressure onto this tower. You know, despite that explosive start that Liquid had at the beginning of this game, outside of that, this has been fantastic for Azure. It could have very easily gone a different way. When you kind of get that, you know, a mid-storm gets a double kill, first blood against you, things could start to spiral out of control. They really have not here, as Azure have stabilized this game perfectly.
That's a really good point about how much Nisha was winning the mid lane. He had a huge advantage, so he was meant to, and then giving that 1 kill over to the Puck kind of stabilizes things.
Radiant's top tower
Also
is
want to point
under
out this
attack.
top lane move that we just saw from the Ursa. I would say, for the most part, it's rather uncharacteristic for Azure, but this is what Gaimin did to them yesterday. They were bringing their safe lane carry to the enemy safe lane very early on through the gate. Daracho did that 2 games in a row.
Obviously, Saberlight does TP over to make sure that Tianming's not able to steal the Wisdom Rune.
I think he might survive here potentially anyway.
Still got a Fairy Fire.
Get the rune.
And
He
the
will
Fate
not
Bolt's
survive.
there. They protect the Wisdom Rune, and they're able to take the kill.
I wonder if he could have found a TP angle in the trees there outside of vision, but nice coverage from Liquid to protect that rune. Very important that this is, in a way, the first kill they get on the board, if you think about it. They got 3 kills before the lane started, and then they lost the laning stage 5-0 in terms of kills. But yeah, the CS is still looking pretty healthy.
I mean, look at this mid. They were really going to get aggressive there. They're even bringing in low, level 5, to maybe try and capitalize off a Dream Core setup. So, you know, Low, he's hungry for action.
This is some next level stuff. This is the safe lane Ursa kind of roaming. Top lane, though.
They'll punish XXS.
Yeah.
Of course, with their focus around mid, Azure, they've left XXS on his own. Liquid, they'll get the kill. Mickey to pick it up. I mean, Low, look at him sort of trying to hide from the side. He's just caring about hitting the heroes right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's going a little bit too far here. I really like the gate play top, but I think just go back bottom and start hitting some creeps. Like, this was getting maybe a little bit too cute. I think the mid play, if it works out, it's easy for us to say, right? Because that would have been such a surprising play that you wouldn't expect Nisha to see it coming. But at the same time, if it fails, you just wasted so much time and really fell behind on the CS. Keep in mind, he was winning the bottom lane, right? Now he's behind Venos CS.
Gonna play for this. XM does have the coil available if he wants to try and make a play in return. Mickey's starting to fall low. There's the coil. It will just be used defensively. Holds them back and allows them to escape.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tianming showing up towards this top lane. Let's see if he can maybe deal with some of Insania's army here. But the Fireflies, going to get a large amount of it. He cost his life though. Boxy and Mickey, they're hunting for him. He's in a bit of an awkward spot up here, but they'll see him and they'll catch him with the nukes. XXS, see what he can get in return. Closing in onto Insania. Boxy and Mickey waiting on their cooldowns until they're able to help out. But Xingqiu comes in with a beautiful snipe from the side there. Mickey not expecting that at all. As Xingqiu just comes in and just nukes down Mickey on a low HP as he was. They get the 2 kills there. Nisha on his own, so looking to make a jump onto XXS. Didn't quite get there in time to turn things around. See the cooldown for XM, 15 seconds and coils back up. Him and Tianming trying to make something happening. We're here with this Dream Coil back in play.
Yeah, Low is just being very, very patient here, letting Saber Light play the hard camp.
Yeah,
now
this should be a pretty easy kill. I mean, if anything, okay, the TP's there.
It's not going to happen.
Oh, it's not going to work. Low. He's got the damage just in time. That final swipe coming in, and yeah, barely needed the rest of the rotation. He pretty much had that on his own there, Low. The tips coming out. They know that there's a chance they're starting to get into Saberlight's head with the amount of times they're taking him down. Back over towards the mid. XM and Tianming head over. They've got the stolen orb, but it doesn't matter because they're coiled. Boxy can't jump to safety. Azure continue to pick up these kills, make these moves that Liquid aren't able to match so far.
With this haste rune now on XM, he has more potential around the map, even without coil. He can play with so much freedom when you have a haste rune in this game, because essentially there's very little lockdown on the side of Liquid to deal with this puck, so very much get in there. This mid play will also likely result in a tier 1 tower unless Liquid bring massive reinforcements here. We'll bring the Rubik for now, but yep, that tower's gone. You're probably getting the deny. So, yeah, all things considered, this is not how...
Top lane, they're looking for the kill. They're going to dive in onto Mickey, and with the fact that Azure were able to force that reaction mid, Mickey, he's not got any backup coming in. There's a hand of God. Is he able to jump out in time? He's not. XXS closes in with another crush. They take Mickey down. Insania trying to play around with XXS, but Xingqiu's here. Insania's not going to be able to push on forward with his summons with the neutral creeps to try and threaten this slaughter whatsoever. Azure bully him back, and they'll get the space to take this tier 1 tower on top of taking Mickey's life.
It's a really healthy sign for Azure to be able to do this in the first 10 minutes, considering they got 3 kills on Liquid.
Yeah, this is huge for them.
And also that this was their Achilles heel yesterday against Gaimin was this stage of the game. And you're playing against a Chen strat, and you've largely overcome what could have been an absolute
and now in the mid
beatdown.
They're going to be able to get the jump onto Nisha. Azure,
they're making all the moves.
They're looking fantastic. You look back to, as you say, how we saw them do yesterday. They got completely crushed, but coming in on this lower bracket final against Liquid, and with that sort of first moment of play at the beginning of this game against them, they're just jumping all over the place. They're up to the tier 2 now. See if they can get away with this. Liquid might be able to punish it this time. They'll look for Tianming. They'll get the bat. Well, at the least for Azure, the rest of them should get out fine.
Yeah, that was a very clear back call there from Azure. They immediately just turned tail and ran on everybody else. Jinq will snipe a bounty run on the way out, and yeah, it's nice for Liquid to get that kill and get a little bit of space, but you rotated 4 heroes to kill a 5 bat is essentially what ended up happening there. The end result, not really that great. Do wonder when Liquid's lineup really starts coming together, you know, as a Chen strat, got this Veno that's a very, you know, slow offlane hero that wants action to come to it, or at least wants to be part of fights, and finally Saberlight is going to become a part of something now with this smoke play.
XXS surely is very dead here.
Yeah.
They're all just running at him. Put the moonlight. TP's starting to come in. And detection?
Dyer's
Is he actually...
What?
Is he might be dead.
I think...
he is actually fine. Did they not have...
Did they not have any? There's 4 of them there, wasn't there?
No, okay. They just didn't have...
Okay, well, XXS, he's happy with that one.
the audience are cheering. It's like, this is like my pub. This is very relatable.
Oh no.
Whether you're 1K or 6 in the crowd, this happens every Mirana game.
I mean, there hasn't been a lot of Mirana played. Maybe Liquid just forgot what the ult did.
Genuinely, that is just one of the things where it's just habit, right? You haven't played against Mirana for your last 20, 30 games. Probably just didn't cross your mind. You're like, oh, wait, we forgot to buy dust this time.
Dyer's bottom tower has
Okay, well, things continue to look up here for Azure Ray. 3K lead now.
Low has a 13-minute battle period against a Veno lane. This is about, it's not getting better than this if you're an early
This
player,
is
let
some
me
pretty
tell you.
perfect
This
stuff.
is
I mean, he's got
really
pretty
good.
much what Grandmaster tier. It's showing. You know,
Yeah.
this guy, he knows how to play the old bear. And this was even with sort of like, there was a minute of this game, right, where he's kind of taking a little walk to mid, taking a walk back to bottom.
It could have been even faster.
It really could have.
And yeah, this is also
Crazy timing.
I guess, again, keep in mind, this is the first time this hero's even picked all tournament, right? So, again, in terms of, like, familiarity, sure, Liquid knows how to play against Ursa. It's not like, oh, I've never played against Ursa before, but just a little bit of, you know, recency. Are you in the habit of it? Is your read on this patch, is Veno really the solution nowadays? You know, there's a lot of question marks. Also about the playing against a 5 bat, how often do you do that? You know, Azure really coming in to try to surprise, and it's paying off.
I think so. I think, yeah, the outcome of that bottom lane has definitely sort of thrown a spanner in the works for what Liquid were planning to do with their draft.
And we've seen Saberlight as a stand-in for this team do really, really well. I feel like this is one of the worst positions he has had to play from in the tournament so far.
It's going to be tough for him.
And he's not playing, you know, the kind of hero where I can initiate for my team and everything's going to be great and we're going to follow through. Like his stereotypical heroes he's been playing in most games have been a little bit more on the, you know, frontliners like Night Stalker, or he's played Dawnbreaker, you know, these kind of strength heroes that can get in there and get the job done. Veno is a quite different beast, and this hero is really awkward when you fall behind as a team because it only really does one thing, and that's be disruptive and, you know, slither around and look for big fights. But if you're not the ones initiating the moves, you can find yourself in this awkward limbo where it's like, what am I gonna do, you know? Like, what's my purpose in the game? You're level 9, the Ursa's level 12. Yeah.
Tianming ready to dive in. TP's coming through. Can they burst? Mickey, they'll get the drag back. Not quite, in fact. They didn't get the snap back on the coil, so Mickey's able to put the Wukong's command, and with the reaction from Liquid,
Nice respawn.
they'll take down Tianming and keep Mickey alive.
Yeah, well played. They needed a little bit more juice there. Obviously, the combo of Azure for that gank don't really have the most in the way of burst damage. Puck has a couple of spells, and then Bats is slowly whittling him down, and Hand of God, a nice solution to that problem. A couple of TPs. They get the 5 bat and they keep their monkey alive. That's well worth it. Keeping Mickey alive right now is very important because we haven't really talked too much about the Monkey King against Ursa matchup. Obviously, a big part of why Azure did pick this hero is that it's one of the only melee heroes in the game that can truly overwhelm Monkey King even in his ult. You can die to this Ursa, the damage just becomes overwhelming. So with Low doing this well, definitely important to keep Mickey on track here. Falls behind too much, then Ursa's going to be having him for breakfast all game. And he also has Corrosive Haze, you know? The matchup's already bad enough as it is for the Monkey, but you add that minus armor on top.
Yep.
It's not easy being Mickey this game already.
Not
I
at
think
all.
it's going to be tricky.
And they're getting the items to sort of buff and enable Low that bit more. The Solar Crest is already done on Jinq.
Yep. How many Solar Crests are we looking at this game? So there's one on Chen, there's one on the Mirana. Is anyone else eyeing it up right now? Doesn't look like it. It's just going to be a 1-for-1. No, never mind. That's going to be a crest on Tianming as well. So both supports on the side of Azure will be running those. Obviously a great item in general this patch. I think it's considered one of the absolute best right now after the changes. Allows you to do different things. It helps against towers, it helps against Roche. You can put it on yourself to save yourself as a support against a hero like Monkey King or Storm jumping you. It can be the difference maker. Feels real nice. And Ursa doing Ursa things. Classic. Looking for that first Roche. We'll get it minute 17 this time around.
XM gonna get jumped. Nisha having to get him with the silence. They'll catch him by surprise there with the Orchid reveal.
Nice find. Feels like Liquid have found a little bit more of a... Oh, hang on. Low. As his ward, he wants to jump.
He wants to go for a little bit of a solo play here.
Yep. He's waiting to have the second overpower ready.
Yeah, no, not a chance there for the Chen. Same time, Saberlight has found Tianming. As Tianming found him. He's going to use the lasso, but Boxy will turn up to help out as Tianming will get punished for trying to make something happen there. I mean, they pretty much had the 4 members of Liquid coming in just in case there was to be further backup from Azure. It wasn't the case, it was just Tianming on his own. With that kill though in mind, Liquid, they're going to try and smoke up and play aggressive into Low's Aegis.
Yeah. Could go really well if they get the free pick. Maybe you just take the pick and then get out. Oh, quick dagger there from XXS will escape the Gale.
That makes things a little bit more complicated now for Liquid. Yeah. Unlikely to continue chasing here as Low and XXS will get out. And you know, that timing for Nisha with the Orchid, it was nice in that it caught XM out the once, but he does now have the Yules done on puck. So Orchid is going to be the counter play online here for XM if he gets jumped again.
The tower is under attack.
Speaking of XM, he's found this new neutral item, the Whisper of the Dread. Very nice item on puck. You get that mana pool, which is not the biggest part of it, but 10% spell damage. Really welcome in this.
Tower is under attack.
We'll look to amp.
Tower is under attack.
Just that little bit extra. Puck is one of those heroes where sometimes you know you're just that close. You know, all of your spells combined is not quite there. But we get Witchblade, you get Whispers of Dread, and this might be the difference maker between whether you can solo the Rubik in a burst or not, especially considering Hand of God is a part of the game as well. Extra amp. Gotta keep a lookout for it. And again, Dota a lot of the time is a game of feel, right? These players play it a lot. Some things are just second nature, and whenever a patch comes in and shakes things up like this, you know, the puck suddenly has maybe a little bit more spell damage than you were expecting. You might misjudge situations and be like, how did I die? You know, just a little bit sometimes. It's not much more than the Vambrace, obviously. The inversion of the Vambrace. Might not consider it. We'll see.
Things slowing down a bit here. I think we are for Liquid getting their next set of items online with closing in on the pipe and saying it. So certainly help out against that burst from the puck and the bat Mirana combo that Azure have been hitting pretty hard with.
Eyes on Lu. See how this works nowadays.
Should still be able to solo this right with the ult.
Jinky will miss the arrow on the Tormentor.
Jinky, but yeah, he's got to be careful there. A lot of damage himself, but indeed, they have no struggle taking this out with the bear. Tormentor gone, shard for Jinky.
Widely regarded as one of the weakest shards in the game, this one though. The leap one from Mirana. So you get an extra charge, and you can, I believe this got changed at some point, so you can choose how you face when you leap, right? So you can like angle your hero as you arrive.
Yes, so you can get some cool angles for like a quick arrow.
For the arrow, and you get the, still get the fire, right? 170 damage. It could be something. Again, it's one of those things where you combine that with the puck. Maybe that's the slight extra bit of damage you need for the kill.
I don't think he's going to be ready for this smoke gank. They'll catch him by surprise.
Nice and easy. Yeah, he's starting to, again, this is just a classic Veno problem. Lane didn't go well. Team isn't playing too aggressively as a group. Where do you go? You're going to have to go and farm somewhere statically, sit there with your Plague Wards. If you get caught by Moonlight, if you get caught by a smoke, you don't have anything in the way of defense and you're just food. Levels, not really anything to write home about. Almost level 11 on the Veno, XXS 12.5 on the offlane Slardar, who laned against Monkey King.
And if they bring Low around it, I mean, maybe even without Low, they could potentially take away Liquid's Tormentor. They're going to find him in the trees! Jinkyu able to snipe him there, catches Boxy. TP's starting to come in, but the rest of Azure, they're ready to connect. Azure, I think they're happy to take this fight. Low, he could consider fighting this. Under the tower might be a bit too far. They'll let Tianming die under the tier 2, but the coils there onto the 3 of them. Still a bit too far of a dive here for Azure. Whilst they do add the numbers, they're not going to throw things recklessly into a fight underneath the tower, so they'll hold back.
Now, very clear there what Tianming was going for. He was sitting right next to the Storm TP and wanted to instantly lasso, but Liquid were well aware of it. They were ready.
Yeah, no, they'll make sure that they can get this Tormentor before there's any other chance for Azure to steal it.
So 1-for-1 split on those. You're going to see the replay of it here. So first this arrow onto Boxy, really clean there from Jingyu. Nice angle. There's no escape path for Rubik, so they'll claim that no problem. And then instantly walking down here. But there is a ward seeing Tianming getting in position as well as the tower, to be honest. So.
And I think very necessary that Liquid did bring in the full 3 of them. Maybe if it was just 2 of them, Azure, they may have considered diving that. Liquid having enough numbers there to put off Azure from going for an aggressive play.
I think the puck spells were also still on cooldown from the Rubik kill. Otherwise, if he could have silenced on arrival there, that whole situation could look very, very different. We've got the shard for Liquid, Rubik. So they have the defensive toss now on telekinesis. Quite nice against Ursa. Obviously, puck coil is a little bit of a problem, but at the same time, it's one of those heroes where you can snap the coil and then get thrown out after, so you get enough distance to maybe get away from an Ursa or Slaughter follow-up. But you got to be so careful against these Azure heroes. There's a lot of burst now. The Ursa BKB online. He's almost completed Basher. If he finds somebody to jump, if you don't have Force Staff ready, I genuinely think Low can solo any hero right now from full to 0 with no counterplay. There's just... I guess Boxy has to be the man of the match now with the telekinesis save. That's literally the only solution I see to an Ursa getting on top of a hero with Bash.
Yeah, with that in mind, I think Liquid, they're sticking together as 5. They'll get the setup onto XXS. Is there going to be any sort of assist for him? They can't get him out of there. XXS is going down. The Boundless Strike connects onto another. They're going to try and turn this into a second kill. They get the control here with the telekinesis.
Wow. Nicely done.
Quick moves from Liquid as a team guarantee them the 2 kills and a chance to push on for the tier 2.
That was really cleanly set up on the follow-up kill. Max range Boundless into the Rubik lift into Centaur Stomp from the Chen. I think Xingqiu really thought he was safe after. He went for the Solar Crest play to try to delay the death on the Slardar. Did not expect he would be dying on his way out. So nicely done Liquid there. Finding the 2, probably the tier 2 tower as well. Low looking to trade top, but yeah, has to be a little bit wary of the missing heroes on the side of Liquid now. Rubik hogging. He will respect that and will not get a tower. Not much of a trade as a result here. So nice bounce back there from Liquid in this situation. Still, looking at the net worth, the Ursa is very far ahead. Just waiting for that moment when Low is going to find his entry truly into the mid game. Close to the shard now too. He will look for a Boxy snack here in the mid lane. Quick reaction.
Very, very quick with the force and the telekinesis. Boxy was ready for that one. XM, maybe seeing if he could still catch something. Blink out as soon as he catches wind of Mickey there alongside Boxy. Look to double back in here with the Moonlight Shadow. See if Low gets another chance to get that jump.
See the mindset here from Nisha, quite interesting. His level 15 talent choice here is going to be the 250 health, overtaking static remnant damage. So very aware here of the potential risk of just getting one-shot comboed. So he's going to take the defensive talent on Storm, who a lot of the time will, feel relatively safe in offensive plays. It's recognizing that huge amount of damage during the hard lockdown that they have. All right, Low.
In the opening here with the telekinesis, Mickey considering dropping the Wukong's command. Liquid, they were heading for this with a smoke, but now it becomes clear that Azure, they were ready and prepared. They've got some good deep wards in Liquid's jungle as well to keep an eye on these sort of setups. The Liquid won't get the jump that they hope for.
We'll get that D ward. I was about to say keep an eye out for once Liquid starts spreading out on the map again, that Azure might pounce with the good wards they have, but getting that D ward quite crucial. They're still sticking around though, looking for a potential angle on the top side. Smokes are not available. They also don't have Moonlight, so this is actually kind of awkward. You don't really have an obvious entry into this. Maybe fishing here with an arrow. Oh, ooh, okay, actually almost got there.
Liquid, taking it. Sableye getting jumped to the side of there, and the Hand of God, but Sableye's taken down. They'll lay down the Wukong command. Low, desperately trying to get out of the reach of the ultimate. The BKB's there. He'll be able to separate himself from Mickey. An immediate buyback comes out for Sableye. Liquid, they still want to take this fight. They get the jump over towards the back lines. Tianming goes with the lasso on the wall. Sableye does the jump for XXS with a clutch. They're focused focusing Saberlight, but Mickey, he's perfectly fine. BKB's up, turns towards XXS. They'll take the Slardar out. As Liquid, can they chase for more? There's still mana in the tank here for Nisha. Closes in onto Tianming. Boundless Strike back up. Liquid, they'll find a third here for Mickey with the triple kill. XM trying to burst. Mickey will get him low. He could look to jump in on this.
Oh, he got dagger
They're
cam.
going to be able to stop it. And now Nisha, he's going to consider getting back in onto him, but low pops the ult. It'll be used for now. Nisha very low on mana. Continue to sort of poke and prod with low at the side of this fight. Nisha, he's sort of clarifying up as well. He could be good to jump again in a second. The mana starts to build back up. Telekinesis is there. Low, he's left exposed. No enrage, no BKB. He's gone. Liquid persists. And with that, no argument about it. They take this fight, and maybe it's not even done yet. XM, see if he's able to play his way out of this one. A quick orb and a blink. Got the vision, but they've got nowhere to cancel it. So XM will escape. But that lead that Azure have had for the majority of this game, it's really starting to get taken away from them.
Yeah,
Liquid, they can open up into the Roshan. Playing excellently as a team here in a situation as well where it looked like Azure were going to be able to start the fight from a favorable position. They get the jump onto Saberlight, but at this point, I don't think Saberlight really cares if he's the one that's getting focused, because it's the other heroes on Liquid that are becoming the bigger problems.
I mean, this was clearly by design from Liquid. Saberlight, that was 100% bait, so they could set up the Wukong's command and get off all of their Chen value with Pipe and Hand of God. So this was the way that Liquid wanted to start this fight. I think they were hoping to get more out of it than this, though, to begin with, but the chase through did work out just fine enough. And the key point about this fight here is that Ursa is not a part of it. He's down all the way to the southwest, has already used his BKB and disengaged, and kind of doesn't really want to fight anymore. And then Azure do feel like there's a potential turnaround played, which just wasn't really the case. So Liquid get very, very great outcome, and arguably the biggest part of this is them getting the second Roche, just taking that away from Ursa to have that power play. You get the cheese here as well now on the Monkey King, so a line of protection against the potential Ursa jump down.
Oh, look at this Nisha.
Oh, okay. That was all his mana. Arrow, not gonna find...
Oh, they're going to jump forward. They get the silence onto the two of them, XM. Light popped here from Liquid. They are prepared if Azure want to try and take this fight, but it's going to be difficult for Azure now to make the call into this Aegis and Cheese period. I mean, what is the plan now for Azure? Do you hold back, try and get the next item or such done on low? Do you look for fights into this Aegis? How do you respond to Liquid?
I don't think you need to be necessarily too concerned about the game slowing down a little bit. The real challenge is to not get found around the map now and get killed off by the Storm +1 combo. But if you play relatively tight but still find okay farm, I think your lineup scales exceptionally well. You have Slardar, Ursa, and Puck. Puck is always a late game wildcard if you get there. He's close to getting the Kaya Sanj, which would be a big upgrade for him, of course. And yeah, if you can weather the storm here and not get too bad of a fight, I think it's okay. Oh, okay. Make it.
Oh, he's going to get knocked back, but he's able to jump off the tree in time. Turns the boundless strike. They've lost Saberlight at the start of the fight. Of course, this time he doesn't have the option to fight back into the action. Mickey, BKB, gets the Wukong to mana. He pops the cheese. He's back up to full HP. Azure, they've got to start retreating here with the BKB starting to fall low, and XXS, the BKB's come to an end. XXS taken out by Nisha. Low, he's got no further manner of escape. He tries to stand his ground, but the damage is done. Low will fall. Triple kill this time for Nisha.
Foxy was looking for more even there, but can't quite get to Jinq. Only had one leap left, so that could have been an extra kill. Liquid with a huge mid game coming through from that one fight top. And keep in mind, Azure were the ones looking for trouble, and they got it.
And I think one of the little things as well that was picked up before that fight, I don't know how much of a difference it made, but Mickey got one of the more favorable neutral items for this sort of situations. He's got the Vindicator's Axe. Now he's really much less vulnerable to these kind of jump stun initiations from XXS. He's going to have so much protection. He's going to always be able to get the Wukong's command and the BKB, and in that case, the cheese off.
Yeah, exactly. I actually think this neutral item choice made a huge difference there. He might have been burst down if he didn't have that, but all of that armor.
We're going to try and start something, but Liquid, they're ready for it. They'll just grab Tianming straight away. The bat's gone. I mean, XM's trying to do something to slow them down here on the push, but Liquid, they just don't care. They keep on pushing there onto the barracks. Nisha, force out the fortification, and they'll give a little bit of respect here to Azure, backing out from the base.
The right time to go back, but man, what a huge swing. They gained about 10,000 gold in 4 minutes here. Hex completed now, and Nisha opens up new avenues of killing off the Puck. Obviously, with Kaya Sanj, he's relatively tanky, and I don't think Nisha will be able to solo him, but with just a little bit of extra assistance from like a Boundless Strike or a little bit of a Rubik Burst, the Puck doesn't have the same amount of safety as it once did. We're going to see Saberlight completing an Aghanim Scepter now, so if he becomes the target of the fight, you have this guaranteed amount of damage coming out. And Liquid, yeah, they're going to keep their foot on the gas. They have 1 minute 30 left on Aegis. No cheese now, of course, after that mid-fight, but still very much an advantage you want to spend here. Then did Nisha get the vision, burn the Aegis if you need to get a good fight started.
I mean, they're no except from the trees. Nisha is going to be able to find him with that opening. Boundless strike to follow up. There's no chance for XM, completely locked down. And dead now for 50. No buyback available on the puck.
This should actually be a lane of barracks straight up. This wave is coming in about 15 seconds. It's going to cut the back door. You start setting up vision with the Venomancer as well. Puck is the primary base defender for Azure, so I think they're going to concede this. And obviously worth noting as well, this is a Batrider position 5 without a dagger, so entering into the fight and finding that setup is very dependent on Puck making the first move. So with him out of the picture,
I mean, they might lose 2 sets.
Yeah.
Straight down to the bottom lane. Liquid, they're not going anywhere.
Pushing very fast with that Deso on Mickey, so yep, you're right. There's more than just one lane. I didn't know if they could get more, but they definitely can. They'll get both full lanes here. Huge, huge advantage now. Starting to mount.
And it definitely feels like sort of the tale of the last few fights has been that they could jump and kill Saberlight, but Anisha obviously very elusive, and then Mickey just with how much farm he has, they can't burst this Monkey King. 3k HP, you know, Skadi done onto the BKB and this Vindicator's axe. He is so difficult to jump.
I think this is the type of game where you maybe don't even replace the Vindicator's axe for tier 4. I just think it's that good. Attack speed is obviously great on the Monkey King, and the 20 armor when stunned is literally perfect for the lineup you're facing. So you, I'm not looking at a better tier 4 item than this one in this game for him for sure, but we'll see if we even get to that point, you know? Tier 4 items are 3 minutes away. Liquid might as well run away with it. If they find one more good team fight after this, Tormentor could look for a smoke play, potentially just finish things off. They're hitting this insane power spike right now. No need to give Azure a chance to come back, but they will look for something of their own again. And this time around, the smoke move from Azure will be against 0 Aegises and 0 cheeses. So maybe, just maybe. But the Monkey King with the axe is a really big problem.
I mean, that's the...
I mean, maybe you just can't go on him first.
I just was going to say, like, how are you looking to start this fight as Azure? Like, who do you want to prioritize at the beginning of a team fight?
I think Storm is the absolute premier target, but he's also probably going to be the hardest one to find. If you're not getting the Storm, Rubik seems like a decent choice, but no, never mind. He has an Eon Disc, so yeah. There's no easy targets. I think Veno is probably the worst, right? Because he's going to do damage to you anyway. Not an easy task. They will, I mean, regardless, they'll not find anyone. They weren't even remotely close to a hero. Liquid playing the opposite side of the map, and they're making a move of their own, which could bear fruit onto Xingqiu here, potentially. Mickey having the advantage of Monkey King here. He will break now, Xingqiu. Instant reaction. He comes in from the trees there. That might be different. Oh, wait.
Oxy.
Sentry.
He drops the sentry. The setup's there. The silence, I mean, they'll try and push them back with a flame break. Azure, they really want to try and help him out here. They actually send in Tianming. He gets caught by the Hex. They'll jump over the crush. Azure, they're trying to take this fight. They're looking towards Nisha, but Nisha's going to get forced out to the side. He's perfectly fine. This was not a fight for Azure to take, because XXS ticks down. They've got the Yules controller on towards Low. Low completely surrounded by Liquid. The bear is dead. As it's all just becoming a bit too much here for Azure, Sind.
You go back in this game 10 minutes ago, about an 80% win expectancy for the Azure lineup.
I mean, Liquid, they've just played this phenomenally.
Absolutely got obliterated. They didn't win anything since they were this favorite, and this is Mega Creeps. Probably over, honestly. I don't know if you can even stop Liquid if they choose to go for the throne. Like, even if you have all 5 heroes alive, can you still stop the push? Like, this ball just looks way too strong. Nisha not completing the Shiva's guard as well. He's super tanky.
We'll see if they have one final fight in them, but with 40 seconds, no Low. It's looking unlikely. The tier 4 starting to fall.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Azure, they're going to have to try something with just the 4 of them. Unlikely that that's going to be able to do anything with the way that the last few plays have gone. The Ancient exposed. They've got to try something soon. They get the jump for Venetia, able to dodge the crush, silencing on towards Jiamin. They get their Hex down onto Mirana. Xingqiu's out. There's no further defense to be had here. They'll lay out the Wukong's command, kill off XM. This game, it's going the way of Liquid.
And it's worth keeping in mind, this definitely did not go according to plan, right, the whole way. There was definitely some ups and downs for Liquid in this one. They had 3 kills prior to the lane start, then they lost 5 kills in the laning stage.
Free.
Well, we did talk about the importance of the mid lane in this matchup with Nisha versus mid one, and it seems like mid one on his Invoker has his work cut out for him against the Pango of Nisha. We're going to find out how it's going to play out. First game of our first best of 3.
To Exort, I mean, he's got great Cataclysm combos, right? Faceless Void and the Mars. Boxy going to be in trouble here. First blood available. Slowed down by the Sprout and the Blood Grenade, and he's going to be caught and killed. Puppy will take that first blood.
That's really good for Secret. This is not a lane I expected him to get aggressive on and take those kills down, but Time Dilation is going to do it, and Puppy straight in the top lane is going to make his presence felt on both side lanes here. This is exactly what we saw from him in that other Furion game. I think he's find a random Boxy. Again, struggling to find the gain connections here.
Oh, he managed to get a 2 minutes done with Nisha right there, but the Tornado's going to be able to intercept the Rolling Thunder. Now reset, gets it off and hits Yamich once. He's going to bounce over to mid one as well. Trying to finish up Yamich so Insanity can help him with the kill on mid one. It looks like they've got him both dead to rights. Double kill for Nisha. Now that doesn't give the big boost right away, but it is going to come into play here as they come in from behind. A sneak a kill onto Puppy here. Swashbuckle, not quite getting it, but finally Soul Assumption is there, but now he's been caught by the Arena as the rotation comes from Boom, securing a trade-off in kills. Chrysalis comes in from behind, catching Boxy out as well. They'll be able to get 2 for 1. Once
and get counterplay open. And yeah, I mean, this is the forced move, right? Like, Saberlight needs this tower down to control the aggressive jungle area, and it's what the Blast is designed to do. But again, the turnaround,
he do a lot of damage, taking through his armor so damn quickly, and he just dies. Not even the armor from the Lich could save him, and Puppy doesn't go down easily, especially with the lack of mana. That Diffuser Blade stops doing damage. And a beautiful chrono. Chrysalis was already going to feast on the fight, cleaning it up, but the 3-man Chronosphere secures it. Would have been best. He's catching that Monkey King, who has been kind of slowly
caught him anyway.
Got him with the spear into the arena. Beautiful setup. Now that Sunstrike's not going to do that much damage with this much follow-up. Maybe they can still finish him off. They need more damage, but it's just not coming. And Mickey is getting the lifesteal out of this because Nisha has completely caught the back line with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey, he'll just start lifestealing off of Puppy.
Nowhere to run.
And eventually get that kill. Generation during night.
Yeah, this item seems anti-synergy. He always wants to be near trees, but
yeah, that is a little weird.
You know, hands out. They get a backstab on the supports here from both teams.
Nisha thought about looking for more, but better that he doesn't right now. Oh, Boxy a little bit of whiff there.
He's invincible.
Yeah, you can't touch him mid one. He's gonna drain more mana. Yeah. You got what? The Arena and Chronosphere. This Lion is a goddamn threat. They have to stop him apparently. Spear comes up through. Beautiful stuff. Hits Nisha and pins up to the wall, but he got off the shield crash. That'll protect him for now with Mickey coming through the Wukong's command. They'll feast on some wards here. Get some extra gold off of that.
Yeah, they did kill Boxy.
They've got him.
By the way, 7 death for him. He has really struggled to stand there and...
Yeah, Yamich is also not having the most fun in this game either. Both got 4 positions are just being tackled by the enemy team in these 3-4-man ganks. Juan burned out of mana.
Nice move.
Get the kill over to Saberlight.
And that's the Pango and the Monkey are... They both feel pretty tanky, especially if the Wukong's up.
I guess that's where the Maelstrom feels quite nice on Faceless Void nowadays, is trying to protect their Wisdom Rune. Nisha hops in a little bit too late to stop the Wisdom Rune being gone, but if they could kill Mid-Wan, that would be worth it. Coming in, here. Locking down the Vistage and the Birds very nicely. Let's see if Saberlight is going to live through this one. He actually has the shard, so he's going to be okay for now. In that stone form, Nisha in the back lines though, he's rolling the Thunder, ran out. Yamich caught him with the disables, but Mickey to the rescue. Kills Yamich, takes away those disables, and now they're out of damage. But once again, farm the wards after winning a fight. It is risky though. You never know when Team Secret might just decide, let's take 5 to, you know, one of these side lanes or maybe defend.
And there's a second dust.
Got him this time. Tornado cannot come out in time. Pretty powerful.
It almost feels like you get the Chronosphere off before the Wukong, you're pretty happy, but if the Wukong goes out and you have to take a fight by going in with Chronosphere while the Wukong's just there, maybe killing somebody else.
Put it back in. Hitting with the spear. This is the pickup. Oh, Mickey got off his BKB. No more disables were left. They're trying to fight through it, but it's just not enough. They are lacking the damage to fight through that BKB. And now Secret's in trouble. Oh, he went back in. Got him inside the Chronosphere. Gets that kill. Finally picks up that beyond godlike streak. Chrysalis now going to try and run down more. Puppey being targeted by Nisha right now inside of his own Sprout. Will end up falling. Chrysalis is damaged now, trying to get out after the buyback coming up from Boxy. Got to get away from these disablers.
Remember, he has no BKB here.
He gets spotted. He's probably dead, but if he stays...
He went into the bird.
No, he went into the bird.
Wait, no stun?
But no stun. The bird didn't drop in time. Oh, and boom, gives the tip over to Saberlight.
It was almost like that leap was...
Smoked up, not sitting inside the pit waiting for that Roshan.
Look at all the summon scouting.
Trying to catch Secret as they push out towards the pit. Not finding anything, though. Between the familiars and the treants and everything else. Saberlight, he's going to come through now. They have an idea. Nisha immediately popping the Rolling Thunder, but Team Secret, if they could just get out away from all this one, it's a big ultimate down, but he did get picked up once on Chrysalis, and Puppey's going to be caught on the high ground there, spotted by the familiars. Nisha still rolling around, still trying to slow down these heroes, rolls up a little bit longer, and now Mickey's going to come in.
They're all stuck in it.
They have the arena, but they're stuck inside the Wukong's man. Chrysalis is going to be able to get away over the side, has that Chronosphere on it too, with Cataclysm coming in. He finishes off the Pango. Can't go for Mickey, though. They have to leave him behind. Meanwhile, well, Damage does what he can, but he's throwing away his life to try and stall up these heroes and let his cores get out of here. Still trying to get it, though. They have the Tornado, finishes off Boxy, slows down the rest of these heroes. Just trying to get Boom out of here.
Yeah, the kiting. But problem, this Rolling Thunder duration is nasty. They have no control for it, so they will catch Mickey without it.
It would be amazing if they could blow him up. They have the Nullifier to be able to take away that armor with the meatball right on top, and they'll finish him up.
What were you doing there?
Team Liquid, they would have taken that Roshan. There was no Chronosphere to be able to contest this, but now without their carry, they're going to be run down. Insania is the first one to fall. Saberlight is able to get away thanks to his Aghanim Scepter.
And finally, Secret will try and get a Tormentor of their own.
Yeah, they didn't get it when it spawned at 20.
I don't know what this attempt is. It looks pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, no!
I mean...
Come on, guys.
I feel like that one was not hard to read.
No.
That was not going to work at all.
We saw it coming a mile away.
Also, he's dead for 80 seconds.
Oh my god.
That's not like, oh, your support died for 30. That is an 80-second mid player off the map. That was his dieback. No cage for the Lich.
Little cage.
Okay. He just wants the armor, I guess, because I don't know if the physical damage coming out is that high as they get a catch.
Beautiful pickup on the big game. They can finish him off the Cataclysm, and they're going to use the Chronosphere.
Now, can Liquid take this fight just off of Nisha's firing power and I guess the mana drain?
Yeah, mana drain. Time walks away, jumps back in. Yamich now going to run interception as he gets some disables in. Mid one's here as well. Trying to control up these heroes as much as possible. Nisha's almost finished off Moon by himself. Tries to the swashbuckle, but he gets the blink away.
And now you're
he comes back in with a nullifier. Aeon Dead will remove some of that disable, but it's not going to last for long. As Hex comes out, another swashbuckle overweight to the side.
This Pango, man.
Trying to get away from Chrysalis while they're going for mid one on the side. Saberlight, his damage is amping up on the mid stage, and now they got the disable. Boxy going for Saberlight. Linkage protects him once. He's trying to keep his distance. The Vistas familiars are dropping on him. He's got Yamich and Puppey joining him now. They're going to go. Got him with the Hex. Can they finish him off? They need to be able to get one more hit. He got him in time. But at the same time, Chrysalis can't fight against the damage of the Vistage. Saberlight will be able to stand tall while the rest of his cores fall, and he will help deliver the kills to wipe Team Secret. Step down.
I mean, that's the shield room Pango, though.
Yeah, the shield room Pango's gonna be tough to be able to fight through, and he slipped in the Aeon Disc as well. And oh no, the stun came out onto Boom right as he was trying to get the nullifier onto the Pango. Now his BKB is gonna be wasted, and now the Faceless Void is being controlled up as well. Oh, this is looking really, really bad for Team Secret. Cataclysm goes out, no follow-up to it whatsoever. They're gonna leave Boom behind as everybody else get out.
Fox is not even dead. Oh, he gets sprouted. No,
Crowded. No! The Siphon! No, the creep died! The Siphon ran out because the creep died. Chrysalis is going to reveal
no mana.
away, but he's running out of mana. He has so much more to be able to work with. The meatball's gonna come down, but the Invoker's already dead.
He needs to get the hell out.
But he's low, and Insania actually right in front of him. Now comes out Arena. Oh, turn around here. That's pretty nice. Hex in with some of the buybacks, though. They have to control these heroes. Oh, he got bumped out of the chronosphere. That's okay. He's still controlled up, and he'll still die. No, hold up for a second. No, okay, he does go down, but at the same time,
buyback from
he needs
Nisha.
help. He's all out of mana. Somebody give him some mana. He's gonna die like this.
Nisha is back, and that means you need to get the hell out right now. Do you have buybacks on Secret? You have Crystallises, you have the Shaman, but nothing for mid one here. And without a Chrono.
And he gets pulled back in by the Hurricane Pike. Sure, Crystal's buyback, but without a Chronosphere, what does it really matter?
Refresh from Nisha.
He rolls it up. For staff, it's only going to do no time walk. But he disables the die back there, and that's just it. Nobody has buyback on the side of Secret. Puppy, the captain, will be the last to go. Last to go with the ship. He will fall, and that's going to be GG. Team Liquid take game one.
What a performance here from all three cores on Liquid at various points in that game. Mickey carried this last fight with over 13,000 damage, locking heroes down in the Wukong. Man, that lion was annoying, dude. Like, I don't know if it's...
You are correct.
It is a little ironic that we had a broken headset, you know? You know, maybe after that game one, tensions got a little high in the Secret back room, started to do a little headset monitor flinging, you know what I'm saying? But I think Saberlight's getting a lot down here. 15-5 on the Slaughter to 14-2 for Installer. He is suffering and might be dead with the blood grenade.
Yeah, they actually killed him instead of the Razor killing Slardar. This is going to be terrible for Team Secret. His damage is all being taken away, and he doesn't have the bashes, but Boxy's got the damage instead. First blood goes to him.
I don't think Yamich can fight this, man.
He's going to have to give up his life. An attempted Wisdom Rune. He does manage to get away from him. Mickey will probably collect the kill, though.
Yeah, is that worth? I actually don't know if that's worth, because the Slark gets a stack. He gets extra solo XP. Honestly, might have it at a decent time here.
I mean, he's going to have to do some heavy lifting on damage the way that this Razor game is going so far. Soulbind, Boxy marching up solo here. Does have the help coming in from Mickey soon. We got to start retreating. Mickey. Oh, backstab from Saberlight. Beautiful play by him. Finally making his face show up in some other lane, and it nets them 2 kills for his effort.
Gets a free 2-hero backstab. He's going to have a very fast blink here. Just feels unstoppable. I mean, I guess this is why this hero was #1 banned.
Oh no, Mid1 not able to get the jump over to the orb. Controlled up for too long, has to use the silence down, but now the urn hits him with a cold snap on top, and that's easily a kill for Nisha.
Radiance off the Brewmaster, punishing overextension.
Chase down, trying to get off the ultimate. Oh man, 30 HP.
Didn't get, you know, chain stun off the cold snap. Very
Boxy.
play.
Oh my God, Boxy. He's going to try and get the shot onto him right as he comes back. He doesn't even need to hit him with the shot initially. Slows him down and gets the finish.
I don't think they're thinking about doing it early.
The crush, almost bursting him down in time. The Soulbind's going to keep him at bay a little bit here. Mid1 can't jump to his orb in time. It wasn't going to go far enough anyway. Just too much damage too quickly for the puck to be able to operate with.
They're gonna go more.
12, Saberlight. Yeah, that alacrity combined with the Spartar's burst to the bash against a hero with no armor.
Like, this is like Boom's strongest timing for a long while.
Difficulty is going to be finding enough heroes here. Swat's actually going to be used on Mickey. I'm not sure if that's what they actually want out of this. Insania's definitely dead, and Secret want to be able to find more fights. In fact, they've almost got him. Soulbind is controlling.
That's a really good one.
He got up his ultimate, but it's only going to last so long. The Plasma's field almost finishing him off, but they don't continue the chase. They go for the Invoker instead, who slips through the trees, but now he's got the Ink Swell on him. Do they have the detection? Got him with the dust. Pull him back in. Nice use of the Void Panda to push him right into the full team of Team Secret, and Saberlight now comes back in with Mickey, but with their Invoker already dead,
no
and Mickey's in trouble. No ult. And here the Glimmer Cape buys a little bit of time, but it's not enough.
Like, either he's initiating with the pokes off the Ags, or he's there to follow up on the Slardar clutch.
Well, he'll be right to make. They actually got the clutch onto the Razor. So, yeah, the pick off on Over is great, but a kill onto the Crystallis Razor is so much bigger for Liquid.
Perfect smoke. You get a high ground ward, you get a really good angle. Secret just, I mean, Puppy's expecting it, but the crush on the back line just seals the fate for Crystallis. It'll be a daytime fight, so no Slark vision, but you have Hex on Nisha to start the fight off. Something that can surprise Secret here, and you have the Ags finish for Saberlight on the Slardar, so if he goes in, he's going to be way tankier than last time. but it's all about the lead off.
And one breaks it. Jump in from Saberlight. Doesn't get it. Immediately pounce in to follow that one up. But they got
Double link.
This is perfect for Chrysalis. Oh, he's going to be able to help with this. So much damage. This out. They're turning around. The physical damage is too much. Chrysalis got to get out of here. Swap back into his death. Too much for him to handle, even with the damage being drained away from Mickey and Saberlight. It's not good enough, and Secret start crumbling around the pit now. Boom still has Sultan out here, and he'll try and collect. Oh no, there's that Hex, and the puck is in trouble, but the Pounce didn't quite get there to follow it up. Mickey needs to be able to, oh no, Coil only latching onto the Invoker. Mickey's still okay for now. Gotta be careful of that silence. Mid one cannot get caught by a single disable, otherwise he's gonna die here, and almost gets hit. The fear here, as maybe one doesn't know, he ups away to his orb, just in time. Saberlight almost gets him. Meanwhile, Boom is going to be the offlaner that gets brought down, is eventually back into his full form. We got Nisha. And he actually managed to get Nisha. Min one stays alive and gets a kill. It's the only good thing in that fight for Team Secret, as everything else goes the way of Liquid. Going to be playing in some way to their own advantage. They didn't have to use any buybacks in that last team fight, so this is going to be an incredibly tough fight for Team Secret, but maybe they feel like this is an all-in. They have to do something here. Silence though keeps on landing onto the puck. The Soulbind, sure, but the puck is already caught and killed, and Chrysalis has already seen that Soulbind isn't good enough for him to just charge headlong into this Slardar. He'll chop it down pretty quickly. Glyph is going to go out immediately. Saberlight looking for an entrance, does find it. Yamich dies in an instant. Now
Azure raise, turn to ban.
These heroes at the same time. It was like a lot of fun to see how much they cared about winning such a trivial game.
I mean, would you like to see a level 1 Rosh in the game, in an actual game?
I did ask them, and they said no. Like even Tofu was just like, yeah, it's just too punishing. You need like specific heroes in your draft, and if the enemy even suspects it, you're just gonna die.
10
Yeah,
seconds
too much risk.
remaining.
At the end of the day, they're all competitors. It doesn't surprise me that they take even the smallest things seriously. But one thing that needs to be taken extremely seriously by these teams, game number 2, especially for Azure,
Team Liquid's
and the lone
turn to
isolated chance trying to give them energy because they need it. They are one game away from elimination, and in order to stave off the elimination, they are banning out Chen, Leshrac, Vengeful Spirit, and Pango. Liquid, they take out the Phoenix, and they take out the Magnus.
I mean, these are the heroes that Liquid has been winning with, so that's 4 bans that make a ton of sense here. It's gonna open up the change the first picks though. Slardar maybe gonna make it through still.
Both these teams, when they were second pick, banned Leshrac. That means they both, I think, believe Leshrac is an overall first pickable hero. Because otherwise, I don't think you would have to take it out of the pool in the early bans.
Yeah, but you mentioned earlier, Kevin, that you need to kind of like draft around something, and you felt like Liquid and Gaimin Gladiators, they had something to draft around. And if you're Liquid, since you don't have the Venge and Chen, do you feel like Slardar is still like something that you want to draft around after seeing what happened to the hero last game?
It had a bad time, but I think it's still decent. This is a good opening though. Just the first pick Mars, been a while since we've seen this.
More stable than a Slardar, a lot more useful in the game. Provides you with catch, team fight, and laning phase. I feel like it's much safer for Mars than the Slardar. Slardar is like risky, in terms of the laning phase. You might not have a good time, but the hero needs to have a good time.
Yeah, I also think he just checks a lot of boxes for your team. He naturally supplies you with team fight, has a lot more natural synergies with supports like the Willow. Any hero that can really dump out a lot of damage during that arena goes well as a carry. The Lunas, the Monkey Kings, a lot of these heroes are in Team Liquid's wheelhouse. And I also think they don't think they're going to get the Mars in the second round of drafting, so they had to take it now or never.
I mean, talking from the carry's perspective, if you see a Mars, what are the picks that come to mind, to deal with the Mars? You don't want to be a range hero, right, because of the Oak Walk and the arena. So you need to be a melee hero.
I think that's what makes him so strong right now. I think a lot of heroes that traditionally counter him are not in the meta. Faceless Void comes to mind as a likely ban against low. I think any hero that can naturally jump out of the arena, Void, Morphling, would be my ideals. Lone Druid's also super annoying because you can't spear the bear. So that means that's actually a really smart ban because Low's been playing that a couple times throughout this tournament. I don't know how I feel about the Primal Beast. We saw like Centaur from BetBoom yesterday against the Mars. I think these two heroes are kind of similar in theory, right? Like they both rely on running around in fights, and they both have like in terms of Primal Beast, you can cancel his charge with God's Rebuke. for the spear, and you're going to see him coming. So
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of their 6 opening picks. Generally, they've done it 2 or 3 times so far this tournament. It's like that or Phoenix or somebody else. So it's fine. I mean, it's definitely weaker than it was in the last patch. The raw HP items are not as good, and yeah, there's the counters, the Mars.
Yeah, talking about items, I think he kind of needs to rush BKB. I feel like sometimes you see primals being underwhelming. It's mostly because of the builds that they're deciding to go to. Sometimes you are way too greedy, you know, you try to get the heart, and you feel like, oh, I'm having a good game. Why not just buy a heart, you know, and scale, you know? But as a matter of fact, your team just needs you to get BKB and run in, or Blade Mail BKB to run in.
More second phase bans filter through. Liquid take out the Enchantress, and Azure take out the Shadow Demon yet again. Follow it up with a Grimstroke.
This now looks much better as an opening because it's going to make Primal Beast better at whatever he does. Extra movement speed is fantastic on the hero.
Yeah,
and
but what if a
counters.
CM comes out and Frostbite? What is your Primal Beast?
That's true.
get level 15. Is what you do.
10 seconds remaining.
You just have to get a BKB. I mean, the CM is going to be very, very annoying to deal with in the early game until you have a BKB.
Or do they prioritize their Mars dual lane? Do they grab a Lion here, or Foxy, the hero he wants, maybe first?
Nice call.
I mean, he's been playing it a lot. The Wraithbands make the build solid. The disables are really good against Primal Beast. So it's going to be hard for him to channel full ulti at this point.
I mean, do you feel like Lion has risen up the stock so much that he's kind of like the best pairing with Mars right now? Like traditionally, we see like the Snapfires, the Phoenix, sometimes even Skyraf.
I think it's safe. It's not as strong in the lane. Snapfire is one of the better laner supports, but as the game continues, Lion just has survivability now. So I just feel like Lion is the better across the board support versus a hero like that.
He also counters the heroes I was mentioning that are good against Mars. He's good against the mobile guys that can jump out of the arena, the Morphlings, the Voids. So I think it's kind of like Lion Timbersaw of old, like when a lot of teams would run that duo offlane, just kind of cover each other's weaknesses. Mars is going to supply you the AoE team fight, while Lion's going to give you that single target disable. Lich, I think we usually see him against like physical burst or physical threats in lane, you know, the Slardar offlane type heroes. So I'm curious to see what Liquid plays with this.
It's kind of decent against the Primal. Because in the lane, if it's an offlane Primal, the slow, your Nova is very good at stopping him from doing damage with Trample. You can cancel his grab with the gaze. And I think that maybe the other idea about the Lich here is to have a hero that can throw damage, throw spells into the arena. Because we were talking about, like, at least for me, I was thinking about CM more. But with the arena, sometimes it might not be as reliable for the CM to just get close to cast your ultimate. Whereas if you're a Lich, you just throw your Chain Frost in and you do damage right away.
Is there any reason why you would prefer it over something like the Crystal Maiden? Because if you want to deal with an offlane Primal Beast, we said Frostbite is effective. Why go for a Sinister Gaze? Why go for a Lich as opposed to the CM that Liquid's been running?
Yeah, it seems like the laning phase is similar, right? But as Winter mentioned, toss all your spells from really long range. So if you're able to sit in the back, Primal Beast does lack a bit of reach. He's going to need a lot of items to supply that. He's probably a good Veil builder, now that I think about it, like Veil into Shivas. So I think we're going to see like a BKB Blink Shivas to find these backline supports. But I'm wondering who's going to do it better on which side. And this is the Void that's good against the Mars, but I also think that's why the Lion was kind of preemptively picked by Liquid. They saw something like this coming. They didn't target any of these type carries in their bans. They targeted summons heroes that would give annoying like poke damage against the Mars in lane.
I do feel like the Lich is a little bit stronger in the lane than CM. You have better damage on your right click, way more movement speed. Your nukes are a little bit stronger damage-wise, I feel like, and you have a better mana pool. So there's just a little bit more oomph. But also the other thing is that, think about the heroes that Insania's been playing. A lot of them have saves in some way, either protecting with spells or saving with swap. And Frost Armor is going to give that a lot for him.
So how does the Frost Armor work with the Solar Crest? So it reduces the damage, then it eats into barrier?
Yeah, I think that's how it works.
So
Good.
So it must be like so broken with this hero?
Yeah.
You get a lot of value of the barrier for sure, but maybe we'll see what they pair it with. You kind of always want to have like a tanky frontline hero to abuse the Frost Armor with.
That's a Lion.
Oh, sure, yeah.
He's the frontliner.
Lion's the frontliner.
How many Wraith bans are we saying on this guy?
it's legitimately good. Put Wraith Bands on him, go drain mana. Voids, that's actually one of the counters to Void.
Yeah, that's
Draining
true.
because then he can't.
I mean, I imagine the comms would be so funny. The Lion's telling you, cross armor me, I'm going in to drain them dry.
I like this Ursa pick a lot this game. I think he's got all the tools to buff him up. I don't want damage on my team when I have Ursa. I know you have Lion, who theoretically does damage, but I want heroes that control them with the Mars, and then Lich, who, this is a wonderful hero for Ursa to have frost armor thrown on him, and he's going to force the spells to go on him. And even though the status resistance from Enrage doesn't work against Primal, they've got a lot of ways to cancel it, so I'm not too concerned about that in the mid game. Maybe once Primal gets BKB, they can lock him down.
I mean, this is one of the cores that has an amazing matchup against Faceless Void. You can't remove the Fairy Swipe stacks, you're always unable to fight him outside the Chrono, and even if he gets Chrono, there's always going to be the Enrage too. And on top of that, they have the Lich armor. They're going to need like some mid hero that can actually do a lot of damage into the Chrono, I feel, for AR here. And for Liquid, it's more about like trying to predict what AR is going to want to pick to finalize their lineup, and maybe try to have a hero that can counter him in the lane.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's like DK or Death Prophet for Liquid. They always like to have that one person that secures them objectives.
Yeah, Death Prophet kind of also works for AR at the same time. Fantastic for the Chrono, pretty strong laner, stable laner. I mean, he kind of works with the Soulbind too, right? With the Suck.
There's Lina in the pool as well.
Yep, that could work too.
I think Lina would struggle for... I'd say both teams kind of threaten Lina in the back. So I'd be wary of... the save from OD would have been pretty cool this game too. And I guess he could... Can you rush Meteor Hammer anymore? Probably not.
I think he's one of the few heroes that is okay with the whole int shift to Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
But rushing is a tall order now.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm kind of hoping that Liquid also pick up a ranged mid laner, because dealing with Chrono when your off laner is melee and your carry is melee, someone needs to be able to reliably be outside of the Chrono other than your supports.
They're really prioritizing protecting Ursa. So whatever they have for Nisha, they feel like it's a pretty consistent pick or a stable pick.
You like Invoker?
Could be a deny pick. Like, it's fine for their lineup, and it's also really good with Azure's lineup.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
sounds good to me. I mean, great follow-up for Mars. Alacrity on Ursa wouldn't be bad.
And dispel the Ink spell. I think that's also kind of valuable in the early skirmish. With the...
It's kind of anti-synergistic though, because it's a little bit too much mana drain.
That's true. They don't do damage if they don't have mana.
Okay.
That's a really good point.
18 seconds remain. I guess there is also a possibility that maybe Mars could go mid, but is it more likely that we're looking for a Nisha hero right now?
Master tier, Mars, Saber Chad.
All right. See what we're gonna give to the Polish superstar in the mid lane.
Azure Rays turn.
They do go for the
Gonna be the Invoker.
spicy pick.
All right, that was a big snap pick.
Oh.
Now, I was hearing about the tech. Will this potentially be a Conda or a bounty hunter?
Yeah, what is this OD pixel theory? I'm sure we'll hear it whenever he gets into the game, but he has some ambitious ideas on how bounty hunter should be played.
Yeah, it applies the Janata damage, right?
Yeah, because the Conda does damage from the spell you cast based on your damage. Janata gives you plus green numbers, so you
Does
get
it
that
work
extra
with
damage.
Soulbind though?
With Soulbind? No, it wouldn't proc twice, because that's a cooldown. But it's still fantastic if you can get it. He is against a range hero, so he's not getting like necessarily free Janata damage, but that's an option, so that'd be Phylactery into that item, or something else. I mean, XM keeps doing the spicy picks. I gotta say, I'm a fan.
They went off the beaten path a little bit in game number 1, but it did not work out for them. Now, there's no shame in losing to this. At least you're being able to go out in your own style. Just, is it a good style? Mid lane bounty hunter.
Yeah, they have really active 4 heroes on the side of Azure Ray, and Faceless Void can kind of do his own thing, very independent, survivable carry. Should do fine against Mars. He's not threatened by the level 6 or anything. So it's going to come down to whether or not the bounty hunter I feel like a lot of bounty hunters we see, they own in lane, and then they don't ever get to take fights and capitalize on the track. So what is Azure going to do from the 10 to 15 minute mark? I think is going to decide this game.
Yeah, but on top of that, whenever you see bounty hunter in the game, you look at the enemy supports. Can you potentially bully the supports? Lion looks like a support that you could potentially bully if the bounty hunter is snowballing and Lion's not really having a good lane, and you can maybe always find him in the back line and bully him in the game.
And if you do go that item, the downside is that you have to cast the Shuriken directly on him. That cast range is pretty short, so you'd be putting yourself in danger to get that huge magic nuke. So that could be the item he goes, or maybe he has something else in mind, but Conda is probably what he's thinking about. It looks very abusable on bounty. That's because the Shuriken matches up perfectly with the cooldown, so.
Will we see the level 25, like, triple moon shard?
That was the other thing, yes. Because now, what, Janata no cooldown at level 25?
Yeah, seems like a good meme.
I saw Odie do it in a pub game. It was wild. You would, like, kill one guy and steal 400 of his gold before he got his track gold. So it's just an insane swing if you can get there.
Yeah, if they can get there, I can see a lot of potentials, you know, but they have to be able to play the lane first.
We actually have not seen that many games go late in general, this entire, I guess, patch, but tournament also. Things are ending quick.
I think it's easier to play ahead than behind in general. Like, you have to have a specific idea of how you're going to claw back into the game. And with the new patches coming out, Avery was mentioning it, like, before we came to the playoffs, that it tended to go longer as the patch goes on.
Yeah.
So it's not too much of a surprise when the patch got released on Friday. The games are pretty short.
Which is a shame, because they also dropped those 2 new tier 5 neutrals. And then was the Aviana's Feather, is that one a tier 4?
Yeah.
There's a lot of new ones that I haven't gotten a chance to see yet, because the games aren't going late enough.
Flying movement. When
Flying
you drop,
movement.
what, below 30% hit.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people grab that one on your carries or whatever. The evasion plus the movement speed is good. You just haven't seen it in action because you don't necessarily see them at low HP and then running over a cliff, but it's a good one. Yeah, lots of new stuff. I think the Roche's banner is another thing that's really making games faster, because even if the game does go later, once you pick that up, it's like your ability to get into the map is so much easier, because that one lane is just pushing in, and it takes so many hero resources to defend that wave. That's another person not on the map looking for plays. Those creeps have like over 1,000 HP. That's not an easy clear for a support.
Yeah, in that Bet Boom game, we really saw it be used to efficacy. While we're in the middle of a brief pause, kind of want to get a gauge of the crowd. Hey, Azure Ray guy, where you at? I heard you doing your chant. Let's get some more of these claps going. You guys want to see a proper competition, right?
Shiva looks great with glasses.
All right, how about the Liquid fans in the house? Seems a bit outnumbered, Brian.
Yeah, what region am I in again?
Southeast Asia just cares about the good Dota. It doesn't matter where it comes from specifically.
No, I mean, I'm a big Liquid fan myself, so I understand. I would say that this is going to be a test for Azure Ray, because Liquid, we know they're going to bring their A game. We know that they've been vibing for the last, 4 series in a row throughout this main event. So what kind of, are they going to claw back? Are they going to make Team Liquid earn their spot in the grand finals? Because right now, I feel like Azure Ray didn't really do that to them in game 1.
I mean, with the bounty hunter pick, maybe, you know, because you want to force the enemy to play a game where they don't really understand. So far, Liquid has been kind of dictating the pace of how the new patch is going, like which heroes should be the overpowered ones together with Gaimin. And maybe this bounty hunter could be something that upsets the balance here in this game, you know.
But he's got to have a good game, and he's got to turn out kills afterwards, and that's sometimes the trouble with Bounty Hunter mid. It's like you don't farm fast, unless you're like in a creep wave, basically. Or if you're OD picks and you buy a Midas in the battle, that does it too. But you have to translate your levels into kills, and if your rotations get spotted and they're not successful, your hero feels really bad really fast, and all of a sudden your net worth just tanks. So
I mean, what do you do if you get hit by Tornado EMP this game?
Buy Arcane Boots? I don't know, man.
I guess my concern is, what's the chrono damage? Like, you have Primal Beast, you have Grimstroke.
That was my issue as well.
Like, it's going to be a tough game for Low because he's against Lion. I'm not going to lie to you, Lion. Whatever, I tried.
Lowen to me?
Yeah, Lowen. It's always difficult as Void when you're against instant disables, because you have the time walk, so almost any good player will recast Hex ready for you to chrono. So he has to BKB before he goes in, and then he has to have enough damage to kill them during the chronosphere. So I think it's going to really boil down to him needing probably 4 or 5 items to feel comfortable on Void, and that's going to be the bounty hunter we talked about, kind of carrying him through that stage of the game.
And they could. There's a new 20 talent with extra track gold, so there are slightly better ways to dump gold into your teammates if they do get kills. But I'm really excited to see him try something new, but I feel like a lot of times Bounty Hunter, when it's put in this position, it just doesn't work out, and you're like, oh, you're reminded again, oh, that's not the best hero at pro level Dota.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of the times where I have a bounty on my team. Like we are playing a scrim, and my player tells me, oh, this seems like a good bounty game, you know, the lane, I can get past the lane. That's always the first thing they tell me. I can probably get past the lane, and I'll be able to do this and help the team, you know. Then after the game, we're all like sitting there, okay, sorry guys, I actually don't have a lane.
I mean, he's definitely better at laning than he used to be. The Shuriken Toss does a huge amount of damage level 1. It's 100 magic damage for 50 mana. So it's a huge damage to mana ratio, but he's against a ranged hero. So like even Shuriken Toss in the Invoker, it's not going to be a simple thing. If it was a melee hero, I'd have so much more confidence.
Yeah, but he should be able to CS and deny creeps rather easily in this lane.
Yeah, he could, Janata and Shuriken, both excellent last hit tools, so he probably won't get denied much.
I love hearing the theory crafting, gentlemen. Are you guys ready for the game now? I know I had you all on the edge of your seat, but Malaysia, it's time for a game number 2. You ready to get it started? Then let me send you into the game with Odie Pixel and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, game 2 time here between Team Liquid and Azure. And with the ending of both of these drafts, and it's also sort of towards the end, you know, Liquid with this, you know, second to last pick of the Ursa. They're going to try out this hero this time around. We'll see if it works out for them. They follow it up with that Invoker, maybe as the panel talks about a bit of a block pick against what Azure might have wanted alongside their Faceless Void. But yeah, Azure, they turned this around against Bounty Hunter mid.
They picked it fast too.
Oh, they did. They were like, we're going to pick
they wanted the Invoker. I feel like they wanted the Bounty, considering how uncharacteristic this hero is as a mid pick and how fast they chose it. It seems like a bit of a pocket pick for them, where they're like, okay, against the heroes Nisha is going to run, we want to run this Bounty Hunter. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm sold. I think it's very high risk, high reward, and I will say it's awesome to see in a new patch when teams experiment and, you know, bring out some sort of flavor, as we've seen in the previous game as well from Azure. This one could be dicey. The panel already talked about Bounty's weaknesses, right? It either gets rolling or it doesn't. It's a pretty binary hero in that mid lane.
Now let's check it out, see what XM's going to be able to pull off with it. As Azure, they need this win, otherwise they will be reaching the end of the road for themselves here at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. Let's see if they can pull it off. As game 1, whilst the second half definitely was a rough one, at least compared to their performance yesterday, there were some positives that Azure could have taken away from the first game of the series.
I wonder if this is like some coaching input here, that they feel like, okay, the way we're going to beat this team and the way we struggled against Gaimin Gladiators, we need to play faster. So let's get the tempo hero of all tempo heroes and put it mid, right? Just look for aggressive maneuvers, look for track gold, try to run the map essentially. But these aren't the most traditional Bounty Hunter pairings, right? Like you don't have heroes that take true advantage of the vision of track. Something like, you know, classic is Bounty Hunter support and, for example, Tinker mid, like heroes that just use the vision to constantly deal damage. So I'm a little bit concerned about where the track kills are going to come from. Your supports don't have the most damage ever. The carry, Faceless Void, the panel talked about that, how he doesn't have the best pairings to deal damage in Chrono. Liquids look, I would say, just a bit more stable overall. Great for one rune trade.
For first blood here, Tianming is getting blocked off on the retreat. This will be first blood. They're trying to give it to the core. They'll get it. Saberlight takes down Tianming. Low, he's got Time Warp, so we'll have to pop it to get away. But the stun, in fact, is back up. And with the Time Warp gone, he can't get out of this. It's a double kill for Saberlight. I mean, last game we saw Nisha get a double kill at the start of the game. This game we get a Saberlight with a double kill at the beginning of the game. I don't think, has there ever been a series in Dota 2 where the two games had one of their cores get a double kill at the start both times? That's pretty wild, Sid.
Yeah, just a great read from Liquid to send the exact heroes that they did where they did them, right? They're getting a 3v2 situation bottom against the Rubik Void, and it's the perfect combination of heroes between the slows and the stuns to get them both. Double kill for Saberlight, 3 bounty runes. About as good of a start as last game, which is kind of ridiculous to say because that was, you know, about as one-sided as it almost gets at this level on the rune fight. They managed to do the repeat, and this is very, very good news for the Mars, of course. Aside from just getting the 2 kills, this is also a lane matchup that's pretty good in general for Mars, I would say. Faceless Void doesn't really bully you that much, so very good for him.
Sent up into the air by that spike, but he'll be fine when he lands. Yeah, has got Time Warp ready to press. I mean, the mid lane matchup. Then, how do you consider this to go?
I think this is one of the better lane matchups for Bounty Hunter just because Invoker doesn't pose too much of a kill threat on you on his own.
You're pretty tanky, right? Good stats at the start. Good armor.
I think you have the highest base armor in the game after Terrorblade, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, you're gonna last hit very well with Ever Donata if you need to. Maybe you can get a pot shot in on Invoker once in a while to steal some gold, but the most important thing if you're playing core Bounty Hunter is not
coming for the money.
Yep. He will not go for it.
Oh, okay. Goes for the deny. That's also effectively the money taken away from Nisha.
A bigger gold trade to deny to hit him once.
That's true, level 1. Now we'll get some money. Yeah, Leon can very much get away with these sort of moves. Very difficult for Nisha to offer up the damage required to threaten the bounty in the first few levels.
Looking at this primal top, this set just looked so weird. This is one of the new Frostivus sets. We were talking about this in the def. I was like, what is this cosmetic? Apparently, he's using one part.
He is, because the full set kind of looks like he's in some like proper Yeti costume. But as it is, I don't think he's got the headpiece, obviously, of a different one. So
different arms,
kind of half
too, right?
Yeti, half primal beast.
So weird.
A bit of a strange-looking fellow here.
What is this abomination? Channeling his inner Zai, you know? That's one of the things that Zai really brought.
Went for the ugly cosmetics.
He was building the ugliest heroes that he could.
I mean, that's the best thing to do.
So.
You got to fight. You got to find those combos so that you really stand out.
Reckon this top lane should be very good for Liquid. Ursa obviously can stand his ground against Primal Beast. It's hard for him to go in and commit with the trample, especially in the early levels. The damage isn't significant enough, and you have Lich covering you as well for the counterplay on Primal. So expecting the Ursa in this game to have just a theoretical really good start, whereas in the last game it could have gone very poorly, but it didn't for Low. This time around for Mickey, you just expect it to come out ahead in the lane, I would say.
And whilst we don't see a lot of Ursa, I mean, in terms of the build that we had last game from Low, is that still kind of the only way you can play it? You always have to go for this Battle Fury build-up?
I don't like saying always in Dota because I feel like there's space for creativity, but it does feel like if you don't go the Battle Fury route, you're very much...
Like, can you go some sort of like diffusal, battling, fighting build?
It's just very all in. It's to the point where if you mess up 1 or 2 moves, you feel terrible. It's just high risk, and I don't think it's necessary, I guess is my point here. You're expected to do well in lanes, you can get the snowball going and just get a farming item on Ursa, play with your other heroes while he gets big. I don't think it's necessary to do the...
Well, apologies for that small pause, but we're back on with the action. CS-wise in the mid lane, getting a decent edge here, XM. 8 for 3 against the 4 for 2, and of course added into that the little bit of gold trade that he's consistently getting in his favor with the Janata. Looks to be on track to come out of this laning stage with an edge, unless Nisha's able to really turn things around when the levels start to hit in for the Invoker.
This is a great first few waves for the Bounty Hunter. 11-4, Invokers 4-2. We'll probably get a couple here under the tower. Nisha looking at 7-2, effectively almost doubling him on the bounty in the early waves. There's lunch money there. Both water runes going the way of XM here. By pushing into the tower when he did, Nisha had to commit to that defense. He would have lost experience. So XM with a double water, essentially negating that EMP. Going in for the trades. Reckon another thing in this lane, boots are going to be really important. That's kind of uncharacteristic in mid lane, that boots is such an important item, but Bounty Hunter will want to get those. Okay.
Lo and Tianming, they're able to find an opportunity to kill off Saberlight.
Not a lane I was going to look at for a kill.
No, not at all.
That is very surprising.
On top, Jin-Q.
Rubik kill Mars here. I don't know how they built that up, but well done by Azure.
Nisha. Low now on the mid.
This lane, I was expecting it to be good for Bounty Hunter, but maybe this is even better than I thought. Just really getting in there, giving Nisha space to play.
Yeah, I think just sort of the, as we mentioned, the armor, the high right click, and of course with the Janata on top of it, it's a pretty nice hero to lane with.
And the luxury is, a lot of Invokers matchups mid really suffer against him once they run out of mana. On Bounty Hunter's kind of whatever, you know? You can still CS, Janata costs 0 mana, you can still do your thing. He's even going to glyph here to just be annoying to Nisha. We'll even force out a TP here from the line of Boxy. Not going to connect, I believe, but maybe on the rune. He will steal. Okay, that's actually pretty impactful from Boxy right there. XM will think about going for the bounty, but can't make it there either. So now if Nisha gets the top rune as well, XM is essentially drained now. That looked like a not very valuable TP from Boxy, but actually turns out huge because he gets that bounty or the water rune.
That will be the moments now in which XM won't be too upset if one of his supports dies on a side lane. Could do with a bottle refuel.
Speaking from experience there, sounds like.
See, otherwise he might have to take a walk back to base. Top lane. Success. Gonna get aggressive and in on top of Insania. How could they pop with the ink swell? They'll get the kill. Could easily be able to back off from this. I mean, Mickey's trying to chase down XXS. They need a fair few more swipes though to be able to threaten this primal, and he's not going to get them. XXS has the move speed.
Yeah, Mickey could have popped his wand there and gone for a couple of more attacks, but felt like he couldn't get the kill, and he would rather reserve these ones for when a dive is going to start happening onto him. Very strong defensive item for him to have. Primal Beast plus Scrim have a lot of burst, but not enough to combat the 21s, so reserving that could come in handy. Bit of a courier kill there from well, but Mickey did get his item.
Yeah, I think we saw in the mid, XM opted for the trip back to base and the TP back out. With that sort of focus and a little bit of backup in the way that Boxy's presence was able to swing the ability for Nisha to feel safe in this area. We are starting to see Nisha now really get an edge on towards XMCS, despite how good those first few waves did go for the bounty. Nisha on top.
Lion won mid by not ganking it. Kind of funny, right? He ganked a water rune, and that was enough. The timing of that move, the impact was massive here. So, high level stuff from Boxy. XM will close in on level 6. Nisha already has it, so ahead by half a level now. Top lane, XXS.
Should be able. Oh no, he can't charge out of it because Insania's got the pullback. And that will set up for Mickey to take him down.
It's tough being primal now. Ursa can jump on you at any point. You can't onslaught away as long as the Sinister Gaze is ready. He was having a good first few waves. Kind of a similar story top and mid, right? Both of these cores for Azure were doing quite well, but now with the levels coming in and the little bit of assistance here and there, map is starting to break apart a little bit. At the very least, the Ursa, or rather, excuse me, the Faceless Void is doing better than I expected, considering he's laning against the Mars that had 2 kills before the rune, before the lane even began. Low has recovered quite well.
XM in a bit of an interesting spot here. He headed over into the jungle of Liquid to pick up his level 6. He has got track online, but stepping forward on his own, and doesn't really have backup, so...
He doesn't have Shadow Walk, so they can't really surprise him.
Can't surprise them. What do you think the plan is here for the bounty? Is he going to continue to stick around up here and really try and push for a kill? He's leaving this mid lane completely free for Nisha to get all the farm that he'd hoped for. Is it just that it's a point now where XM doesn't feel he can lane against the Invoker anymore?
I think he can. I mean, he's still going to be able to get CS and stand there. Somebody has to inhabit this mid lane. It will be him again. Not really quite sure what the plan was there with that move. Whatever it was, didn't really pay off. Maybe the call was that he has to move top to give a little bit of breathing room for the primal.
Sure.
But the wave was already in a pretty good spot, so I don't even know if that was necessary. Quite sure what they were going for there. Down bottom, some good pressure onto low. The chain stuns into the tree. Well, time walk off, no damage at all, as a matter of fact. Steel Summoner.
Boxy should be fine here. Unless Tianming can find the last few right clicks, but the Duke's around the trees. Oh, he's got him. Well played there from Tianming, able to read the attempt to Jukes there from Boxy.
Boxy could have survived that too if he wanted. He had 11 wands and a Fairy Fire, so he used his Clarity instead of using his healing items and was hoping to not get found. Taking the greedier approach there. And maybe at the end of the day, if he would have wanded and Fairy Fired and survived the Fate Bolt, he might have had to go back to base, right? So it's kind of just an awkward situation to use your items in, to be honest. Maybe the death is just better, but then obviously sucks clarity, but that's all.
Still yet to see what XM's plans are in terms of his item build up this game. Phase into...
they want to get Saberlight here. He has the arena though, he's first to move.
He's quick in response to get the backup in and the damage done to take down this Mars. Saberlight is caught by the time dilation. We'll push back the Void with this spear. But with the Phantom's Embrace upon him, a few more right clicks and the burst of Tianming, they'll take him down.
Well, here comes
also
the track.
Up with the track. Do they want to dive this tower, though? I don't think they do. Despite the fact they have the 4 of them, they won't be able to chase for more there.
Radiant's
The
middle
worst
tower is
possible
under
scenario for Bounty Hunter. You show up right after the first kill that you didn't track, and the guy you track you can't dive. So again, XM not really accomplishing anything
He's falling
here.
behind here, bottom of the net worth of all the cores right now.
He's choosing to skill Shadow Walk now instead of the 4th point in Janata. That has to just be the choice, right? You need to get active out here on the map. He'll lose a big chunk of his mana here, but...
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like, you know, when you play the mid-bounty like this from behind, you know, he's having to go for BKB by the looks of it as his first item. It's just a lot of reliance on your teammates, right, to do the damage, get the kills. You're just going to try and offer up that additional crack to get the extra money.
North, gets tracked.
And he's got backup here, Boxy. See if they can take Boxy down in time. He's able to turn with the stun. He's walking this off. We've also got the Azure appearing to the fight. They're ready to fight this. XM will be able to finish up Boxy, but they're going to lose both Xinkyu and XXS for this.
Will track. Okay.
He's going to have Shadow Walk back up in a second, but Nisha, he's caught him with the tornado. They'll throw out the stun. XM, they'll get him. He's gone. I mean, that was a big dive, really, from Azure, trying to take the fight to Liquid in this very deep area of the map. It cost them 3 lives.
It's a little forced, doesn't it? Like a little bit like frustration almost, but I mean, this was the draft you chose. The last pick Bounty Hunter is very eager to get in there, but as you said, just too deep, really.
Just, yeah, so far the impact of the bounty is definitely not being felt. Tough start here from XM. As Nisha, I mean, so you sort of see the difference now. The top of the net worth on the Invoker. This hero is going to be a huge problem. Nisha's going to be able to make all the moves up and down the map and very likely respond to any time that XM tries to poke at these side lanes.
And it's such an early vessel with 3 charges as well, right? So the responses that you have against the tanky hero like Primal Beast or the extra damage to kill the Faceless Void in the side lanes could very well come in handy for him. He's even running around with a Sentry Ward, so in case he finds an opportunity to get the bounty, he could get him. Wouldn't mind seeing him buy a Dust as well, but... Those are covered. Top lane, Mickey.
Can go for him. He's able to get the bug off in time.
Oh.
Ult's popped and TPs are coming in. Load does have the Chronosphere. If Azure want to try and fight this, Nisha TPs in. The Rin is going to be dropped down as well as the Spear. They'll fully focus Xinkyu. Xinkyu will fall low. He's pretty much out of mana. They get the Tornado upon him. The stun follow-up from Nisha. They're controlling him. He's able to jump up the high ground. Can he get back in to help out XXS? He cannot. He's just got to abandon this fight completely as XXS is dead. Full retreat now for XM and Low. Low will be able to take the Twin Gate out of there. XM on the run. Trying to force these fights though, and that was a situation where they did have their ultimates available. They had the Chronosphere, but they just couldn't find an opportunity to really lay things down. And I think sort of as, well, maybe they can get insane here. I'll get themselves a little bit of a freebie here to the side, XM and Tianming. Yeah, as for these team fights, I mean, this one might not even be over. Nisha gonna be able to get any sort of catch. Not quite, XM. He's out into the river, he's away. But yeah, the hesitation from Low, he knows even if he drops the Chronosphere, how are they going to kill anyone in it?
Yeah, that's the problem that the panel was talking about as well strategically, right? But at the end of the day, getting that track kill on the way out, you know, the gold kind of equalizes this. It's still a solid overall pickup for Liquid, I would say, just the state of the game. I think if you're even on gold at 15-20 minutes, you're generally pretty happy if you're playing against a core mid bounty hunter, right? Like, this is a snowbally hero, so make no mistake, an even game favors Liquid in this state. And yeah, not really. Just another situation where Azure, a little bit of an own goal, right? They're kind of overextending a little bit, and then they have to back out. Void still takes the EMP, so they can't really go. And seem a little bit uncertain about how to approach things, which sometimes is the sign of a little bit of an awkward strategy overall. Like, the players seem a little bit out of their element in some of the fights. So hope for them that they find a way in. Void has a lot more damage now. Picked up a Maelstrom. Now Chronos are more likely to lead to kills.
Yeah, they're going to smoke towards this bottom lane and try again to get something done around Low's Chrono. The moment from Liquid, just Saberlight in the area. Now carefully opts to play. Now that the track's been thrown down, he'll be aware they're looking at him. Try and turn with the spear, but they've got the control. With the telekinesis in the silence, nothing to be done by Saberlight. XM picks up the track kill.
So every time he does a 3-man kill like this, there's 210 bonus gold. He gets 130 himself, his teammates got 40. So, you know, it's big. Every core kill bounty hunter finds is big. going to keep looking for more of that. Wonder if Liquid are going to try some adjustments with their hero placements to maybe cover Saberlight a little bit more. Generally, if you're playing against Bounty, I think it
Could
can
be another little track kill here. Found Insania. Do they have enough damage? TPs are coming in from a couple of them. Insania's going to turn with the Sinister Gaze, throw out the Chain Frost. He will die for this, but XM under the tower. They had the Chronosphere.
Well,
But he's taking tower damage. It was a nice effort there from Low, trying to save XM, but unfortunately XM also gets clipped in it. And now Low could be in trouble himself. He'll time walk, but Mickey and Saberlight, they're ready to dive. The arena's up, they'll kill off Low as well. And now XX says he's pretty much TP'd into his potential death. He's on his own. The Sunstrike comes crashing down upon him. They'll lose 4 here, Azure. As these fights not going their way, just an awkward moment there. You could see the intention for Low. He wanted to save XM, but if anything, only caused him extra problems and also potentially baited the rest of the team into turning up, trying to make a fight of it. And as it goes, it does not go well for Azure.
yeah, with that Chrono a little bit better play, that would have probably been fine, honestly. Like, sticking around for the Lich kill, I would say it's on the edge of being greedy, but you're a bounty hunter. You really want these moves to succeed. So I understand why they really want the collateral once they can get it, but yeah, that Chrono is just... It's worse than not using it. He ended up dying himself. If he just time walked away instead of trying to fight for more, that would have been fine, but a little bit of a head scratcher there for XXS as well, arriving on Primal Beast, doing essentially nothing except feed away an additional kill. Azure crumbling a little bit here, just not good enough.
He's going to be laid down. Boxy's going to get near off the 2 of them.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We'll back off, and XM and Jin-Q, they've also got Tianming by their side.
Top tower is under attack.
Bottom tower is not long for life.
Are fortified.
XM.
He's so farmed on Nisha. He's got Solar Crest Vesselman at 50.
Tianming trying to get it for the sidelines. I mean, XM's getting the tracks laid down. Further TP's coming in. Is there any chance for Azure in this team fight? They'll get knocked back to XXS, those who won't be able to initiate straight away with the onslaught. Soulbind's there. They'll take Insania out. Connection with the double Fade Bolt coming onto the 2 of them. XM continuing to try and chase forward. XXS, can he close the gap on Nish? He can. Grab him with the ultimate, but Mickey has arrived, and Mickey, he's ready for the cleanup. He'll pop the ult, beat into XXS. XXS unable to move away in time as the swipes stack up. Double kill for Mickey. The arena's up from Saberlight, traps in XXM. They're going to be able to get another. As Azure, they're so desperately looking to try and make these fights work, but as it was to be in the end of game 1, every single team fight, Liquid are coming out on top.
And this really is a matter of just numbers as well, right? Your Faceless Void has nothing to offer, so he doesn't even show up. Low, no Chrono, obviously was thrown away in mid. That's why Liquid are looking for this aggression and really trying to punish that big cooldown not being available and getting a great trade. The gold isn't really shifting that much because at the very least every kill Azure is getting is giving them the track, but the levels are really starting to become an issue. Ursa level 13, Invoker level 12. Next on the list, Void just only on that level 11, and the mid bounty hunter level 10. Finally now gets his talent, but it's again a hero that really needs to snowball and just not getting there. The snowball, if anything, is on the other side.
It's just so much
mid Invoker.
So much weight on Low to carry this on the Void, really. You know, this bounty and Primal, they're just not going to have the straight up scalability, especially with the starts that they've had to match up to, in particular, kind of this duo of Nisha and Mickey.
Has tagged Ursa, so opting to grab this as, yeah, we're going to see Tianming killed off here in the top lane. Took them a while, but they got there.
Yeah, Boxy will take that.
So Ursa's going to buy the Ags here as a counter to Chrono, right? So just being able to protect himself. Probably looking for a Roche with this kill as well to snowball things further. The only silver lining for Azure here is that you're close to a BKB on Bounty Hunter. That will give him more freedom in the fights, but you're still not completely safe. If Ursa gets on top of you, gets a couple of swipes, then that could be your death. So still keep it clean. Now with the Aegis, that's only going to make matters worse. Anyone else close to anything on Azure? BKB from Primal quite far off. That Blade Mail has just really not paid off whatsoever.
No,
Low's BKB is also very, very far, so coming 5 minutes, probably just all Liquid. Midas now. Is Nisha just getting a new item every 3 minutes? Is that what's going on here?
Certainly feels like it. 4-0-5. Been playing flawlessly. Proving to be a very, very strong last pick here for Nisha to get his hands on this draft.
There it is. BKB or XM.
Radiant's top tower.
They might be able to survive a little longer, steal a bit more money, but again, the question of whether or not they can actually kill some of these cores is not yet to be answered. As Liquid, they're ready with the setup.
It feels like the key ability in this game right now is going to be the Soulbind, right? You need Jin Q to set up a good Soulbind so you can get double Fate Bolt, double Shuriken, double Track, and get those heroes low enough that they can come in.
He's in with the jump. He's been able to get the arena in onto the three of them. They throw chain from as well. They'll get the stolen arena, but I don't think it will matter. As they've lost Jin Q low, he's in with the Chrono. Has he got the damage? They've taken out Insania. He's trying to focus Nisha, but Boxy's able to turn with the Hex low. Jumps forward over towards Boxy. Deafening Blast pushes back low, but they've killed off Boxy. See if they can find anything more. They'll lose XXS. Low trying his best to clean up this fight. Nisha will fall. It's only Mickey and Insania left. They've got the Fable line. The two of them. Low's going to continue to push on. They take the Aegis out of their hands and say they've got the Insania. They're ready to go for round 2 onto Mickey after this Aegis. They'll catch him with the silence. Azure Ray, they hit back hard. A team wipe for them. Tier 1 will be going down in the mid lane. They make it work. They absolutely do. This time round, the Chronosphere from Low, it was more than enough.
What an insane result after this start. There's such a good arena into Chain Frost combination. You kill one hero, you get the Primal Beast down to half, but that right there is the BKB reveal of Bounty Hunter, making all the difference. XM wouldn't even have got to play the fight without this item. Now he gets to tank up, he gets to go through, getting all the track kills in. They get a good Chrono as well. Low this time around on the mark.
Absolutely,
and as soon as you're ahead, this is Bounty Hunter in a nutshell. If you're ahead in a fight and you get to keep going, you're just racking in that gold. I think that was about a 6,000 or 7,000 gold coming in one move.
Look at the graph. Yeah, quite the... That's quite the reset.
I'm sure we'll get it again once
there we go,
the
pumped up, absolutely. Yeah. Azure, they had a tough series yesterday. They had a tough game 1 hit today, but this wing back, this punch back here in game 2, it's got to feel fantastic for Azure.
Yeah. It's almost a full Ags now for XM off of this one fight. He just got
to be pretty good.
Stupidly much gold on the Bounty Hunter.
Because when you get that exchange, you're able to get sort of the double bounces as well with the Soulbind. Think of the money.
Yeah, so he's going to get more cast range on the Shuriken Toss, and he gets Janata on it, right? And if that bounces on 2 targets with that,
you're just going to. It's so much money.
It is so much money, and it's so much damage. So, yep. All right, we're back to a game that's kind of been blown wide open by one moment. I think Liquid maybe might have to start considering more than just the Saberlight BKB. I don't know if that's going to cut it if you keep getting caught by these massive spell combos with the Soulbind.
Yeah, it was sort of, honestly, sort of the support duo of Azure in that fight that I felt really did a lot in controlling Mickey. You see, it was sort of between the stolen arena that kind of held him at the back of the fight, and then just straight up the Jin Q with the slows and such. It stopped Mickey on that first life really being able to do much damage at all. He was almost completely controlled by the two of them, Jin Q and Tianming.
For Liquid side, I want to calm things down a little bit, maybe start planning for a second Roche. It's quite far away. The early respawn is 4 minutes.
Oh, they're ready to go again, Azure, right?
Yeah, they
got Chrono back up.
Talk about momentum. You just want to keep going, right? Once you've tasted the gold as Bounty Hunter, you just want more. It's quite addictive to play aggressive as Bounty. So, gotta be looking for anything he can. And the nice thing about smoking with Bounty Hunter, even if you find a support, it still doesn't feel that bad, you know? Like other lineups, maybe not the best kill. If I find one hero here, it's
don't move.
1,000 gold. Find him.
Oh, smoke's gonna be dispelled. Looks like they didn't notice though. They're TPing out of there.
That's some S tier awareness to stand in that spot at that time and actually break the smoke with that ward as well. Just really well done from Bach. And in turn, this will give Mickey the confidence to go and farm up the bottom wave as well as take this hard camp. So it's the little things, all about information when you play against that Bounty. Get the waves pushed out, force him to show somewhere, so you get a little bit of breathing room.
He's pretty much going to have it, the Aghanims, for the next fight. Just 500 gold away here, XM. That last team fight really giving him the recovery here, absolutely needed. He's now starting to get very close again to catching up to Nisha's farm. That one fight making such a huge difference. Only 1k gold difference now between the two mids. Call's going to be from Liquid. That last fight, you got to remember, was their fight with an Aegis as well. Did not come out on top of it. Liquid put in a bit of an unusual situation for how everything else has gone so far in this series. Take a bit more More precautions.
Now that Soulbind's going to be even easier to land pushing Q. Getting the Aether Lens picked up. Easier for him to land the shard saves as well. The Inkswell able to potentially bail Void out of trouble. All you need is to Inkswell him so you can get his BKB off, and he should be safe against the Dire lineup. There's the only BKB piercing damage there really is Mickey's Ursa, but he's not going Basher. He's going for the constant Earthshock build with Octarine Core, I believe, coming up next. So makes you wonder if that's the right approach here in this game. Wait and see. Shiva's on the way for XXS. Gets the Veil first, of course.
They've got a very strong fight now.
3K away, but you know, step by step.
And with the Soulbind and with the Aghanims now on XM, a lot of Liquid's heroes will die in the Chronosphere.
Yeah, and a BKB pulverized too, right?
Yeah.
You got to be very, very careful with your positioning. I think if a good Soulbind comes out, the fight's already doomed if you're not very careful.
Yeah, the supports of Azure can have huge impact this game.
Yeah.
Between, as you say, a good Soulbind and Tianming with these potential huge steals.
Radiant are scanning.
They're not interested in holding this tower, Liquid. No, fail.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Interesting to see how Liquid try and play their way out of this
Radiant's
game.
bottom tower is under attack.
Gotten a whole lot harder for them now. Still have the slight edge, but in these team fights,
Killed.
around the Chronosphere at this point, it's not easy for Liquid. They have to somehow get the jump on the Void or bait out an unfavorable Chronosphere.
Top tower is
XM,
under attack.
he's got the BKB. Quick with the reaction there to make sure he doesn't get caught in the Spear Arena combo.
What? Oh, the Gossamer Cave. I was like, what? How did he miss?
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
that's a
tower
good item against Bounty Hunter, let me tell you. Gossamer Cape on the Lion. Definitely the right item to use here. Void getting jumped.
Sablight's going to get in with the opening, but Lowe's able to time walk up to the high ground. He's fine. Soulbind's going to get thrown down as well as the Phantom's Embrace. The bounce is coming in there, bringing Saberlight very, very low.
Double Fade Bolt, double Shuriken Toss. He lost like 1,600 health on the Mars.
Of course, the gold on top of that.
And yeah, we were talking about the Grimstroke save on the Void. He has the secondary one from Rubik. It's just a lot of layers of protection for Lowe to feel confident being the front line, giving the vision and information, and just setting his team up for success. I think a very good understanding here of what they need to do. Speaking of that,
minute and a half left.
Getting Roche will definitely be next on the menu. Taking away Roche number 2, Ursa is huge.
Yeah. I mean, Liquid's going to know that they're looking for this. So Liquid, the smoke comes out. Okay. He's the one at the front of this effort.
He will be spotted.
Azure, they'll know that this sort of play is being made. I won't imagine that Mickey's on his own. Liquid trying to cut off the back lines of Azure, but XM avoiding this nicely.
Quite awkward position here for the Bounty. He will have to run through the entire enemy team to get to his own.
But at the same time, if a fight kicks off, he can start chipping away at the back lines.
He has
Liquid might not expect it.
On the Bounty.
See how they start things off.
It's fine.
With the silence thrown down, XXS, he's going to open things up on the Saberlight. Saberlight has to put the BKB, he'll get control through it, but for now, by the ultimate. BKB's soon coming to an end. Mickey's going to jump in towards XXS. Boxy, but he had to hold back XM with the stun, but there's the Chrono. He's out onto the two of them, lows him with the damage. Saberlight's out. Same to be said for Boxy. It's a clean 2 kills off the back of that Chrono for Low, and he's not done yet. Tianming with a stolen Sinister Gaze controls Insania. Triple kill for Low. They continue to look for this cleanup. Boxy will buy back, but I don't know if Liquid's rectifying this team fight as Low and XM. They can run down at Mickey and Nisha. Mickey will try and fight back. They'll push back Low with a deafening blast. The stolen finger, if I could have from Tianming, but it was onto the enraged Low. He can load the Spirit Vessel, but have time or back up again. See if he wants to stand his ground. The Sunstrike will come down upon him, but Low, he's surviving through it all. He knows his limits, gets back in there. I mean, they get a team wipe and more. That was 6 kills for Azure. Roshan's back up. They are steaming ahead now. 7K advantage here for the squad.
Oh my god. The fight breakdown is so crazy to look at. The amount of gold. Both the mid and the Faceless Void get 2,300 gold each, and they will get Ages and Cheese.
I mean, Liquid, they quite literally cannot afford to take these team fights. The gold swings every single time massively in Azure's favor. They get the Aegis and Cheese. I mean, great stuff there from Low, keeping his cool. I mean, he was playing that last fight as if he already had the Aegis. So he could stand his ground, taking Sunstrikes to the face. He didn't care.
Also just full trust in his supports, right? Just really, that freedom is so important in a game like this when you're playing against the panel was talking about how there's some difficulty for Void here against especially the Lion, but knowing that you have the Heart Dispel and the Lift to back you up, you can play the hero to limits that usually wouldn't be available. And that makes all the difference. Low is giving the vision the whole fight on Void. And of course, on top of that, XXS just initiating. Just goes in there first on the Primal Beast, pops his BKB, and just starts the fight off. All you need as the Void and the Bounty Hunter in this type of fight is to see heroes. You just need time. Eventually, the opportunity is going to present itself. And it paid off big there. 10,000 lead now. Tormentor takes XXS. Maybe not what they would have hoped for here, the rock throw, but help.
More damage to throw into the Chronospheres.
That's fair.
Not that Lowe's really needed that. Honestly, with the build up of the Skadi and the Mjolnir, he is single-handedly killing whoever he catches in the ults at this point. And very nicely played here on the Faceless Void. And yeah, Mickey was just sort of short of having his own shard right in that last fight. When you go for this Octarine build, a key part of it is having the shard done, but he didn't quite have the money. He'll have it for the next time round, so we'll be able to benefit off the fact that he's able to consistently trigger the Enrage off the Earthshock in the next fight.
And I guess if you want to take it a bit further, it's worth discussing whether this is the right build for the game. I would actually like to hear that from the panel after I think that, because
you would maybe like to see what more prioritization in being able to jump and kill the Void.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because I understand what the mindset is with going this build against Faceless Void, right? You want to have the constant Enrage running, so if you get chronoed, you don't die, but you already have the Frost Shield that can help you. You have the Mars that can help you as well, protect. And offensively, the problem you run into with this build, yeah, it's great, you're not getting killed by Void, but guess what you're not doing? You're not killing him either. He has the defensive supports protecting him. If you have a Basher and you have some serious single target damage, maybe you can take him out in the fight instead. Or maybe you can at least, you know, pop the BKB and kill supports.
Yeah.
Like, the supports have been the bigger problem almost, right? Tianming as well as Jinkyu get to play very freely. They're not afraid of this Ursa just one-shot KOing them in a jump. I don't think this was the right approach.
He'll be alright here, I think. I mean, XX says he's going to see if he can force the reaction.
Game of chicken here.
Yeah, who wants to commit for the fight?
Nobody.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. And you can see from the mindset of the other cores on Liquid, right? Nisha went back for the BKB on the Invoker. I was debating that. Okay, you have the BKB on the Mars. Invoker wasn't going for it as an early item. He had to. He had to make this adjustment. Now you're in this limbo where Ursa doesn't have it, so if he gets caught in something, after his rage is down.
Catch on the two of them, they'll head away from this fight, Liquid. They've got what they came for. They took the tier 2. Yep. Don't want to be entering into any 5v5 right now, at least with the Aegis still on low for just under a couple of minutes.
Yeah, when do you feel confident now is the question. Like, do you have to wait out the full Aegis?
I think it might. Do you really want to fight into this Aegis and cheese? I don't know if you do.
I think you don't, but
they'll try for pickoffs.
Okay.
See if they can burst through XXS quite quick enough. They can't at all. BKB Cheese, he's back up to full HP, and he's ready to turn. Gets the grab onto Saberlight. Saberlight puts the BKB, but it's too late. He's gone. And maybe even more, Mickey. Been soulbound here.
Yeah, this is going to be quite the awkward.
I mean, he's going to end up getting linked here over towards Nisha. The bounce is coming in with the Shuriken. Plenty of gold flying back the way of XM. Now get out with their lives. And we're seeing the fun continue really for Azure. It's the point now, Jinkyu, he's got his completed E-Blade. So no doubt about it that at this point of the game, there's no damage issues for Azure Ray. They can kill the heroes now. E-Blade on this Grim, amping up the potential of these burst spells that are being thrown down onto the soulbound targets. It's a lot for Liquid to try and survive through, and as we're seeing, even if they do live through the initial bursts on Liquid, they're just not quite killing the heroes quick enough themselves. The game really feels like it's sort of turned on its head, where it's Liquid that just have the damage issues at this point.
Butter too. Okay. This is going to become a problem for Liquid quite fast. We already talked about how it's hard to kill a Void. Obviously, they don't want to fight him when he has Aegis. No doubt about that. But now that he doesn't, when it expires, what's your angle here into the fight? As long as there's any sort of protection for the Void, I think he cannot be the initial target. I think he's always going to survive. Now with this evasion from the Butterfly, he's got 3k health, 2 defensive support spells to rely on. I guess some sort of a smoke wraparound where you use this newly picked up Ursa Basher and you try to jump, I want to say Grimstroke probably is the best target. We have to kill him before he gets the E-Blade off. Yeah. So even that isn't... It's tough times for Liquid. And this looked like a game that they were just going to run away with. But that one fight in mid, I want to say it's about 20 minutes ago by now. It feels like it's been a while.
Radiant's top tower is under
Really,
attack.
absolutely everything. Looks like Nisha is planning for a pike. I guess he's just going to try to go like a little bit right-click style, stay out of range of the Faceless Void, try to do some damage with Alacrity over time in the fights, and maybe even commit harder down that path. Could have made a case for potentially going Ags here, together with, you know, the arena.
He's switching through the items, Nisha.
Yeah, the problem with Ags, I think, is that even with a good arena, there's just going to be too many BKBs, right? There's triple BKB on the enemy cores. We've already talked to death what saves they have to even get out of there. You probably have to kind of play for yourself more.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's shifted over to the Bloodthorn queued up now.
Yeah.
Just some way to sort of allow them to have increased amount of single target damage.
I guess he doesn't like the sound of Hex. Again, the problem is even if you Hex and catch out someone, the saves are...
Yeah. I mean, Saberlight's going to try and get the Hex online for the team, but of course it's quite a while away. Settled for finishing off the Lotus first.
Hex after all.
Oh, he did.
He swapped it up again.
Do you like that then? The way that he sort of ended up going with the decision making here?
I don't know, man. I feel like there's no good item. I think that's also why he shuffled through them like 4 times, right? Because
4 different items.
If you go for the right-click build, is it really going to make enough of a difference? If you go for the Hex, there's the potential, at least, that you can make some sort of a nice combo play where Ursa jumps one of the supports and you Hex the other. Like, maybe that's how you go about it. But yeah, none of the items feel truly great. Is this the best one? Hard to say, really. I understand the potential, at least, of what he's trying to do with it. And I think that's probably the mindset you should have as a player in this situation is, okay, if everything goes right, what item do I want to have? Because that's kind of the spot you're in. You really need things to come together beautifully. Just a little bit of cash.
No, a bit of cash for him as well. Catches Boxy. A Liquid very much just trying to work out the recovery plan now in this game.
This is a big item here for Mickey. So with that Abyssal, should be able to jump and just absolutely blast Grim. I think you can't save him as Rubik. It goes too fast. Lift and try to throw him away. He might have died beforehand. So it's on Jinkyu to be fast.
XXS. See if they can burst him here. Lowe's in with the backup. He's got the chrono out of the two of them. Straight away focus Nisha. Nisha's going to be going down. BKB's popped. He's ready to stay on top of Mickey. XXS has got the grab, has the control, as Mickey will also fall. Liquid, they try their chances there, feeling that maybe they had a situation in which XXS was alone. It was not the case. The backup comes in, and Azure just continuing to make these plays look so easy.
And a bit of an X factor that we haven't covered yet, we get to see in play there. Obviously, Pulverize completely ignores status resistance. So you're in that Enrage as Ursa, and you burn your entire Enrage just sitting in a Primal Stun that can't be stopped by anyone on the enemy team. So, yeah. Pretty tough situation. If you have popped it already, you kind of need to save it until you get Pulverized, but had used it there, and XXS capitalizes massively. This should be a lane of barracks.
They might be able to get a huge amount done here because Low, he's just picked up the refresher. So if he sees a chance to just quickly pop out with the second chrono to really do the damage here, he'll take it.
Oh, is that stolen Alacrity? Oh, you betcha. That's a 350 damage Void per hit with nice attack speed. Well, Frost Shield is going to delay things a bit, but yeah, okay, whatever. We'll go to another lane, says Low, gets Alacrity again. Being a bit annoying here. Kind of drained XXS almost dry now.
I mean, with Mickey having no buyback, and even if he did, there's just nothing they can seemingly do to push them back. See Nisha throw down the combo, but Lowe's easily able to sidestep it and get back on with the push and force the fortification out.
Are going to respect this. So honestly, nice hold by Liquid to not lose barracks here. I think that was a quite unlikely outcome for them to be able to do this cleanly.
They're going to try and sneak Roshan, I think.
Yeah.
Because Mickey's back up, he can TP over. And he's on the top half of the map, of course, here during the night time. They're going to try and go for this quicker than Azure would potentially expect. But I think you know, surely Azure will try and check this out.
This is the most likely play for Liquid to do under pressure, so I do think they will expect it, but I think you still got to go for it.
I think you have to take this risk as Liquid, yeah.
And this is awkward now because Liquid don't see the Azure. Now they see someone. Now they see low on the ward and they also see XXS, so they know they're headed this way. They know they're not getting smoked at least, but feel like they won't have the time to take it.
I mean, Chrono's naturally back up as well now, so they'd have to face the threat of two Chronos.
DD too.
Liquid, they're hanging around though.
Okay.
They really want to take this fight. I think this might be a smoke and retreat, fighting into the DD and the double Chronosphere. They're still hanging about here, Liquid. Actually feeling that they've got to try something. Mickey showing on the wave.
Name of the game here for Azure is get vision. See heroes. This Void is going to solo kill 2 or 3 of them with this double damage. As well as Refresher.
I mean, it looks like they are trying to sort of bait here with Mickey. Mickey just running straight in on them, trying to force them to a response. They do get the capture on the bounty on the side. They found XM in the trees. Can they burn to the gap? But Lowe's here with the Chronos, caught the 3 of them. Takes out Boxy over towards these 3 goes. XXS on the controller to stabilize. There's the second Chronosphere to make sure he's got the control to take out Nisha. Nisha cannot ghost walk away from this. As Low, he continues to clean up. Triple kill for him on the backlines. Liquid trying to hold back XXS, but the BKB's up. He comes crashing towards them. The remaining members of Liquid, they've got to run. They've got to hide. Table lights in the trees does get pinged out, but doesn't look like Azure will come looking for him. Liquid able to cut their losses a little bit there. And Azure coming out on top again. Over to the Roche they go. They themselves will secure this Roshan.
I think that could have actually gone even worse for Liquid. I think Low a little bit slow on the second Chrono there. Could have maybe got both heroes again in the second one. Still, you're in a position where things don't need to go perfectly. You just need to go well enough. And I mean, the 3-man first Chrono is obviously gorgeous. Didn't have to be a secondary one immediately after on all of them, but name of the game, get that vision, get the jump, and the fight is almost done the moment it starts. Really difficult for Mickey to find an initiation angle on his Ursa here and get the big targets. They were, the way Liquid started that, finding XM without support protecting him was actually about as dream of a start as you can have, right? Like, considering how clutch the Azure supports have been with their positioning, that was a moment of weakness that they tried to exploit, but ended up setting themselves up for a really nice Chrono from Low. I guess the silver lining is he might not have DD next time, but I should say AD nowadays. Now it's a...
That's true. Amplify damage.
Hey, amplify damage. That's going to take a while to catch on, I'm sure.
Aegis is there. Pulls for Low for the next moves. Maybe the one bit of information that Liquid can play with is the fact that XM obviously had to buy back in that last team fight.
Yeah.
So potentially, if they can find the bounty, could put them in a bit more of a vulnerable position, but still with the lead overall that Azure have, going to be very difficult for Liquid to try and cover this huge difference, this huge advantage Azure have had against them really for the last 30 minutes or so. Constantly building up this lead.
Trying to think of what big item can come out from Liquid to really shake things up here. Mars is going for a secondary Hex. Wondering if there's a world where you get Refresher instead and you get an arena, disengage.
Sure. I mean, the BKBs are getting low.
Expire, and then you go for the second one. I feel like there's a decent chance that that will be more impactful than a Hex here, because again, I don't feel like Hexes necessarily solve the problem, but maybe if they throw enough of them at it, they can, you know, re-hex after an ink swell, or they can maybe hex the right multiple targets at once. Maybe that's the idea here. Definitely. The execution required from Liquid with this itemization is extremely high. Like, everybody needs to do the perfect play in the fight. You need to have great communication. If you end up both hexing the same target at the same time, the fight is almost already in trouble from that. If we're taking turns at having FPS problems here, it seems. It was Jin Q, and then everybody got inspired. Decided, I'm going to disconnect as well. So, a little bit of a downtime here. Looks like they're reconnecting quickly, though.
I mean, so for Azure, with this round of the Aegis, do you imagine we're going to see them go for the aggressive play to try and get onto the high ground?
Yeah, I think so.
They don't really have a lot to be scared of. Right? Well, we've got the Refresher or Low back up in 35 seconds, so he's very close to having another double Chrono.
Right. Keep Low in front. Let him hit the tower. Keep your supports well good formation behind to protect him if he does get opened upon. Liquid's going to have to try to poke him with spells, or they're just going to lose the towers and the barracks, of course. They will need to eventually get things started. And if they fail at any point and Low gets saved and gets a good chrono, the game ends. So very, very difficult defense coming up. The chrono's going to line up very nicely. 30 seconds cooldown. Once this wave reaches the base, he's almost got it. And you can tell here what Azure's plan is. They're smoking the other 4 behind, so that they can offer that protection. It is particularly for the support's sake that they're smoked here, so they can keep that good position and not get surprised.
Okay. Gonna get caught by the telekinesis. Trying to play around with him. He'll get the range of Saberlight. He'll jump the back lines with the arena. Up his BKB, they're trying to burst through Tianming, but Tianming's perfectly fine. He's still at 50% HP. They could have threatened this Rubik. But the telekinesis away from this. Low will kill off Boxy. Mickey's trying to chase, really wants to kill these supports, but the silence is back up for GQ. He turns with the Phantom's Embrace. Mickey's getting surrounded. He's got to retreat now. He's got to run. He'll get the enrage up before the Phantom's Embrace connects, but XXS in on top of him, grabs him, slamming him down into the ground. Mickey's gone. Liquid, they've got to continue to run. As the slow catches over towards the side, they've found themselves the Mars, they've found themselves Saberlight. The buyback comes out from Mickey, the buyback comes out from Saberlight. Nisha picked apart here by Low. As Low straight onto the barracks, he's still got a chrono ready to drop as well.
Doesn't quite have the mana for it just yet, though.
He's got it now. The jump and there's the chrono. Mickey ends up walking into the edge of it. Low's ready to try and clean up this game. He'll look towards Saberlight, finish at the Mars. It's a dieback for Saberlight. Mickey desperately jumping away back towards the fountain, but the Shuriken bounces are out. XM finishes instead with a hard-hitting Janada hit. So at least Mickey will be able to heal up a little bit in the fountain. He's actually going to jump back in aggressively. He'll get Tianming. Same with the BKB closing in over towards Mickey, but the ice wall's down, so they won't cross it. But trying their best to hold the defense low. He's closed the gap onto Nisha. They've got the track, they've got the detection here as Nisha's out as well. No buyback left for him. Insania to fall. It's only Mickey and Boxy left in the game, trying to fight the full team of Azure. They'll find Jingqiu. Mickey, can he really do this on his own? Boxy comes in with a clutch stun and burst to take Tianming down, but there's nothing left for Mickey to play with. He will fall. Boxy, the last man standing, also to be taken out. Just more than a team-wipe hit for Azure. What a game from them. After a rough series yesterday, a tough game 1 here today against Liquid. This game 2, it all came together, and it came together around a bit of a different strat. This last pick Bounty Hunter, it was slow to start off, but it really, really did help in getting the ball.
fight, they're going to be able to burn him out of the mana thanks to the EMP. He has a little bit more, but he has no chance to be able to pop his ultimate. Crystal's going to come too late. Tornado intercepts them, so no real rebuttal from Team Secret. That's just going to be a lane of barracks guaranteed for Liquid, it seems.
It's going to be a lot here as Yamich dies again. Oh, dive at
Yamich, that is terrible for them to be able to have. The coil is there. They're going to be able to take the first life away from the Slark.
Yeah, but that Link was not the Link. Crystals needs to commit into the fight. So
yeah, 19 damage stolen.
Just going to be a Rax, and they're going to linger.
Yeah, Roshan's up, but
right, now you have to force it.
They do have this amplify damage on mid one. He's going to do a lot here. Doesn't get hit by the fear shot. Good face shift. It'll leave him a little bit awkward as he gets in that side. There goes that force step, but Saberlight with a big entrance into the team fight. Went straight for Crystals. Got to swap back out. Breaking out that swap, and there goes Mickey right onto the Razor and finish him off. Just like that, Liquid take full control of the fight. Now they're just going to run down whoever's left. They don't lose anything for this. Well, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Boom does manage to clean up that one kill on the support, but
Yamich came back in. He's going to die back here as mid one also goes down on the backside.
Wait, Crystals is getting a lot out of the 20. Managed to take down 2 of the cores. The problem is Mickey's still up, and he is slicing and dicing through Crystals bit by bit. They do manage to take him down one time. Second life coming back up. Now the control of the Soulbind.
Well,
they have what it takes to be able to get Mickey. Mid one gets popped, has to buy back immediately, but they can't stop Team Liquid from retreating. Team Liquid are the ones to buy back. They want to try and end this game here.
Double buyback from them. This is all in. They did lose the Aegis. They still have 2 cheeses.
Trying to burst out the Earth Bandit, doesn't quite get it. Boom, back into play. Mickey jump into this one. Problem is that they just can't get through this calling with all this other AoE. Fortunately, he's getting away, but no, he didn't run out now. Dead for 2 minutes. Crystal's barely able to survive. Boxy goes for him, trying to manage on some of those shots. Boxy eats the cheese. He stays alive, but Crystal's time is a problem. You can heal up as much as you want, but the Ancient is a problem that you cannot ignore, and he gets swapped back into his doom. Buys back immediately, but the glyph is now expired, and Liquid will end it 2-0. Over Team Secret.
Devastating amounts of late game damage coming through from this lineup. I mean, Boxy turning into that 4th core really just pushed it over the edge.
How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we've had a couple of series already with a patch. It's not much time still. You know, there's still a lot to figure out with this patch, and I'm keen to see how it affects these teams.
Highly based from Valve, by the way, Jonathan. Who cares about the pro players and how they feel it?
I feel like the Razor should be able to manage it in the first few levels, and then it becomes kind of a really tough time either way. But you can always protect yourself with a static link. So you have that to play with. You've got Crit with his threat of rotation as well, which can open up that tempo on the mid. I think the one difference is we tend to see Malrine go for the push.
Oh, bottom. Making, oh, he's already gone. First blood to go the way of Saberlight, and Visage combination. Skidder has not been too much, but they are going to try and jump in now. Snaking going to ensure that Boxy cannot go for the dead shot or the calling, though Snaking could find himself in a bit of danger trying to go for that 3-minute timing on the Lotus. He does not end up getting away with it. Snaking in huge trouble, but Boxy now being turned on, and both of them will go down at the same time as Skidder going to try and go after Saberlight for a bit more damage. Skidder cutting through the tree line. Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage. One more hit will do it.
There
She does find it. 3 heroes here from Falcons, though. They might be able to set up on Boxy or Saberlight. Saberlight obviously the primary target, and in fact they are going to move in. It's there, will lock him down. They'll drop the calling for the silence, but I do not believe it is going to help. Saberlight is down. Is Boxy? Oh, he's not going to make it. That is unfortunate.
Or Naga is already
Saberlight
to the Manta.
Look at this, they're just cutting him off as well. They're not letting him get towards the tier 1 tower to try and defend. I love this play from Falcons. They know how important this Visage is to the side of Liquid as they do jump in again. Crit is going to get the shards up to lock him in, but the TPs are coming. Crit dropping low, but Saberlight is gone. Now Mickey trying to move in, but he does not have level 6. Mickey's in trouble. Mickey is looking pretty dead to me as he does go down. ATF is by himself at the moment of the DK, trying to push out the top tier 1 tower. Mickey gonna pop the time dilation. In goes Nisha. Dragon's Tower will be there, but it should not help ATF that much. ATF surely is just gonna die. As Nisha
We forced them to play more conservatively.
Oh, Chrono, top lane, they are going to try and defend. ATF going to cop the Chrono as now Nisha does move in, and it seems as though ATF won.
Azure Rays turn to ban. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to pick. Azure Ray's turn to pick.
Timbersaw!
Ten seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to ban. Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Punished for sticking around. So Liquid do indeed decide. Bottom lane, Mickey, does he know? It doesn't seem like he does, though. He is trying to look towards retreating towards the tier 2 tower. The swap is there. Boris punch out as well. Mickey, he'll pop the chrono. He does find 3 targets with that. The team is incoming. Mickey, they weren't too fast to begin with. Mickey still alive, is eventually going to go down, but Nisha, he's going to try and trade, see if they can find an effective team fight as they do take 2 for their trouble. It seems as though Falcons for now retreating, but they're under vision. Oh, they are under vision of Team Liquid. This could be a very, very nasty team fight as Mickey does jump in, finds a 2-man chrono with a nice swap out. Snaking will save at least 1, but he cannot save AT yet. In fact, he can't even save himself because he's been caught by Nisha. That'll be a 2-0 trade here for the side of Team Liquid.
Get that nice wrap, Smoke.
Bottom lane, they are having a look. The silence is there. They've got the Void silence up for now. The Snowball, though, not going to be within range in the ensnare. It does barely make it in time. In goes Nisha. Nisha wants to go for the fight. He's onto the Razor. Still Malrine fighting back for now. The Walrus punch out Nisha. He does go down. There is no armlet toggling when you're surrounded by that many units.
Turn to
So
pick.
you probably have to wait for those. I think if Liquid just maybe goes for like an Enchantress, or are there any other support left? Chen's already taken out.
I mean,
Nature's Prophet, maybe?
Yeah, those are some options. There's a lot of magic damage coming from Azure right now, though. If he grabs Shard on Nyx Assassin, pairing that with the Viper means like a tanky hero like Timbersaw actually could die very fast. Like he's gonna have to get a magic resistance item this game.
Time to buy a pipe, Kevin.
Or the Eternal Shroud.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Shroud works.
It's literally a perfect item for Timbersaw. Mana, lots of magic resistance.
Yep, Nature's Prophet. This hero is perfect against a core Viper, because Viper is very slow, he's very vulnerable in the lane, and MP could potentially destroy his game. But like you mentioned, Brian, about the possibility of the Viper being a position 5, since you open a draft, like it's quite peculiar to open the Viper right away, so maybe they are going to be able to use this hero as a flex pick for them. And Rubik is also a hero that really counters Viper, because everything you get from Viper counters himself.
I'm glad you guys came up with solutions, but if I could take it back, why Nyx Assassin? Yeah, I get that he used to be a counter against Timbersaw, but this hero's been irrelevant for nearly a year, so same question I have with the
I
back.
have the answer for you, Nick.
Give me your theory.
So maybe they are also thinking of Viper on offlane, and you need a melee position 4. And they were thinking about melee position 4, and they see a Timbersaw, so they thought about Nyx.
Okay.
I'm down for that.
Yeah, because I guess second phase the Tusk gets banned out, but dealing specifically with a Timbersaw, that's where Nyx excels.
Do you buy the Meteor Hammer on Nyx, though? That's my question.
No.
Probably not. I think the new Aether Lens, E-Blade, is probably really good on him,
Yeah,
right?
that sounds good. The problem is that new Meteor Hammer is like 3,300 gold. Like who's gonna commit that much gold
I'm
to kill a
interested
building?
in the Kaya part, you know?
I mean, the Kaya's fine. I think what's the second skill on Nyx called?
Mind Flare.
Mind Flare. I think the Mind Flare with a Razor in a lane is going to be legitimately good because it's lowering your magic resistance and it's dealing damage, and then that paired with the Mind Flare is going to like really do a big chunk.
At Luna, another Timber counter for the lane. Our North American boys like Luna against Timber, right,
Yeah,
Brian?
she's great because her timings match up really well against Timber. She's like mixed damage later, but then by the time Timbersaw Dog gets to the point of like level 5, level 6, most carries don't want to lane against you anymore. You're unharassable, and once you get 6, you have kill threat on them. So Luna, being a hero that loves dipping into the jungle level 5-ish, fits perfectly as a matchup. And
How many points of the nuke you would take like in this lane?
It really depends, actually. It depends on how much that she gives you options, right? You can either have where you want your 2 supports to constantly come to your lane, which means that you go like 3-0-2 sometimes, or you go 1-1-3 and just dip out. With Marcy, likely the 5, I imagine.
I mean, so this is the lane, right? Viper, Nyx, side lane, potentially Flex on the Viper, and then Luna and Marcy in the safe lane. So they're going to be very, very strong in the lane setup. And do you think like the Timber would struggle in this Marcy Luna lane?
It really going to be all about what happens level 1 and 2, because there's a ton of power spikes. Luna's level 3 really powerful. Marcy's level 2 is really powerful. Timbersaw's level 3 is really powerful. Once he gets the Helm of Iron Will plus level 3, assuming he does that for the Veil, then I feel like this lane for Luna Marcy falls off in terms of their threat. But if they kill him once or twice before that period, he may never hit that critical mass where they can't do that to him anymore.
It also depends if Prophet's like 4 and dips out often. Like he's going to go maybe pressure a Viper across the map. That's what they did against Amar when he played it for Falcons. And it shut him down big time, so that could make it even harder for Timber to have a game.
I would love TB here. I think it's like the best pick against pretty much every hero. Maybe Nyx is a bit annoying for you.
Lifestealer, maybe? Lifestealer?
Lifestealer is okay. Maybe a better hero in the meta. Maybe it's like, maybe TB is just too much farm. Like, you have Timbersaw who likes to farm. Even Rubik and Nature's Prophet are pretty greedy supports. So something like Lifestealer that takes less space on the map could make more sense.
And what do you think about his counterpart, the Juggernaut, with the buff?
Is it a buff? There was like that Reddit clip of the Jug Spin doing like 0 damage.
I think laning phase it's a massive nerf, but late game, when you probably shouldn't be Blade Furying anyway, it's a buff. But
okay, so Wind Ranger, a traditional counter to the Viper in lane as well as in game. We saw them have success with this earlier on in the tournament. I think it was Nisha playing it.
Were they the team that actually played Wind Ranger carry? Somebody played Wind Ranger carry as well.
That was Bet Boom, I think.
Yeah, I think it was actually, but yeah, it's a decent matchup against the Viper. You dodge the damage. There is the. It's a little hard to kill Viper later, typically, but Focus Fire is one way to get it done.
It's also playing into a Nyx though. Like I feel like Nyx likes playing into Wind Ranger a lot. You can always set up easily with the Carapace. It's very annoying.
they ban out your Terror Blade, Brian. Meanwhile, Liquid, they take out the Bounty Hunter.
The Bounty Hunter respect ban. That's pretty cool.
I think it would have been good this game. There's decent setup with their hero combos, a couple squishy heroes.
I mean, do you feel like they should just pick like a hero that can flex the lane, something like a TA? So that their cost would be TA, Wind Ranger, Timber. So the idea of the TA is like you allow the Wind Ranger to just follow the Viper, and TA can just slot in the last slot. You know,
My only concern is that TA is very bad versus Viper.
Yeah.
If they have a hero flex like that, that's also decent versus Viper, like in game, not necessarily in lane. Like you said, you can put the Wind Ranger in his lane. I would be down. But they're banning out the Illusion guys, which are definitely ideal against Viper.
Yeah, Peel's not a good matchup. It's the last one left, maybe. Peel could be really annoying.
CK, if that counts.
It looked pretty bad yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, I think those nerfs might have added up too much, because in the past, like harass type heroes like Viper, you just kind of shrug it off. But now that they nerfed the sustain on creeps and then the level 1 crit damage, it just looked really bad yesterday.
And they've got decent AoE stuns between the Nyx and the Marcy. So maybe could deal with the illusions if they did get gone on. So I just don't see CK working.
Yeah, but if you look at Liquid's 4 heroes, do you feel like they need like a hard carry? I feel like they need like somebody that can just fight around the Timber and Wind Ranger's timing. So they are able to abuse also the Nature's Prophet's global presence to go for map control. You take areas quickly, you kick the Luna out of the Ancients.
Alchemist? I'm just thinking of like heroes that can offer some mid-game timing.
Yeah, that actually kind of sounds nice. It fits the pace of the game.
Maybe the Water Boy, Morphling?
Oh, that'd be good too. Oh.
Right, so this is like a flex spear.
Yeah.
So they can either lane the Razor or Wind Ranger mid and safe lane depending on where the Viper is.
Yeah, they're definitely going to not put the Razor in Viper's lane, so you're right. I think that was a really good call.
Is it also flex with the Timber as well? Could Razor go offlane?
I guess so. I think he would probably die against Marcy Luna with range support. If they had a melee 4 to back him up a little bit more, I think that's a viable possibility. But if anything, it'd be more likely that Wind Ranger goes offlane because she's much more difficult for that combo to kill.
Right.
So yeah, it could be theoretically like Timber mid, Wind Ranger off, Razor safe lane.
Oh, Luna Visage.
I think we're going to see some.
Lucent Beam, maybe gets Viper Strike.
Are snowbally. Like if Luna gets free farm, she gets 6 slotted by 30 minutes. Timbersaw gets unkillable very early. Razor, Viper are either super.
It really feels like this team, they're embracing the new patch, right? This game, getting in that Viper early on as a response to the Timbersaw. The changes with Viper, they've pretty much improved how effective he can be against the Timber matchup.
Yeah, I think the whole change of putting the break away from Nether Toxin onto the Viper Strike is, I would say in most situations, just flat out better. Obviously, you have a longer cooldown now on your break, but you guarantee to put it on the hero you want, and you guarantee that it sticks. You can't really counter it with BKB either. It's going to linger, so there's definitely going to be some trouble for certain heroes playing against this hero, but more so than anything, I think Azure just love playing the hero regardless. I think
they do. XM loves
the change to Viper Strike is not the reason they're picking it here. It's just XM has said in an interview, he said it basically, I don't remember which team it was they won against. He just said it openly in an interview that we broadcast on stream. He was like, I don't know why they gave me Viper. It's literally my best hero. And here you go. It's the deciding game to get to the grand finals. This is the hero you want. You're playing on when it matters the most, right?
Absolutely. And we'll see what, in particular, they sort of make of the matchup as well. Of course, Liquid had their options. Some of the heroes that you really would want to play against the Viper were banned out, just the Sniper. They settled with Nisha getting the Wind Ranger.
Yeah.
Do you like this?
I think it's one of the best options they had. I don't mind the Wind Ranger pick at all. I think the lane matchup against Viper is pretty good. In the game, she's one of the heroes that can deal with him relatively effectively. Now, I'm kind of with what Brian was saying. I think it's a very good point that both lineups by nature are extremely snowbally with the way the cores work. So I'm very much looking more at the side lanes more so than mid, which I think is just going to be fine for both of them. It's about, can anyone build a meaningful advantage in the side lane? Such as, for example, the Razor against Visage. Can you bully this early on and really get yourselves ahead in that safe lane so you can snowball a bit off that? Because like you said, Azure 8, they are very much embracing the new patch. They play so many different heroes every game. It's just new stuff over and over again. So it's hard for Liquid to really know what's coming at them and prepare in the draft. But it can be double-edged. Maybe you're not as comfortable on it. Maybe you're getting a little bit too cute. You're running.
And yeah, this Visage in particular as well. We're talking about the changes, but with how the Soul Assumption build-up works with the charges and things. This hero can deal an insane amount of damage when you're snowballing in the actual team fight itself.
It's a deceptively good hero against Timbersaw sometimes, because of the soul assumption, and perhaps the new Shiva's build could be something for this hero. In the past, a lot of the time we saw Timber as a counter pick because he can just more or less ignore the birds and just tank the lane that Visage is pushing. But I think maybe with a couple of tweaks here and there, Timber's reactive armor is weaker now. Your soul assumption should theoretically be better, especially if you do get the Shiva's path. All right, seeing some pressure onto XXS up here, gets lifted back.
If they've got enough damage to take him out, they do. They have to get one, and they'll be able to get two. They get both of them there, XXS and Jin-Q. And we've seen it pretty much every game this series, right? Liquid always the ones to start the game off with the early kills.
And they didn't even need Boxy for the first one either. They just flat out killed off the Visage, just the Rubik and the Razor.
Radiant's courier has been
Hold him next to Mickey, got a nice Link plus Field combo. Good start for Liquid here. They have had some explosive games off the back of Boxy's Nature's Prophet. It really feels like the hero that could define this game. If it is indeed snowballing for both sides, then that is that wild card that can get that ball rolling. Gonna go up to top again. Jin-Q just TP'd up here. He's actually getting absolutely hounded here by Insania. Will walk into perhaps a dangerous Sprout here. Yep, locking him off. He might live, but this is really awkward.
Not an easy spot to play his way out of.
As a result, Mickey gets to walk the bird up top. And there. And as expected, mid is pretty much a wash, right? Like this is just, Lynn's just farming.
Tianming tried to step a bit for the Lotus, but they shut him off with the Sprout. A few more right clicks, it'll get the job done. Saberlight able to take him out there with a good TP over from Boxy.
Good value out of that Nature's Prophet so far. Wonder where his next move is going to be. Probably even mid could become an option actually for Boxy. That can shift the balance here. If Nisha keeps harassing XM to this extent where he's down to a third health, a TP in behind and a Sprout block could lead to a kill, especially Nisha has 1 point in Shackle Shot. You're always going to line that up if you Sprout behind that Viper. Get the guaranteed power shot connection, a couple of attacks and might be enough. Here we go again, Jin-Q.
Yeah, immediate TP from Jin-Q. No chance of walking away from this as Static Link does get laid down. Down bottom, they'll try for Saberlight. Good
nice
interaction there with the Timber Chain with the beam. See if it's enough though. Saberlight trying to juke through the trees. Another chain to get him away low. He's got another beam. Still not quite enough damage though. The courier's getting delivered. It has got the helm in, so he's just got the armor regen. It doesn't matter though. Tianming will manage to drag him back and ensure that they do get the kill.
Crucial to get that perfect timing on the beam there. If he gets the first Timber Chain off, I think it would have made it out. He does make them work for it though. Like that did cost them quite a few creeps in the lane, chasing that far. But probably still worth it.
Soon try again. It will top lane, XXS. He's gonna have to stun for Jin-Q to hold him back, but the Static Link continues to stretch over towards him. They've got the damage to take him out. A lot of damage is built up on Mickey, so Jin-Q, he's got to run. Boxy TP's in. It was barely even needed. Mickey and Insane pretty much doing that on their own. They get the 2 kills on this top lane as Mickey continues to have a very favorable start in the safe lane.
I think this is this is actually my single biggest concern with the Azure lineup, is that I feel like when it comes to XXS, he's been having a really outstanding tournament, but I've seen a few games of him on particularly this hero where things just don't go too well on that Visage. And I just don't think the Nature's Prophet matchup is good for this hero. I think the early levels for Visage are so extremely crucial, and he's just getting constantly pressured by Boxy here that timing is getting delayed. So we're reaching a point now where he's level 3, Mickey's almost level 5. Perhaps they won't even need the Nature's Prophet anymore to just dominate XXS out of this lane. Lay the pressure onto Jin-Q for now.
Yeah, Boxy can afford to make these moves because Saberlight with that Helm the Iron will rush. He's pretty safe down here. It's not easy for these two heroes to really kill the Timbersaw, even when he's on his own. With that helm done, I only imagine because it will inevitably get into that Veil. Shiva's Guard build down the line, giving him a lot of survivability here early on in this laning stage.
For sure. And you also, on the other side of this for Azure, it's not easy. Yeah, here we go.
XXS again, getting very heavily punished. TPs are coming in, but they cannot save him. The Sprout holds back Jin-Q. XM should be able to find Mickey. They even have Tianming turn up as well. They really want to get some sort of good trade going here, Azure, and they will. They'll surround Boxy. Jin-Q's able to kite him up. XM turning up there with the backup of Tianming to get the double kill.
Fool me once, fool me twice, but the third time, the third time they're ready. This time Viper, I mean, also he had a haste rune, right? So the timing was just perfect to get that rune on the Viper and get that punish. But that was what I was going to say was, it's difficult for Azure to solve the problem because they don't have a naturally ganking mid laner, right? Viper is pretty slow, a lot of the time plays static in lane, but with that haste rune definitely alleviates that problem. Goes up and XXS was still dead. So it's not like his game got much better. At the very least, they improve things for other heroes.
Bottom lane. Boxy considering joining Insania and Saberlight to maybe make an aggressive move. Highly likely to come out, especially when Saberlight has hit the 6.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely going to be a bit of the map that they may be able to dive in for, Liquid. But now until that 6 is there, we'll see Insania head up towards the top. Sure that continues to stay fine. Of course, top net worth right now here on the Razor. A very good start despite getting caught out by that response from Azure at the end of that last fight.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, bottom lane Saberlight is just never really going to be a kill for these two heroes. Nisha, still for Jin Q. He's got the spike carapace and the stun to turn things around, and also XM in the neighborhood with a Viper strike ult. As that will be a very dead Nisha. Insania's able to burst down Jin Q in return. XM's been buffed up by Tianming. They're going to be able to find Insania in the trees. Poison stacking up here. This should be another kill for XM to get involved with, as he is getting a lot done with these early Viper movements. 4 kills already here, 8 minutes in.
A mid player playing his best hero. He's 4-0 minute 8. He's getting both power runes. Oh, actually, never mind. He's not even going to go for it. He sees the trans. He's like, this is a waste of time baiting me, which is true.
Tianming there, nearly fine. Boxy goes for grab his items off the courier, and unfortunately for Boxy, didn't quite have Tianming move in a position that would have seen him here.
He's slippery in the trees. It's the same with Lion in that previous game.
Yeah, he knows the spots to hide in.
Up top, still keeping my eyes on this lane. I just know how important it is to visit to get that level 6, and it is kind of late. Okay, actually maybe Saberlight.
He's just so hard to kill. They need a +1.
Middle tower is under attack.
Just the two of them alone, it's never going to be enough to kill Saberlight. They need a third hero.
Sam is here. This is going to be a big fight. Multiple rotations from both teams.
Let's see what XM can do. He's going to target, of course, the Timbersaw first. Get that Viper strike down upon him. But Liquid, they have the numbers. Nisha's in with the Shackle Shot from the side. They'll lose Saberlight, but Nisha with his amplified damage rune, he may be able to find more. Power Shot comes in, takes out Tianming. Nisha could be ready to dive even further, looking towards XXS, but we'll respect the fact that low on the Luna, still in fighting position. They'll take the 2-for-2 trade. At a cost, you know, Liquid not only just losing Saberlight, but as the Mickey goes down, they'll be able to turn it into a bit more of a favorable one, as Nisha able to pick up a 3rd kill. Jin Q caught around the ward spot.
And the original 2-for-2 trade, even though you lose 2 cores for core and a support, you did end the dominating streak on XM. Actually, a mega kill streak. That was quite valuable. That bounty going the way of... Why am I not finding this? Wait, who got this?
I think it was Nisha, right?
Oh, it was Nisha, yeah.
Top, low. Trying to see if they can get Mickey in under the tower. Boxy TP's over. Is there any help he can provide with a Sprout of sorts? No, he can't quite reach around the trees to get towards him. Mickey falls.
His lane, his start in the game was so good on that Razor, and now with these 3 deaths. Oh, hang on, Nisha walks into a sentry ward.
He tries to sneak in, but indeed they were set up with the vision. Jump forward for Saberlight with the chakras. Nisha's able to turn the chakra shot onto XXS. Nisha perfectly fine. The rest of Liquid stand between him and Azure. Low, looking for Saberlight. As long as Saberlight's the one in between Liquid and Azure, it's hard for Azure to really chase on. They'll settle for Boxy by the looks of it. Into the pit they go. Can he push his way out of this with the Sprout? He cannot. So get Boxy, but the rest of Liquid safely escape.
Yeah, with that starting with Nisha running into a sentry ward and getting caught off by a stun, that's probably an okay result for them. However, top tier 1 tower was full health. Gonna lose it entirely. Oh, nice. Just walk into 3 bounty runes minute 11. That's gotta feel great for the Rubik.
Yeah, very much one of the things that Azure is going to be incredibly strong with at this point. They take any sort of trade or force any sort of fight in which they survive through. They're going to be taking your towers very early on. In the mid, You get the catch in, nicely done for Tianming, blocking off the escape from Nisha as Nisha's trying to retreat from this great telekinesis into Shackle though. Both teams bringing out the top players here. Liquid the ones to come out on top of that. Nisha's able to live.
Side of the map, I made. So, but on the bottom side of the map, Jinkyu, point is level 6. So Vendetta unlocked. Nature's Prophet about to get his as well. So Wrath of Nature here coming through for Boxy. Opens up some more global plays for both teams, really. Jinkyu can easily combine with any of his cores and look for kills in the side lanes, whereas the Nature's Prophet now, with the global presence, can push things just over the edge. Especially the Wind Ranger, I think, is going to really benefit from this. Because the focus fire kills are a little bit slow, so having that burst come through to get the job done and then get the hell out of there before the rotation comes in will be very nice for them. Potential unlocked here. Also, Nyx is one of those heroes where sometimes he just gets stupidly level starved and you feel very weak. If Jinkyu finds levels in this game and gets multiple levels up in Carapace before it's too late, that ability is incredible here. Timbersaw is going to chakram and stun himself every fight. Wind Ranger, you're going to melt him or something when you're focus firing, or you're going to hit a power shot through him. Rubik's Fate Ball is going to bounce on you. Razor Plasma Field. He can effectively more or less guarantee a multi-hero Carapace every single fight because of the matchup he has. And mind you, this was a second pick Nyx, right? I think the matchups for the hero in this game are actually pretty damn good. So, might be something for AR to consider here, is to give Jinkyu a bit of experience whenever possible.
Let's see what Nisha and Insania can find. They're on their way towards the bottom. There's no one here at the moment. They'll swing back towards mid. They want to try and see if they can catch XM by surprise.
Looks like they can.
There's the opening. They'll just go straight in with the focus fire. XM's able to turn with the Viper Strike. Sprout top down to block off the escape. The burst damage comes through. XM's gone, but so is Nisha in return. Tianming and Jinkyu finding the trade. They'll also have the interrupt to stop Boxy's TP out. Azure. I'll make sure that they come out on top of this. Liquid not getting away with that move. Too close to the tier 1 tower. Azure easily able to respond.
Very, very quick reaction. Keep in mind, Liquid piled on him with 3 heroes more or less instantly with a teleportation in, and they do get the kill, but just the nature of Viper with 4 points and corrosive skin, right? It just takes time. That stun from Jinkyu, super clutch though from that low ground, finding the 2-man stun there. Again, another well-fought fight for the side of Azure will lead to a tower. Time in the mid, XXS will claim that. So a little bit of an advantage in that lane now. If they can keep pushing this out and force Liquid to show a core mid, that does give especially the Nyx way better conditions to play around the map. This hero really enjoys playing with heroes that inherently just push waves by themselves because he really doesn't want to do it. The hero's entire gimmick is to not show. The more that is taken care of by others, the better.
Very close start though this time round. 14 minutes in, 11-11. Very even on the overall gold. It's just the fact that in terms of the carry matchup, getting that much more farm here on low.
This is a very important item to highlight, by the way, the Axe just picked up by Viper, because this is going to swing the Wind Ranger matchup for quite a while. This is a matchup that historically Wind Ranger is really good in. She's just going to focus fire and kill you. But with the nosedive, you can disarm her and reset things. Maybe even kill her off yourself, get out. You also do way more overall AoE damage in the team fight as long as you get this ability off. And we've seen how these fights develop, and what it really comes down to is kind of just an absolute brawl where everybody stands their ground and somebody has more damage.
Jinkyu.
XM will definitely be
He's going to be able to get a bit of a setup on a Saberlight. Jump forward here, the two of them. The two supports, it's Tianming and Jinkyu. They take down Saberlight alone.
Really, really nice and unexpected find. I think definitely not something Saberlight saw coming at all, that the two ports would have killed him off in that position. Yeah, Nyx with a good burst, and was talking about Jinkyu's levels just a moment ago. It feels like he's almost got 3 since then. He's closing in now on level 9 on that Nyx, so really important involvement in that mid play as well as this one. He's now going to get 4 points into Impale and 3 in that Carapace. This could very well lead to Azure just being able to take fight after fight. Insania just barely dodging the rebound stun there, would have definitely been dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Really easy for Liquid to force things, even though on the numbers they're not that far behind. Definitely feels like Azure's lineup has the greatest strength at this point.
Especially the gap between low and Mickey is important.
So
right?
yeah, it's only growing.
This is a matchup that Razor can do really, really well in because of Luna's short range. But this is something you can very well combat with Luna with even a slight net worth advantage. It doesn't need to be massive. If you're half an item or one item ahead, you can get like a pike or whatever to deal with the static link. All of a sudden the dynamic can change quite a bit. Teleport.
Yeah, this time round they've got eyes on Jin-Cube. Tries to see what he can find entering into the triangle. Liquid are prepared for that move. I think one of the things as well that's going to massively enable Low in these fights is because he has this Visage XXS and with the build that he has, you know, he's Solar Crest, the Vlads, all things that are going to make this Luna very difficult to tackle in a full 5-on-5 team fight.
For sure. I think this itemization is pretty much perfect from the Visage in this game. I guess it's also a pretty straightforward hero to build most of the time, but we have seen deviations from this. But yeah, you want armor. You want armor on your team. You want it against the Razor. You want it against the Wind Ranger.
I mean, Liquid's heading over. Now shot comes in, they know it's Low. Is anyone able to get in to put a stop to it? They are. Low's able to get the kill, get the Aegis, and also get Insania. Not able to piece together some sort of interrupt there, Liquid, in time. As Azure get everything, Low's game continuing to strengthen. He's had a great couple of games now. Popped off massively in that game to on the Void, and here on the Luna, everything going incredibly smoothly so far for him. It's definitely going to be scary for Liquid. Still only 2k gold down, but a team fight gone wrong, and with how powerful Low's Luna is, they could be taking tower after tower. It'll be a freebie for them here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid, the pressure definitely building up. Azure, they will push so fast off the back of any sort of window given to them.
I think one of the big questions in this game is what's Timbersaw's path going to be now? This is a hero that usually around this time is the king of the game and really wants to dominate, and he might actually even be in trouble here. Very low mana on Saberlight. It's gonna probably reserve the dispose. Actually using it now, but yeah, he's getting it out alive.
Yeah, far too much damage coming out from XM as the stacks build up.
So
it definitely feels like Liquid, they're struggling to find a plan of how to play out of this position, Sin. I mean, what do you imagine the discussion is that's being had between them in this sort of game? Because it feels like Azure are kind of gaining control of the whole map right now.
I think it's a matter of finding out what your timing is exactly, right? The Timbersaw has now finished Eternal Shroud. I believe Winter was talking about Pipe being an option here for the team, but he's getting the selfish item that only protects him. I don't know if that's really going to cut it. This is not the best Timbersaw game, which makes sense. You first pick the hero after all, right? You are going to get countered by a lot of magic damage, so you will need to itemize for it. But if he's the only one who has the protection, I guess Azure have the luxury of, they don't have to go on him when he pops it, right? Or just in general. They can kind of ignore him, fight the other heroes. If they see an opportunity, they can pile it on. But it's not a requirement. Now 5k lead pretty much after that tier 2 tower falls bot. I guess one item timing that's coming in will be the Nisha BKB, which will definitely help quite a bit. Perhaps that opens a path to killing off this Viper in the fight. Because as it stands now, if Nisha runs in with Focus Fire and Wind Run on, he gets caught by Carapace from a Maelstrom proc and he just dies, actually. Yep. So it's very unsafe.
I mean, one of the things that Liquid definitely struggle with, right, are sort of ways to stop like XM pressing his spells. He's always going to get the Viper Strike off as well as the nosedive. In terms of stuns that Liquid have, it's a Shackle Shot and a Telekinesis. Outside of that, there's no stopping XM getting to play the team fight, get these spells off, disarming and breaking.
Oh wow, they're confident. This is a 20-minute high ground attempt.
2 minutes left on the Aegis. I think Azure, you know, why not push high ground, see what happens.
Okay. Well, so far so good. If this tower falls, we know how Luna lineups work.
And Liquid, what's the response going to be?
It's actually gone. Okay, now he's going to start cleaving off the barracks.
They jump forward.
Okay.
Gonna try and get the catcher on the Saberlight. Saberlight, he's been broken for now by XM. They'll separate back from this. They'll try and lead in on towards Low. See if they can take now once, but he's able to Hurricane Pike himself back to the safety of the low ground. Nisha pots the BKB. He's committing it with a Focus Fire onto XM, but it's not enough damage. XM's able to get away. Big damage coming in from Saberlight as he cuts through jamming, but they turn towards him. Saberlight, he tries to demonstrate away, but he's not going to be able to make it out there. XM trying to finish him off. They'll get him. They'll bring down Saberlight. Low still alive here with his first life. He still has the Aegis to rely on. Mickey trying to retreat, but the nuke damage comes out with a Soul Assumption. Mickey to fall. They'll finally get the Aegis out of the hands of Low, but there's just the 3 of them left alive here on Liquid. as Azure, they can look to continue to push for more. They can finish up this Rax in the mid lane. We'll see if they want to try for more. I think they can. Yeah, Lowe's just straight up to the top lane. There's no Mickey, there's no Saberlight. Unfortunately, the fortification. See if that's going to be enough to push them back for now. Tianming jump to the low ground. Nisha's not able to catch him in time with the shackle.
Oh, big Mickey.
I mean, Boxy tried for a very aggressive move there. They were ready and waiting for him to TP in. XXS blows him up.
Yeah, Boxy trying for a little cute move there, but they're not. I mean, first of all, they were completely ready for it, and he just TP'd in full vision, but I don't even know if that would have worked regardless. Like, Liquid didn't really have enough in the tank. What an insane Solar Crest fight this was. Low got kept alive for so long.
He did.
Consecutive Solar Crest usages.
And Nisha, as we saw there, just tried his best to commit fully onto XM during the BKB. At this stage, though, he just doesn't have the damage, even with the focus fire. And yet, Low on this first life, living so long, causing so many issues.
Right there is absolutely game-changing. That would have been the Aegis, and Mickey would have survived if they didn't get that perfect Solar Crest timing out. Coming out from XXS, big play. 2% health or something. That Luna alive. That's another Tormentor for both teams. So Saberlight will now unlock the Flamethrower. For the side of Azure, we get the Marcy one. So the rebound, lower cooldown, and it can be cast on enemies. Not really that relevant, it feels like, for how this has been played so far. Say the Timbersaw one is more likely to have an impact. 9K lead now, though. We did set the stage for potentially snowbally game. Liquid really needing to defy the odds here to pull this one back after the last couple of fights have just been all Azure. They get another Aegis, it feels like it might just be impossible, so they have to be able to fight out on the map before that happens.
See if they want to try and go for XM. They're not. They're getting out of it. Mickey, moments away from being found there, but
Yikes.
we'll get fortunate with the TP. He's out. Could just trying to push these lanes out and do everything they can do to just keep this Luna and the team away from the high ground. Liquid lose another fight close to their base. They'll easily lose at least a second set of racks and maybe even the game with how quickly Azure can push as long as Low survives.
There, so Boxy not in vision. Mickey.
Jinkyu.
Oh, he missed. Yeah, okay. He actually got it off in
It
time.
was a good effort to try for that, yeah.
Barely off. Scouting. Oh, this could be dangerous for Nisha, actually. This is fully telegraphed now for Jinkyu, and Nisha went. He has the ward covering. He will know if Nisha walks back, otherwise he has to assume that he's still on the Ancients. Jinkyu patiently waiting for teammates to rotate over. Actually, they choose not to go for this. Despite that good scouting, I thought they were maybe going to lapse, but let him go.
Well, AC now as well from XXS. Jinkyu's just get so much information, and with this Dagon build, supports easy food here for the Nyx Assassin.
I bet he's almost disappointed he didn't get to cast Mind Flares. Like, really? Didn't even get to do my full combo. I don't even know how much damage I do now.
Jianming.
Oh, they do find him eventually.
He's going to be able to get the dispose on Anisha. Nisha, he'll pop the BKB. He'll try for the TP out with the Whim Run. He'll escape. Each of these moments, though, it really feels like Liquid, they're living on the edge. Barely getting away from these players from Azure.
Boxy not going to be so lucky, potentially bottom. He's just getting killed off by the birds. Doesn't even need to use the hero.
Bringing the creep wave around. I mean, creep wave's going to be coming in on the mid lane too. Azure, they can go for the high ground once more. They weren't able to stop them last time, Liquid. We'll see if anything's changed this time round.
The answer is no.
I don't think so. Yeah, tier 3's gone. Jianming trying to see if he can get a deep dive, get some sort of disposed setup. It's going to be fine, gets completely away from it. The backdoor protection momentarily kicking back in. As I say, the creep wave is approaching in the mid, so we'll soon get taken out again. Mickey has got BKB complete, so maybe a chance for him to enter into the front of the fight. The backdoor protection's gone though, and Liquid, they will not be holding this bottom set of racks as Azure take a second set.
Such a fast put. Luna with Solar Crest, with AC Aura, with Vlad's Aura from the Visage, all of this stuff just coming together. Such a strong timing. As you said, they're living on the edge. A single misstep now is probably just game over.
I think so.
Radiant lineup can push Barracks or the Ancients just so quickly, so try to find something. Okay. A bit of an opener here.
The slow on to XXS. Shackle will connect onto the both of them, but Zinky just turns, brings Stabilite down incredibly low. They've got the follow-up stun onto XXS, but he's able to Stoneform and survive this. Tianming will fall, but Lowe's here for the cleanup. Double kill for the Luna. Lowe's ready to clean them all up as they'll chase over to Wardisha. They'll take the Wind Ranger out. The buyback's having to come out now from Liquid, but there's no buyback again available for either Stabilite or Mickey. This is going to be a 3 versus 4 defense. Sure, Azure lost Tianming, but the ones that mattered survived. Lowe's here, straight up to the tier 4s. The Luna ready to do immense damage here to Liquid space. The fortifications back up.
Did you see Luna got your favorite item on?
Akanda, I mean, that's one hero we didn't really talk about, but this is a hero, right, that's build scaling attack damage, and you have that point target spell with the Lucent Beam, so the Lucent Beams, they are hard. And on the back lines as well, the burst is there. Boxy immediately evaporated. Lowe's onto the Ancient.
Oh my God!
They can't push him away. Nisha dies immediately. It's game over. It's GG. Azure. They have done it here today. They'll take down Liquid 2-1. And Azure will be the ones that get to move on and challenge Gaimin Gladiators in the grand final in a best of 5 this time round, Sin.
That went
going to move back in, trying to bait for his team. Is now Boxy moving forward, getting the vision. Starting out from ATF. They do want them Muerta dead. Silence is committed by Insania, but they do lose Boxy. That's a start here for Falcons. The buyback is out from Boxy, looking to come back towards his team. They do not want to allow Roshan to go the way of the Falcons for free, but the swap is out. Nisha forced to go for the fight. They go onto the bench, snaking. In huge trouble for Nisha. He's dropping low. He can't toggle. Chrono is out. They've caught the Tusk at the very least in snaking, but it's only support, and now the song comes out. Oh, Skidder. He's going to turn back around with the Saberlight, looking for the Visage, and it seems as though Saberlight, he'll go for the stuns, but how do you get out of this? You do not. Boxy, he will follow. That is a dieback on the Muerta. Okay, just going to go right into the corner and just hide in that area as Skidder. Still going to have a look through the northern side of the jungle, realizing that the camps have been farmed. And Mickey, he may just get caught. Right into the Naga, and they do just silence him up. The Void Mickey, he's looking like he has no chance to escape.
We're nowhere near that. It's been pretty stark.
ATF, he's going to find Nisha. Nisha going to just try and jump away, but still is in danger. The shot's going to lock them in. They still are okay. Nisha wants to go for the fight, does pop the BKB, but the Walrus Punch is out and Nisha is down. And again, so is the whole side of Falcons. Snaking, he'll be the one to break the smoke. Mickey jumping in immediately. They just want to blow up one. The Venge is dead immediately as now. They'll go for more. It seems like Crit is going to be the secondary target. Crit, he will eventually go down the snaking with the Remnant swapping him out. Crit, he will survive. He'll eat the cheese up. It's that ATF now, moving in onto Nisha. There's your Chrono committed. But do they have the damage? It seems like they just may, but no, the song comes out. And everything just stops as it seems as though the side of Liquid, they are out of gas here, John. They will try to continue the fight, but it is not looking too good for them. Maureen, he is taking a bit of damage here from Mickey. Perhaps he is set to fall. That is one life. Liquid, can they keep the fight up? Back onto the Razor they go, and it seems as though Falcons are going to let the Razor go down. They were not within range to make the jump in, so the Void will be able to make it out. Though Saberlight, not quite so lucky yet. Crit, he'll kick him back. The Visage in huge trouble. They'll force the fight anyway. Nisha trying to go for the fight, does get popped out. And now the Chrono. Mickey, he'll find 2 targets. They'll take Crit down. The song does come out. Nisha, he will drop for this. Meanwhile, Malrine, he's going to Satanic up, and Mickey forced to just retreat immediately as now the chase is on Falcons. They want to hunt this prey down. Insania goes to Walam to get away, but Mickey getting caught out and the Void is gone.
Buybacks.
He's got no buyback available. As Falcons now smothering the side of Team Liquid. Looking to go for the jugular. Saberlight just going down slowly but surely. ATF looking for his next target. Might find Boxy, but Boxy at least able to TP away. But it's a 3v4 scenario. How do you defend? The tier 4s are basically gone. There's only one left and the Ancient will be exposed. And I think for Liquid, it's looking pretty rough.
And it is. A full minute. Not enough time.
Certainly is not. They are going to try one last time, but they've already caught Boxy out. The Muerta is down. Boxy, he'll fight back. The Ancient, exposed. Under siege. It's Liquid. Moving in. It seems as though Falcons, they are going to play conservatively. Maybe assuming the buybacks were available, they will not risk it. In fact, Skidder, he's still thinking about it. They do have Megas up, so there's no need to risk it. They'll jump in for the kickback onto Boxy, and Boxy, well, that'll be a tieback immediately from the Muerta. Still 30 seconds without your Void and your Husker. Saberlight at least finding snaking here in the Visage. That's one down, but that's not really the big problem, and GG is called. GG is called. Falcons, they will be able to successfully take game number 1. And I'll tell you what, it was quite a smooth ride for them. John Liquid, I mean, there was a couple of great moments for him, but ultimately just not quite enough.
New items kick in our own game, but maybe now we will.
Yeah, can I just say I was absolutely revolted. Crystal Maiden did not get nerfed in the movement speed department again. Very, very sad to see. Hopefully next patch though, Ice Frog will rectify that mistake, Jonathan. We cannot have this hero moving.
Yeah, too often nowadays. The matchup against the Wind Ranger shouldn't be the best at top.
Yeah, Crit already being punished here by the side of Liquid as Boxy moving in early on. Crit trying to survive the best he can, but no, he is gone. And Liquid, a surprising initiation coming out. ATF though, looking for a trade, already onto Insania, and just look at the damage output. However, now ATF, he's also going to find himself in trouble, and he's gone!
Against Alchemist, Gyro doesn't do anything, so you're just farming as Amar again. Amar up top.
Oh, again, Amar being caught, the Sprout a little bit off the mark, but blocking the way. Oh, top, they're pinging at ATF again. This time though, Insania may have gone a little bit too early. Boxy is around the corner to help out if they wish, but Insania is dropping very low though. No, here comes Mickey. ATF just trying for the kill. Does get it, but it's going to cost his own life again.
Flash farming ready for our Alcon Skidder. You don't have those resources. The aggression from Liquid early on is just way too much. And against throwing off this temple, they'll try a little bit, but Saberlight's pretty damn tanky.
It feels like you're at the stage for the Omni Knight where you just can't really deal with it. As now Boxy moves in with the Sprout again, though. Snaking, able to run out for now. As now Skidder continuing onto the Omni. They really want the kill, but Saberlight, he's just such a tanky boy. And they'll find a double.
Malrine's nowhere near to try to help save.
They're still trying. They are still trying. Malrine does rotate and he does get the Omni Knight kill, but in the meantime, ATF ends up dying at the top lane. His 5th death of the game.
Not an easy one to pin down at the moment.
I say that, he's got a double damage now. So Nisha, he wants to move in with the focus fire. Snowball will come out from Malrine. Nisha in a very awkward position is going to get caught out by the looks of it as he does go down. Getting baited by the amplification rune. Zinsania also getting caught. 4 heroes in the mid lane to ensure they win that engagement. Holding onto these bounty runes. 3 bounties just standing there for snaking as he will take all 3 of them. Very, very patient with the take as Nisha. Move in, see if he can find himself a gyrocopter kill. Does have the level 2 power shot if he can get enough damage out first. And snaking, well, he does have the raindrop, so will still remain safe. But here comes Mickey. That's 1 down. Mickey wants more. He's onto a mega kill streak already. Onto ATF they go. The Viper really has no way out of this fight, it seems, as they will try onto Mickey. Can they take him down? Mickey! Oh, he's gone.
Alchemist. Normally when you have that Alch, you'd want to be a good 2k up, 3k up with lots of stacks. You don't have that in this game.
You certainly don't, and Snaking right now, he won't have a life in this game as he is gone. Nisha with a nice rotation. In comes Malrine, but the Shackle is out. They'll hold the Tusk down. Snowball is there, back in onto the Wind Ranger. Here comes ATF, looking for some revenge against Liquid. It looks like they'll have the Wind Ranger, but they won't find anyone quite else. See if they can catch Saberlight with his pants down. The Saberlight, again, he's a pretty tanky target to try and go for, but they will jump in with the Walrus Punch. Saberlight taking about half his HP and worth of damage, and Saberlight is gone. Tanky or not, cannot sustain the damage output that came out from Falcons. Is now Liquid trying to punish as best they possibly can. They'll find Crit first, but here comes Skitter. Skitter going to join the fray. They take down Boxy. They'll lose Crit, at least on the Shadow Demon, but Mickey trying to tank through it. Skitter, he's taking way too much damage. The shards are going to block the way from Nisha, but the power shot, it's going to fly through Skitter. He's still going to go for a run. It looks like he will make it out as Mickey is the one to go down. Meanwhile, Nisha gets stunned up, still sticking around by the Twin Gates, will go for the shackle, but he's going to be so careful. Malrine, he's going to survive another day. Nisha really playing with fire now as the shards, it'll block the way. He has to go the other way now towards the west, and Nisha's been caught. Nisha still trying, but he is down. Meanwhile, Insania, he'll go for the freezing field. Is it going to be quite enough? It doesn't really seem like it. Though ATF might drop. Still trying to retreat Saberlight. He'll take him down. Skitter still around towards the Roshan pit. He goes, but Roshan is on the other side of the map right now. So Skitter, he's got a deny point. Back Saberlight. Now Saberlight might be the one in trouble. He'll heal up though, but in comes Crit's the real carry now. It seems as Crit is getting so many shadow poison stacks. He will.
And for Skitter to see these opportunities to play with the vision, going up and down the ramp, getting these nice unstable concoctions, and Dragon's fight to be longer than it should have been for Liquid. Like the BKB flying in right in time as well.
Getting caught live. He does have his help behind him if he needs it. Shackle not going to quite latch. Mickey maybe going a little bit too far. The punch is there, and Mickey is just deleted as Nisha will follow right afterwards. And there goes Boxy. Falcons. Now is okay. Mickey or Nisha gonna find it. ATF, he could bait for his team though. He's by the T1 tower. Problem is ATF is dropping rather quickly, so he is down. Now the Gyrocopter snaking. He is gone to boot by the looks of it, but he will survive a little bit longer, but it seems like he is down. However, Mickey is being controlled up by Skitter. Skitter will take him down as well. For Saberlight would have a great way of coming back into this game. Number 2 is Malrine gets aggressive mid lane, is forced to snowbird back towards the creep wave. Is going to try and jump in on Mickey. Mickey though does get healed up here by Saberlight, and they want that fight. ATF needs to run. Skitter, I'm not sure this is what you wanted, sir. He'll try to back his way out of there with the stun being channeled up. Skitter is still on the run, but the stun lands. Oh my goodness. Mickey to take him down. Snaking, he'll be the next target. They might just lose 3, they might even lose 4. ATF will try to get out. That's the teleportation. Boxy will ensure there is no way out.
Equal net worth to Skitter. You don't have that item advantage to leverage on your Alk any longer. So we'll try onto him.
Skitter's been caught. Disruption will save from Crit, but Mickey looks like he wants to commit. Skitter, he's dropping so down low. Skitter is gone. Mickey will go for more. ATF barely able to TP away. But you've lost the Alchemist. I'll tell you, and Snaking now. Oh, Snaking. He could not get away either. Team Liquid finding even more value.
Malrine is smoked up.
Mickey into 3 heroes. He's still going to move in though. ATF, he will get stunned up. Mickey feeling like a bit of a Giga Champ though. He's taking a fair bit of damage, but Saberlight's right behind him. That's where the confidence comes from, because ATF, he's got no one to save him. He is without a BKB. He needs to save himself, and he looks like he is just dead. That is your Viper down. 90 seconds down Viper. On they go onto the tier 3 bottom tower. They need a creep wave though. The creep wave currently is non-existent. Instead though, Crit has been caught on the Shadow Demon, or at least spotted. Saberlight will chase him down. Crit will be able to barely blink away. Meanwhile, Nisha looking towards Snaking in the Radiant base. Crit still running, but Boxy right behind him does get the spread up. So Crit is down, tips out from Saberlight. Gale forces out Nisha. Oh, that's a shackle flying out from Nisha. It won't matter yet. The snowball does save. No, in fact, it does not. Skitter is gone, and so is Snaking. No buyback available. What a setup from Nisha.
Liquid are just so terrifying now at this point with all the control, but how well they can sustain up front, but how confident they are with Nisha and Mickey.
Go. Malrine, he'll go for the kick back into the tier 4 towers. Mickey, he has his BKB. He could not give a crap. It's the side of Falcons that are burning to the damage. Malrine is gone. Mickey and Nisha moving back into the fountain. They are just fountain farming him now. Mickey getting kicked in. Can he survive? Nisha will take the hits from the fountain. Mickey just going to TP away as Malrine is gone. And GG is called. Oh, to finish here for Liquid. We are going to a game 3.
And what a spectacular fashion to go into that game 3 as well. Falcons, they were getting crushed in lanes. You know, they were getting some early rotations out from Liquid. Liquid, Oxy just being a maniac on that Nature's Prophet. They slowed down a bit. It's a lot better as well. There should be some early fast play that they can bring out. And some good push, especially with the Wraith King on their side. So they can counteract that aggression that we saw from Liquid in the last game. And that's going to be the difference maker in this one.
Look around here from Marine for the ward on the high ground, the Dire side. Crit's going to secure GDN. Insania is ready with the Frostbite if necessary, and Crit is pretty far forward. Instead that they go after ATF, and now Insania, he's the one going down way too quickly, and First Blood will be fed back the way of Crit. Boxy was there just in case. They have some very deep vision, so Marine, he's going to jump in on Boxy. Boxy was spotted underneath the raiding vision as well. The Prophet, though, is able to walk out. Rupture was committed. Marine, he's going to try for the Rolling Thunder TP away, and he's barely going to make it. 75 HP just about. As mid lane, they are still chasing Nisha. Nisha will be able to stick charge up, but he's not looking too healthy. He'll bury fire, but it is not going to be enough. Snaking to secure the kill. ATF looking for a little bit more value. Will continue chasing Insania and Mickey as the tips are already flying out. Marine having a great time. Crit, he'll get jumped. They'll find a trade with the Weaver, but now Mickey, he's going to find a way out. Boxy will at least get the sprout on ATF, not allowing the proper chase. Top lane, a bit of a group up here from Liquid. Towards ATF on the Brewmaster. ATF running right towards Saberlight. They'll make the jump in now. Rupture committed as well with the Frostbite and the Freezing Field just in case. ATF will melt. Skidder, he did try to rotate. In fact, they are going to try and force a fight. Boxy is the target. It's not exactly a great trade for the side of Falcons, but they will have to just take it. Boxy still on the run. Meanwhile, Insania being chased by Snaking on the other side. Boxy gets a sprout off, creating plenty of space. Insania the first one to drop on the CM as Boxy still juking around, but Skidder, he can smell him in the tree line. Boxy now running towards the north, but really has no... Oh, hold on a minute. Mid, though, Falcons not going to find the opening they're looking for. Perhaps through the mid-river they can go. Still hanging around the Dire Triangle, looking for the opening, but Liquid seems to have an idea that they are around this area, so they'll go for a counter smoke into the mid lane. Now Falcons have left the area. Not too interested in sticking around without their own smokes. They'll just leave to the high ground, get in that position. Marine, though, may get caught in the pango. The jump is in the silences. Now Marine barely able to swash away, but it's not going to be enough. He is gone. That's a start for Liquid. Falcons, I do not believe, want to stick around and fight. They immediately all TP up at Snaking. He'll be left behind. Saberlight will catch himself another fish. The Snaking, he'll buy a little bit of time running towards the north, but understands he's not getting away. Mickey will take another. They'll see if they can find the opening they're looking for, or maybe even just forcing this mid-T2 tower.
They've got the output. Skitter's starting to get hungry to build that Desolator up with charges, maybe force this fight here.
Liquid, they're going to try and move in. ATF is the big target. He does have the primal split, but he's been silenced up. He's been given no chance to be able to pop this off. And ATF, he is down. They've even got the first life of the Wraith King. Keep in mind, he still has the Aegis. That'll be the secondary life. Can they get him a third time? Crit's going to try to move in to help out. Nisha, oh, Skidder, that's too much damage. That is too much damage.
Just can't handle it. Like the magic damage pumping out, all the right clicks in the world, the full Mjolnir, the attack speed for Mickey to just rip the
poor
apart
old
with a
Snake.
shard.
Can he get away? No, he cannot. Snaking will follow his carry. 4 down for Falcons, and Liquid hand a triple kill to Mickey.
It's such a hard hero to deal with. You need to have volume around for this.
Oh, he's got Snaking again. Pops the ulti just in case. Skidder's going to run in. There's no reincarnate available. Skidder, this is such a risky play. His team is going to show up, but Skidder is dropping. He's been silenced up. He'll Armor Top won't survive for now. But again, no reincarnate available for 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Boxy still going. Does end up going down. Skidder will leave the area. Jump in from Saberlight. They found Marine now. Marine is gone. In fact, they even found Crit. The Weaver being caught by the Frostbite of Insania. He will follow. Tips out for Saberlight, who's giving all the information his team needs. Just so valuable, this Night Stalker, and Saberlight just forcing him into such an awkward fight.
I mean, I'm just surprised Falcons are constantly forcing this issue. Skidder in particular.
Everyone does survive for now. But don't have Primal split up, so it seems like Liquid want to try and force the fight. Rupture was committed onto Malrine in the mid lane. Meanwhile, ATF top lane. Action all across the map. Skitter in the mid lane has gone down. In the Radiant base, Liquid, they're just moving in. Skitter, he'll BKB up, but look at the damage! Mickey, he'll just keep going, and Skitter trying to survive. The best he can, he's gone. He is down. It's Liquid continuing. ATF being body blocked by Box. He just cannot make it out. He is finally down. And Liquid, GG is called. GG is called. Liquid have done it. Falcons, they will have to leave earlier than they anticipated, but for Team Liquid, they will be moving through the lower bracket, and they have secured themselves at minimum top 6.
What a spectacular fashion for Team Liquid to get that done as well. A lot of back and forth in that draft. You know, the Bloodseeker pick working out well at Falcons. You know, they go back to some of that comfort, right? They bring out the Crit Weaver. Free.
Well, we did talk about the importance of the mid lane in this matchup with Nisha versus Mid One, and it seems like Mid One on his Invoker has his work cut out for him against the Pango of Nisha. We're going to find out how it's going to play out. First game of our first best of 3.
To Exort, I mean, he's got great Cataclysm combos, right? Faceless Void and the Mars. Box, he's going to be in trouble here. First blood available. Slowed down by the Sprout and the Blood Grenade, and he's going to be caught and killed. Puppey will take that first blood.
That's really good for Secret. This is not a lane I expected them to get aggressive on and take those kills down, but Time Dilation is going to do it, and Puppey straight in the top lane is going to make his presence felt on both side lanes here. This is exactly what we saw from him in that other Furion game. I think he's find a random Boxy. Again, struggling to find the gain connections here.
Oh, he managed to get a few minutes done with Nisha right there, but the Tornado's going to be able to intercept the Rolling Thunder. Now reset, gets it off and hits Yamich once. He's going to bounce over to Mid One as well. Trying to finish up Yamich so Insanity can help him with the kill on Mid One. It looks like they've got him both dead to rights. Double kill for Nisha. Now that doesn't give the big boost right away, but it is going to come into play here as they come in from behind. A sneaky kill onto Puppey here. Swashbuckle, not quite getting it, but finally Soul Assumption is there, but now he's been caught by the Arena as the rotation comes from Boom, securing a trade-off in kills. Chrysalis comes in from behind, catching Boxy out as well. They'll be able to get 2 for 1. Once and
get counterplay open. And yeah, I mean, this is the forced move, right? Like, Saberlight needs this tower down to control the aggressive jungle area, and it's what the Vlads is designed to do. But again, the turnaround,
he do a lot of damage, breaking through his armor so damn quickly, and he just dies. Not even the armor from the Lich could save him, and Puppey doesn't go down easily, especially with the lack of mana. That Diffuser Blade stops doing damage, and a beautiful chrono. Chrysalis was already going to feast on the fight, cleaning it up, but the 3-man Chronosphere secures it. Would have been best. He's catching that Monkey King, who has been kind of slowly anyway. Got it with the spear into the arena. Beautiful setup. Now that Sunstrike's not going to do that much damage with this much follow-up. Maybe they can still finish him off. They need more damage, but it's just not coming. And Mickey is getting the lifesteal out of this because Nisha has completely caught the back line with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey, he'll just start lifestealing off of Puppey.
Nowhere to run.
And eventually get that kill. Incineration during night.
Yeah, this item seems anti-synergy. He always wants to be near trees, but
yeah, that is a little weird.
You know, hands out. They get a backstab on the supports here from both teams.
Nisha thought about looking for more, but better that he doesn't right now. Oh, Boxy a little bit of whiff there.
He's invincible.
Yeah, you can't touch him Mid One. He's gonna drain more mana. You got what? The Arena and Chronosphere. This Lion is a goddamn threat. They have to stop him apparently. His spear comes up through. Beautiful stuff. Hits Nisha and pins him to the wall, but he got off the shield crash. That'll protect him for now with Mickey coming through the Wukong's command. They'll feast on some wards here. Get some extra gold off of that.
Yeah, they did kill Boxy.
They got him.
By the way, 7 death for him. He has really struggled to stand there and...
Yeah, Yamich is also not having the most fun in this game either. Both core positions are just being tackled by the enemy team in these 3-4-man ganks. Juan burned out of mana. Nice move. Get the kill over to Saberlight.
And that's the Pango and the Monkey are... They both feel pretty tanky, especially if the Wukong's up.
I guess that's where the Maelstrom feels quite nice on Faceless Void nowadays. Is trying to protect their Wisdom Rune. Nisha hops in. A little bit too late to stop the Wisdom Rune being gone, but if they could kill Mid One, that would be worth it. Coming in. Locking down the Vistage and the Birds very nicely. See if Saberlight is going to live through this one. He actually has the shard, so he's going to be okay for now. In that stone fort, Nisha in the back line still. He's rolling those Thunder, ran out. Yamich caught him with the disables, but Mickey to the rescue. Kills Yamich, takes away those disables, and now they're out of damage. But once again, farm the wards after winning a fight. It is risky, though. You never know when Team Secret might just decide, let's take 5 to, one of these side lanes or maybe defend.
And there's the second dust.
Got him this time. Tornado cannot come out in time. Pretty powerful.
It almost feels like you get the Chronosphere off the board on you're pretty happy, but the Wukong goes out and you have to take a fight by going in with Chronosphere while the Wukong's just there, maybe killing somebody else.
Pulling him back in, and with the spear, this is the pickup. Oh, Nikkei got off his BKB. No more disables were left. They're trying to fight through it, but it's just not enough. They are lacking the damage to fight through that BKB, and now Secret's in trouble. Oh, he went back in, got him inside the Chronosphere, gets that kill, finally picks up that beyond godlike streak. Chrysalis now gonna try and run down more. Puppey being targeted by Nisha right now inside of his own Sprout. Will end up falling. Chrysalis is the image now trying to get out after the buyback coming up from Boxy. Gotta get away from these disablers.
Remember, he has no BKB here.
He gets spotted. He's probably dead, but if he stays...
He went into the bird.
No, he went into the bird!
Wait, no stun?
But no stun, the bird didn't drop in time. Oh, and boom, gets the tip over to Saberlight.
It was almost like that leap was...
Smoked up, not sitting inside the pit waiting for that Roshan.
Look at all the stuff and scouting.
Trying to catch Secret as they push out towards the pit, not finding anything though. Between the familiars and the treants and everything else. Saberlight, he's gonna come through now. They have an idea. Nisha immediately popping the Rolling Thunder, but Team Secret, if they can just get out away from all of this one, it's a big ultimate down, but he did get picked up once on Chrysalis, and Puppey's gonna be caught on the high ground there, spotted by the familiars. Nisha still rolling around, still trying to slow down these heroes, holds up a little bit longer, and now Mickey's gonna come in.
They're all stuck in
They have the arena, but they're stuck inside the Wukong's man. Chrysalis is gonna be able to get away over the side, has that Chronosphere on it too, with Cataclysm coming in. He finished off the Pango. Can't go for Mickey though. They have to leave him behind. Meanwhile, well, Yamich does what he can, but he's throwing away his life to try and stall up these heroes and let his cores get out of here. Still trying to get it though. They have the Tornado, finishes off Boxy, slows down the rest of these heroes. Just trying to get Boom out of here.
Yeah, the kiting. A problem. This Rolling Thunder duration is nasty. They have no control for it, so they will catch Mickey without it.
It would be amazing if they could blow him up. They have the Nullifier to be able to take away that armor with the ball right on top, and they'll finish him up.
What were you doing there?
Team Liquid, they would have taken that Roshan. There was no Chronosphere to be able to contest this, but now without their carry, they're going to be run down. Instania is the first one to fall. Saberlight is able to get away thanks to his Aghanim Scepter.
And finally, Secret will try and get a Tormentor of their own.
Yeah, they didn't get it when it spawned at 20.
I don't know what this attempt. Pretty bad.
Yeah. No!
I mean,
come on, guys.
I feel like that one was not hard to read.
No.
That was not going to work at all.
We saw it coming a mile away.
Also, he's dead for 80 seconds.
Oh my god.
That's not like, oh, your support died for 30. That is an 80-second mid player off the map. That was his dieback. No cage for the little cage. Okay. He just wants the armor, I guess, because I don't know if the physical damage coming out is that high as they get a catch.
Beautiful pick up on the big game. They can finish him off. The Cataclysm, and they're going to use the Chronosphere.
Now, can Liquid take this fight just off of Nisha's firing power and I guess the mana drain?
Yeah, mana drain. Juan blocks away, jumps back in. Yamich now going to run interception as he gets some disables in. Mid-one's here as well. Trying to control these heroes as much as possible. Nisha's almost finished off Moon by himself. Trying to dodge the swashbuckle, but he gets the blink away.
And now you're sad.
He comes back in with a nullifier. Aeon dead, slow remove some of that disable, but it's not going to last for long. And Tank comes out. Another swashbuckle over way to the side.
This Pango, man.
Trying to get away from Chrysalis while they're going for mid-one on the side. Saberlight, his damage is amping up on the mid-stage, and now they got the disables. Boxy going for Saberlight. Lincoln's protects him once. He's trying to keep his distance. The Visage Familiars are dropping on him. He's got Yamich and Puppey joining him now. They're going to go. Got him with the hex. Can they finish him off? They need to be able to get one more hit. He got him in time. But at the same time, Chrysalis can't fight against the damage of the Visage. Saberlight will be able to stand tall when the rest of the scores fall, and he will help deliver the kills to wipe Team Secret. Step down.
I mean, that's the shield room Pango, though.
Yeah, the shield room Pango's gonna be tough to be able to fight through, and he's lifting me on distance. Whoa, no, the stun came out onto Boom right as he was trying to get the nullifier onto the Pango. Now his BKB is going to be wasted, and now the Faceless Void is being controlled up as well. Oh, this is looking really, really bad for Team Secret. Cataclysm goes out, no follow-up to it whatsoever. They're going to leave Boom behind as everybody else get out.
Fox is not even dead. Oh, he gets sprouted. No crowded.
No! Siphon! No, the creep died! The Siphon ran out because the creep died. Chrysalis is going to treat him no mana. Wait, but he's running out of mana. He only has so much more to be able to work with. The Meatball's going to come down, but the Invoker's already dead.
He's get the hell out.
But he's low, and Insania actually right in front of him. Now comes out Arena. Oh, turn around here. That's pretty nice. Hex today with some of the buybacks, though. They have to control these heroes. Oh, he got bumped out of the chronosphere. That's okay. He's still controlled up, and he'll still die. No, hold up for a second. No, okay, he does go down, but it's same
buyback from
He needs
Nisha.
help. He's all out of mana. Somebody give him some mana. He's gonna die like this.
Nisha is back, and that means you need to get the hell out right now. You have buybacks on Secret. You have Crystallises. You have the Shaman, but nothing for mid one here. And without a chrono,
And he gets pulled back in by the Hurricane Pike. Sure, Crystal's buybacks, but without a Chronosphere, what does it really matter?
Refresh from Nisha.
He rolls it up. Force staff, it's only going to do no time walkers too, but he disables the tieback there. And that's just it. Nobody has buyback on the side. If Secret Puppy, the captain, will be the last to go. Last to go with the ship, he will fall. And that's going to be GG, Team Liquid. Take game one.
What a performance here from all three cores on Liquid at various points in that game. Mickey carried this last fight with over 13,000 damage, locking heroes down in the Wukong. Yeah, that lion was annoying. Like, I don't know if it's...
You are correct. It is a little ironic that we had a broken headset, you know?
You know, maybe after that game one, tensions got a little high in the secret back room, started to do a little headset monitor flinging, you know what I'm saying? But I think Sablelight's getting a lockdown here, 15-5 on the Slaughter, 14-2. He is suffering and might be dead with the blood grenade.
Yeah, they actually killed him instead of the Razor killing Slardar. This is going to be terrible for Team Secret. His damage is all being taken away, and he doesn't have the bashes, but Boxy's got the damage instead. First blood goes to him.
I don't think Yamish can fight this man. This is...
He's going to have to give up his life. An attempted Wisdom Rune. He does manage to get away from him. Mickey will probably collect the kill, though.
Yeah, that was worth. I actually don't know if that's worth, because the Slark gets the stack. He gets extra solo XP. Honestly, might have it at a decent time here.
I mean, he's going to have to do some heavy lifting on damage the way that this Razor game is going so far. Soulbind, Boxy marching up solo here. Does have the help coming in from Mickey soon. Gonna start retreating. Mickey.
Backstab.
Oh, backstab from Saberlight. Beautiful play by him. Finally making his face show up in some other lane. And it nets them 2 kills for his effort.
Gets a free 2-hero backstab. He's going to have a very fast blink here. Just feels unstoppable. I mean, I guess this is why this hero was #1 banned.
Oh no, mid one, not able to get the jump over to the orb. Controlled up for too long, has to use the silence down, but now the urn hits him with a cold snap on top, and that's easily killed for Nisha.
Radiance off the Brewmaster, punishing overextension.
Chase down, trying to get out the ultimate. Oh man, 30 HP.
Didn't get, you know, chainstun off the cold snap. Dude, very
Boxy. Oh my god, Boxy. He's going to try and get the shot onto him right as he comes back. He doesn't even need to hit him with the shot initially. Slows him down and gets the finish.
I don't think they're thinking about doing it early.
Crush, almost bursting him down in time. The Soulbind's going to keep him at bay a little bit here. Mid one can't jump to his orb in time. It wasn't going to go far enough anyway. Just too much damage too quickly for Puck to be able to operate with.
They're going to go more.
12 Saberlight. Yeah, that Alacrity combined with the Slardar's burst of the bash against a hero with no armor.
Like, this is like Boom's strongest timing for a long while.
Difficulty is going to be finding enough heroes here. SWAT's actually going to be used on the Mickey. I'm not sure if that's what they actually want out of this. Insania's definitely dead, and Secret want to be able to find more fights. In fact, they've almost got him. Soulbind is controlled.
That's a really good one.
He got up his ultimate, but it's only going to last so long. The Plasma's field almost finishing him off, but they don't continue the chase. They go for the Invoker instead, who slips through the trees, but now he's got the Ink Swell on him. Do they have the Detective? Got him with the dust. Pull back in. Nice use of the Void Panda to push him right into the full team of Team Secret, and Saberlight now comes back in with Mickey, but with Invoker already dead,
no
and Mickey's in trouble. No ult. And here the Glimmer Cape fights for a little bit of time, but it's not enough.
Like, either he's initiating with the pokes off the Ags, or he's there to follow up on the Slardar.
He'll be right to make. They actually got the crush onto the Razor. So, yeah, the pick off on Over is great, but the kill onto the Chrysalis Razor is so much bigger for Liquid.
Perfect smoke. You get a high ground board, you get a really good angle. Secret just, I mean, Puppy's expecting the crush on the back line. It seals the fate for Chrysalis. It'll be a daytime fight, so no Slugfish, but you have Hex on Nisha to start the fight off. Something that can surprise Secret here, and you have the Ags finish for Saberlight on the Slardar, so if he goes in, he's going to be way tankier than last time. It's all about the lead off.
And one breaks it. Jump in from Saberlight, doesn't get it, immediately pounce in to follow that one up, but they got the Slark as
double link.
This is perfect for Chrysalis. Oh, he's gonna be able to up with the almost damage this out. They're turning around, the physical damage is too much. Chrysalis got to get out of here. Back into his death. Too much for him to handle, even with the damage being drained away from Mickey, and Saberlight is not good enough, and Secret start crumbling around the pit now. Boom still has his ultimate out here. Neil trying to collect. Oh no, there's that Hex, and the puck is in trouble, but the pounce didn't quite get there to follow it up. Mickey needs to be able to, oh no, Coil only latching on to the Invoker. Mickey's still okay for now. Gotta be careful of that silence. Mid one, and Aki caught by a single disable, otherwise he's gonna die here, and almost gets hit up here. Mid one doesn't know, he ups away to his orb, just in time. Saberlight almost gets him. Meanwhile, Boom is going to be the off-laner that gets brought down, is eventually back into his full form. We got Nisha. He actually managed to get Nisha. Mid one stays alive and gets a kill. It's the only good thing in that fight for Team Secret, is everything else goes the way of Liquid. Going to be playing in some way to their own advantage. They didn't have to use any buybacks in that last team fight, so it's going to be an incredibly tough fight for Team Secret, but maybe they feel like this is an all-in. They have to do something here. Silence keeps on landing onto the puck. The Soulbind, sure, but the puck is already caught and killed, and Chrysalis has already seen that Soulbind isn't good enough for him to just charge headlong into this Slardar. He'll chop it down pretty quickly. Glyph is going to go out immediately. Saberlight looking for an entrance, does find it. Yamich dies in an instant. Now they jump on a Boom as well. Thanks to the side, they're going to be able to burn him out of the mana thanks to the MP. He has a little bit more, but he has no chance to be able to pop his ultimate. Crystal's going to come too late. Tornado intercepts them, so no real rebuttal from Team Secret. That's just going to be a lane affair. It's guaranteed for Liquid and Team.
It's going to be a lock here. As Yamich dies again?
Oh, dive at Yamich, that is terrible for them to be able to have. The coil is there. They're going to be able to take the first life away from the Slug.
Yeah, but that link was not the link Crystals needs to commit into the fight. So
yeah, 19 damage stolen.
It's going to be a Rax, and they're going to linger.
Yeah, Roshan's up, but
right, now you have to force it.
They do have this amplify damage on mid one. He's going to do a lot here. Doesn't get hit by the fear shot. Good face shift. Leave a little bit awkward as he gets in that side. There goes that force step, but Saberlight with a big entrance into the team fight, which straight for Crystal. Got to swap back out, breaking out that swap, and there goes Mickey right onto the Razor to finish him off. Just like that, Liquid take full control of the fight. Now they're just going to run down whoever's left. They don't lose anything for this. Well, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Boom does manage to clean up that one kill on the support, but
Almich came back in. He's going to die back here, and the mid one also goes down on the backside.
Chrysalis is getting a lot out of the 20. Managed to take down two of the boards. Problem is, Mickey's still up, and he's slicing and dicing through Chrysalis bit by bit. They do manage to take him down one time. Second life coming back up. Now the control of the Soulbind. They got the pop, but it takes to be able to get Mickey. Mid-watch, his popped, has to buy back immediately, but they can't stop Team Liquid from retreating. Team Liquid are the ones to buy back. They want to try and end this game here.
Double buyback from them. This is all in. They did lose the Aegis. They still have two cheeses.
Trying to burst out the Earth Bandit, doesn't quite get it. Boom, back into play. Mickey jump into this one. Problem is that they just can't get through this calling with all this other AoE. Fortunately, Boom is pretty tanky. He's getting away, but no, he didn't run out now. Dead for 2 minutes. Crystal's barely able to survive. Boxy goes for him, trying to manage to dodge some of those shots. Boxy eats the cheese. He stays alive, but Crystal's time is a problem. You can heal up as much as you want, but the Ancient is a problem that you cannot ignore, and he gets swapped back into his doom. Buys back immediately, but the glyph is now expired, and Liquid will end it 2-0. Over Team Secret.
Devastating amounts of late game damage coming through from this lineup. I mean, Boxy turning into that fourth core really just pushed it over the edge.
Teams, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we've had a couple of series already with a patch. It's not much time still. There's still a lot to figure out with this patch, and I'm keen to see how it affects these teams.
Highly based from down by the way, but who cares about the pro players and how they feel it?
I feel like the Razors should be able to manage it in the first few levels, and then it becomes kind of a really tough time either way. But you can always protect yourself with a static link. So you have that to play with. You've got Crit with his threat of rotation as well, which can open up that tempo on the mid. I think the one difference is we tend to see Malrine go for the push.
Oh, bottom. Making, he's already gone. First blood to go the way of Saberlight, and it's a Visage combination. Skidder has not been too much, that they are going to try and jump in now. Snaking going to ensure that Boxy cannot go for the dead shot or the calling, though Snaking could find himself in a bit of danger trying to go for that 3-minute timing on the Lotus. He does not end up getting away with it. Snaking in huge trouble, but Boxy now being turned on, and both of them will go down at the same time as Skidder will try and go after Saberlight for a bit more damage. Skidder cutting through the tree line, Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage. One more hit will do it.
There you
Does
go.
find it. Great heroes here from Falcons, though. They might be able to set up on Boxy or Saberlight. Saberlight obviously the primary target, and in fact they are going to move in. It's there, will lock him down. They'll drop the calling for the silence, but I do not believe it is going to help. Saberlight is down. Is Boxy? Oh, he's not going to make it. That is unfortunate.
Naga is already
Saberlight.
the Manta.
Look at this, they're just cutting him off as well. They're not letting him get towards the tier 1 tower to try and defend. I love this play from Falcons. You know how important this Visage is to the side of Liquid as they do jump in again. Crit is going to get the shards up to lock him in, but the TPs are coming. Crit dropping low, but Saberlight is gone. Now Mickey trying to move in, but he does not have level 6. Mickey's in trouble. Mickey is looking pretty dead to me as he does go down. ATF is by himself at the moment of the DK, trying to push out the top tier 1 tower. Mickey going to pop the time dilation. In goes Nisha. Dragon Tower will be there, but it should not help ATF that much. ATF surely is just going to die as Nisha
Forced them to play more conservatively.
Chrono, top lane, they are going to try and defend. ATF going to cop the Chrono as now Nisha does move in, and it seems as though ATF once again will be punished for sticking around. So Liquid do indeed decide. Bottom lane, Mickey, does he know? It doesn't seem like he does, though he is trying to look towards retreating towards the tier 2 tower. Swap is there. Boris punch out as well. Mickey, he'll pop the Chrono. He does find 3 targets with that. The team is incoming. Mickey, they weren't too fast to begin with. Mickey still alive, is eventually going to go down, but Nisha, he's going to try and trade, see if they can find an effective team fight as they do take 2 for their drop. It seems as though Falcons for now retreating, but they're under vision. Oh, they are under vision of Team Liquid. This could be a very, very nasty team fight as Mickey does jump in, finds a 2-man Chrono with a nice swap out. Snaking will save at least 1, but he cannot save ATF. In fact, he can't even save himself because he's been caught by Nisha. That'll be a 2-0 trade here for the side of Team Liquid.
Get that nice wrap.
Okay. Bottom lane, they are having a look. The silence is there. They've got the Void silence up for now. The Snowball, though, not going to be within range in the ensnare. It does barely make it in time. In goes Nisha. Nisha wants to go for the fight. He's onto the Razor. Still Malrine fighting back for now. The Walrus punch out Nisha. He does go down. There is no armlet toggling when you're surrounded by that many units. The Liquid not going to allow this one to go for free. Mickey going to move back in, trying to bait for his team. Is now Boxy moving forward, getting the vision. Starting out from ATF. They do want them Muerta dead. Silence is committed by Insania, but they do lose Boxy. That's a start here for Falcons. The buyback is out from Boxy, looking to come back towards his team. They do not want to allow Roshan to go the way of the Falcons for free, but the swap is out. Nisha forced to go for the fight. They go onto the bench, Snaking in huge trouble for Nisha. He's dropping low. He can't toggle. Chrono is out. They've caught the Tusk at the very least in Snaking, but it's only support, and now the song comes out. Oh, Skidder. He's going to turn back around with the Saberlight, looking for the Visage, and it seems as though Saberlight, he'll go for the stuns, but how do you get out of this? You do not. Boxy, he will follow. That is a dieback on the Muerta. Okay, just going to go right into the corner and just hide in that area as Skidder. Still going to have a look through the northern side of the jungle, realizing that the camps have been farmed. And Mickey, he may just get caught. Right into the Naga, and they do just silence him up. The Void Mickey's look like he has no chance to escape.
We're nowhere near that. It's been pretty stark.
ATF, he's going to find Nisha. Nisha going to just try and jump away, but still is in danger as the shot's going to lock them in. They still are okay, Nisha. Wants to go for the fight, does pop the BKB, but the Walrus punch is out and Nisha is down. And again, so is the whole side of Falcons. Snaking, he'll be the one to break the smoke. Mickey jumping in immediately. They just want to blow up one. The bench is dead immediately as now. They'll go for more. It seems like Crit is going to be the secondary target. Crit, he will eventually go down the Snaking with the Remnant swapping him out. Crit, he will survive. He'll eat the cheese up. It's at ATF now, moving in onto Nisha. There's your Chrono committed. But do they have the damage? It seems like they just may, but no, the song comes out. And everything just stops as it seems as though the side of Liquid, they are out of gas here, John. They will try to continue the fight, but it is not looking too good for them. Malrine, he is taking a bit of damage here from Mickey. Perhaps he is set to fall. That is 1 life. Liquid, can they keep the fight up? Back onto the Razor they go, and it seems as though Falcons are going to let the Razor go down. They were not within range to make the jump in, so the Void will be able to make it out. Though Saberlight, not quite so lucky yet. Crit, he'll kick him back. The Visage in huge trouble. They'll force the fight anyway. Nisha trying to go for the fight, does get popped out. And now the Chrono. Mickey, he'll find 2 targets. They'll take Crit down. The song does come out. Nisha, he will drop for this. Meanwhile, Malrine, he's going to Satanic up on Mickey. Forced to just retreat immediately as now the chase is on Falcons. They want to hunt this prey down. Insania goes to will allow him to get away, but Mickey getting caught out and the Void is gone.
Buybacks.
He's got no buyback available. As Falcons now smothering the side of Team Liquid. Looking to go for the jugular. Saberlight just going down slowly but surely. ATF looking for his next target. Might find Boxy, but Boxy at least able to TP away. But it's a 3v4 scenario. How do you defend? The tier 4s are basically gone. There's only one left and the Ancient will be exposed. And I think for Liquid, it's looking pretty rough.
And it is. A full minute. Not enough time.
Certainly is not. They are going to try one last time, but they've already caught Boxy out. The Muerta is down. Boxy, he'll fight back. The Ancient, exposed. Under siege. It's Liquid. Moving in. It seems as though Falcons, they are going to play conservatively. Maybe assuming the buybacks were available, they will not risk it. In fact, Skidder, he's still thinking about it. They do have Megas up, so there's no need to risk it. They'll jump in for the kickback onto Boxy, and Boxy, well, that'll be a tieback immediately from the Muerta. Still 30 seconds without your Void and your Husker. Saberlight at least finding snaking here in the Visage. That's one down, but that's not really the big problem, and GG is called. GG is called. Falcons, they will be able to successfully take game number 1. And I'll tell you what, it was quite a smooth ride for them. John Liquid, I mean, there was a couple of great moments for him, but ultimately just not quite enough.
New items kick in our own game, but maybe now we will.
Yeah, can I just say, I was absolutely revolted. Crystal Maiden did not get nerfed in the movement speed department again. Very, very sad to see. Hopefully, next sub-patch, though, Ice Frog will rectify that mistake, Jonathan. We cannot have this hero moving.
Yeah, too often nowadays. The matchup against the Wind Ranger shouldn't be the best of top.
Yeah, Crit already being punished here by the side of Liquid as Boxy moving in early on. Crit trying to survive the best he can, but no, he is gone. And Liquid, a surprising initiation coming out. ATF though, looking for a trade, already onto Insania, and just look at the damage output. However, now ATF, he's also going to find himself in trouble, and he's gone!
Against Alchemist, Gyro doesn't do anything, so you're just farming as Amar again. Amar up top.
Oh, again, Amar being caught. The Sprout a little bit off the mark, but blocking the way. Oh, top, they're pinging at ATF again. This time, though, Insania may have gone a little bit too early. Boxy is around the corner to help out if they wish, but Insania is dropping very low, though. No, here comes Mickey. ATF just trying for the kill. Does get it, but it's going to cost his own life again.
Flash farming ready for our Alcon Skidder. You don't have those resources. The aggression from Liquid early on is just way too much. And against throwing off this temple, they'll try a little bit, but Saberlight's pretty damn tanky.
It feels like you're at the stage for the Omni Knight where you just can't really deal with it. As now Boxy moves in with the Sprout again, though. Snaking, able to run out for now. As now Skidder continuing onto the Omni. They really want the kill, but Saberlight, he's just such a tanky boy. And they'll find a double.
Malrine's nowhere near to try to help save.
They're still trying. They are still trying. Malrine does rotate and he does get the Omni Knight kill, but in the meantime, ATF ends up dying at the top lane. His 5th death of the game.
Not an easy one to pin down at the moment.
I say that, he's got a double damage now. So Nisha, he wants to move in with the focus fire. Snowball will come out from Malrine. Nisha in a very awkward position is going to get caught out by the looks of it as he does go down. Getting baited by the amplification rune. Insania also getting caught. 4 heroes in the mid lane to ensure they win that engagement. Holding onto these bounty runes. 3 bounties just standing there for snaking as he will take all 3 of them. Very, very patient with the take as Nisha. Move in, see if we can find himself a Gyrocopter kill. Does have the level 2 power shot if he can get enough damage out first. And snaking, well, he does have the raindrop, so will still remain safe. But here comes Mickey. That's 1 down. Mickey wants more. He's onto a mega kill streak already. Onto ATF they go. The Viper really has no way out of this fight, it seems, as they will try onto Mickey. Can they take him down? Mickey! Oh, he's gone.
Alchemist. Normally when you have that Alch, you'd want to be a good 2k up, 3k up with lots of stacks. You don't have that in this game.
You certainly don't, and Snaking right now, he won't have a life in this game as he is gone. Nisha with a nice rotation. In comes Malrine, but the Shackle is out. They'll hold the Tusk down. Snowball is there, back in onto the Wind Ranger. Here comes ATF, looking for some revenge against Liquid. It looks like they'll have the Wind Ranger, but they won't find anyone quite else. See if they can catch Saberlight with his pants down. The Saberlight, again, he's a pretty tanky target to try and go for, but they will jump in with the Walrus Punch. Saberlight taking about half his HP and worth of damage, and Saberlight is gone. Tanky or not, cannot sustain the damage output that came out from Falcons. Is now Liquid trying to punish as best they possibly can. They'll find Crit first, but here comes Skitter. Skitter going to join the fray. They take down Boxy. They'll lose Crit, at least on the Shadow Demon, but Mickey trying to tank through it. Skitter, he's taking way too much damage. The shards are going to block the way from Nisha, but the power shot, it's going to fly through Skitter. He's still going to go for a run. It looks like he will make it out as Mickey is the one to go down. Meanwhile, Nisha gets stunned up, still sticking around by the Twin Gates, will go for the shackle, but he's going to be so careful. Malrine, he's going to survive another day. Nisha really playing with fire now as the shards, it'll block the way. He has to go the other way now towards the west, and Nisha's been caught. Nisha still trying, but he is down. Meanwhile, Insania, he'll go for the freezing field. Is it going to be quite enough? It doesn't really seem like it. Though ATF might drop. Still trying to retreat Saberlight. He'll take him down. Skitter still around towards the Roshan pit he goes, but Roshan is on the other side of the map right now, so Skitter, he's got a deny point. Back Saberlight now. Saberlight might be the one in trouble. He'll heal up though, but in comes Crit's the real carry now. It seems as Crit is getting so many Shadow Poison stacks. He will.
And for Skitter to see these opportunities to play with the vision, going up and down the ramp, getting these nice unstable concoctions, and Dragon's fight to be longer than it should have been for Liquid. Like the BKB flying in right in time as well.
Getting caught live. He does have his help behind him if he needs it. Shackle not going to quite latch. Mickey maybe going a little bit too far. The punch is there, and Mickey is just deleted as Nisha will follow right afterwards. And there goes Boxy. Falcons.
More?
Now is okay. Mickey or Nisha gonna find it. ATF, he could bait for his team though. He's by the T1 tower. Problem is ATF is dropping rather quickly, so he is down. Now the gyrocopter snaking. He is gone to boot by the looks of it, but he will survive a little bit longer. But it seems like he is down. However, Mickey is being controlled up by Skitter. Skitter will take him down as well. For Saberlight could have a great way of coming back into this game. Number 2 is Malrine gets aggressive mid lane, is forced to snowbird back towards the creep wave. Is going to try and jump in on Mickey. Mickey though does get healed up here by Saberlight, and they want that fight. ATF needs to run. Skitter, I'm not sure this is what you wanted, sir. He'll try to back his way out of there with the stun being channeled up. Skitter is still on the run, but the stun lands. Oh my goodness. Mickey to take him down. Snaking, he'll be the next target. They might just lose 3, they might even lose 4. ATF will try to get out. That's the teleportation. Boxy will ensure there is no way out.
Equal net worth to Skitter. You don't have that item advantage to leverage on your Alk any longer. So they will try onto him.
Skitter's been caught. Disruption will save from Crit, but Mickey looks like he wants to commit. Skitter, he's dropping so down low. Skitter is gone. Mickey will go for more. ATF barely able to TP away. But you've lost the Alchemist. I'll tell you, and Snaking now. Well, Snaking, he could not get away either. Team Liquid finding even more value.
Malrine is smoked up.
Mickey into 3 heroes. He's still going to move in though. ATF, he will get stunned up. Mickey feeling like a bit of a Giga Champ though. He's taking a fair bit of damage, but Saberlight's right behind him. That's where the confidence comes from, because ATF, he's got no one to save him. He is without a BKB. He needs to save himself, but he looks like he is just dead. That is your Viper down. 90 seconds down Viper. On they go into the tier 3 bottom tower. They need a creep wave though. The creep wave currently is non-existent. Instead though, Crit has been caught on the Shadow Demon, or at least spotted. Saberlight will chase him down. Crit will be able to barely blink away. Meanwhile, Nisha looking towards Snaking in the Radiant base. Crit still running, but Boxy right behind him does get the spread up. So Crit is down, tips out from Saberlight. Gale forces out Nisha. Oh, that's a shackles flying out from Nisha. It won't matter yet. The snowball does save. No, in fact, it does not. Skitter is gone, and so is Snaking. No buyback available. What a setup from Nisha.
Liquid are just so terrifying now at this point with all the control, but how well they can sustain up front, but how confident they are with Nisha and Mickey.
Go. Malrine, he'll go for the kick back into the tier 4 towers. Mickey, he has his BKB. He could not give a crap. It's the side of Falcons that are burning to the damage. Malrine is gone. Mickey and Nisha moving back into the fountain. They are just fountain farming him now. Mickey getting kicked in. Can he survive? Nisha will take the hits from the fountain. Mickey just going to TP away as Malrine is gone. And GG is called. Oh the finish here for Liquid. We are going to a game 3.
And what a spectacular fashion to go into that game 3 as well. Falcons, they were getting crushed in lanes. You know, they were getting some early rotations out from Liquid. Liquid, Oxy just being a maniac on that Nature's Prophet. They slowed down a bit. It's a lot better as well. There should be some early fast play that they can bring out. And some good push, especially with the Wraith King on their side. So they can counteract that aggression that we saw from Liquid in the last game. And that's going to be the difference maker in this one.
Look around here from Marine for the ward on the high ground on the Dire side. Crit's going to secure Chi in. Sania is ready with the Frostbite if necessary, and Crit is pretty far forward. Instead that they go after ATF, and now Insania, he's the one going down way too quickly, and First Blood will be fed back the way of Crit. Boxy was there just in case. They have some very deep vision, so Marine, he's going to jump in on Boxy. Boxy was put underneath the Radiant vision as well. The Prophet, though, is able to walk out. Rupture was committed. Marine, he's going to try for the Rolling Thunder TP away, and he's barely going to make it. 75 HP just about as mid lane. They are still chasing Nisha. Nisha will be able to stick charge up, but he's not looking too healthy. He'll bury fire, but it is not going to be enough. Snaking to secure the kill. ATF looking for a little bit more value. Will continue chasing Insania and Mickey as the tips are already flying out. Marine having a great time. Crit, he'll get jumped. They'll find a trade with the Weaver, but now Mickey, he's going to find a way out. Boxy will at least get the sprout on ATF, not allowing the proper chase. Top lane, a bit of a group up here from Liquid. Towards ATF on the Brewmaster. ATF running right towards Saberlight. They'll make the jump in now. Rupture committed as well with the Frostbite and the Freezing Field just in case. ATF will melt. Skidder, he did try to rotate. In fact, they are going to try and force a fight. Boxy is the target. It's not exactly a great trade for the side of Falcons, but they will have to just take it. Boxy still on the run. Meanwhile, Insania being chased by Snaking on the other side. Boxy gets a sprout off, creating plenty of space. Insania the first one to drop on the CM as Boxy still juking around, but Skidder, he can smell him in the tree line. Boxy now running towards the north, but really has no... Oh, hold on a minute. Mid, no, Falcons. Not going to find the opening they're looking for. Perhaps through the mid-river they can go. Still hanging around the Dire Triangle, looking for the opening, but Liquid seem to have an idea that they are around this area, so they'll go for a counter smoke into the mid lane. Now Falcons have left the area. Not too interested in sticking around without their own smokes. They'll just leave to the high ground, get in that position. Marine, though, may get caught in the pango. The jump is in the silences. Now Marine barely able to swash away, but it's not going to be enough. He is gone. That's a start for Liquid. Falcons, I do not believe, want to stick around and fight. They immediately all TP up at Snaking. He'll be left behind. Saberlight will catch himself another fish. Snaking, he'll buy a little bit of time running towards the north, but understands he's not getting away. Mickey will take another. They'll see if they can find the opening they're looking for, or maybe even just forcing this mid tier 2 tower.
They've got the output. Skidder is starting to get hungry to build that Desolator up with charges. Maybe force this fight here.
Liquid, they're going to try and move in. ATF is the big target. He does have the primal split, but he's been silenced up. He's been given no chance to be able to pop this off. And ATF, he is down. They've even got the first life of the Wraith King. Keep in mind, he still has the Aegis. That'll be the secondary life. Can they get him a third time? Crit's going to try to move in to help out. Nisha, oh, Skidder, that's too much damage. That is too much damage.
Just can't handle it. Like the magic damage pumping out, all the right clicks in the world, the full Mjolnir, the attack speed for Mickey to just rip the apart with his shard.
Can he get away? No, he cannot. Snaking will follow his carry. 4 down for Falcons, and Liquid and a triple kill to Mickey.
It's such a hard hero to deal with. You need to have Falcon around for this.
Oh, he's got Snaking again. Pops the ulti just in case. Skidder's going to run in. There's no reincarnate available. Skidder, this is such a risky play. His team is going to show up, but Skidder is dropping. He's been silenced up. He'll Armor Top won't survive for now. But again, no reincarnate available for 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Boxy still going. Does end up going down. Skidder will leave the area. Jump in from Saberlight. They found Marine now. Marine is gone. In fact, they even found Crit. The Weaver being caught by the Frostbite of Insania. He will follow. Tips out for Saberlight, who's giving all the information his team needs. Just so valuable, this Night Stalker, and Saberlight just forcing him into such an awkward fight.
I mean, I'm just surprised Falcons are constantly forcing this issue. Skidder in particular.
Everyone does survive for now. But don't have Primal split up, so it seems like Liquid want to try and force the fight. Rupture was committed onto Malrine in the mid lane. Meanwhile, ATF top lane. Action all across the map. Skitter in the mid lane has gone down. In the Radiant base, Liquid, they're just moving in. Skitter, he'll BKB up, but look at the damage! Mickey, he'll just keep going, and Skitter trying to survive. The best he can, he is gone. He is down. It's Liquid continuing. ATF being body blocked by Box. He just cannot make it out. He is finally down. And Liquid, GG is called.
Oh
GG is called. Liquid have done it. Falcons, they will have to leave earlier than they anticipated, but for Team Liquid, they will be moving through the lower bracket, and they have secured themselves at minimum top 6.
What a spectacular fashion for Team Liquid to get that done as well. A lot of back and forth in that draft. You know, the Bloodseeker pick working out well at Falcons. You know, they go back to some of that comfort, right? They bring out the Crit Weaver. Free.
Well, we did talk about the importance of the mid lane in this matchup with Nisha versus Mid One, and it seems like Mid One on his Invoker has his work cut out for him against the Pango of Nisha. We're going to find out how it's going to play out. First game of our first best of 3.
To Exort, I mean, he's got great Cataclysm combos, right? Faceless Void and the Mars. Box gonna be in trouble here. First blood available. Slowed down by the Sprout and the Blood Grenade, and he's going to be caught and killed. Puppy will take that first blood.
That's really good for Secret. This is not a lane I expected him to get aggressive on and take those kills down, but Time Dilation is going to do it, and Puppy straight in the top lane is going to make his presence felt on both side lanes here. This is exactly what we saw from him in that other Furion game. I think he's find a random Boxy. Again, struggling to find the gain connections here.
Oh, he managed to get a 2 minutes done with Nisha right there, but the Tornado's going to be able to intercept the Rolling Thunder. Now reset, gets it off and hits Yamich once. He's going to bounce over to Mid One as well. Trying to finish up Yamich so Insanity can help him with the kill on Mid One. It looks like they've got him both dead to rights. Double kill for Nisha. Now that doesn't give the big boost right away, but it is going to come into play here as they come in from behind to sneak a kill onto Puppy here. Swashbuckle, not quite getting it, but finally Soul Assumption is there, but now he's being caught by the arena as the rotation comes from Boom, securing a trade-off in kills. Chrysalis comes in from behind, catching Boxy out as well. They'll be able to get 2 for 1 once
and get counterplay open. And yeah, I mean, this is the forced move, right? Like, Saberlight needs this tower down to control the aggressive jungle area, and it's what the Vlads is designed to do. But again, the turnaround,
he do a lot of damage, breaking through his armor so damn quickly, and he just dies. Not even the armor from the Lich could save him, and Puppy doesn't go down easily, especially with the lack of mana. That Diffuser Blade stops doing damage, and a beautiful chrono. Chrysalis was already gonna feast on the fight, cleaning it up, but the 3-man Chronosphere secures it. Would have been best. He's catching that Monkey King, who has been kind of slowly
anyway.
Got him with the spear into the arena. Beautiful setup. Now that Sunstrike's not going to do that much damage with this much follow-up, maybe they can still finish him off. They need more damage, but it's just not coming, and Mickey is getting the lifesteal out of this because Nisha has completely caught the back line with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey, he'll just start lifestealing off of Puppy.
Nowhere to run.
And eventually get that kill. Incineration during night.
Yeah, this item seems anti-synergy. He always wants to be near trees, but
yeah, that is a little weird.
You know, hands out. They get a backstab on the supports here from both teams.
Nisha thought about looking for more, but better that he doesn't right now. Oh, Boxy a little bit whiff there.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
He's gonna drain more mana. Yeah. You got what? The arena and Chronosphere. This line is a goddamn threat. They have to stop him apparently. Spear comes up through. Beautiful stuff. Hits Nisha and pins him to the wall, but he got off the shield crash. That'll protect him for now with Mickey coming through the Wukong's command. They'll feast on some wards here. Get some extra gold off of that.
Yeah, they did kill Boxy.
They got him.
By the way, 7th death for him. He has really struggled to stand there and...
Yeah, Yamich is also not having the most fun in this game either. Both got 4 positions are just being tackled by the enemy team in these 3-4-man ganks. Juan burned out of mana.
Nice move.
Get the kill over to Saberlight.
And as the Pango and the Monkey are they both feel pretty tanky, especially if the Wukong's up.
Dire's bottom
I guess that's where the Maelstrom feels quite nice on Faceless Void nowadays, is trying to protect their Wisdom Rune. Nisha hops in a little bit too late to stop the Wisdom Rune being gone, but if they could kill Mid-Wan, that would be worth it. Coming in, they're here. Locking down the Vistage and the Birds very nicely. Let's see if Saberlight is going to live through this one. He actually has the shard, so he's going to be okay for now. In that stone form, Nisha in the back lines, though, he's rolling with Thunder, ran out. Yamich caught him with the disables, but Mickey to the rescue. Kills Yamich, takes away those disables, and now they're out of damage. But once again, farm the wards after winning a fight.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to pick.
And feel like they could win. And when you pair that player with a player like Xinkyu, who naturally has all of the confidence and all of the happiness, it does make for a very good team environment right now.
No, that's a beautiful point. Like, you need clutchness. If you don't have clutchness, you're not going to get to the grand finals. You're not going to be able to win a grand finals, because there are those moments you only have a splinter of a second, half a second to make this decision, to tell your team exactly what to do. Sometimes you can't even make the call. You just have to do it on the spot. And I think XXS and Ace, they both deliver every time.
To add on to that a little bit, I'll be a little fair. He was hitting a lot of clutch black holes last year, but he also missed a few. But the ones he hit brought them back into the game.
You hit some, you miss some, you know.
That's how it goes.
I will say that both these teams, it's no shocker that since they're in the grand finals, they've had some signature heroes with really high win percentages. I've seen Phoenix get banned against Azure pretty much every game of these playoffs, and that's because it's 5-0. They've won every single game this event with it. And on the other side, you know, Quinn picking a fake hero, Pangolier, they've 3-1 with this. This is a hero that got, I'd say, significantly buffed in 7.35. It feels like that shield crash being reduced in cooldown based on the level of his ultimate without the talent really increases his potency in the mid game, and also extends the duration of his rolling bolt or rolling thunder. I feel like what it also does is it really just gives Gaimin everything they want to do in the mid lane. We talked about both supports collapsing. I think Pangolier is the best hero to do that right now. Low cooldown, skirmishing, didn't get nerfed by all of the heart nerfs and all the other common items for the other aggressive mid laners like Primal, Earth Spirit, Earthshaker, etc.
And it's a great hero versus Phoenix, right? Because Phoenix hates playing against these mid laners that can get on top of him and force his dive, force his egg. Because Phoenix is a hero that needs to sit back and wait for the perfect opportunity to cast his spells, but Pango is a natural opponent of such a playstyle.
Yeah, and I think it's, you both mentioned it already, I'm pretty sure it's Gaimin's best hero. It's the easiest hero for them to play around the mid. They have made CM look so damn good. I'm not surprised they pick it up again. The mana region, the early movement around, playing against mobile heroes, having Frostbite. As Azure, I like that they had a swap up in the draft now. Instead, yesterday they first picked up Primal. Now, this time around, they wait longer. It has more purpose. It's good against the Pango. And I think later down the road, Gaimin Gladiators already should perhaps be aware of a hero such as Faceless Void. When I see Pango, I want nuclear answers. A hero like Primal is good, but not enough yet.
Yeah, we got a Rubik picked up now as well by Azure. They seem to be pretty comfortable in this draft, but so does Gaimin Gladiators. I feel like both teams are getting kind of what they want. Maybe a little bit more so Azure than Gaimin Gladiators, purely by going off of how much bonus time Gaimin Gladiators has been forced to use thus far.
I mean, they're definitely very comfortable on their Phoenix openers, they're comfortable on their Primal Beast, and Rubik is a hero who got significant buffs in the last patch, and it shows from his 3-1 win rate in this tournament. But also, it is a Xinkyu specialty hero. I mean, I remember during TI when he would just say, give them Magnus and give me the Rubik, right? This is a hero that this player is incredibly comfortable on, and that kind of comfort is what you need during a Grand Finals.
Rubik in the games that I've seen has looked honestly quite phenomenal. I wasn't sure how good this hero was going to be, but in the correct games, this hero definitely pops off. I think Gaimin Gladiators' best carry pick right here. Alchemist, they play it so well. It gives you a secondary initiate with the Pango, so it's not just only him. You have double minus armor with the Lucky Shot and the Acid Spray and the Ratio. He's gonna pop up in your lane. Azure, you gotta be ready. Gaimin Gladiators, go with the Silencer to combo break. I like it.
Something's gotta give. Alchemist 5-0 for Gaimin, Phoenix 5-0 for Azure. Both teams whipping out their signatures. As I think what makes Alchemist so important for them in this tournament is that he hits their timing from the carry roll. A lot of the carries have been slowed down by the item changes, like the Mask of Madness and the Maelstroms being a bit more expensive. On the other hand, Alchemist doesn't get slowed down by the jungle nerfs, -2 gold per creep, just because of the fact that Greevil's Greed offsets that a lot, and it's going to allow them to really up the tempo of the game, and that's what Gaimin Gladiators has been known for. I really like this Lifestealer pick. It doesn't necessarily deal with the Pango that you mentioned, Kazu, but it is really good against these two supports. Once he gets like one Dispel item, he's pretty unkillable until, I would say, maybe an extra Hex, or unless they deal with him with Ace's hero.
Yeah, great points. Brian, I want to add on top of that, just the way that Dyrachyo has been playing Alchemist has been so pivotal to Gaimin's wins on the hero, because he's typically just farming, right, for the first 10, 14 minutes, but then he joins the fights and he positions himself aggressively. He's farming aggressively. He isn't playing the kind of Alchemist that's, oh, he's on another side of the map where he has to rejoin his team through Boots of Troubles. No, he's constantly within the formation. And that's really been a key part of Gaimin Gladiators' success rate, especially with the way that they buy those auras and ace and they're consistently grouping up. Also, that silencer looks really scary for Azure, right? Outside of it countering Phoenix as a hero and making it very hard to play the Firebird, it also counters Rubik, because if there's any good spell for Rubik to steal, Silencer's going to cover it with the Global Silence until, you know, that spell is refreshed or something else. And on top of that, if you're depending on this Primal Beast to come in and pulverize for initiation, if this is how you're going to take your fights with an infested Lifestealer in the Primal Beast, guess who also counters that? Who counters pulverize? It's Silencer.
Now this is just what I love in drafts. You get the Pango early, you know they're going to counter it, they get the Primal. As Mira was saying, Silencer is just now going to help on to Quinn to help him have a good game. I think both teams are really equipping themselves for like an explosive early and mid game, fighting each other. And I would say both teams are going to be looking at potentially auras, aka even more speedy heroes when it comes to the draft. I would assume that Azure are looking at an offlaner as opposed to a mid. What do you guys think?
I think that the Primal is meant to match the Pango pace in the mid lane, give them like the same amount of playmaking potential that Gaimin currently has. Now, I'm thinking that Gaimin probably wants the aura builder, like you mentioned. I'm looking at Lycan, one of the heroes that Ace loves to play. Doesn't match up too poorly against the Lifestealer. The question is, yeah, Alchemist does decent physical damage, but it's not generally powerful enough to bring down a hero like Lifestealer, who more so is countered by like the Slardars and the Ursas. He needs that extra oomph to be taken down in time, so I'm thinking that if it's a physical damage offlaner that Gaimin goes for, then if it's Azure's hero, we're looking at a hero that's going to mitigate that. Oh, they go, okay, well, everything we just said is now he's picking to dominate the Pangolier in lane. Complete opposite.
I mean, this is one of the things that I respect a lot about XM. Playing these mid heroes that will not only give you a good game, but slow down your opponent. I think Quap fits into that against the Pangolier in the game. I'm a little surprised about the switch up, but I like it. And as for Gaimin, I would be looking at similar heroes. I'm looking at some auras, unless they have some gotcha lane counter, which I wouldn't really know what that is right now.
I like this cleanup pan a lot to address the nuisance that is the Silencer in Gaimin Gladiators draft. Right, now that you have this cleanup pane, she's going to target these really susceptible backline heroes like the Crystal Maiden and the Silencer, and maybe she can bait out that Global Silence. After that, you can have the Primal Beast coming back in and having impact in the fight. Just use your cleanup pane. If the cleanup pane has a good start on lane and a good game, she can just bait out all of these really important spells from Gaimin, and then Azure can take the fight. So I think the pivot was quite necessary in this draft.
Yeah, this will be the first Queen of Pain played in the MyTech Arena, first one on this patch as well. But we have talked about her because spellcasters like Queen of Pain should be having a better time nowadays, Brian, due to the new items and some patch things happening.
Yeah, my concern for Quap is she's meant to win like the sustain game in the mid lane, like she wants to dagger you and shove you away, but I think even the supports for Gaimin are really good at just chucking nukes at her, and even if they don't kill this Queen of Pain, being able to, like, Queen of Pain doesn't have a way to really defend her tower other than being physically on top of the wave, so I'm a bit concerned in that aspect for, like, just the way Gaimin plays sometimes. It's just a war of attrition. They're just trying to wear you down on the map. And so they do go for the summons hero, but not a hero that I would have expected. What do you guys think of this Broodmother pick?
This is a hero that you always have to have in mind when you're playing against Gaimin, especially in the grand finals.
Ooh, this is quite dirty. I was looking at this type of hero who would give you these auras, but also gives you like a nice matchup. I think Visage Silencer is kind of like there's something wrong about it. I think now you have this melee range, you get these auras, you have the global to back you up. I think it's pretty disgusting, but pretty good for Gaimin.
One thing that's nice about summons heroes is they usually allow the 4 to leave, which is going to allow them to play mid. They're going to also have the option to go to Dyrachyo's lane, because Alchemist is a great carry to contribute to these kill options. And then it's a great hero that's still going to pressure the lane when he's level 6 for Dyrachyo to rotate through. So I think Gaimin's got a lot of good options, and Azure is going to have to be ready.
Also, this Brood is going to pose a lot of problems, right? Because there's only one hero on the side of Azure that can deal with it, and that's the Primal Beast. So Primal Beast is going to have to deal with Broodmother's lane at a certain point, and the 2 supports on the side of Azure won't be able to do much versus this Broodmother. Brood is going to split the map and create chaos in a way that Azure's lineup might not be able to deal with.
Especially like when you pick Or that like Brute, most heroes need to defend themselves with spells against Brute. They have a global silence that they can just pop out like that. Suddenly you still kill the Primal. I'm a little afraid for Azure, but I want them to show this early game aggression they did in the last series, and we'll have a banger of a game.
Okay, I'm looking forward to a banger of a game, banger of a series. My Tech Arena, are you ready for a banger of a game? Because I'm going to give you a banger of a Casper duo with Cap and SVG!
For the winningest roster in Dota 2 since 2013's Na'Vi, it would be expected that Gaimin Gladiators would close out this calendar year with the W. After all, they didn't get to win the biggest tournaments of the year, so they should be able to win the final one. It almost feels like it should be fate, right, Avery?
Yeah, in a way, but there's one team standing in their way. It is Azure, and they have an entire region behind their back. One of the most historical regions in Dota. This would be the first year a Chinese team does not claim a Tier 1 tournament victory. So we are at the edge of a precipice. We are at the edge of Dota history right now. And they are up against the final boss in Gaimin. Azure looking for a return to dominance for Chinese Dota. This is the last chance to make it happen. And damn, is it going to be a very tight best of 5.
Oh, certainly. I mean, the way that Azure came into this through the lower bracket in the first place, they certainly look like a much better team than when they matched up against Gaimin Gladiators in that original best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. But we'll see. Gaimin Gladiators, Dyrachyo himself said, you know, I just don't think they look that good when against us. So we'll see whether or not Azure can prove them wrong.
I mean, in his defense, who has looked good against Gaimin outside of Team Spirit? Absolutely nobody. So many of their grand finals have been 3-0 sweeps. So many of these runs have been upper bracket dominant runs. This is another upper bracket run for Gaimin. They are undefeated in upper bracket runs going into the grand final. So this truly is a test of fate here for Azure. How much their creativity can thrive, how much their hero flexibility can work. This is a team that picks different lineups every game in every series. They have been the most daring in this patch for sure so far. I mean, mid bounty hunter. Tells you everything you need to know about what this team is willing to play to get the job done. And I think they're going to have to go deep into the bucket here, right? Like, this is not a team that is unwilling to adapt, unwilling to pick out these niche picks. We already see the Broodmother in a game 1 going back to Ace's wheelhouse. You have to be prepared for everything. You have to be prepared for the tempo. That is the biggest thing that sticks out to me in this series. Can Azure weather the storm in the first 10 to 15 minutes? A tall task against perhaps the most consistent early game team in the history of Dota.
Oh yeah, these guys are absolute monsters when it comes to being able to take the early game. 125 wins to 28 losses if the game ends before 35 minutes. I mean, that says everything you need to know. Gaimin Gladiators, you just need to stall it out, and even then, you still only really have a 50-50 chance to beat them.
If you manage to go 40 minutes, okay, you get to play Dota. You get to play an even game now. You have a chance. That is how dominant this team has been. And that has been one of Azure's weaknesses in some of these series, right? Particularly that upper bracket final. I go back to that 2-0. That was a 2-0 that finished in 35 minutes, right? You go out to eat, you come back, the series is gone. So you have to put up a better fight in the first 5 to 10 minutes in the lane phase so you get to play your lineups. That's going to be the biggest test for this team, particularly in game 1, because if you start to lose that momentum early in the series, it can be even more difficult to get it back later. But this is a team that's shown resilience. They have bounced back. They have gotten back here. Statement.
So the biggest step, just don't lose your lanes against Gaimin Gladiators. Azure are focusing on that, and I feel like they've got some pretty good heroes to do that. I mean, Queen of Pain is a lane dominator matched up against a melee mid. That's got to go well. You've got the Lifestealer, who I feel like is a very hard hero to pressure, no matter what your sort of duo is going to be. And then bottom lane, we've got a kill combination of Rubik and the Primal Beast against Crystal Maiden and Alchemist. A chance there for maybe a pick off sometime on the Crystal Maiden.
Mid lane should be very good for XM, but these side lanes, they could be difficult over the long run. I mean, last pick Brood, there's not much you can do about it, but that has also been a bane of Chinese Dota since as long as I can remember, right? Yeah. You get last pick Brood cheese, it's a tough one. And we've seen this Alc main lane just decimate people the entire tournament. It's a lane that Gaimin are very comfortable playing on perhaps Dyrachyo's most successful carry hero. There's not a lot that survives just the early spell spam. You're giving the mana across the board later on, but early Frostbite under the Acid Spray is just pretty nasty. So as long as Azure go even here, I think they're happy in almost any of these games. Sure. Like, they don't have to win the lanes. They just have to not lose them.
And a big point of contention has got to be the runes, which is where Quinn is going to try and make its recovery against a Quap who should be, you know, constantly keeping him low. And we've seen how much Gaimin Gladiators love to be able to rotate into that mid lane to give Quinn as much of a game as possible.
That is one of the big things I want to see Azure counteract this year. Do not let XM just get outnumbered in these rune fights or these early skirmishes. You need supports that can match the rotations coming out from Gaimin. It is one of the things that's given them a pretty substantial edge. You know, everybody talks about Quinn's lane dominance. All right, this guy is probably the best mid laner in the world in terms of the lane mechanics, right? I think it's pretty out there at this point. But the biggest thing is they turn that lane dominance into momentum on the map by combining the supports at the power runes, at the siege creeps, getting damage into the tower, getting wards behind the tier 1. All this snowballs off that lane victory. The lane victory is not what just catapults them into a monstrosity of elite. It's the support rotations you have to think about.
And who better to shut him down than China's one of their youngest talents in XM.
See if he can continue to pop off.
Duraccio gonna turn around, get some good damage onto XXS, so both of them going down to about half.
Hey, so far, I mean, 0-0, that's a win for Azure in my book, right? Maybe not the most exciting start, but they're getting to play the lanes, they're getting farm on everybody. Big question for me is how this top lane progresses in terms of, we haven't seen Broodmother in a while, right? And this used to be a hero that just automatically kicked a lot of carries out. I don't think Lifestealer is a hero that stands against the level 6 for Brood. So in theory, this is a lane that Ace is going to give a lot of freedom to Tofu on. Perhaps look for the rotations off the silencer, get some more skirmishing in, but how long can Low stay up here? And does Low go for some kind of move on Lifestealer? Because it's not a carry that traditionally was going to go through the gate and gank anybody. So if he just goes back to the jungle, I mean, I'm getting flashbacks from some of those Low Lifestealer games early in the tournament. This is definitely not as bad as jungle level 2, but you don't want to end up in a similar position where you lose so much of your camps early to this Broodmother just taking over the map, and Ace gets that backstab in the tier 1 mid. That is what he's looking for. Kick Low out, take his tier 1, get in Azure's jungle, and backstab mid. That's always been the game plan with this hero since they overhauled it.
I guess one thing I do like about the Lifestealer is that you know Duraccio is probably going to make that kind of move through the gate at some point in time, and Lifestealer is one of the heroes that it is tough to put that pressure on him. Looks like Tianming's going to go for the first blood here, trying to hit Tofu. Oh no, the Fire Spirit didn't land it, and now he's going to get... Oh, the first blood goes on the other lane. Okay, XXS bailing him out there, getting that first blood bounty just in time, and the little bonus here, an Unstable Concoction self-explosion there for Duraccio.
Huge good trade-off on this bottom lane. They were getting spammed down, but they just region up, going the all-in on the Crystal Maiden. That's the weakness of the hero. Lowest HP pool of any starting hero in Dota. You got to take advantage of it. Get that all-in kill when you can get it, and that's a big first blood. Did end up going to XXS as well, so that's the hero they wanted it on here, as opposed to the Rubik. Really going to help them combat this spam lane. And that's extra salves going out on Gaimin side. So some of this net worth that the Alex extracting, getting cut back down, and
immediately back into it. Duraccio, Unstable Concoction. They're going to make a TP rotation here. Tofu's going to show up. Oh, okay. That is not quite what they wanted there. Xingqiu making it so XXS misses out on Onslaught hit. Either way, it's a good thing that XXS used it to get away in the first place. Again,
he was worried about the silencer teleport that was coming in from Tofu. So yeah, Azure is still happy with that trade. They got the teleport out of Tofu. He's going to have to walk back top. So this is a win for top. This is more time that Low gets to stay up here. It's better contest on the 6-minute power rune right now, which is coming out. All 4 supports going towards this mid lane. They do not want to give Quinn any sort of advantage. It'll be Arcane into XM's pocket. A big win here, especially for a hero that can take advantage of it with Sonic Wave. You could be looking at some skirmish, some TP to a side lane, Sonic Wave one of these cores, and then have it up again in like 70 seconds.
Seriously, that's got to be like one of the best runes. Get your hands on at the 6-minute for a Quap.
Starting to see Ace hurt a little dominance here. Double Wraith Band into early glove band. I mean, it's going to do it, right? Base damage is just skyrocketing here for him on top of the Insatiable. Yeah. So again, the clock, I do feel like the clock is ticking for Low unless Azure are willing to commit ganks up here, which could come from either of the other 2 cores. Not out of the question.
Yeah, I guess the biggest one would be, you know, Primal Beast. Pretty good at being able to match against Broodmother, right? You both got the lane clear as well as the mobility to actually get on top of the Broodmother in the first place.
And I'm sure that's something we'll see them force in the mid game, right? Yeah. Put XXS against Ace at certain points. Just alleviates some of the pressure. Even if you don't kill him, if you can control some of the map, it's going to free up your other heroes to play where they want. Continues to poke Low, but has yet to force him off the lane. Feels okay right now. Again, you have counter rotations that can come out from the Queen of Pain. It can come out from the Primal Beast. All the teleports are up for Azure right now. Celery, again, getting gone on bottom. And
Oh yeah, he's gonna get bursted. All right.
That's opening this lane up as Dyrachyo got forced into the jungle, which, you know, Al definitely not sad about this, but he's not level 6 yet, so.
Dude, he's so low. Oh, the Sonic Wave off the mark there. He wanted to be able to push back this roll, which is threatening to kill here, and surely he will die. As yep, Tofu, he'll pick up the last hit there, thanks to the last word. And Jinkyu, he's making a run for it, but there's nowhere really he can run to, or maybe he can hide. Wow, oops, it outside of their vision, gets the healing salve going. He will stay up, but some of that damage is already done. The Queen of Pain matchup into the Pango, you were supposed to win that matchup, and the hope was you didn't die on the level 6, but somehow they managed to make it happen.
They're gonna go right back onto Jinkyu. Another swashbuckle miss though. This man's just breaking all the ankles early. Will not matter. At least he does not lose some early int here. Still XM. It's a costly Sonic Wave miss there, but he does have it up again in 35 seconds. If you're gonna miss one, it should be the Arcane Rune miss, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
But we also saw Quinn play this matchup at TI, if you remember. He preferred the Queen to deal with the Pango in the fights in terms of just throwing the Sonic Wave out and displacing this roll. Yep, just buying time or space. Another kill attempt bottom, trying to punish the Alk, but that ult is up now. They have the damage anyway?
Yeah, that burst damage is almost enough. They're going to be able to grab him at the end of the trample. That's good enough. XXS on a killing spree.
Level 4 trample. He actually got the kill off the tower hits. Yeah, why not? I think he gets the Greevil's Greed as well. This is a smoke gate coming in for XXS, so he should go down here. He just doesn't have the mana to escape.
Yeah, he'll make himself a little bit tankier, but see, Gaimin Gladiators, kind of MO. You have to know this is coming. They link the two supports up with Quinn, secure Power Rune, and then they move around and make some kills happen.
Still, I think XXS is with that trade, right? You get the gank rotation going into bottom. It's not accelerating the Brood's lane in terms of taking the tower. Low still gets to stay top, and you slow down the Alchemist. So coming out a little bit ahead. Will buy time for XM to get this Sonic Wave back online. And I think now, if you're Azure Ray, this is where you look towards the Brood. Because this is the point where Ace is going to kick your lifestealer out. He's going to start taking objectives. So if you get the kill on him right here, right now, in like the next minute, it's going to feel really good. But it is the hardest kill to go for.
Fighting him over, Celery actually had a Lotus. It'll give time for Dyrachyo to come in, and oh, the telekinesis throw away. He's still got off the unstable concoction though. The Rubik will die for this. Gaimin Gladiators continuing to punish the aggression from Azure Ray in this bottom lane.
XXS opting not to pulverize the Maiden there. Thought they were going to have enough damage. Ends up backfiring. Still lingering around here now. Chemical Rage is up.
He got off the Chemical Rage, and this is going to make things really awkward. XXS, he's going to need to find a way to dive out of here before the damage comes, but Quinn completes the TP and helps. 4 heroes of Gaimin Gladiators. They are not willing to let this lane go bad. They're going to make sure, oh, and he's trapped in the pit there. Jinkyu and XM have made the rotation. They're going to toss him into the tower, but do they have the damage to finish him off? That swashbuckle might help. The Sonic Wave he's thinking about now. He's going to global silence. Disaster!
I was just about to say, where is XM in all these plays, right? If you're going to fight on one of these side lanes and take the skirmish to Gaimin, and you know they're going to bring everybody, you need your Quap to come in and get the backup to secure these kills. Instead, you don't get a Sonic Wave fight out of that. You end up losing the Queen. More intelligence into Tofu's pocket. A beautiful global timing. Power Runes still doing work for Quinn as that amp damage. Give you the extra burst, so this skirmishing in the last 3 minutes has not worked out for Azure.
No, these are the kind of mistakes you can't afford to make against Gaimin Gladiators. It's how they are able to get the momentum to run you over in 30 minutes in the first place.
I mean, you blink and they're already up 4K, right? Now, some of that is Alchemist. Can't really prevent it. The costly moves it. They're going to make that mid-game that much harder. This will be the rotation from low, however, as he is going to make this gate move with the lifesteal. Early armlet done. He got to sit up there for a long time. Azure do not want to let Dyrachyo sit down here. This is their MO.
This is going to be a bit of a stretch, though. Hard catch. Celery just enough to make sure that they can reset. Now they have 2 cores in this lane and can't even immediately pressure the tower. Meanwhile, Ace is, I mean, he's living life up here.
Oh, a little swashbuckle to clear the spider lane. That'll help Jink TS total. Gotta pad those fantasy stats, you know.
Yeah, he's gotta get the network to keep up with these Gaimin Gladiators.
That too. I mean, XM does, man. He's the one suffering right now. You look at this net worth chart. He's almost behind Tofu.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This is a level 7. This is almost a level 8 silencer. Almost just straight out net worth out leveling him at this point.
Yeah, considering the fact that you're matched up against the Silencer, Queen of Pain being behind like this has got to be terrible.
Yeah, it's not where you wanted this pick to be, right?
Yeah, you needed to be able to have the levels and items to be just a little bit sturdier, right? XXS, they'll charge through those spiders to help out Jinkyu.
Catch is just not that easy, though. The Brood's so damn fast in the webs. Honestly, hard to hit these onslaughts unless you're coming out of fog or the hero's already stunned. So the catch for Azure on the Brood, I just feel like it's not going to be there this game. You're going to have to give Ace what he wants in a sense. Well, I think they were trying to focus Duracho. Kill the easier target, the less mobile target on the map. When those plays don't work, now you're caught between an Ogre or siphoning off the two sides of the map right now.
It felt like they were trying to do it too efficiently with too few heroes. But the problem is that Alchemist is a hero that can actually fight back nowadays.
You know they're going to respond. Oh, Quinn is happy to make the what these two supports excel at. They're actually better at making the counterplay than the aggressive move. Because you have Global, you have a max level Frostbite that can easily lock heroes down.
And there's a big problem. Supernova has to be used because he can't really dive away.
Might live.
And the explosion does not go off in time. Ace had just enough attack speed to make it work.
That Global actually secures the egg because Jinkyu was holding on to lift there. He's trying to bait it in as long as possible. And the two Globals here from Tofu have been very impactful so far, and that's that Brood backstab. Ace doesn't even really have to commit in for the tower. It's just gone as a consequence. Map is completely open now. 7K gold lead at the 14-minute mark. This is where we've seen Gaimin be consistently with these Alchemist lineups. Why they're so terrifying, because Duracho's going to get to his items faster here than any other core.
Yep.
You have heroes to back him up for these objectives. You're going to be happy. Genrune, not a bad one to pick up either. That diffusal.
And Lifestealer's just not the kind of hero that's going to be able to combat that mid-game timing where the Alchemist has like 5 slots, right?
No, it comes online later. You have some of the anti-healing when you have the open. Starts to get better.
Gaimin Gladiators looking already at 15 minutes and looking at maybe even taking a tier 2 as they make a smoke rotation over to where Ace is steadily pushing in that lane. They don't find anybody from Azure just yet.
This is the type of static map setup Azure can create where they put XXS against Ace, not a target he wants to go on in a dive situation, even though he has an Orchid. The Blade Mail Prime will be a lot of HP, it's going to reflect a lot of damage. Ideally, Ace wants to find this Queen. Put this Orchid to use before XM has any sort of defense capability and just close the map out that way. How deep he's getting right now. This is the farthest camp you're able to take. He's just clearing through it, so the space is getting taken, and meanwhile, Duracho's just having a free-for-all. This lead is going to continue to build very fast if Azure don't want to upset the equilibrium.
Oh, that is the wrong time to be using that onslaught. XXS no longer having the mobility. But steps out just a little bit too far away from his tower. Meanwhile, Blink Dagger's already up from Duracho, and he's going to make a solo play here. Jinkyu did have the shield crash. He needs every little bit of regen he can get, though, and the Chemical Rage will help keep him alive. So does Sonic Wave, but XM, he already had to blink. Can Quinn find him here? Instead, he's going to run into Low, who fortunately has cleared out the Ancients. No farm to steal here.
Another defensive Sonic Wave, though, right? Like, yeah. It's just not doing anything for XM's game. And all it did was bail out a Rubik. It wasn't even really for him. Map has closed in fast here. Just got to come down to Low. I feel like he's the only one having a pretty stable game here, decent pace. He's going to have a fast Radiance if nothing happens to him in minutes. Going to hop the fight without it. Sonic Wave for 70. Do you have the burst damage? There's a global waiting for you, right? It feels like if you charge in here and you get global, this seems like a disaster.
Yeah, it's very precarious position Azure
I might be
sitting in right now.
Get out, honestly.
At this point,
yeah, that's worth it.
might be able to kill their push, but Gaimin Gladiators want to go for the punish here, but now they are the ones who have overextended, managed to catch the silencer underneath the tier 2 with the glyph going on, so way too much threat there. And sure, it was just a support, but it was a support that was worth a lot of gold. He had a dominating kill streak, so that was worth 950 gold.
That is a big pickup. Put the spiders on top, that's $1,000 move right there.
Yeah.
Not the worst outcome. Aetherland's finished for Jinkyu as well. I mean, if you can ever find Silencer at the start of the fight, that's another way to open it up for XM. Maybe his net worth isn't as consequential because he doesn't have to deal with these annoying disables. But that's a rare find.
Okay. Well, he is just committed to taking that ward.
Yeah, sacrifices his courier in his life. Is that worth? Probably not. But
Probably not, no.
never know. They could have lost a disastrous fight on that ward.
A ward that they know is there.
That's right. Maybe it saved them 5,000 gold.
Yeah, maybe they forget about it. XM in some trouble here, and he's always going to be in some trouble. Between the Blink Dagger, the Global Silence, the Orchid, he is way too far behind and will continue to be falling behind. It's just inevitable, it feels like. There's no way you dodge all these ganks.
And he's still going for the right? Like,
yeah, I was going to say, where's the BKB?
I mean, you can't blame him. Like, first item BKB co-op, what are you doing in Dota? But getting mega delayed here. Once more shifting the pressure onto low to make this Radiance timing count. Well, a pretty decent team fight with this egg. Phoenix can get full sun rays off, get the supernova pop. That's a lot of your damage. It is a way to melt this alchemist, but BKB is already up for Dyrachyo, so Gaimin are probably happy to force a very aggressive smoke fight, especially if global silence is up. That's embarrassing. I'm glad. I was like, what is this replay for? But now I understand.
It wasn't the best times for Azure in this game so far.
If that's your highlight reel, you know you're struggling here.
Bloodthorn picked up, and Roshan is free for the taking for Gaimin Gladiators, and they're going to make the move, take it now. They don't even need that many heroes for it. Ace does it solo, and Twin will just show up to take the Aegis.
Yeah, Dyrachyo's not even going to waste his time here as I have creeps the farm. Can't blame him. He's currently sitting at 800 GPM on this Alchemist before the 20-minute mark. That is terrifying. Your Radiance just finished on Lifestealer, and Dyrachyo's already down here.
Yeah, the Unsettled Concoction is going to stop that TP, no problem. I mean, he can't dive, otherwise, you know, Silence pulls him right back, so his only hope is TPing in any of these situations.
And to me, this has been the best part of this Alchemist strategy. It's how active Dyrachyo is on it. He takes farm on the bottom lane, lingers near his tower, doesn't really upset his other two cores, and then he just moves around the entire map. That's why he's always so damn high level. A lot of times, these Alcs, they're a little low level. He's the highest level in the game at 16 right now. He's just finding everything, and this is going to be a fast Sol Kuros. Might not even need the fight out of the BK. Hold on to it here.
It's a fast lot of things at this point.
Yeah.
Adding out Acceptor coming in soon, Fango.
And it'll just be Bloodthorn Rush for 8. Very interesting idea with the hero.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
When you're this far behind on some of your cores, you know they're not going to be getting BKBs anytime soon. The Quap is already delayed enough. Lifestealer likes getting a BKB later into the game. And Primal Beast hasn't, you know, despite his laning success, hasn't managed to actually get any kills around the map. So he's just rushing straight into the heart. It'll be a long time before BKB is up on him either.
It's going to back the flank, start the fight up on their terms again as Dyrachyo priming the stun, but off not to.
Wise move by Azure, not really showing in this defense.
This was a ward they got off that smoke too, though. It's seen the high ground right now. They see XS sitting here.
They're going to dive into the tier 3. Nowhere is safe, it seems. Now, this is a tanky hero to go for, but the Bloodthorn makes him a whole lot easier to bring down.
And this is just high ground. 40 seconds though, Primal. You have a glyph here. The items are just rolling in way too fast for Gaimin. What's your answer? It's going to have to be a fight around Supernova with Low staying up the entire time. 21 minutes, you are losing a lane of racks. This was the concern in this matchup. Do you get to play a fair game of Dota? Get to play Dota at all.
Azure pretty much left in their last defense already. Maybe it's not even going to be a defense at all. They're just going to give up these buildings, feeling like there's just no way they can beat Gaimin Gladiators 5-on-5. They go charging for it now on low. Got off the rage before the Bloodthorn. That certainly helps, but he's got to be careful. Follow-up silences are going to be coming in. Sonic Wave doesn't get it off. They do have the egg, but the silence makes sure there is nothing to stop Dyrachyo as he brings down low. Looks for more now. Supernova stalls up Quinn a little bit. Oh, but they are lined up. Quinn is just going to roll right through him. Now he does lose his Aegis here, but underneath the tier 4s. That's the kind of artillery it takes to force Gaimin Gladiators back. They don't even lose a hero for this.
if low goes down, you just don't have the sustained damage in the fight. Sonic Wave will clear out a little bit there, but that is Gaimin taking a Rax, getting out with 5 heroes at the 22-minute mark. This is a 20k gold lead. I mean, I'm not saying this game is over, but if we go game 2 either way, like, you have to think about this Alchemist, right? They've shown no weaknesses with the hero. It fits everything they want about their playstyle. And you feel bad for Low. I mean, he's trying to start the fight, survive off the Sunray, but there's way too many silences for him to deal with. Globals have been debilitating because the game's so fast. Azure can't get to any sort of dispel or early defensive items to deal with it.
This has to be one of the best silencer games I've seen in a while. It just feels like Azure can't make any moves happen against this hero.
It's deceptively tanky too. It's hard to go on him. They don't have a real backline jump. No way to burst him. Almost 2,000 HP.
Dire's top tower.
Gonna walk down another lane. AC finished for Dyrachyo. Not even gonna wait for Ace's next item. He's just stockpiling the gold.
Yeah, no need to wait on Roshan either. I mean, when everybody was waiting for Roshan after Roshan at TI, Gaimin Gladiators was the team.
Another deep ward got off the Broodmother. Again, Gaimin just see everything here.
Fortunately, they did have a good read there.
Dyrachyo charging up again.
Stunning himself on this one. That's okay.
I don't think there's anything that threatens in the Chemical Rage outside of him being stuck under Sunray while Lifesteal is hitting him, right? You just play very aggressive, play very free, hold the BKB to bail himself out.
Well, this time they're letting XM farm bottom lane so he can try and get to his BKB so he can actually go in, maybe? Even then, I do have to wonder, like, you blink in, there's so many silences, he may be forced to use his BKB and then get globaled afterwards. And it could be the physical damage that catches him. Jinkyu, nice good reaction there. Ghost Scepter blocks a lot of that damage, and it is still not enough.
No buyback down for 40, so you can just swing into top here. You have the wave off mid. And Dyrachyo knows how strong he is. No reason to ever leave Azure Ray's base again, basically. Unless you want Roshan, and well, it's not up, so time to take more base. Part done for XXS. It's got to be an infest play.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
I mean, you're going down to your last lane. Lucky you still have a tier 1 up bottom, I guess. Yeah, so you can't get Mega at 25. Got that going for you.
Yeah, they got that timer going, you know, 35 minutes. Can we push past that? I think in 10 minutes time, Gaimin Gladiators can probably take that Roshan, take all those towers, and hit high ground again.
According to the statistics, if this game goes another 10 minutes or so, they got a 50-50 chance, right, Austin?
Yeah, exactly.
Stats don't lie.
Do not.
Dire's bottom tower.
BKB done for Ace. More defensive capability coming out, and it'll be an Abyssal for Dyrachyo, the next item of choice.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Valve's stats also don't lie. 98% for Gaimin Gladiators in this situation.
I think that's a little high.
Yeah, what would you give
it? 90.
95.
Yeah, it's a little blown out of proportion here. It's not that bad.
Really? Because when is Azure Ray's timing with this lineup? I don't think they actually can challenge Gaimin Gladiators this far behind for like another 20 minutes or something.
I mean, there's a couple small power points, right? I think Phoenix Shard's a big one. Getting double Sunray off.
Yeah.
I think Lowe's next item is a big one. Looking to be Manta. Extra dispels against the silences. This doesn't look like a bad way to start.
Yeah, get the Alchemist down to half health. Sadly, that's all of the health for XXS.
Yeah, that feels bad right there.
Yeah, Supernova being an integral part of this defense. Global Sound's going to be used as Quinn. Just bashes his head through all of Azure Ray. The swashbuckle and then the follow-up from both Ace and Dyrachyo allows them to get another pick-off, force the rest of the heroes back to the fountain and back to the objectives. Now, Chemical Rage is going to wear out here.
Yeah,
they might be able to force Gaimin Gladiators away from Megas.
If you have a chance to kill Dyrachyo, it's right now when he has no BKB and you have the Infest jump up.
And you've got Stolen Concoction. They're going to go for Ace here. Good bit of burst damage, and it's enough. Finally a kill.
Good choice. Add the BKB up on the Brood, but never gets a chance to pop it. However, the downside of this is you are giving the Chemical Rage back to Dyrachyo I actually thought there's a world where they might just go back in with it here, right? You know there's no Sonic Wave, you know there's no Supernova. How bold is Dyrachyo on this Alchemist right now?
I feel like that would be a little bit of a game through. I know you don't always have to take Roshan before high ground, but
I'm telling you, this guy has no chill. He's going in here. He does not care that Ace is dead.
Dire are
they're
scattered.
going to wait for Azure to come into this high ground area where they have this high ground ward. But look at that. They get a ward of their own. Tianming does manage to get up. Telekinesis on top of the unstable concoction. Throws his own stun at the Alchemist. He's being kited out a little bit, but so is XXS. Wasn't able to get the hold that he really wanted off of that one. And Quinn's going to keep him chain stunned while Dyrachyo hunts down the bird. Finishes him off. Gets stuck in the mold, but XXS will eventually fall. Quinn has the damage to clean him up. Dyrachyo is able to blink forward and does manage to catch him. Even if he stuns himself, it doesn't matter. The Bloodthorn follow-up from Ace is going to demolish Azure, kick him out of the game, and run down the only strong hero in this game that is low. Forced to use his BKB Rage just to head back to the fountain and will only barely survive off of that regen. GG is Force 28-minute victory. One of the most one-sided games I've seen at the Grand Finals. Gaimin Gladiators start off hot in this best of 5.
Well, if you had an idea about how you wanted to start this series as Azure, all that immediately goes out the window as, yeah, you lose in tremendous fashion. Not a phrase you want to hear often. And are going into game 2 wondering how the
Choose your hero. Your turn to ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1.
As you wish.
Prepare for battle.
Yes.
30 seconds to battle.
By the flayed ones. The search continues.
The battle begins.
So it shall be. Very well. Not yet. Blood. Enough hide and seek. Ice. So it shall be. Very well. As the twins direct. As you wish. My blood runs very well. By the Fey ones. Enough hide and seek. I go. As the twins direct. The search continues. First. So it shall be. So honorable. I see blood. I'm under attack. Free one, send me straight. So it shall be. I go. Very well. I'm under attack.
Who said I ain't jolly?
Radiant structures are fortified.
For the flayed ones. Flayed twins guide. By the flayed ones. As the twins direct.
To do that.
My heart beats again. As you
Is blunted.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I go. The search continues. Enough hide and seek.
I said good day, sir.
By the flayed ones. Flayed twins guide me.
Your life on my steel.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Shall be.
And what army?
Blood runs strong.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
By the flayed ones.
Better to burn out than stay away.
So it shall be. God is here. As the twins I go. Very well. Flayed twins guide me.
Hot enough for you?
The search continues.
Radiant structures are falling.
Enough hide and seek. By the flayed ones. Your blood is mine.
Worth savoring.
As the twins direct.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Open your veins.
No power.
Go. As the twins direct.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I will fight another day. Blood. Enough hide and seek. shall be.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They want to do it because they have a lot of options on like how to really lane your heroes. I think the Wind Ranger Pango matchup is it can be volatile too. Like if Pango gets through like the first 5-6 minutes and he keeps swashbuckling you from range, you don't really start to enjoy that matchup either. But let's see. I guess Gaimin will need to open this last phase with a Horatio hero,
ideally ranged. I think, even though you have CM Grim, you have plenty of vehicles for those two to be enabled. I think in lane against Slardar, you almost always want range, unless they go with what Mira mentioned, the Monkey King. I think that's the one melee hero that's also pseudo-range because he's about 350. I'd imagine, I'm thinking Luna, I'm thinking, what else was I thinking? I wouldn't think something like Drow, I think that'd be too squishy. Terrorblade's banned out, Medusa's banned out. Are there any other ranged carries that are left in the pool?
There's Muerta still.
Oh yeah, Muerta, that would actually be a...
For Azure Ray, what if they just triple down on this minus armor and go TA and use this Abaddon to protect the TA in the mid game and just try to overrun Gaimin Gladiators for...
I like it. I actually think that would be very good. Of course, they will get some more intel, so they are probably a little more open. But I think already looking ahead, that is a scary hero that Gaimin need to have in their mind at least a little bit.
If they didn't want to go ranged on Gaimin, they also could go for their signature Naga. Horatio loves his Naga and matches up well against Slardar. They don't really have like a reliable way to deal with it. And usually Naga's counters come in the mid or off lane. So those heroes already being picked.
Naga is...
Oh, Slark.
Ryan, as a Slark expert, why Slark?
I don't love the lane against Slardar specifically, but I can see that they wanted probably an ungankable carry if I had to pick. Like, this is a really hard hero for Azure Race lineup to reliably lock down on the map. It's also going to supply them with vision. Slark, one of the few heroes in the game with 1800 night vision. I think he's meant to give the information for the Pango and the Primal to pick and choose their targets when they get buffed up by the supports.
Yeah, those are great points. And on top of that, the Slark pick covers the potential TA that we talked about. Gaimin must have thought the TA themselves, and they have to pick a hero that would easily be able to play into it.
I think the Shard is going to be very annoying too for Azure to deal with in the mid game. I mean, for Azure, I'm still looking at I think I'm still looking at a range hero. Even though you're playing into some Pango and the Primal, you need to play on range. You have saves, you have swaps, you have shields. I'm looking at some JK, Melee Doom.
Melee Doom.
Let's carry Slardar? Is that what they're doing?
Yes.
No, mid Slardar, carry a bat.
Carry a bat. Nobody saw that coming.
You know what? I like it because they're doing something out of the box, and honestly, that's the kind of approach that they have to have. They have to be willing to experiment. They need to get out of their heads, and they should just try whatever feels right to them. I mean, Abaddon versus Slark, carry to carry, is a little bit interesting because in theory, with a lineup with this much minus armor, you could get that Roche early, you could run down lanes and make it difficult for Slark to play a game because he has cooldowns and he needs time. But as the game progresses, I mean, Abaddon becomes a punching bag for Slark, right? You just collect so many essence shifts off of him.
I mean, at least you have Doom who can kind of, I think, swing that matchup. Like the fact that Abaddon can carry through is if you can get this Doom on the Slark. I'm hoping that this time around Azure can stand ground to this 3-man ball mid. If they can, I think this funky draft can definitely work.
So in the mid lane, we got this time a Slardar versus Pango. Better equipped this time for XM, right?
Yeah, I think this melee to melee matchup is going to go very, like, he went Quap versus Pango, but I think against Pango, you don't want to really worry about the lane. You want to be able to match his rotations in terms of resources, and Slardar with Sprint in the river is going to do just that. And I also would like to highlight that even though Abaddon is a punching bag for the Slark, I think what this Doom does is make it so that Slark's kind of on a timer in the fight. Slark want to take 20-second, 30-second long fights, and with the Doom on you, that's just not going to happen. If there's only dispellable stuns on the enemy team, Slark can disengage, re-engage as many times as he wants, but that's no longer a factor for him.
Well, Azure, they got some different tools in their kit this time around to try and deal with Gaimin Gladiators' aggression. Let's see if they got what it takes to force out an extra game in this grand finals. For game 2, we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
Well, let's see if it works out for Azure, as they are doing something a bit different, and it seems like it was needed, particularly in that performance of game 1. They didn't really do too much, so...
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if they played that game. I'm trying to remember, but it just started off okay and then went downhill.
Maybe that's the way to look at it. Guys, they have the upper bracket free game, you know?
Is that
Start off with the 1 game
thing?
advantage.
You say that like that's a normal thing to do.
That was the thing. That happened at TI1. TI1 finals.
Oh, I see. So
they had the 1 game advantage.
The challenge for Azure wasn't big enough, so they decided to give them a game 1 here.
Yeah, exactly.
Just put the pressure on so they can rise more to the occasion. I'll buy into it for now. We'll see if they can strike back game 2. This is perhaps the most important game in the series, right? Because if you win or lose this, it kind of sets Azure's trajectory. Like, if you lose this, it's going to be a very, very steep hill to climb. If you win this, you're straight back in it. You can even out the series, and suddenly, maybe you can just gain some momentum with some picks that, again, show their creativity. They're willing to pick some of these heroes that we haven't seen in a long time, put them on unconventional roles, swap them around just to get something that hopefully is a stronger early game. Like, that's what this type of drafting is designed to do. Get you in a position where your lanes go better off your core matchups, they're more sustainable, and the supports can hopefully counteract that gameplay around mid that we saw be devastating in game 1. I think they're in a better position.
30 seconds to battle.
We start off game 1 talking about storylines, and for me, I guess one of the storylines of these two teams is Gaimin Gladiators. We've already talked about how they've been the most consistent team in Dota 2 for a really, really long time. I mean, their performance this year, incredibly impressive, not really to be matched by many other teams throughout Dota's history. And Azure within this tournament, I feel like they have shown a lot of inconsistency, because that last game and their matchup in the upper bracket finals and 1 or 2 other games, I look at them and I'm just like, this is not the team that I got excited about watching them in this tournament. Some games of this tournament, I watched them and I was like, damn, these guys are really good.
Because I think their strength is the team fight spellcast. To me, that's how I think of Jinkyu. I think he's a driving force of this team in a lot of their victories. That's their strength, but they have to be able to get there, right? I mean, your spellcasting doesn't do shit when you're down 30k gold. Just a fact of life. So they have to find a way to get there. If they do, though, I think the series is a lot closer than it seemed in the game 1. And you also have to remember, this org, this team, it's a younger version of a lot of these teams we can write.
Yeah.
Like, Azure is not one of these old school orgs. They're willing to experiment, try different things. They had pretty decent success at TI. Now they're back here in another final. Something is working for them that has been able to make their players gel and perform at a high capacity. Can't underestimate that.
Speaking of being in another finals, their off-lane duo, they've also been in a couple of grand finals there. Jinkyu, last famously in that grand final in Arlington Major, up against Spirit. And just last year, in fact, here in Malaysia, XXS was also in the grand finals with Team Aster when they went up against another Western European team in OG. Ace,
he's gonna
he commits. That is going to be the second time they get baited into going for a kill underneath tower and forfeiting their life. And this time around, they actually do give away the first blood, unlike last time where XXS bailed them out.
That's a bad kill to give away. Like, you're winning this lane. You're in a really good position. This is an Abaddon safe lane that, in theory, Glow's untouchable here, I think. It's very hard for them to commit on the all-in when bench has spells.
Oh, and they do manage to get the kill again in lane.
Yep, once more, the side lane's going pretty well at the start for Azure. They're playing aggressive, finding kills. Yeah, you give up the first blood bottom, but Low is still free farming down here. I think the cores are a lot happier this time around, and of course, XM having an even trade with Quinn so far is...
Jackal's not gonna land. XXS is gonna get run down here.
Well, you didn't get the Slark stack, so...
Yep, that's true. Celery is the one to take the last hit. Running down low, though. It's the kill combination where the Aphotic Shield may not be enough at level 1. He's going to turn around and hit Tofu a little bit, see if they can trade out kills. Tianming is going to stick around and see if he can get it.
And he has full
with
pick.
Magic Missile leveled up. Oh no, he's been baited again, hasn't he? Oh, the Blood Grenade. Oh, he missed last time on the Fire Spirits. He missed this time on the Blood Grenade. Tianming is getting absolutely outplayed by Tofu again and again.
I mean, some of that's outplay, some of it is just flipping on your own. But hand appeal to some degree. These are mistakes that did not need to happen. They were not really forced. I think this lane should be going better for Azure, maybe feeling some of the pressure right now as small differences make a large difference in the mid game, and that is a lot of extra gold for Tofu here, who we've seen pop off on the Grimstroke in particular. He's gonna have a very fast timing on Arcane Boots if he wants it, or some other mana sustain item, help the other cores on the map. What I thought was gonna be a pretty decent early laning phase for Azure is turning out to be kind of just a bloodbath, right?
Yeah.
Trades all around, extra gold going into Gaimin's pocket.
Mid isn't going as well as I would have expected. Quinn up 22, now 23-2 against XM, who has failed to get a deny in lane.
There's so much you can do versus a fake hero, but that's life. I do expect this to be fine for XM over the course of the next minutes, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're a Slardar in a melee versus melee matchup sitting in the river the whole time.
He's going to do fine, and then it's about contesting the runes, and he should be in a decent position to test that with the extra regen here. Should out-trade Quinn over the long run. Again, another reason I thought these lanes were going to go pretty well for Azure, because, I mean, your cores are pretty self-sustaining. They all have regen components. They can all play a little independent. They all have decent kill threat and setup.
Yeah.
Water rune contest will go to the Soldier.
What do you think about the Abaddon's skill build, by the way? Because one of the things they changed about Abaddon is that they gave him damage when he actually gets to the 4 hits of Curse of Avernus, but he's opted not to level it at all. In fact, instead of, I would have expected, 0-4-4, he actually went for the level of Miscoil.
Maybe they're just trying to, I think it was a product of trying to get the early kills on the lane. Another reason if those went their way, Low would be a lot happier, right?
Yeah.
And that trade where Low died, that's another exchange where if the early kill goes Tianming's way, then that's a very different exchange as well, because he was level 1 for that entire time. These are the small differences that used to pull ahead. Dyrachyo looking with Orb of Corrosion already up. Happy to get aggressive.
Grabs him. Oh, nice shackle shot. Turnaround there from Jin-Q. Gonna slow down Dyrachyo quite a bit here. Fortunately, Frostbite. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Low is gonna get run down. The kill duo of Gaimin Gladiators succeeds once again. For Azure and their off lane failed to find the kill.
These are tough deaths for Low. I did not expect, I mean, this is a very high kill lane in Grim Primal, but as long as you have Magic Missile up, I think you can disjoint the train. Will create some space, get an Aphotic Shield off.
TP rotation coming in, much needed. XM was being hunted down by the rotation from Celery.
This is all setting up for that 6-minute power rune, and you get the regen trades now, you're going to win that fight later. Teleport out of Jin-Q is going to cost him a lot of mana here. Just running around now with one power shot. Tough position to be in. Doesn't want to go to base either. And no bottle refill for XM here. The early game as the supports are dedicating to the side lanes. Looks like it's going to be a rune going into Quinn's pocket.
Yeah, considering the resources, unless he gets a little bit lucky, we'll see. Yeah, both supports are rotating over. They're going to ensure it. 6-minute power rune.
Yeah, they just
to Quinn on the Pango. I've seen this story a few times before, Avery, and it does not bode well for the opposing team.
Regen, it's okay. That's like one of the better ones. It's not a haste, not a amp damage, it's not a shield or arcane. Probably would wish for that or illusion rune, I guess.
Yeah.
So the gain potential, it doesn't get increased here from those if it be on the map. We're gonna look for Dyrachyo again.
Dark Pact was used at the right time, so the damage a little bit limited, but
they've created a decent amount of pressure on the Slark, and this Doom Slark matchup is no longer Slark favorite. You remove all the healing off the hero regardless of whether you see him or not. It used to be the other way around. So I'm interested to see how this matchup progresses for XXS. However, he is going to be the recipient of that.
Yeah, he won't get to see that level 6 advantage. Shield Crash does hop over the Doom. Not that it matters too much, I don't think. Oh, power shot almost clipped him there on Dyrachyo. He would have actually maybe died if that was the case.
That was a lot closer than it seemed, and I think closer than Jin-Q thought it was going to be, because he has pretty high resources. He could have joined that. Maybe turn it around on the Slark.
Yeah, instead he opted to just throw the power shot and then make a run for the Wisdom Rune.
Can't blame him.
Once again, it does seem like Gaimin Gladiators have just a better time of making rotation. They're a lot more successful in these moves.
Very even early game, but it does feel like they're getting slightly better trades. We're also seeing XM, he's in a much better position than he was game one. But he's struggling to make this move. Like, he's lingering around bottom. They just have a ward sitting on him. And it's like, by now, you gotta know it, right?
Yeah.
There's just no play here, so he's just gonna swing back to mid. Now these moves aren't too costly for Slardar. Plays in the river.
True.
That's another game where he's struggled to find the early action as a third
As soon as
attempt.
he leaves, they make the play to kill low.
That's very frustrating, right? Especially, I mean, look at this Abaddon's XP, man. That's a kill that really hurts that he is so close to 6. Wouldn't do. They have a borrow time there.
Again, 8-minute power rune, no chance in hell for XM to secure it. And now it's a shield rune for Quinn.
Gaming MO. Bring the support, secure the runes, secure the side lane skirmishes. Dyrachyo hits 6 top. Had the one early death, but able to get out of that pressure lane pretty here. And that's just out-leveled XXS with the early rotation win. So all these cores from Gaming are going to have their ults up ahead of Azure Rays.
Second smoke.
Line
on Quinn.
Just brutal for XXS. He gets caught.
Oh, yeah, they're going to run him down underneath the triangle. They didn't even go through the lane. They found him thanks to their ward sitting there. And they're going to chain out all of these disables. Now, they are going to get caught in the process here. XM, he can find potentially a lot here. They're going to use that Rolling Thunder, though, and Dyrachyo's actually going to connect. This is not the easiest or fastest kills on these supports, and the Rolling Thunder makes things a whole lot messier. Tofu managed to survive through it. As the miss up high ground, and the power shot doesn't land either. Nothing is going right for Azure Ray when it comes to these fights. Dyrachyo's going to keep it going. He's got win run on Jinkyu, so...
This is very aggressive.
He maybe is not going to be okay. XXS is back, but he's not level 6, so not that much of a threat.
This was XM backing off. Just doesn't think they're going to dive his support. Dyrachyo says, nope. Claim another stack here. 3 for the Slark. And a 3rd death for XXS. That's 3 deaths on both of Azure Ray's side lane cores in under 10 minutes. That is ridiculous.
These wards are way too valuable on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Time and time again, they are either ruining ganks or finding kills, and Azure Ray are struggling to be able to keep up. Now, they do manage to get a return kill on a support core for support.
That'll open up the swap. Again, a lot of these plays, they just haven't had access to the ults. No borrow time on that bottom kill, no Doom in this top fight. You're missing the swap for that save.
But for a bottom power rune, luck plays against Azure Ray.
Oh, that's a good
this
one.
time an amplified damage for Quinn.
He is closing in on Diffusal. He's 100 gold off. Go is mega farmed, man. It's like no matter how this hero gets changed, Quinn will find a way to get obnoxious.
Well, at this point, it looks like XM, he just needs to sit back and find his Blink Dagger, because these fights have been rough.
Adding insult to injury with the uphill miss here, right?
Yeah.
Like, just can't catch a break sometimes.
One swing, it misses.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, now that's insult to injury for sure. Play that after every team fight. You're going to have some angry fans. Tofu feeling himself. Team of this tournament is fate, so
Radiant structures.
why not play to the luck of the cards?
Radiant's middle tower.
3 to 11, 3,000 net worth lead for Gaimin Gladiators as they begin to pressure some towers. Azure Ray, it seems like they're going to play a little bit of a slower approach to things. Actually abandon the bottom lane, bring more numbers up the top, and let Jinkyu just collect whatever creeps push in mid.
We're going to trade towers. It's not a very great tower trade, though, and it's very efficient for Gaming because they're using that amp damage to just heal half the tower right off the bat. They rotate Ace in. Early Veil for him on the Primal as well, worth noting. Buffing up all the spell damage from their lineup, which is significant here.
Quinn, not really afraid of a turnaround.
They even want to defend top, so Gaming wants to do everything here.
Gonna try and get a catch here. It's gonna be XXS, the Doom. In some trouble. Aphotic Shield clears them a little bit. They do an early swap here, and they're going to turn around and Doom up the Primal Beast. They're going to go for this kill, but Celery, he can protect him with a beautiful freezing field. Oh, he's going to make a run for it. Low, he pops his ultimate. Celery immediately disengages on him. Low, it means he doesn't actually get that much of a heal. He barely gets the Crystal Maiden kill. Yes, the Primal Beast, meanwhile, taking down 1 tick away. A power shot that lands, a much-needed long-range shot. Jin-Q gives them hope to Azure.
That is a shot from hell right there, as, yeah, they needed it, right? And that is also the loudest this crowd has been, so just waiting for something to cheer for, something to get the morale back for this team right now, and perhaps that is it. This team's best playmaker, it has been Jin-Q the entire tournament. If there's ever a time and a hero to step up on, it's probably Wind Ranger. Spellcaster's dream if you can land the shackles and the power shots.
Yeah, especially since his partner, who's usually also setting a lot of a pace in XXS, he's playing a Doom. He's going to go the typical Handamitis. He's just going to farm and try and get to that big level 20 Doom with like 3 or 4 items.
Quinn is just taking so much of the map right now. Like, he's just hitting another tier 1 down for free.
And is there any punish possible here? Jin-Q does manage to hit him. Okay, there's the Grimstroke behind. That's going to cause some problems to the Inkswell. It's going to do a lot of damage, and the Rolling Thunder almost finishes off the Wind Ranger by itself. The Swashbuckle will do the trick. And yeah, okay, not only did you fail to actually get that kill, but you're still giving up that tower as well. Gaimin Gladiators bring force. Again, Dyrachyo always there just to make sure that they have enough numbers for these objectives.
Disjointed play from Azure, no way around it. Like, if you have heroes there, maybe Quinn dies, you get an amp on him. This Focus Fire can do some serious damage even without items. Just the stats on the Wind Ranger are gonna push it up. But XM's not there. He was getting his blink off the courier. Just a little rushed. Little out of time. Once more, we are sitting here asking, where is Azure mid-impact, right?
Yep.
You have to get this guy in the game. It's been the key to their success all tournament. Have to activate XM pretty much right here, right now in the next few minutes. I mean, this is your Blink Slardar timing. You're not going to farm a lot on the map compared to these other heroes, so you got to start finding the fights, finding the kills.
You got another timing here with the Diffusal Blade almost done. They jump forward, baiting out the rune. Is this going to be enough? A swap back Magic Missile. The Inkswell does cause some issues, but a beautiful Shackle Shot actually lines up another kill. Jin-Q might have just opened the door for a kill on a Tofu. With the physical damage, the bash will do so much to him.
Jin-Q in the right place at the right time, and finally some of these heroes are combining.
The Playmaker arrives, and XM will take full advantage of this space that Jin-Q just made. Tries to go for another support pick off here, but there is Ace, a bit of a problem here. Beautiful crush, and Stellary does eventually die, but Ace turns around and gets that kill onto the Slardar. Now the keep your rotation from Dyrachyo as he looks for another. It's going to be Tianming left behind. It's Jin-Q. He does manage to get the TP away.
Finally, though, you get XM activated a little bit, right? You force a reaction out of Gaimin instead of them forcing it out of you all the time. It creates space for your other cores, and it'll be a diffusal for low to match the diffusal out from the 2 cores on Gaimin. Interesting idea here. I mean, you get some extra slow, get some mana burn going through. See the damage adding up between that and the new passive.
Use the blade. Already being put to use by one of the cores. Dyrachyo shows up, have a bit of poke. Kind of just his MO. He likes forcing reactions out of the enemy team.
It's time to do it too. 15 minutes hits, though. You have 5 minutes of nighttime here to play around to D-ward. Know when they can see you and when they can't. Did not see the shackle
Dark
coming.
Pact, but XXS is coming in. And it not even needed. That is just fantastic for Azure. They didn't even throw out the Doom. XXS actually made the correct call there and just said, we've got enough heroes. Dyrachyo is way overextended.
He did not have ult. The earlier poke on low backfires here. Jin-Q finds another opening, but they will
run over Jin-Q. Yes, Azure are here with some numbers. May still be able to defend this tower.
What a fast Shiva's coming out from Ace. The capability you can have on this hero now, and they really want to fight this anyway? Yeah.
They swap it back in. They want Ace. And here comes the Rolling Thunder with the Inkswell. Only doing so much damage. Good Soulbind, though, with Quinn still backing in. His Primal Beast is going to get back to the fountain and might actually survive. He's not going to heal up. Meanwhile, the Vengeful Spirit is going to be targeted. Aphotic Shield actually gets rid of the Ghost. Stays alive, but, Swashbuckle doesn't quite land. Tianming does manage to sidestep that one just in time. But another time that they doom up the Primal Beast, but cannot deliver the finishing blow.
Not enough damage. Early Shiva's preventing so much of it going through there, and I mean, you used all your stuns to try and get the damage out.
Seems a lifetime
head to the fountain.
I last gave.
Quinn's just having free fights. That's the downside here, right? It's another one of those games that feels like you wish you could doom all 3 cores. Yeah, but you're gonna have to pick your poisons. And every time you lose one of these small skirmishes, Dyrachyo is killing your map in terms of the de-warding action. Finds another obs on this cliff.
I feel like in some ways the Primal Beast is maybe the... I don't know if I want to see that Doom on him anymore, you know? because it feels like he just has too much HP. He's not actually going to die. Low. It's going to be grabbed here. Doesn't have his ultimate saved. Jin Q bails him out. They're still going to go for this dive, though. He gets enough to get up in the body shield to swap back in, but the onslaught just drove right through all of them. And now they're grouped up as hell, and Gwyn will claim some serious lives there with a swashbuckle.
Just lining them up. Ace knows his strength right now, knows that borrowed time was on cooldown. They're going to find XM.
Hey, you can't be sticking around. You know Dorachio's going to be hunting for more always now.
Might get a blink off here.
Yeah, there's a chance to get the distance. Tofu trying to get the vision. He is outside of sight. They're actually going to TP and try and sandwich him here. I think they know XM TP'd.
Yeah, they know. He went to that fight, so Dorachio's going to gamble on it, and he's going to find him again.
There he is, Dorachio. Fantastic read. There is another sprint coming up, but he's going to be running back into Tofu with the Inkswell, not even needing the explosion.
And Dorachio, he's just been a beast today, man. All over the place, controlling the map, the vision, the kills, finding the stacks. 6 permanent Agi stacks. That is pretty damn good for this early in the game. So much space to his other cores as well.
It feels like Gaimin Gladiators, you're just reading your mind. You know every single move you're trying to make. Counter it appropriately.
Find some big Doom killers. The XXS is just falling behind an X. This is a fight as Doom. He's lowest level on his team.
That's not right.
That's crazy. That's how much he got shut down in that laning phase. Still level 9. Below both his supports. Which I guess is
Radiant structures are fortified.
sad for him.
He's working towards Octarine next. A little bit of a change in the build-up, but same old for old off-lane Doom.
Fight's coming.
Fight's coming, and it's going to come to the war spot here. Dorachio's going to scout a lot of the back line. That's a problem for Azure. They actually wanted to go for a swap here underneath the tower with the Doom ready to go.
Again, the wards just see all. Know exactly where Azure are right now.
They're gonna just swap out. Nice. Hey, Tianming, how's it going? Hey there, bud.
Probably didn't feel like he was out of position, but he was. And that's gonna open up the fight. Dorachio gets free pokes now.
Yeah, no danger of a swap pushing him into the tier 3. Unless Dorachio wants to go there himself willingly. He backs off instead, turning to the Doom. XXS hit by the pounce. Onyx Shield can only do so much. The damage is fully there, and they're going to get the Trolling Thunder that's going to chain up Jin Q, no problem. In fact, diving in all the way into the tier 4s. Gaimin Gladiators making a statement here.
You can't stop them here. I mean, what are you doing in this series, right?
Swap back. This is an opportunity to get a pick off on one of these cores, but they can't quite do it. The crush landing on a 2, but XM being burned down. Ace is tanking these tier 4s, no problem, but they can't quite finish off any of these heroes. They need stuns. They need to keep these heroes inside of the base for a little bit longer until the revives come in, until the TP comes out. But Gaimin Gladiators get away again. They cover themselves nicely.
Just 50 armor, 20 minutes in the game. I mean, what is
and low, he doesn't have his ultimate back up. He could just die again. Fortunately, it gets up to the high ground here. Sully with the freezing field. Dorachio jumping in with the Inkswell. That'll finish him off. The Vengeful Spirit.
This is disgusting. If you don't get a kill here,
you got the Doom onto 1 here, but XM making a bad jump there. Could have gone the crush onto the Slark, but instead they start backing away. But Ace, the bowling ball ramming through Azure Ray time and time again. Gaimin Gladiators, are they going to lose anything for this?
Jin Q found Dorachio.
A swap back in. Okay, they do manage to get something, and maybe the Primal Beast as well. Ace taking another shackle. Inkswell quickly removing that one. XM looking for more kills. He managed to get Dorachio, and he got Celery too. Dead to rights. Something to work with for Azure Ray, as they were in danger of going 0-10 in that team fight.
Almost got him with the power shot. I mean, this just feels like Jin Q versus the world, man. Like, he's having consistent impact in all these fights, but the 3 cores are struggling so much to find the damage. You're getting a Doom off. It eventually secures Dorachio, but this is after a base dive at 20 minutes that results in double buyback. Gaimin are definitely not sad about this entire sequence. It just feels like you're already on the brink. We were talking about getting to the mid game. I mean, there might not be a mid game.
And who would be the 2nd time in this series, the 4th time in this matchup at this tournament that would be the case. Gaimin Gladiators have managed to shut out Azure every single time they play against each other. Blink Dagger now being done for the Pango. And that overextension into the base may slow down Gaimin Gladiators' momentum, may give a little bit of room to breathe for Azure to come up with a better response.
I think Ace's itemization way too good, right? It's way too good for this game. Like the Shiva's rush into the Axe, it does so much for his team. Now you're getting breaks through on a lot of the passives on this Azure lineup. So much magical damage coming out that you're not going to have any debuff immunity for a long time, right? Maybe XM gets a BKB here, but you're not too scared of it. Low is just suffering. Like, you can't hit anything, you can't stick on it.
Yeah, both the Slardar and the Abaddon, in order to do damage, are reliant on attack speed. And the disarm of the Frostbite and the slow attack speed slow of the Shivas is debilitating.
You have Crystal Nova coming in on top of all of it as well. There's a lot of attack speed slow just getting pounded into you. And
so until they have BKBs, that's going to continue. They're going to have a damage problem.
Yeah, which means the spells need to make up for it. I mean, Jin Q has landed every two-man shackle. He has landed most of these power shots. The Dooms are going off on decent targets. What happens after that, right?
Yeah.
Gotta isolate targets. Aggressive swaps. You do have a level 2 nether swap now. Gonna make Yao Ming's life a lot easier. Maybe you can start off on somebody. You know, this aggressive swap in a that we saw earlier, it's a bit more viable.
Yeah.
The smoke from Gaimin, they are happy to take any fight right now. They have double Solar Crest. Add more physical mitigation to the mix.
There's the swap back, but not the immediate doom. A bungle there from Azure. His XXS wasn't even close enough to start the cast animation.
And you're getting smoke flanked right now.
Yeah, they're gonna get caught here. The Rolling Thunder immediately being used. Quinn knows all they have to do is catch up to Azure, and they surely have some kills ready to go. And that's gonna be XXS. He's gonna be the target, silenced up, not able to make the run, and Tian Ming is gonna die right next to him.
Failed gank turns into a successful one for Gaimin as they clean up the map, and more stacks for Dyrachyo. 11 Permanagi coming out here. Absolute menace.
Does give some time for XM though. He is closing in on that BKB. They also finished up the Octarine on the Doom before that death.
Time is ticking, you know?
Yeah.
Is time good here? Is this the time you wanted? Time to check which seat you got on the flight home. I mean, this is a very one-sided series right now. Like, gotta put up a fight soon. Even just going into the next game, right? You do not want to get steamrolled 2 games in a row. Yeah, very hard to come back after that in a BO5.
Gotta give yourself a little bit of hope. So this BKB timing of XM. They can reach one of those swap Doom plays. That's one hero, maybe dead. Then XM chases after another with his BKB. He might be able to lock down another hero.
I mean, the scary part is your Gaimin can also just farm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they're in too much of a rush, right? I think they're in a very comfortable position. They can just wait for the Harpoon on Dyrachyo, the BKB on Ace. They're clearing out way more of the map right now. That's where you're saying you have some time. The time is also ticking where if you're Azure, you kind of have to go fight and reclaim some of this map. You got your BKB on XM and you got your Octarine on XXS. That's going to be the signal here. Also, full Shiva's done for Jin Q. I've always admired this player in terms of his unique itemization. It's just going to be a Shiva's Rush on the Wind Ranger. Trying back speed slow over to their side for once.
The smoke running into Celery, not the ideal target, but it's something to work with here. But they are going to try and defend. Gaimin Gladiators, a BKB, an immediate back away. He's going to be grabbed. The two of them together. These two cores controlled while Dyrachyo. He's going to start making his way into that back line. Immediately popping his ultimate. He does not want to get doomed here. He's going to go for XM, and they've got him decently controlled. Quinn is going to look for more now. They've gotten 2 of the cores, and a third is found on XXS. Stopped by Quinn. He's TP not complete.
Another disaster of a gank for Azure. They cannot find an opening. You find an isolated Crystal Maiden. The back Celery gets 4-staff Solar off. That play is immediately gone. This is a 2300 HP Crystal Maiden, by the way, which is that's an abomination for sure. I don't know if this should exist, but it does. Something you have to deal with right now is the HP numbers are just through the roof. You just don't have the damage anymore. And this Abaddon pick has not worked out at any stage of this game for Low. Creative, but a creative disaster here as Dyrachyo is going to jam in.
Oh no, Tian Ming! He may have saved his own life, but he is damn Jin Q in the process.
I don't know if JQ is too happy about that.
And the harpoons, yeah, Mika, he's just gonna die anyway. Low is gonna try and protect him with the Aphotic Shields, but Terracio's ramping up way too much damage. Look at the stats build.
45 essence shifts right now. If anything, he's saying thank you for helping me clear your base out faster. Disgusting tempo coming out in these games, and it's all off those little things in the laning phase that just build and build and build, and now you are in.
Yeah, who cares if you have the ultimate? That's just more time for Terracio to steal stats from you. 6 stats controlled up. The Soulbind's gonna latch onto the event as well and pull them back in off that Primal Beast ultimate. That puts Low in a nasty spot where he's gonna die to Celery of all heroes. A 5 position even getting in the mix and killing the enemy carry.
That's it, man.
GG is called absolutely brutal. Gaimin Gladiators destroying Azure on the main stage.
That's one of those games you almost wish you could turn the borrow time off. Stop giving the stacks, get out of this game faster. I mean, whatever adjustments they made going into the game.
You never know when Team Secret might just decide, let's take 5 to, one of these side lanes or maybe defend.
And there's a second dust.
Got him this time. Tornado cannot come out in time. Pretty powerful.
It almost feels like you get the Chronosphere off before the Wukong, you're pretty happy, but if the Wukong goes out and you have to take a fight by going in with Chronosphere while the Wukong's just there, maybe killing somebody else.
Put it back in. And with the spear, this is the pickup. Oh, Mickey got off his BKB. No more disables were left. They're trying to fight through it, but it's just not enough. They are lacking the damage to fight through that BKB. And now Secret's in trouble. Oh, he went back in. Got him inside the Chronosphere. Gets that kill. Finally picks up that beyond godlike streak. Chrysalis now going to try and run down more. Puppy being targeted by Nisha right now inside of his own Sprout. Will end up falling. Chrysalis is damaged now, trying to get out after the buyback coming up from Boxy. Got to get away from these disablers.
Remember, he has no BKB here.
He gets spotted. He's probably dead, but if he stays...
He went into the bird.
No, he went into the bird.
Wait, no stun?
But no stun. The bird didn't drop in time. Oh, and boom, gives the tip over to Saberlight.
It was almost like that leap was...
Smoked up, not sitting inside the pit waiting for that Roshan.
Look at all the summon scouting.
Trying to catch Secret as they push out towards the pit. Not finding anything, though. Between the familiars and the treants and everything else. Saberlight, he's going to cut through now. They have an idea. Nisha immediately popping the Rolling Thunder, but Team Secret, if they could just get out away from all this one, it's a big ultimate down, but he did get picked up once on Chrysalis, and Puppy's going to be caught on the high ground there, spotted by the familiars. Nisha still rolling around, still trying to slow down these heroes, holds up a little bit longer, and now Mickey's going to come in.
Oh, they're all stuck in it.
They have the arena, but they're stuck inside the Wukong Command. Chrysalis is going to be able to get away over the side, has that Chronosphere on it too, with Cataclysm coming in. He finishes off the Pango. Can't go for Mickey, though. They have to leave him behind. Meanwhile, well, Yamich does what he can, but he's throwing away his life to try and stall up these heroes and let his cores get out of here. Still trying to get it, though. They have the Tornado, finishes off Boxy, slows down the rest of these heroes, just trying to get Boom out of here.
Yeah, the kiting. A problem. This Rolling Thunder duration is nasty. They have no control for it, so they will catch Mickey without it.
Would be amazing if they could blow him up. They have the Nullifier to be able to take away that armor with the meatball right on top, and they'll finish him up.
What were you doing there?
Team Liquid, they would have taken that Roshan. There was no Chronosphere to be able to contest this, but now without their carry, they're going to be run down. Insania is the first one to fall. Saberlight is able to get away thanks to his Aghanim Scepter.
And finally, Secret will try and get a Tormentor of their own.
Yeah, they didn't get it when it spawned at 20.
I don't know what this attempt is. It looks pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, no!
I mean,
come on, guys.
I feel like that one was not hard to read.
No.
That was not going to work at all.
We saw it coming a mile away.
Also, he's dead for 80 seconds.
Oh my god.
That's not like, oh, your support died for 30. That is an 80-second mid player off the map. That was his dieback. No cage for the lid.
Battle cage.
Okay. He just wants the armor, I guess, because I don't know if the physical damage coming out is that high as they get a catch.
Beautiful pickup on the big game. They can finish him off. The Cataclysm, and they're going to use the Chronosphere.
Now, can Liquid take this fight just off of Nisha's firing power and I guess the mana drain?
Yeah, mana drain. John walks away, jumps back in. Yamich now going to run interception as he gets some disables in. Mid one's here as well. Trying to control up these heroes as much as possible. Nisha's almost finished off Moon by himself. Tries to go for the swashbuckle, but he gets the blink away.
And now you're
he comes back in with a nullifier. Aeon Dead will remove some of that disabled, but it's not going to last for long. As Tanks comes out, another swashbuckle overweight to the side.
This Pango, man.
Trying to get away from Chrysalis while they're going for mid one on the side. Saberlight, his damage is amping up on the mid-stage, and now they got the disables. Boxy going for Saberlight. Linkage protects him once. He's trying to keep his distance. The Visage Familiars are dropping on him. He's got Yamich and Puppey joining him now. They're going to go. Got him with the Hex. Can they finish him off? They need to be able to get one more hit. He got him in time. But at the same time, Chrysalis can't fight against the damage of the Visage. Saberlight will be able to stand tall while the rest of his cores fall, and he will help deliver the kills to wipe Team Secret. Step down.
I mean, that's the shield rune Pango, though.
Yeah, the shield rune Pango's gonna be tough to be able to fight through, and he slipped in the Aeon Disc as well. And oh no, the stun came out onto Boom right as he was trying to get the nullifier onto the Pango. Now his BKB is gonna be wasted, and now the Faceless Void is being controlled up as well. Oh, this is looking really, really bad for Team Secret. Cataclysm goes out, no follow-up to it whatsoever. They're gonna leave Boom behind as everybody else get out.
Fox is not even dead. Oh, he gets sprouted. No crowded.
No! The Siphon!
He's too powerful.
No, the creep died! The Siphon ran out because the creep died. Chrysalis is gonna
He has no mana.
Away, but he's running out of mana. He only has so much more to be able to work with. The Meatball's gonna come down, but the Invoker's already dead.
He's get the hell out.
But he's low, and Insania actually right in front of him. Now comes out Arena.
Turn around.
Spear, that's pretty nice. Today with some of the buybacks, though, they have to control these heroes. Oh, he got bumped out of the Chronosphere. That's okay. He's still controlled up, and he'll still die. No, hold up for a second. No, okay, he does go down, but at the same time,
buyback from Nisha.
He needs help. He's all out of mana. Somebody give him some mana. He's gonna die like this.
Nisha is back, and that means you need to get the hell out right now. Do you have buybacks on Secret? You have Crystallises, you have the Shaman, but nothing for mid one here. And without a Chrono.
He gets pulled back in by the Hurricane Pike. Sure, Crystal's buybacks, but without a Chronosphere, what does it really matter?
Refresh from Nisha.
He rolls it up. 4 staff. It's only going to do
no time walk.
There's too many disables and die back there. And that's just it. Nobody has buyback on the side. If Secret Puppey, the captain, will be the last to go. Last to go with the ship. He will fall. And that's going to be GG. Team Liquid take game 1.
What a performance here from all 3 cores on Liquid at various points in that game. Mikken carried this last fight with over 13,000 damage, locking heroes down in the Wukong. Man, that line was annoying, dude. Like, I don't know if it's...
You are correct. It is a little ironic that we had a broken headset, you know?
You know, maybe after that game 1, tensions got a little high in the Secret back room, started to do a little headset monitor flinging, you know what I'm saying? But I think Saberlight's getting a lot down here. 15-5 on the Slaughter to 14-2 for Crystallis. He is suffering and might be dead with the blood grenade.
Yeah, they actually kill him instead of the Razor killing Slaughter. This is going to be terrible for Team Secret. His damage is all being taken away, and he doesn't have the bashes, but Boxy's got the damage instead. First blood goes to him.
I don't think Yamich can fight this, man.
He's going to have to give up his life. An attempted Wisdom Rune. He does manage to get away from him. Mickey will probably collect the kill, though.
Yeah, is that worth? I actually don't know if that's worth, because the Slark gets a stack. He gets extra solo XP. Honestly, might have it at a decent time here.
I mean, he's going to have to do some heavy lifting on damage the way that this Razor game is going so far. Soulbind, Boxy marching up solo here. Does have the help coming in from Mickey soon. We got to start retreating. Mickey. Oh, backstab from Saberlight. Beautiful play by him. Finally making his face show up in some other lane, and it nets them 2 kills for his effort.
Gets a free 2-hero backstab. He's going to have a very fast blink here. Just feels unstoppable. I mean, I guess this is why this hero was #1 banned.
Oh no, did one. Not able to get the jump over to the orb. Controlled up for too long, has to use the silence down, but now the urn hits him with a cold snap on top, and that's easily a kill for Nisha.
Radiance off the Brewmaster, punishing overextension.
Chase down, trying to get off the ultimate. Oh, man. 30 HP.
Didn't get, chain stun off the cold snap. Very
Boxy.
play.
Oh my God, Boxy. He's going to try and get the shot onto him right as he comes back. He doesn't even need to hit him with a shot initially. Slows him down and gets the finish.
I don't think they're thinking about doing it early.
The crush, almost bursting him down in time. The Soulbind's going to keep him at bay a little bit here. Mid one can't jump to his orb in time. It wasn't going to go far enough anyway. Just too much damage too quickly for the puck to be able to operate with.
I'm gonna go more.
12 Saberlight. Yeah, that alacrity combined with the Spartar's burst to the bash against a hero with no armor.
Like, this is like Boom's strongest timing for a long while.
Difficulty is going to be finding enough heroes here. Swap's actually going to be used on Mickey. I'm not sure if that's what they actually want out of this. Insane is definitely dead, and Secret want to be able to find more fights. In fact, they've almost got him. Soulbind is controlling.
That's a really good one.
He got off his ultimate, but it's only going to last so long. The Plasma's field almost finishing him off, but they don't continue the chase. They go for the Invoker instead, who slips through the trees, but now he's got the Inkswell on him. Do they have the detection? Got him with the dust. Pull him back in. Nice use of the Void Panda to push him right into the full team of Team Secret, and Saberlight now comes back in with Mickey, but with their Invoker already dead,
no
and Mickey's in trouble. No ult. And here the Glimmer Cape buys a little bit of time, but it's not enough.
Like either he's initiating with the pokes off the Ags, or he's there to follow up on the Sparta clutch.
He'll be right to make. They actually got the clutch onto the Razor. So yeah, the pick off on Over is great, but a kill onto the Chrysalis Razor is so much bigger for Liquid.
Perfect smoke. You get a high ground ward, you get a really good angle. Secret just, Puppy's expecting it, but the crush on the back line just seals the fate for Crystal. It'll be a daytime fight, so no Slark Vision, but you have Hex on Nisha to start the fight off. Something that can surprise Secret here, and you have the Ags finish for Saberlight on the Slardar, so if he goes in, he's going to be way tankier than last time. But it's all about the lead off.
And one breaks it. Jump in from Saberlight. Doesn't get it. Immediately pounce in to follow that one up. But they got Slark as double lane. This is perfect for Chrysalis. Oh, he's going to be able to help with the much damage. This out. They're turning around. The physical damage is too much. Chrysalis got to get out of here. Walk back into his death. Too much for him to handle, even with the damage being drained away from Mickey and Saberlight. It's not good enough, and Secret start crumbling around the pit now. Boom still has his ultimate out here, and he'll try and collect. Oh no, there's that Hex, and the puck is in trouble, but the pounce didn't quite get there to follow it up. Mickey needs to be able to, oh no, Coil only latching onto the Invoker. Mickey's still okay for now. Gotta be careful of that silence. Mid one, cannot get caught by a single disable, otherwise he's gonna die here, and almost gets hit. The fear here, it's maybe one doesn't know, he ups away to his orb, just in time. Saberlight almost gets him. Meanwhile, Boom is going to be the offlaner. This gets brought down, is eventually back into his full form.
We got Nisha.
He actually managed to get Nisha. Min one stays alive and gets a kill. It's the only good thing in that fight for Team Secret, as everything else goes the way of Liquid. Going to be playing in some way to their own advantage. They didn't have to use any buybacks in that last team fight, so this is going to be an incredibly tough fight for Team Secret, but maybe they feel like this is an all-in. They have to do something here. Silence though keeps on landing onto the puck. The Soulbind, sure, but the puck is already caught and killed, and Chrysalis has already seen that Soulbind isn't good enough for him to just charge headlong into this Slardar. He'll chop it down pretty quickly. Glyph is going to go out immediately. Saberlight looking for an entrance, does find it. Yamich dies in an instant. Now they jump on a Boom as well. Thanks to the side, they're going to be able to burn him out of the mana thanks to the MP. He has a little bit more, but he has no chance to be able to pop his ultimate. Crystal's going to come too late. Tornado intercepts them, so no real rebuttal from Team Secret. That's just going to be a lane of barracks guaranteed for Liquid, it seems.
There's going to be a lot here as Yamich dies again.
Oh, dieback. Yamich, that is terrible for them to be able to have. The coil is there. They're going to be able to take the first life away from the Slark.
Yeah, but that Link was not the Link. Crystals needs to commit into the fight. So
yeah, 19 damage stolen.
Just going to be a Rax, and they're going to linger.
Yeah, Roshan's up, but
right, now you have to force it.
They do have this amplify damage on mid one. He's going to do a lot here. Doesn't get hit by the fear shot. Good face shift. Gonna leave him a little bit awkward. He gets hit back side. There goes that force step, but Saberlight with a big entrance into the team fight. Went straight for Crystals. Got to swap back out. Breaking out that swap, and there goes Mickey right onto the Razor and finish him off. Just like that, Liquid take full control of the fight. Now they're just going to run down whoever's left. They don't lose anything for this. Well, okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Boom does manage to clean up that one kill on the support, but
Yamich came back in. He's going to die back here as Mid one also goes down on the backside.
way. Chrysalis is getting a lot out of this one. He managed to take down 2 of the cores. Problem is Mickey's still up, and he is slicing and dicing through Chrysalis bit by bit. They do manage to take him down 1 time. Second life coming back up. Now the control of the soul bind. They have what it takes to be able to get Mickey. Mid-1 gets popped, has to buy back immediately, but they can't stop Team Liquid from retreating. Team Liquid are the ones to buy back. They want to try and end this game here.
Double buyback from them. This is all in. They did lose to Aegis. They still have 2 cheeses.
Trying to burst out the Earth Bandit, doesn't quite get it. Boom, back into play. Mickey jumps into this one. Problem is that they just can't get through this calling with all this other AoE. Fortunately, he's getting away, but no, he didn't run out now. Dead for 2 minutes. Crystal's barely able to survive. Boxy goes for him, trying to manage on some of those shots. Boxy eats the cheese, he stays alive, but Crystal's time is a problem. You can heal up as much as you want, but the Ancient is a problem that you cannot ignore, and he gets swapped back into his doom. Buys back immediately, but the glyph is now expired, and Liquid will end it 2-0. Over Team Secret.
Devastating amounts of late game damage coming through from this lineup. I mean, Boxy turning into that 4th core really just pushed it over the edge.
Teams, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we've had a couple of series already with a patch. It's not much time still. You know, there's still a lot to figure out with this patch, and I'm keen to see how it affects these teams.
Highly based from Valve, by the way, Jonathan. Who cares about the pro players and how they feel it?
I feel like the Razors should be able to manage it in the first few levels, and then it becomes kind of a really tough time either way. But you can always protect yourself with a static link. So you have that to play with. You've got Crit with his threat of rotation as well, which can open up that tempo on the mid. I think the one difference is we tend to see Malrine go for the push.
Oh, bottom. Faking. Oh, he's already gone. First blood to go the way of Saberlight, and it's a Visage combination. Skitter has not been too much, but they are going to try and jump in now. Snaking going to ensure that Boxy cannot go for the dead shot or the calling, though Snaking could find himself in a bit of danger trying to go for that 3-minute timing on the Lotus. He does not end up getting away with it. Snaking in huge trouble, but Boxy now being turned on, and both of them will go down at the same time as Skitter going to try and go after Saberlight for a bit more damage. Skitter cutting through the tree line. Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage. One more hit will do it.
There
She
you
does
go.
find it. What are you going to see from Falcons, though? They might be able to set up on Boxy or Saberlight.
I think that's
Saberlight obviously the primary target, and in fact they are going to move in. It's there, will lock him down. They'll drop the calling for the silence, but I do not believe it is going to help. Saberlight is down.
I would say for Azure, yeah, you're keeping your bans the same. The problem is, so the last year you banned last time was the Slardar, so you just tried playing it last game, you lost with it. So I don't think you're going to want to go into this game playing it one more time, which means you're either banning it again, or you're going to pick up a different hero.
To the side of Liquid as they do jump in again. He's going to get the shots up to lock him in, but the TP's aren't coming. Quick dropping low, but Saberlight is gone now. Mickey trying to move in, but
no silencer in this game. This round they will rerun game 1 without the silencer in the pool. And I would be shocked
by himself
there's
at the
no
moment of the DK trying to push out the top T1 tower. DK gonna pop the time dilation. In goes Nisha. Dragon's Tail will be there, but it should not help ATF that much. ATF surely is just gonna die. Nisha.
How many times can you let the same thing
Top
happen?
lane, they are gonna try and defend. ATF gonna pop the chrono as now Nisha does move in, and it seems as though ATF once again will be punished for sticking around. So Liquid do indeed decide. Bottom lane, Mickey, does he know? It doesn't seem like he does, though. He's trying to look towards retreating towards the T2 tower. Pop is there. Aura's punch out as well. Mickey, he'll pop the chrono. He does find 3 targets with that. The team is incoming. Mickey, they weren't too fast to begin with. Mickey still alive. Is essentially going to go down to Nisha. He's going to try and trade. See if they can find an effective team fight as they do take 2 for their drop. It seems as though Falcons for now retreating, but they're under vision. Oh, they are under vision of Team Liquid. This could be a very, very nasty team fight as Mickey does jump in, finds a 2-man chrono with a nice swap out. Snaking will save at least one, but he cannot save ATF. In fact, he can't even save himself because he's been caught by Nisha. That'll be a 2-0 trade here for the side of Team Liquid.
I really hope that one of the players, hopefully he was able to just
They are having a look. The silence is there. They've got the Void silence up for now. The Snowball, though, not going to be within range in the ensnare. It does barely make it in time. In goes Nisha. Nisha wants to go for the fight. He's under the Razor. Still Malrine fighting back for now. The Warriors punch out Nisha. He does go down.
And then also bring it in the gameplay. I think Jinky was the one that could replicate that.
Liquid
in this
not
third game.
going to allow this one to go
Yeah, I
for
would
free.
say I'm just
Mika
looking
going
for
to
them
move
to
back
pick
and
up
try to
some
bait for his team.
aggressive
Now
heroes.
Foxy
Kurt
moving
nicely, or
forward,
maybe
getting the
some
vision.
Price
Stun
Initial
out from
Assassin worked out
ATF.
really
They
well
do
earlier.
want them when
Let's
they're
say
dead.
Gaimin Gladiators,
Silence is
pretty
committed by
happy
Insania, but they do
with
lose
the
Boxy.
Gyrocopter.
That's a
Played it a
start
few
here for
times, so
Falcons.
that's good.
The
Gives them a
buyback
good
is
lane.
out from Boxy,
So
looking to
let's see
come
how
back
they will
towards his team.
furthermore go down.
They do not want to allow
Their
Roshan to
first
go the
slaughter
way
so far of the
of
tournament
the
for
Fox.
Gaimin.
Afraid that the
And
swap
I
is
was
out.
gonna say
Nisha
that the
wants to go for
Gyrocopter
the
is one of the
fight.
heroes
They're
that I
going
actually
for the
think
Ben
got nerfed
snaking.
by the
In
Azure
huge trouble for
change
Nisha.
from Veil.
He's dropping
He was
low.
one of
He
the
can't
best
toggle.
only Veil
Chrono is out.
builders
They've
in the
caught the
previous
task
patch
at the very
because
least in
it
snaking.
used to be that you
It's
casted in
almost
front of
now
you
the
as a
soul
long-range
comes
support,
out.
but now it's the 900 radius around you.
He's
So
going
I'm
to turn
also
back
first
around with
curious
the
what Gyro
Saberlight
is going
looking
to
for
build
the
this game.
visage,
Like,
and it
what
seems
is
as though
utilities? Is
Saberlight
it just
will
going to be
go
the
for the
solar
stuns, but how do you get out of this?
All the other
You do
supports,
not.
or is it going to be
Foxy, he
something
will
else?
follow. That is a
I
tie
think
back on the
there's still
Muerta.
no shame in going the Veil
Game's
on
going to
this
go right
Gyro,
into the corner and just
especially
hide
with
in
how
that area.
broadly
Skitter.
Gaimin
Still
play.
going to have a
I would
look
like to
through
see
the
it, and I would like
northern
it.
side of the
He
jungle,
played as a
realizing that the
position
camps
4
have been
more than a
farmed.
position
And
5.
Mickey,
I
he may
still
just
want to
get
see
caught.
something like the Celery CM. It's been
Head
so
into the
consistent.
Naga, and they do
Why
just
not run it
silence
back?
him up.
But also,
The
they have
boy
played
Mickey,
Slider
he's looking
once.
like he has no
Prime
chance to
and
escape.
Gaimin, they played it mid on Quinn.
Yeah, he was fought. I was looking at off lane. Yeah.
ATF, he's going to find Nisha.
I still think
Nisha going
Slider
to just
is
try
a
and
good
jump away,
hero, and
but
the
still
ability
is
to
faced
switch
as the
to 1, 2, 3
it's going
when
to
your
lock
second
them
pick is
in.
a really valuable
He's killed
position
okay,
position
Nisha
to be in
wants
because
to
you
go
don't
for
get
the
to
fight.
close
Does
out
pop the
that second
BKB, but
phase
the Walrus
with the
Punch
18
is out
pick.
and
You need
Nisha
to
is
have your
down.
flex heroes ready, which is
Again,
why
so
they
is the
start
whole
with
side
Gyro
of
here.
Falcons. Snaking,
So
do
I
want
like
to break
the
the
sense a
smoke.
lot,
Mickey
especially
jumping in
from first pick. I
immediately.
think
They
it's a
just
very
want to pull
stable
on
hero.
one.
It's
The
not
bench
as easy to,
is
like,
dead
just break through
immediately.
the
Is
lane. It's
now.
not easy
They'll
to
go
do
for
the
more.
perfect.
It seems like
I would
Crit
say
is going to be the
SC
secondary
Phoenix is a
target.
bit of a
Crit,
support
he will
duo
eventually
where you
go
need to
down. They're
protect your
snaking
backline
with
a
the
lot,
limit, dropping
aka
him
they
out. Crit, he
share
will
the
survive.
same counters.
Who
So
hit
you
the
need to be
cheese
a
up?
little
It's an
careful of that
ATF
buy.
now. Moving in
SC
on the
is good in
Nisha.
this game.
There's
The
your Chrono
defensive
committed.
cleanse
But
against
do
the
they
haste,
have the
aggressive
damage?
purge as
It
well.
seems like they just
Against the
made
Slaughter,
another
take his sprint away.
no.
So I would say if they can make
And
sure to keep
everything
their
just
draft
stops
solid
as
and
it
robust,
seems as
Azure
though
are
the
good to
side
go.
of Liquid, they are out of
We have
gas
to
here,
address
John.
the
They
two
will
supports
try to
playing
continue
with
the
XM
fight,
later
but it is
versus
not
the two
looking
supports
too
that are
good
going to be
for
playing
them.
with Pings. We feel like
He's taking
Shadow
a bit of
Demon plus
damage here
Phoenix
from
are
Mickey.
strong
Perhaps he
support
is
duo
set to
because
fall.
I don't think
That
the
is
support
one life. Liquid, can they keep the fight up? Back onto the Razor they go, and it seems as though Falcons are going to let the
danger to Azure supports.
I think you are absolutely correct. Therefore, we need to hope that their mid pick on its own XM can maybe offset a little bit for how strong the enemy support is going to be by being able to hold his own ground more than he has been in the last 2 games.
That is a sick Weaver pick. It's good, both carry and support, either one that they so choose, to be honest. It's so good against this lineup because you were mentioning, Mira, your concern on Azure Ray is whether or not they can match these rotations. I see Gyro, really high move speed hero, Ardar, really high move speed hero with the sprint, and now Weaver, also a hasted hero. Where's the stun coming out from Azure Ray before the Centaur blink? These are the 2 supports in the off lane. You're putting a lot of weight on, I guess, XM to supply that stun. And there you go. It is going to be a core Weaver. Mira, you're getting your support CM, more and more tempo being represented here.
It just looks so good, and all those reasons you mentioned were great, but now CM enables this Weaver pick, right?
Yeah.
He just takes advantage of all of the mana, and Gaimin have played this Weaver plus CM lane before, and they have completely stomped with it.
Also, like double minus armor, like Weaver, Slaughter, great synergy just within their own, but they're great against Centaur. It's like the biggest thing he struggles against, physical damage. Gaimin's draft is looking very scary.
Also, Frostbite versus Centaur Stampede is a really excellent tool in killing him in the early game. Frostbite versus Dive, and if the Centaur blinks in on the CM, the follow-up damage is going to come through currently from the Phoenix Stun Ray and whatnot, but I can even see Freezing Field popping off in this game. There aren't really any stuns to stop this Crystal Maiden outside of Centaurs.
Will we get the low Faceless Void? I know it's not the most amazing versus Slardar in lane, but great versus Weaver. The Gyro Rocket dies. Nice.
Nice call.
I just love seeing him play Void. He's played it so well against Liquid earlier. If you're going to go out in game 3 or potentially do that, I would love to see him on a signature. And
Yeah.
I trust him to land those Chronospheres this game.
Do we feel so far that the heroes on Azure Ray, is it all comfort for them? Because we know Tianming is comfortable on the Phoenix, we've seen him play it before. We know XXS is very comfortable on the Centaur as well. How about Zinq on the Shadow Demon?
And Zinq can play everything, especially these ranged fours. There's not one that I haven't seen him play well, so I'm not too concerned about that. I am concerned a little bit though, this time dilation for Gaimin Gladiators. I feel like both of these supports have to consider just building an early Lotus Orb, because this time dilation versus Weaver, CM, and Gyro is going to be incredibly effective.
Yeah, no, I like the Void pick. I do think there's high volatility when it comes to the early laning stage, but you know, you might as well gear up, hope you get through it, then play the mid game and go from there. I would say Azure, you need a mid hero on XM who can damage control the early game. There aren't too many lockdowns. I may be looking at, I think, XM's Puck is pretty good. Queen of Pain, I think they're not going to step too close to that hero after game 1. I don't know, is there anything you guys see that could be pretty cool?
Do you think the puck gives enough? Because I feel like if they go puck here, it's mostly just so it doesn't get counterpicked overall by the Quinn hero. It still could potentially be the Slardar mid, but then they're just too cooldown dependent on Azure. Right? They're dependent on their Chronosphere, on their Stampede, on their Dream Coil, on their Supernova. They won't be able to match the tempo of GG's 3-man ball still.
I was going to say Zeus. I was actually what I wanted. He's 3-0 on XM, and it would have been sick damage for the Chronosphere. It's also like really nice to have free detection against Weaver, but went ahead and removed it. Gaimin Gladiators have done their homework. They're probably looking at the same info we are.
Would you not want to pick Bounty Hunter again purely because you don't know yet what's going mid for Gaimin Gladiators?
Also, the Slardar could just be mid, and Slardar is free detection against you. So I would imagine that's probably not what they're going to go for.
Fair enough.
What's it gonna be? I'm like kind of looking at a different hero that you can play through. I do feel like the only problem if you are looking at pucks and DKs, like they don't have the most damage to play through. Like if you go Blink Stun, you have what, Fire Spirits and Shadow Poison.
What about Razor? It is one of XM's signature heroes that he's played a lot in the past, not so much in this tournament, but if you go for this Razor mid, what really counters it on this 24 pick from Gaimin Gladiators?
Maybe Quap. It's about the only thing that comes to mind. Maybe Lina is what another Quinn special. I'm only concerned about Razor is that they would then lack Disable other than the Void for team fights. If they're gonna pick a hero that doesn't have a stun and they don't see their matchup, I feel like if he gets owned in lane, they'll have no playmaking in the mid game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I would like something that plays on higher range or has some form of tankiness. Like if I'm gonna commit into these heroes, Slardar, Weaver, and I feel like I get that. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. It's gonna get on the backlines. It should help your Centaur. The only problem that is still similar with like a DK or Puck, I don't know if the follow-up damage is gonna be quite there. That's why Azure Ray, their supports need to do well on lanes to have levels to then help their Storm.
I think Gaimin do they just go puck to counter the Storm, or are they comfortable putting the Slardar mid versus Storm as well? I feel like Slardar has a fine matchup versus Storm Spirit.
I think you could go either Puck or DK for mid.
What about the Huskar, man?
The Huskar mid?
Yeah, the Huskar mid. That's a Quinn special.
You're right, this is Quinn we're talking about, and it is potentially the last game of the series.
Cheese him out of the tournament.
It's also the hero that this whole event started with. It started with this very matchup on this very stream, and it started with the Huskar mid. And that time, it was Azure Ray that beat them with the Huskar.
Or they could just buy Pipe Carrier from the offlane, just pick Ace's hero, pivot to an Aura buyer.
I feel like Puck, DK, if you do want an offlane, I would like the Visage. I'm not vibing with the Huskar too much, but I mean, if you want to go out with a bang, I think you're just going to destroy them 3-0, go for it.
Ooh, there's your offlane Firebire.
Yeah.
I was thinking this, but I didn't know. I was like, do they feel comfortable enough? But this provides you reliable lockdown as well as a way to chain. Like, for example, Quinn goes in on the Slardar, blinks in. You can follow up with the Atos. You can also build Veil, which is a great item for Underlord in this patch. And the Pipe's going to be a huge issue here. Because the thing about Storm Spirit is he does hate playing into group up lineups.
He does.
He hates playing into Pipes. He hates playing into Auras, because if he doesn't have a good start, if he isn't able to get those pickoffs, what does Storm really do versus a 5-man ball that starts around minute 20? It's extremely difficult.
Oh, absolutely, and I think the hero even got buffed a little bit. He's going to deal damage on his root now as well. I think this is a very scary Underlord game for Azure. I am praying for them that they will do well in the lanes, because otherwise this game will rest in pepperoni.
Yeah, you mentioned Quinn being one of the best Pangolier players, if not the best in the world. I'd say Ace is the guy I think of when I think of Underlord, and that root is so good against all three cores of Azure. I hate to say it, but I think that might have been the nail in the coffin. That was a really good pick.
Is the laning stage going to be somewhat even, at least? You know, that's where it all begins. Is it going to be somewhat even?
I think the Centaur will do well.
Oh my god, okay.
The laning stage for Azure is usually fine, but they just can't fight afterwards. And I just do not see this Shadow Demon plus Phoenix enabling the Storm Spirit to play into this Aura lineup. You're going to need your side lanes to excel. You're going to need those side lanes to play really well, because it cannot be the mid laner that you depend on in this game.
Okay, well, I have heard this scenario before, and I'm gonna throw something else out there. Panel Jinx. It has happened before, and Azure is gonna need that is going to need that Jake to force this grand finals further, but potentially Gaimin Gladiators is going to end their year with another first place finish. They are on match point. They only need one more game to take this one home. Can they do it? We're heading over to Cap and SVG to find out.
In the shadow of one of the fastest best of fives, we're going to do something a little bit different here. They say don't be biased, but crowd, how many Gaimin Gladiators fans do we have in the building? It's a good amount of you. It's a good amount of you. But how many Dota fans do we have in the building? And as Dota fans, we all want to watch more Dota, right? Hell yeah. All right, Malaysia, let me hear some noise. Who wants to see a game 4? Well, let's see if Azure can step up and give it to us. A game 3, down 0-2 against one of the toughest opponents of the year. Gaimin Gladiators have been unstoppable, Avery. They have gone through so many of these tournaments and, as you said, gotten better and better time and time again. They slip up very few times. How do you get them to slip up in this game 3?
That's the scariest part. Like, this team just doesn't really have weaknesses. Their most underwhelming performance was a second place at TI. You know, that was the point of weakness for them in the year, really.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I mean, you know, tough luck, better luck next time. Well, this is next time, and guess what? They're right back at top, right? This, as you said, truly an unstoppable team. The patch cannot hurt them. The changes cannot stop them. Their opponents do not matter, apparently. It's just
unless their team spirit.
Well, yeah, there's always an asterisk, but hey, they aren't here right now, so what are you going to do? I mean, game 3, you went down to a very fast. You're trying to adjust. I think game 2 was Azure saying we need to play a bit faster on the lanes, and they picked up more skirmish-oriented lineup. It backfired and went even worse. Now they're going back to their comfort zone, which is like the big mid-game team fighting. And if they can get a first blood, that would help them. This is going to be
certainly would go a long way, but XXS, he doesn't have a bunch of armor to work with.
Well,
getting hit by another crush, but the attack speed slow might save him. They do manage to get that first blood on XM, and XXS is still making a run for it. Quinn, another round of crush. Is this last hit going to be enough? Okay, XXS is going to face his fate. He knows he's hit. He doesn't want to be limping back into lane. He'll take... A bold choice by Jin Q to create illusions of himself to out-mind play Celery.
Well, I mean, to me, Jin Q is popping off in that game too.
Yeah.
Oh, that is an absolute disaster, actually.
Oh no.
That was a bottle.
That was his bottle. The whole point of getting first blood is to get your mid a fast bottle.
There's just nothing can go right now for Azure. I was about to say that this is the best position we have seen XM in the entire series. Was before game 3 started. And that just went out the window because now he just threw all that gold straight down the drain off a weird Celery rotation that he did not see back there. And that's going to even out that mid lane a lot more. So I think XM is still going to do fine here, and he has the level advantage.
Sure, it's still a matchup that we've seen before, the Storm Spirit versus Slardar. You've gotten very high base armor as Storm Spirit. You're obviously very good against a lot of melee heroes. You'll get that bottle eventually.
But again, these are not the sort of advantages you can throw away.
Yeah, that's true.
Arguably the best team of the year. In an elimination game, you're going to have to step up. So again, looking towards this new lineup where they went back for more mid-game team fight, right? Shadow Demon, Phoenix.
Apparently not content with hero kills. Gaimin Gladiators are out here hunting couriers in this game 3.
They're worth a lot of gold, man. It adds up very fast. It goes on to all your cores. It starts winning you multiple lanes at the same time. I'm looking towards Low, though. I think he had one of the worst games of the tournament in that game, too. He really couldn't find anything with the Abaddon. Not necessarily to his fault. It's a difficult hero to make work when you fall behind like that. It was a unique item build as well.
And something they probably haven't gotten a chance to practice too much with the patch.
But this is a hero that we've seen him do very well with earlier in the day in that Liquid series, right?
Yep.
And this is a hero that once you get ahead in the mid game, you don't have to look back. You just win from there. Still one of the hardest scaling carries in the game. It's another pretty solid time dilation game as well, and you are playing against that carry Weaver. Gaimin opted not to switch that carry out. Generally a terrible matchup versus the Faceless Void. So Dyrachyo, in theory, is an unfavorable carry matchup, and it pushes it onto Ace, right? Now this is the big threat in this game, the Underlord. This is a hero that I think Ace has had one of the highest win rates on in terms of player-hero matchups in a year. It's got to be like over 80% or something in meaningful playoff matches. It's just ridiculously high. This team just generally does not lose with this hero. outside of the tail end in that patch where it got nerfed and they were like trying to force it, right? Just unstoppable on it. It's a last pick Underlord in a new patch. Another courier going down. This is just food to the fodder, man. I mean, make it stop.
Well, outside of the courier deaths, things seem to be going all right for Azure, but then again, they also went all right in game 1 and game 2 in the first 5 minutes. They got to be careful of the rotation. Keep an eye on Tofu and Celery and the moves they make, particularly around mid.
Oh, bottom lane, Durancio eating a lot of harasser off the poison stacks.
Couldn't quite get the 4th stack there, which the 4th and 5th stack is really where you start amping up the damage.
And he rushed Urn, so this is not a lane you want to feed a kill away right now. It's gonna make that item instantly pay off.
XXS, he's gonna get a little bit low. He's gotta be careful again. Centaur lacks in that early armor. The bugs make it even worse for him.
Yeah, he wants Helm of Iron Will into Veil into Shivas here. They're pushing him
really going
brink.
for it, but that hit is not gonna be enough. Xin-Q is, you know, getting some serious hits on the stacks here. It's just can't quite get the, can't quite get the important one, which is that 4th and 5th one.
That was a big range creep, though. That is his helm, as XXS does not want to burn too much more regen to get to that item. Once he gets to it, I feel like he's going to be invincible in this lane. Very hard to threaten this Centaur once he has all the extra armor up. He should be coming out here, as long as this courier doesn't get sniped. Impossible. But lanes, as you said, generally going okay for Azure Rays. They have the whole series. That hasn't really been their problem in like the first 5 minutes. It's been this 5-minute mark to the 15 where things have just gone off the rails and Gaimin have just upped the tempo, upped the pressure. And again, I look towards the Gaimin supports. Tofu and Celery. This is the periods where we've seen them just dominate the map, dominate the runes, slam XM into a non-existent state.
Tofu gets some heavy damage there.
And we're looking at all these support trades happening, right? I feel like they're favored for it again. I think the Maiden Gyro are just outputting way more damage than your Phoenix Shadow Demon right now. And it'll be Celery rotating into the top right on that 5-minute mark. They are happy to try and kill low here if they can get the connection.
Here it comes, slowing him down underneath the Firestorm, but
yeah, look who's
flanking. Frostbite, Tofu, he's gonna flank and start getting some damage onto Tianming with the Blood Grenade. They'll secure it. They've got him. Black Cannon will ensure the last hit. Now that leaves Low alone against 3 heroes, so even if they can't get a kill on him, they can time walk off the tower. No time walk up for 5 seconds, caught in the frostbite and dead.
Like clockwork, man. I feel like as soon as I start saying look for it, it's already happened. Supports make a very solid gate rotation. 2 kills on the board. All this while your catapult is hitting top wave with double range creep. Can't ask for anything better. This tower is almost just dead. And now you have to make the question of, do you TP back in here as Xin-Q rotates up just to try and secure the TP back for low? Because Tianming went mid for the bottle refill.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now, Durancio did get kicked out of lane. He had to go all the way back to the fountain, so he also missed out on some CS. The difference is he's being allowed to solo. His levels are going to be perfectly fine, even if his CS suffers a tad bit. He's 29-5, and I think it's like a full wave. So, really goes to show that outside of that, he has done very well for himself. Nobody's doing better than Ace, though. 47-8.
That is the Underlord, man. He just sits up here with Aura and makes you cry. Right now, he's getting his way as he has almost 2 levels on low. It's just brutal when you get extra atrophy points up early. They're going to try and make a play on him, actually. This is a very tanky hero.
Yeah, an early rotation from XM as he picked up level 6 and had an Arcane Rune.
Okay, something, right? This is what you want to see in the early game for Azure Ray. Getting power runes.
What about bottom? Nobody to rotate to help out XXS, who's just going to play underneath this tower. Looks like that's good enough, though. In fact, Celery is the one who's got to be careful here. 7-8 Wisdom Rune. Oh, Durancio takes it away from Xin-Q.
Absolutely huge win here. These are 2 supports who need level 6s in this game.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. XN, this is a Q play.
Yeah, he still has that Arcane Rune running.
TP to top, got a kill there, goes through the portal to try and help out the other side lane, but it seems like Gaimin Gladiators may have a read of what's going on here.
He knows he doesn't run through the Remnant. Good fine jump here, he will.
I mean, how long do you want to be stuck here?
Oh, I see Celery off the ward.
Yeah, he'll take that life instead. Durancio is going to come back in and try and help him out. He's going to get the bug onto XM. XM's going to be low on mana here. Won't be able to make a jump away. In fact, the Underlord is also going to be TPing in. Can anybody help out?
I mean, he has no pit. It's an ambitious gate.
Yeah.
Maybe just to protect Durancio more than anything if Centaur was around. But XM is going to run right into Tofu.
Oh, and he's got the damage. Solo here. Okay, he actually did get a lot there with the Centaur Stampede. He doesn't even need to jump. In fact, the Centaur Stampede gets on top of Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo blowing up. Even not dying here, it's got to feel bad. He's got to TP back to base. Not able to get his level 6. He's being shut out right now. Jin Q got to be caught by the rotation, though. Tofu and Quinn going in deep behind the tower here, trying to find some sort of pickup.
You have to be careful. XM's coming back, right?
Yeah, he's going to go for that dive on to a free gyrocopter kill. Now slowed down. Quinn
looking for both, but doesn't want to expend all his mana there.
Yeah.
And that 8-minute rune did go to Quinn. Ace expended though, but that's another skirmish victory for Azure, something we did not see in those first 2 games. They're suddenly bringing the numbers and matching Gaimin, so learning and adapting here. Their 2 side laners are also not suffering, right? They have way more independent side laners than they did in some of those previous games. Like XXS has stayed down here solo for what feels like the entirety of the lane phase. He's doing perfectly fine. In fact, he's pressured that Urn Weaver that Dyrachyo did not find the charges. So a slower start for Dyrachyo as well, which is what Azure want, because the slower the Weaver's game is, the more the time dilation is going to punish him in that mid game. And right now they're all right. F1 to beating this absolutely unbeatable team.
Seems like Ace is just going to continue this build. We'll probably see a lot more of it from all of his offlaners.
This is something I expected to happen, right? Like anytime you put a ring or a helm into an offlaner build, people are going to try and abuse it, because the early region item is just way too good on the lane.
Yeah.
So now it's kind of just a question of like, which offlaner can you go Veil into later Shivas on? Underlord's got to be a great one. He likes the magic amp. It's another core for the team. Helm is great for the hero. And then you get a Shivas later. You just stack up the damage reduction. I point to Ace in that game too. I feel like he was the largest teamfight impact in that game on that Primal Beast because of the build. The early Shivas into the Ags just did way too much work.
I mean, Shivas is already an item that so many of these offlaners wanted to build eventually. Once you took it away from it being an intelligence-based item to now being a general stat item and armor.
Look at the numbers going into mid here.
Heavy rotations for sure, but Azure have made this read, and they are going to respond with all 5. Ace is going to complete his teleport, sure, but the rest of Azure is all here, and he's underneath the tower. He's going to be pulled back in, and got the Chronosphere on the 2 supports as well, so they'll finish off the offlaner. Now Low looks for another one. That's going to be Celery, stuck deeper in the river. He's going to make a run for it, but the Stampede will run him down. Can't outpace that.
Azure are done getting outnumbered in this series. I can tell you that much. That was the discussion backstage. Do not let them get a numbers advantage on us in all of these skirmishes. Like, this is a team that brought their level 6 Weaver to that rune fight, brought the Underlord through the gate. That's a 5-man move for Gaimin. Azure respond accordingly. The initiation and the jump just isn't as solid this time for this lineup. And this Chrono gets the job done, right? You lock Ace in the back, you get both supports, stall out the fight. Time dilation did not hit everybody here, so maybe you lose a little bit of follow-up, but that's as good a team fight as you are going to get at this stage for Azure. And you get Low involved. So now he gets a lot more XP out of that.
Can't help but thinking that Gaimin Gladiators just being way too bold in all their choices, right? I mean, the weird rotation, Dyrachyo going behind that tower and bottom, got him, you know, out of lane for a long period of time. Ace willing to go through that teleport in the first place. I mean, end up underneath tower.
You won 6 trophies this year. I think you'd be a little bold too. Up 2-0 and a 7.
I mean, I'm just saying, I feel like a little bit of overconfidence, you know, due to stomping game 1 and 2.
Look at this, another smoke coming out. There's ults on the supports for Azure. There's no ults for Gaimin supports. They got out-leveled here. In theory, an easy fight if you get
all they need to do is get the catch. They need the stuns, and they've got him underneath the supernova. This is perfect. XM is going to pull him back in. Quinn hit by that stun. It's going to be a second core. The supports come in, scrambling to try and save the cores, but now they're going to get run down too. Azure just outnumbering Gaimin Gladiators for once. They're the ones taking the pace over GG.
Sick move by them. Just a very heads-up smoke play into a fight that Gaimin were not ready for. You gotta remember, Dyrachyo stole that Wisdom Rune, but it's the support levels that win this fight. There's no Chrono here, no Stampede until later on. It's the egg, and it's this purge that they make work here as they just lock everybody in the AoE. It's not a fight Gaimin want to commit to without their own ults to throw back. Just a beautiful read.
Yeah, I feel like in game 1 and game 2, Azure would have said, we don't have Chronosphere, we don't have Stampede, let's not fight. But now,
I don't know what that... They're operating on another level, apparently.
Yeah, they're just moving too fast, apparently, for the cameras.
That's the old real-life Sakuchi. They're looking for urn charges on Dyrachyo, by the way. Like, this This item is very good on aggressive carries when you start snowballing off the lane with early kills.
Yep.
It's terrible when you don't, right? It feels like a dead item. You're getting 2 stats, 2 armor, and some mana regen for 800-900 gold. Not a jungling item. It's a kill item, and Dyrachyo has not been able to make his presence felt in the fights. This is also just some lost net worth, and it shows on that graph, right? This is not an Alchemist game where he is pulling far ahead. In fact, it is a 3K gold lead for Azure. This has to be the biggest gold lead they've had all series.
Absolutely.
Because I don't remember them ever having a gold lead. So if it's above 0, it's good. And now they can actually play Dota.
Look at this, they got huge stacks as well.
Even better.
Something that Gaimin Gladiators have actually had the advantage over every other team. They're the team who stacks the most, way over everybody else, but it looks like Azure managed to something special here, which is not only just stop Gaimin Gladiators in lanes, but also be able to create a bit of a piggy bank for themselves.
Efficiency is good versus for sure.
6 stacks.
It helps, right?
For Gaimin Gladiators.
Suddenly, what I was asking for in both those games, 1 and 2, XM to be enabled. He is enabled. Yeah, top net worth on the board, 5-0 and 5-star for the Storm. He got a couple power runes that led into the fight as well. That's the big difference, right? The supports decided to play around him and make sure he had a game here. Also had a pretty solid matchup, and it's Quinn, on the other hand, that's been shut down for once. This is a very different position than we've seen this series. Now it's a question of, okay, you got through the first 15 minutes through game, and can you actually turn it into anything? You know, challenge number 2 in a sense, right? Because we've also seen Gaimin play from behind, play from ahead, play from rough starts. It doesn't seem to matter to this team.
I think the scary part, though, for Gaimin Gladiators is, does Azure really need to do anything with the lead that they have? Like, can't they just kind of like cultivate, just keep the net worth as it is the entire, next 30 minutes? And don't they have a huge advantage?
I mean, you've got to think so with the Faceless Void in this team. There's not a lot that threatens low in the late. I mean, outside of some crazy aura mitigation from Ace, I feel like he's just going to shred Dyrachyo in this game. And he has really hard scaling supports to back him up. So yeah, if you're looking at raw scale on paper, Azure are going to outscale you here. That's a concern. That means you kind of have to find some of these mid-game fights for Gaimin, and so far it's been Azure dictating that tempo. 12-3, it'll be another move from XM with another power rune.
Almost catching Dyrachyo there.
This is a way better power rune for Storm than it used to be, because you get the Magic Amp now.
Yeah,
that's just deadly. Witchblade already done. He is the biggest threat on the map right now, and that'll be an easy power off the rotation for Azure. It'll be a Shiva's Rush for XXS, saying, I saw what you did last game.
And he's just about to pick it up too. So we'll get that Shivas, then get a Blink Dagger.
And I like the Shivas in this game because you're versed the Slardar. It's the same thing that happened last game. Ace just abused the fact that the armor differential was never there for Azure with that lineup, kind of dependent on the mid Slardar to bring it. Here it's going to be the same deal. A lot of armor on a high HP hero.
Yeah, if you take away the attack speed of Slardar with Shivas and Fire Spirits, and then you take away his movement speed with the Purge taking off sprint,
he's going to struggle.
What is Quinn going to do here in some of these fights?
Has to buy BKB, and you have to get a lot done during it. But that's where if you have the armor to mitigate that first jump off the Slardar, his impact could be muted as well. Azure in a very solid position right now. They're just taking mid tower for free.
Early cleanse, thank you. Just make sure XM has the confidence to bring down this tier 1 tower with his amp damage.
And a very solid cleanse game as well, right? Another tool versus the Slardar that's very annoying for the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, get rid of Frostbite, get rid of the Pit of Malice.
Just done. Centaur is incredibly strong on the map right now, so it's going to be a bit of a farm fest. The one factor here is you got to think about Roshan, because Gaimin can just go in Rosh and do it incredibly fast with the Weaver plus the Slardar at any point. Right? Yeah. And if you're not willing to contest that your lineup here, you're going to feel bad about it, because that's in theory a good fight for Chrono, Egg, Centaur Stomp going through, the Storm Jump. Very strong Rosh contest lineup for Azure, while Gaimin have the stronger Rosh acceleration lineup. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see when they try and force it, because I think if you're Gaimin, you do want to force it at some point in this game. That's your way back into a strong position for Dyrachyo, especially as he's going aggressive items on the Weaver, right? No surprise there, the most aggressive carry of the year is going the aggressive build in a game where he hasn't found much. It's going to be Dragonlance into Desolator for the Weaver. If I'm Dyrachyo, I want an Aegis to cap that off.
Celery got to be spotted here. That's a freebie.
Something else about Jin Q playing the Shadow Demon in this game, this Demonic Purge has got to be good in a meta where you're going to remove all these shield buffs, right? Like all the Crescent Policies that are going around, all these random buffs that Gaimin have been playing around. just gotta be good value. And Ancient Stealing coming out from Azure right now. This is max value. Not something Gaming are used to giving up here. You talked about the stacking that came out. Those are stacks straight into Azure's pocket. They are finding a lot game 3.
Chronosphere finally going to be put to use here. Duraccio, but he doesn't have enough damage. Not solo anyway. The rotations are going to come out from Gaimin Gladiators now to look for a punish. Low gets rid of the bug, and Celery is a bit too far behind to really punish him too much. Yaming baiting in Tofu as XM. He'll find the kill instead. Back over to top lane. Gaimin Gladiators want to continue to try and find these pickoffs, and they will manage to get it onto Xin-Q. Not able to get off anything there, and now he's brought Tianming into the mix, who doesn't have dive just yet. He does have egg, though, and he's got 2 cores waiting. A perfect opportunity to be able to turn this whole stick around and be able to get some kills. Ace and Quinn both going to be low, but Azure not able to focus one of them down fast enough. They'll collect the Interlord now. Underneath the freezing field, though, going back in onto the Phoenix, but he managed to get a dive away. Duraccio looks to be able to hunt him down. XXS is going to try and cover his support, though. But he got him on the stop onto the high ground. Azure playing that beautifully.
Duraccio.
And even then, the Frostbite isn't quite enough. Quinn, you certainly don't want to be jumping into that anymore.
Tianming is still alive, even after all of that. That's going to push this Phoenix close to level 12 here. Huge win for Azure off the back of some nice map movement reacting to this gate. I mean, the Chrono bottom didn't help you, but it kind of burnt some region and time out of the 2 cores between the Weaver and the Underlord that ended up leading into this bait of a fight where Ace he feels a lot stronger than he actually is, right? The second you get stomped there under an egg and Sunray, that's a pretty damn hard fight. You don't have a lot of egg killers in this game. It's Duraccio and it's Duraccio only. And he's just flirting with danger here. XXS picks him up. This Shiva Centaur has been a bulwark for Azure.
Oh, they're going to find Ace again. The Sunray destroys him with the extra damage of 2 big burst spells, the Remnant plus the double edge.
You know, I talked about the Ace Underlord, right? This has been a staple for them the entire year. I feel like one of the biggest factors is, 1, the lane dominance, which we saw, but 2, the unkillability in the mid game.
Yeah.
Those games where Ace Underlord has driven into victory, he has 0 deaths, right? He feels untouchable. Right now, he's sitting on 5 deaths. He has been very touchable in this game.
Link forward with the Shivas to slow down Quinn, and now he's been purged. There's no way out of this one. All he can do is put damage onto somebody, but he can't even do it because Low immediately gets cleansed thanks to the Demonic Purge from Xin-Q, or Demonic Cleanse, rather.
7K gold lead for Azure, a team we thought was potentially just going to get 3-0'd out of this tournament. They are striking back hard, and this game, dare I say it, is in their control right now, right? Outside of this Roshan sneak,
I like how badly you didn't want to jinx them. It needs a 7,000 net worth lead, an 8,000.
I'm not going to be held responsible.
You know what? They have control of the game.
There's no way I'm going to be held responsible for some crazy turnaround here. But the thing is, we've seen it from Gaming all year. That's the scary part. Even when you're ahead against this team, a lot of times it might not matter. So
just where you got to be careful about these next objectives, right? The Roshan keep speaking of, don't let Gaimin Gladiators sneak that, but also, you know, don't give them a free fight inside the pit either.
Or if you let them sneak it, get something for it, right? You just don't want to let Gaming walk in the Roche from this map position and get it for free, which their lineup can do. Because that is a great fight with the Chronosphere. As long as Low has Chrono up in this game, I think that move is very difficult. Another reason you don't want to end up in a bad fight, right? You end up in a fight where you use Chrono Egg, you get nothing out of it. That's going to be our opening for Roshan. So just keep playing around XM here. Incredibly strong, still even a perfect game. 5-0 and 10 on the Storm, looking for an early BKB.
Tofu's having quite the fun little time here. He's just farming up neutrals on Azure's raised side of the map because he had that lane ward in the first place. Good catch, though. Azure did manage to find that one.
I mean, you have to split right now. No way you're winning a 5-on-5. And it'll be an early gem out of Azure as well. They bought it on Tianming, gave it to XXS here. Yeah, this is nice because the Phoenix is just having such a damn good game, right? It's almost on par with Quinn. Not see that often. He'll have Shard and Solar Crest ready. It's a solid map position to be in. And again, if you believe in your scale with the Faceless Void, you're not necessarily in a rush either, right?
It's almost here, though. The BKB on Quinn, I think that's really the biggest timing for Gaimin Gladiators. I'm not sure what else you're really going to be playing for.
It's got to be this. Duraccio went for the Maelstrom over the Deso, and he's going for the Shard. So his damage is going to be decently high in the fight for his net worth if he can stay alive. It's got to be on the back of Ace's Auras, which is looking for the pipe. He should have pipe off this camp, but instead, this aura got delayed so much on the Underlord, it's going to be Azure Ray just forcing the Roshan in the pit. And again, if they're comfortable doing this without losing too much HP, which the Solar Crest helps you do that, a bare tough contest here. It's going to be a pit of death right now for Dyrachyo, who has no defensive item on the Weaver.
Yeah, they're scrambling to get in here. In fact, they're going to get here, but the Roshan's already dead. They got that BKB timing, but they don't hit the window fast enough.
We're just going to run into Dyrachyo, maybe confused what's happening right now. Like, is this a fight? Is this...
Yeah, am I chronoing this guy? Like, what's going on here?
Roshan goes Azure Ray's way, a very strong Aegis on the Faceless Void. Now he can play for 2 lives, perhaps 2 time dilations. Gotta remember, if these fights go long after BKBs and stuff, time dilation is very good here. Another reason you want the burst coming out from Gaimin to be as high as possible.
That's true. All 5 of their heroes have very low cooldowns.
Yes.
That time dilation, you're right.
It's going to wreck them, debilitate them. Like, Chronosphere is great, but time dilation is what makes Faceless Void in a lot of games. And this is one of them. It absolutely will win you the fight if everybody's on even footing post debuff immunity.
Well, they've got the advantage. Aegis, net worth lead. Now it's just a question of how do you take these objectives? When do you take them? Can you find pickoffs? These sort of things help. Celery, once again, going to be found in this mid area.
And another amp damage rune bottom. That'll go into XM's pocket here. Pickoffs lead to runes, lead to map control. And right now, Gaimin, this is your pipe Underlord timing. Daniel talked about it. It's a great pipe game for Ace. This is a very powerful aura. But you have to be able to force the fights. Traditionally, Gaimin would do that by being ahead, forcing objectives, making the enemy go into them. I don't think that's going to happen this time around, right? It's going to have to be an aggressive move, and that is way harder for this Underlord to make. For now, it's continuing to dodge. Split the map, try and even out this net worth advantage. It's slowly building for Azure, but crazy.
You gonna find him?
I guess. Oh, he's just gonna run into him here.
Hey, find him now. Blink away. Fast reaction there from Quinn. And he's gonna be forced into it. They go back for Tofu instead. They get the guaranteed kill. Whereas Quinn...
Yeah, that was a smart call from XM. I mean, you either choose the gyro or force the BKB. He chose the gyro, and meanwhile, Low just 1v2ing up here.
Does have Chronosphere still, and he's gonna drop it. He goes for the kill on Dyrachyo. Does he have the battle? Stampede is the extra bit of damage required. Now he's out of mana. This is gonna be a bit awkward, but of course he has the Aegis. The rotations are coming out. XXS and Tianming are gonna help him out against Ace. And Low can start going back to work. Crush lands onto the 2 of them, but because the cleanse, Lowe's is perfectly fine on HP. No chance of losing the Aegis. Celery is going to be found by Jin Q. You can't get away.
Trapped in here with me, my friend, as he will clean him up with some extra issues with the game too. I mean,
I'm sure this is very cathartic for Jin Q. Having an opportunity to slowly work down this support who has been a nuisance in this series.
Sweet revenge for once, and this game is just spiraling out, right? Like, you're losing your chances to come back in this game off the auras and the Weaver all damage items. It's not going to get easier from here.
Big damage upgrade now. Parasma complete for XM.
We have seen Storms just pop off damage-wise with this item in the tournament. Mjolnir completed for Low as well.
The vision on him. The Sunray keeps it the entire time, and XM, you chased him right into the mid player.
Every kill you give up is more D-warding XXS gets to do as well, as that is the last defensive ward for Gaimin. They have 1 bottom lane, but that's it. They see nothing right now. They have not seen a rune for days.
How are you going to kill anything now with an Aghanim Scepter done on Shin-Q, so he has multiple demonic cleanses to throw down.
2 defensive spells, 2 aggressive ults that can also break here. You're going to break this Underlord. You're going to break this Slardar. Makes the team fight even easier. And Low, he does not need Chronosphere right now.
Oh, he'll just run down Tofu. A little bit of help there from XM. Collects the godlike spree and straight to the tier 3s.
They are done messing around right now. They want to take an early Rax against Gaimin. Show that you can indeed lead here. XXF is just way too tanky, man. What do you do to this? He has 30 armor on a Centaur this early in the game is ridiculous, right? That's supposed to be the weakness of this high HP gain frontliner does not seem exposable right now. And I mean, Dyrachyo is hitting with a Blightstone. Not doing the trick.
No, it's not. That little bit of damage he puts in, immediately gets healed off, then a time walk does the rest.
They'll preserve the racks here.
They will.
Aegis is expiring. Low did not want to get caught out in some weird position, though.
They've got Tormentor and Wisdom Rune that they can both take away from Gaimin Gladiators.
Very true. And again, the way they're going to win this game is not off racks, right? They're going to win it by just sheer teamfight domination. Be a hard for XXS, and X is on board for the Storm and the Phoenix here. They're both working towards them. Again, your window to come back in this game is closing, right? Not some crazy late game timing you're going to get up the Dyrachyo. It has to be a team fight soon, while Ace's auras can still give you some hope.
I think the Hyperstone on Quinn says a lot.
Yep, this is the smoke to come back. It has to be this one.
It's like, I just need to output as much damage as quick as possible, get a pick off somewhere, but XXS! Oh,
get time lapse.
Brick wall, you're not getting through this. In fact, you're not getting away either. Locked inside the Chronosphere with the Supernova to boot. They will get annihilated in this fight. They still have the freezing field. Dyrachyo's going to play off of that one, but it's not looking good. Gaimin Gladiators are going to buy back on so many heroes, but there's nobody left in the fight. By the time they TP in, everybody's gone.
And
GG is called.
What a turnaround from Azure. Honestly, that is a very tough position to be in against the most dominant grand final team of the season. Down 2 games. 2 games where you didn't even look like you belonged here, let alone had any business winning a game 3. And to come out that decisively, a laning phase that looked okay but not great, but it was the mid game in the
to make the jump in, so the Void will be able to make it out. Though Saberlight not quite so lucky yet. Crit, he'll kick him back. The Visage in huge trouble. They'll force the fight anyway. Nisha trying to go for the fight, does get popped out. Now the Chrono. Mickey, he'll find 2 targets. They'll take Crit down. The song does come out. Nisha, he will drop for this. Meanwhile, Maureen, he's going to Satanic up and Mickey forced to just retreat him immediately as now the chase is on Falcons. They want to hunt this prey down. Insania goes to will allow him to get away, but Mickey getting caught out and the Void is gone.
No buybacks.
He's got no buyback available. As Falcons now smothering the side of Team Liquid. Looking to go for the jugular. Saberlight just going down slowly but surely. ATF looking for his next target. Might find Boxy, but Boxy at least able to TP away. But it's a 3v4 scenario. How do you defend? The tier 4s are basically gone. There's only one left and the Ancient will be exposed. And I think for Liquid, it's looking pretty rough.
And it is. A full minute. Not enough time.
Certainly is not. They are going to try one last time, but they've already caught Boxy out. The Muerta is down. Boxy, he'll buy back. The Ancient, exposed. Under siege. Liquid, moving in. It seems as though Falcons, they are going to play conservatively. Maybe assuming the buybacks were available, they will not risk it. And back Skidder, he's still thinking about it. They do have Megas up, so there's no need to risk it. They'll jump in for the kickback onto Boxy, and Boxy, well, that'll be a tieback immediately from the Muerta. Still 30 seconds without your Void and your Husker. Saberlight at least finding snaking here in the Visage. That's 1 down, but that's not really the big problem, and GG is called. GG is called. Falcons, they will be able to successfully take game number 1. And I'll tell you what, it was quite a smooth ride for them. John Liquid, I mean, there was a couple of great moments for him, but ultimately just not quite enough.
New items kick in our own game, but maybe now we will.
Yeah, can I just say, I was absolutely revolted. Crystal Maiden did not get nerfed in the movement speed department again. Very, very sad to see. Hopefully next sub patch, though, Ice Frog will rectify that mistake, Jonathan. We cannot have this hero moving.
too often nowadays. The matchup against the Wind Ranger shouldn't be the best
lane.
up top.
Yeah, Crit already being punished here by the side of Liquid as Boxy moving in early on. Crit trying to survive the best he can, but no, he is gone. And Liquid, a surprising initiation coming out. ATF though, looking for a trade, already onto Insania, and just look at the damage output. However, now ATF, he's also going to find himself in trouble, and he's gone!
Against Alchemist, Gyro doesn't do anything, so you're just farming as Amar again. Amar up top.
Oh, again, Amar being caught, the Sprout a little bit off the mark, but blocking the way. Oh, top, they're pinging at ATF again. This time, though, Insania may have gone a little bit too early. Boxy is around the corner to help out if they wish, but Insania is dropping very low, though. No, here comes Mickey. ATF just trying for the kill. Does get it, but it's going to cost his own life again.
Flash farming ready for our Alcon Skitter. You don't have those resources. The aggression from Liquid early on is just way too much. And against throwing off this temple, they'll try a little bit, but Saberlight's pretty damn tanky.
It feels like you're at the stage for the Omni Knight where you just can't really deal with him. As now Boxy moves in with the Sprout again, though. Snaking, able to run out for now. As now Skitter continuing onto the Omni. They really want the kill, but Saberlight, he's just such a tanky boy. And they'll find a double.
Malorine's nowhere near to try to help save.
They're still trying. They are still trying. Malorine does rotate and he does get the Omni Knight kill, but in the meantime, ATF ends up dying at the top lane. His 5th death of the game.
Not an easy one to pin down at the moment.
Say that, he's got a double damage now. So Nisha, he wants to move in with the focus fire. Snowball will come up from Malorine. Nisha in a very awkward position is going to get caught out by the looks of it as he does go down. Getting baited by the amplification rune. Zinsania also getting caught. 4 heroes in the mid lane to ensure they win that engagement. Holding onto these bounty runes. 3 bounties just standing there for snaking as he will take all 3 of them. Very, very patient with the takers. Nisha move in, see if he can find himself a Gyrocopter kill. Does have the level 2 power shot if he can get enough damage out first, and snaking, well, he does have the raindrop, so will still remain safe, but here comes Mickey. That's 1 down. Mickey wants more. He's onto a mega kill streak already. Onto ATF they go. The Viper really has no way out of this fight, it seems, as they will try onto Mickey. Can they take him down? Mickey! Oh, he's gone.
Alchemist. Normally when you have that Alch, you'd want to be a good 2k up, 3k up with lots of stacks. You don't have that in this game.
You certainly don't, and snaking right now, he won't have a life in this game as he is gone. Nisha with a nice rotation. In comes Malorine, but the Shackle is out. They'll hold the Tusk down. Snowball is there, back in onto the Wind Ranger. Here comes ATF, looking for some revenge against Liquid. It looks like they'll have the Wind Ranger, but they won't find anyone quite else. See if they can catch Saberlight with his pants down. The Saberlight, again, he's a pretty tanky target to try and go for, but they will jump in with the Walrus Punch. Saberlight taking about half his HP and worth of damage, and Saberlight is gone. Tanky or not, did not sustain the damage output that came out from Falcons. Is now Liquid, trying to punish as best they possibly can. They'll find Crit first, but here comes Skitter. Skitter going to join the fray. They take down Boxy. They'll lose Crit, at least on the Shadow Demon, but Mickey trying to tank through it. Skitter, he's taking way too much damage. The shards are going to block the way from Nisha, but the power shot, it's going to fly through Skitter. He's still going to go for a run. It looks like he will make it out as Mickey is the one to go down. Meanwhile, Nisha gets stunned up, still sticking around by the Twin Gates, will go for the Shackle, but he's going to be so careful. Malorine, he's going to survive another day. Nisha really playing with fire now as the shards, it'll block the way. He has to go the other way now towards the west, and Nisha's been caught. Nisha still trying, but he is down. Meanwhile, Insania, he'll go for the freezing field. Is it going to be quite enough? It doesn't really seem like it. Though ATF might drop. Still trying to retreat. Saberlight, he'll take him down. Skitter still around towards the Roshan pit. He goes, but Roshan is on the other side of the map right now. So Skitter, he's got a deny point. Back Saberlight now. Saberlight might be the one in trouble. He'll heal up though, but in comes Crit's the real carry now. It seems as Crit is getting so many Shadow Poison stacks. He will.
And for Skitter to see these opportunities to play with the vision, going up and down the ramp, getting these nice unstable concoctions, and dragging this fight to be longer than it should have been for Liquid. Like the BKB flying in right in time as well.
Getting caught live. He does have his help behind him if he needs it. Shackle not going to quite latch. Mickey maybe going a little bit too far. The punch is there, and Mickey is just deleted as Nisha will follow right afterwards. And there goes Boxy. Falcons.
Mar?
Now is okay. Mickey or Nisha gonna find it. ATF, he could bait for his team though. He's by the T1 tower. Problem is ATF is dropping rather quickly, so he is down. Now the Gyrocopter snaking. He is gone to boot by the looks of it, but he will survive a little bit longer, but it seems like he is down. However, Mickey is being controlled up by Skitter. Skitter will take him down as well. Saberlight could have a great way of coming back into this game. Number 2 is Maureen gets aggressive mid lane, is forced to snowbird back towards the creep wave. Is going to try and jump in on Mickey. Mickey though does get healed up here by Saberlight, and they want that 5. ATF needs to run. Skitter, I'm not sure this is what you wanted, sir. He'll try to back his way out of there with the stun being channeled up. Skitter is still on the run, but the stun lands. Oh my goodness. Mickey to take him down. Snaking, he'll be the next target. They might just lose 3, they might even lose 4. ATF will try to get out. That's the teleportation. Boxy will ensure there is no way out.
Equal net worth to Skitter. You don't have that item advantage to leverage on your Alk any longer. So they will try onto him.
Skitter's been caught. Disruption will save from crit, but Mickey looks like he wants to commit. Skitter, he's dropping so down low. Skitter is gone. Mickey will go for more. ATF barely able to TP away. But you've lost the Alchemist. I'll tell you, and Snaking now. Well, Snaking, he could not get away either. Team Liquid finding even more value.
Already is smoked up.
Mickey into 3 heroes. He's still going to move in though. ATF, he will get stunned up. Mickey feeling like a bit of a Giga Chat though. He's taking a fair bit of damage, but Saberlight's right behind him. That's where the confidence comes from, because ATF, he's got no one to save him. He is without a BKB. He needs to save himself, and he looks like he is just dead. That is your Viper down. 90 seconds without Viper. On they go into the tier 3 bottom tower. They need a creep wave though. The creep wave currently is non-existent. Instead though, Crit has been caught on the Shadow Demon, or at least spotted. Saberlight will chase him down. Crit will be able to barely blink away. Meanwhile, Nisha looking towards Snaking in the Radiant base. Crit still running, but Foxy right behind him does get the spread up. So Crit is down, tips out from Saberlight. Gale forces out Nisha. Oh, that's a shackle flying out from Nisha. It won't matter yet. The snowball does save. No, in fact, it does not. Skitter is gone, and so is Snaking. No buyback available. What a setup from Nisha.
Liquid are just so terrifying now at this point with all the control, but how well they can sustain up front, but how confident they are with Nisha and Mickey.
Go. Maureen, he'll go for the kick back into the tier 4 towers. Mickey, he has his BKB. He could not give a crap. It's the side of Falcons that are burning to the damage. Maureen is gone. Mickey and Nisha moving back into the fountain. They are just fountain farming him now. Mickey getting kicked in. Can he survive? Nisha will take the hits from the fountain. Mickey just going to TP away as Maureen is gone. And GG is called. Oh, what a way to finish here for Liquid. We are going to a game 3.
And what a spectacular fashion to go into that game 3 as well. Falcons, they were getting crushed in lanes. You know, they were getting some early rotations out from Liquid. Liquid, Oxy just being a maniac on that Nature's Prophet. They slowed down a bit. It's a lot better as well. There should be some early fast play that they can bring out. And some good push, especially with the Wraith King on their side. So they can counteract that aggression that we saw from Liquid in the last game. And that's going to be the difference maker in this one.
Look around here from Maureen for the ward on the high ground on the Dire side. Crit's going to Sakuchi in. Sania is ready with the Frostbite if necessary, and Crit is pretty far forward. Instead that they go after ATF, and now Insania, he's the one going down way too quickly, and First Blood will be fed back the way of Crit. Boxy was there just in case. They have some very deep vision, so Maureen, he's going to jump in on Boxy. Boxy was spotted underneath the Radiant vision as well. The Prophet, though, is able to walk out. Rupture was committed. Maureen, he's going to try for the Rolling Thunder TP away, and he's barely going to make it. 75 HP just about as mid lane. They are still chasing Nisha. Nisha will be able to stick charge up, but he's not looking too healthy. He'll bury fire, but it is not going to be enough. Snaking to secure the kill. ATF looking for a little bit more value. Will continue chasing Insania and Mickey as the tips are already flying out. Maureen having a great time. Crit, he'll get jumped. They'll find a trade with the Weaver, but now Mickey, he's going to find a way out. Boxy will at least get the sprout on ATF, not allowing the proper chase. Top lane, a bit of a group up here from Liquid. Towards ATF on the Brewmaster. ATF running right towards Saberlight. They'll make the jump in now. Rupture committed as well with the Frostbite and the Freezing Field just in case. ATF will melt. Skitter, he did try to rotate. In fact, they are going to try and force a fight. Boxy is the target. It's not exactly a great trade for the side of Falcons, but they will have to just take it. Boxy still on the run. Meanwhile, Insania being chased by Snaking on the other side. Boxy gets a sprout off, creating plenty of space. Insania, the first one to drop on the CM as Boxy still juking around, but Skidder, he can smell him in the tree line. Boxy now running towards the north, but really has no... Oh, hold on a minute. Mid, though, Falcons not going to find the opening they're looking for. Perhaps through the mid-river they can go. Still hanging around the Dire Triangle, looking for the opening, but Liquid seem to have an idea that they are around this area, so they'll go for a counter smoke into the mid lane. Now Falcons have left the area. Not too interested in sticking around without their own smokes. They'll just leave to the high ground, get in that position. Maureen, though, may get caught in the pango. The jump is in the Sarsas. Now Maureen barely able to swash away, but it's not going to be enough. He is gone. That's a start for Liquid. Falcons, I do not believe, want to stick around and fight. They immediately all TP up at Snaking. He'll be left behind. Saberlight will catch himself another fish. The Snaking will buy a little bit of time running towards the north, but understands he's not getting away. Mickey will take another. They'll see if they can find the opening they're looking for, or maybe even just forcing this mid T2 tower.
They've got the output. Skitter's starting to get hungry to build that Desolator up with charges, maybe force this fight here.
Liquid, they're going to try and move in. ATF is the big target. He does have the primal split, but he's been silenced up. He's been given no chance to be able to pop this off. And ATF, he is down. They've even got the first life of the Wraith King. Keep in mind, he still has the Aegis. That'll be the secondary life. Can they get him a third time? Crit's going to try to move in to help out. Nisha, oh, Skitter, that's too much damage. That is too much damage.
Just can't handle it. Like the magic damage pumping out, all the right clicks in the world, the full Mjolnir, the attack speed for Mickey to just rip you apart with his shard.
Can he get away? No, he cannot. Snaking will follow his carry. 4 down for Falcons, and Liquid hand a triple kill to Mickey.
It's such a hard hero to deal with. You need to have Falcon around for this.
Oh, he's got Snaking again. Pops the ulti just in case. Skitter's going to run in. There's no reincarnate available. Skitter, this is such a risky play. His team is going to show up, but Skitter is dropping. He's been silenced up. He'll armor toggle and survive for now. But again, no reincarnate available for 35 seconds. Meanwhile, Boxy still going. Does end up going down. Skitter will leave the area. Jump in from Saberlight. They found Maureen now. Maureen is gone. In fact, they even found Crit. The Weaver being caught by the Frostbite of Insania. He will follow. Tips out for Saberlight, who's giving all the information his team needs. Just so valuable, this Night Stalker, and Saberlight just forcing him into such an awkward fight.
I mean, I'm just surprised Falcons are constantly forcing this issue. Skitter in particular.
Everyone does survive for now. We don't have Primal split up, so it seems like Liquid want to try and force the fight. Rupture was committed onto Maureen in the mid lane. Meanwhile, ATF top lane. Action all across the map. Skitter in the mid lane has gone down. In the Radiant base, Liquid, they're just moving in. Skitter, he'll BKB up, but look at the damage! Mickey, he'll just keep going, and Skitter trying to survive. The best he can, he is gone. He is down. It's Liquid continuing. ATF being body blocked by Boxy, just cannot make it out. He is finally down. And Liquid, GG is called. GG is called. Liquid have done it. Falcons, they will have to leave earlier than they anticipated, but for Team Liquid, they will be moving through the lower bracket, and they have secured themselves at minimum top 6.
What a spectacular fashion for Team Liquid to get that done as well. A lot of back and forth in that draft. You know, the Bloodseeker pick working out well at Falcons. You know, they go back to some of that comfort, right? They bring out the Crit Weaver.
Free.
Well, we did talk about the importance of the mid lane in this matchup with Nisha versus mid 1, and it seems like mid 1 on his Invoker has his work cut out for him against the Pango of Nisha. We're going to find out how it's going to play out. First game of our first best of 3.
To Exort, I mean, he's got great Cataclysm combos, right? Faceless Void and the Mars. Boxy going to be in trouble here. First blood available. Slowed down by the Sprout and the Blood Grenade, and he's going to be caught and killed. Puppy will take that first blood.
That's really good for Secret. This is not a lane I expected them to get aggressive on and take those kills down, but Time Dilation's going to do it, and Puppy straight in the top lane is going to make his presence felt on both side lanes here. This is exactly what we saw from him in that other Furion game. I think he's find a random Boxy. Again, struggling to find the gain connections here.
Oh, he managed to get a 2 minutes done with Nisha right there, but the Tornado's going to be able to intercept the Rolling Thunder. Now reset, gets it off and hits Yamich once. He's going to bounce over to mid one as well. Trying to finish up Yamich so Insani can help him with the kill on mid one. It looks like they've got him both dead to rights. Double kill for Nisha. Now that doesn't give the big boost right away, but it is going to come into play here as they come in from behind. A sneaky kill onto Puppey here. Swashbuckle, not quite getting it, but finally Soul Assumption is there, but now he's being caught by the arena as the rotation comes from Boom, securing a trade-off in kills. Chrysalis comes in from behind, catching Boxy out as well. They'll be able to get 2 for 1. Once and
get counterplay open. And yeah, I mean, this is the forced move, right? Like, Saberlight needs this tower down to control the aggressive jungler, and it's what the Blast is designed to do. But again, the turnaround,
he do a lot of damage, breaking through his armor so damn quickly, and he just dies. Not even the armor from the Lich could save him, and Puppey doesn't go down easily, especially with the lack of mana. That Diffuser Blade stops doing damage, and a beautiful chrono. Chrysalis was already going to feast on the fight, cleaning it up, but the 3-man Chronosphere secures it. Would have been best. He's catching that Monkey King, who has been kind of slowly farming anyway. Got him with the spear into the arena. Beautiful setup. Now that Sunstrike's not going to do that much damage with this much follow-up. Maybe they can still finish him off. They need more damage, but it's just not coming. And Mickey is getting the lifesteal out of this because Nisha has completely caught the back line with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey, he'll just start lifestealing off of Puppey.
Nowhere to run.
And eventually get that kill. Generation during night.
Yeah, this item seems anti-synergy. He always wants to be near trees, but
yeah, that is a little weird.
You know, hands out. They get a backstab on the supports here from both teams.
Nisha thought about looking for more, but better that he doesn't right now. Oh, Boxy a little bit of whiff there.
He's invincible.
Yeah, you can't touch him mid one. He's gonna drain more mana. You got what? The arena and Chronosphere. This Lion is a goddamn threat. They have to stop him apparently. Spear comes up through. Beautiful stuff. Hits Nisha and pins him to the wall, but he got off the shield crash. That'll protect him for now with Mickey coming through the Wukong's command. They'll feast on some wards here. Get some extra gold off of that.
Yeah, they did kill Boxy.
They've got him.
By the way, 7th death for him. He has really struggled to stand there and...
Yeah, Yamich is also not having the most fun in this game either. Both core positions are just being tackled by the enemy team in these 3-4-man ganks. Juan burned out of mana.
Nice move.
Get the kill over to Saberlight.
And that's the Pango and the Monkey are... They both feel pretty tanky, especially if the Wukong's up.
I guess that's where the Maelstrom feels quite nice on Faceless Void nowadays, is trying to protect their Wisdom Rune. Nisha hops in a little bit too late to stop the Wisdom Rune being gone, but if they could kill Mid-Wan, that would be worth it. Coming in, here. Locking down the Vistage and the Birds very nicely. Let's see if Saberlight is going to live through this one. He actually has the shard, so he's going to be okay for now. In that stone form, Nisha in the back lines, though, his Rolling Thunder ran out. Yamich caught him with the disables, but Mickey to the rescue. Kills Yamich, takes away those disables, and now they're out of damage. But once again, farm the wards after winning a fight. It is risky, though. You never know when Team Secret might just decide, let's take 5 to, you know, one of these side lanes or defend.
And there's the second dust.
Got him this time. Tornado cannot come out in time. Pretty powerful.
It almost feels like you get the Chronosphere off before the Wukong, you're pretty happy, but if the Wukong goes out and you have to take a fight by going in with Chronosphere while the Wukong's just there, maybe killing somebody else.
Pulled it back in, and with the spear, this is the pickup. Oh, Mickey got off his BKB, no more disables were left. They're trying to fight through it, but it's just not enough. They are lacking the damage to fight through that BKB, and now Secret's in trouble. Oh, he went back in, got him inside the Chronosphere, gets that kill, finally picks up that beyond godlike streak. Chrysalis now gonna try and run down more. Puppey being targeted by Nisha right now inside of his own Sprout. Will end up falling. Chrysalis is damaged now, trying to get out after the buyback coming up from Boxy. Gotta get away from these disablers.
Remember, he has no BKB here.
He gets spotted. He's probably dead, but if he stays... He
went into the bird.
No, he went into the bird!
Wait, no stun?
But no stun, the bird didn't drop in time. Oh, and boom, gives the tip over to Saberlight.
It was almost like that leap was...
Smoked up, not sitting inside the pit waiting for that Roshan.
Look at all the summon scouting.
Trying to catch Secret as they push out towards the pit. Not finding anything, though. Between the familiars, and the treants and everything else. Saberlight, he's going to cut through now. They have an idea. Nisha immediately popping the Rolling Thunder, but Team Secret, if they could just get out away from all this one, it's a big ultimate down, but he did get picked up once on Chrysalis, and Puppy's going to be caught on the high ground there, spotted by the familiars. Nisha still rolling around, still trying to slow down these heroes, rolls up a little bit longer, and now Mickey's going to come in.
They're all stuck in it.
They have the arena, but they're stuck inside the Wukong Command. Chrysalis is going to be able to get away over to the side, has that Chronosphere on it too, with Cataclysm coming in. He finishes off the Pango. Can't go for Mickey though. They have to leave him behind. Meanwhile, well, Yamich does what he can, but he's throwing away his life to try and stall up these heroes and let his cores get out of here. Still trying to get it though. They have the Tornado, finishes off Boxy, slows down the rest of these heroes, just trying to get Boom out of here.
Yeah, the kiting. A problem. This Rolling Thunder duration is nasty. They have no control for it, so they will catch Mickey without it.
It would be amazing if they could blow him up. They have the Nullifier to be able to take away that armor with the meatball right on top, and they'll finish him up.
What were you doing there?
Team Liquid, they would have taken that Roshan. There was no Chronosphere to be able to contest this, but now without their carry, they're going to be run down. Insania is the first one to fall. Saberlight is able to get away thanks to his Aghanim Scepter.
And finally, Secret will try and get a Tormentor of their own.
Yeah, they didn't get it when it spawned at 20.
I don't know what this attempt is. It looks pretty bad.
Yeah. Oh, no!
I mean,
come on, guys.
I feel like that one was not hard to read.
No.
That was not going to work at all.
We saw it coming a mile away.
Also, he's dead for 80 seconds.
Oh my god.
That's not like, oh, your support died for 30. That is an 80-second mid player off the map. That was his dieback. No cage for the lid.
Battle cage.
Okay. He just wants the armor, I guess, because I don't know if the physical damage coming out is that high. As they get a catch.
Beautiful pickup on the big game. They can finish him off the Cataclysm, and they're going to use the Chronosphere.
Now, can Liquid take this fight just off of Nisha's firing power and I guess the mana drain?
Yeah, mana drain. John walks away, jumps back in. Yamich now going to run interception as he gets some disables in. Mid one's here as well. Trying to control up these heroes as much as possible. Nisha's almost finished off Moon by himself. Tries to go to the swashbuckle, but he gets the blink away.
And now you're
he comes back in with a nullifier. Aeon Dead will remove some of that disable, but it's not going to last for long. As Pegs comes out, another swashbuckle over way to the side.
This Pango, man.
Trying to get away from Chrysalis while they're going for mid one on the side. Saberlight, his damage is amping up on the mid stage, and now they got the disable. Boxy going for Saberlight. Linkage protects him once. He's trying to keep his distance. The Visage Familiars are dropping on him. He's got Yamich and Puppy joining him now. They're going to go. Got him with the Hex. Can they finish him off? They need to be able to get one more hit. He got him in time. But at the same time, Chrysalis can't fight against the damage of the Visage. Saberlight will be able to stand tall while the rest of his cores fall, and he will help deliver the kills to wipe Team Secret. Step down.
I mean, that's the shield rune Pango, though.
Yeah, the shield rune Pango's gonna be tough to be able to fight through, and he slipped in the Aeon Disc as well. And oh no, the stun came out onto Boom right as he was trying to get the nullifier onto the Pango. Now his BKB is gonna be wasted, and now the Faceless Void is being controlled up as well. Oh, this is looking really, really bad for Team Secret. Cataclysm goes out, no follow-up to it whatsoever. They're gonna leave Boom behind as everybody else get out.
Fox is not even dead. Oh, he gets sprouted. No crawling.
No! The Siphon! No, the creep died! The Siphon ran out because the creep died. Chrysalis is gonna
He has no mana.
Away, but he's running out of mana. He only has so much more to be able to work with. The Meatball's gonna come down, but the Invoker's already dead.
He's get the hell out.
But he's low, and Insania actually right in front of him. Now comes out Arena.
Turn around
here. That's pretty nice. Hesitating with some of the buybacks, though. They have to control these heroes. Oh, he got bumped out of the Chronosphere. That's okay. He's still controlled up, but he'll still die. No, rolled up for a second. No. Okay, he does go down, but at the same time,
buyback from
he needs
Nisha.
help. He's all out of mana. Somebody give him some mana. He's gonna die like this.
Nisha is back, and that means you need to get the hell out right now. Do you have buybacks on Secret? You have Crystallises, you have the Shaman, but nothing for mid one here. And without a Chrono,
he gets pulled back in by the Hurricane Pike. Sure, Crystal's buybacks, but without a Chronosphere, what does it really matter?
Refresh from Nisha.
He rolls it up.
Turn to ban.
But not hungry for the sustenance, they are hungry for a victory here, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they had bananas or apples or something at least, right? It's hard to play Dota on a completely empty stomach, but Brian, you were talking about how hate to interrupt your 12-hour
Yeah, when you're on that
session.
binge queue and when you're multiple games deep, especially for Azure, who's on their second series of the day, it's the best to just forget to eat. Just continue on the grind, no distractions.
But I feel like that's the bigger problem for the losers, don't you think? Like I feel like Gaimin Gladiators, they are the ones that just want to go next.
True.
Like when you're losing, that's when you binge queue it up.
Yeah, but they were back in their seats way before Azure was as well. So
they were mad.
They're onto something here. And maybe Gaimin Gladiators is onto something here as well, because Timbersaw has been banned an awful lot. I believe every single game. First phase, Timbersaw's banned. They get their hands on it this time around. Grimstroke is one of the heroes that was banned first phase by Azure. So what is up with Timbersaw? Why is he fully back, Ryan?
Veil.
Veil.
That's it.
That's it?
Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, Veil into Shiva's Guard.
And he got buffed, may I mention.
And the Helm of Iron Will. It's a very broken offlane item right now because you're not really buying the ring anymore.
Having sustained build-up is just so nice for your hero. It means you can build less, buy less tangles, buy less salves. You just work on that. Gives you armor. So yeah, having the option to build it into Veil. You're just chilling. It feels great.
Primal into Timber. What do you guys think about that? I feel like picking a melee strength hero is not necessarily ideal. You do have the magic damage to bring him down potentially, but I guess they're going to need a follow-up. The Grimstroke's already taken out. What other supports like pair well with Primal to allow him to dish out that reliable damage?
I would say the Primal Timber matchup can go both ways. It's kind of like who helps each other more, like with more overwhelming damage. I would say for Primal, something you should look at potentially is Dark Willow. I think even for both sides, like roots are annoying for these heroes. They added up team fight, but most importantly, this damage. Because Primal, when he gets to the stage where he does have overwhelming magical damage, he will cut through the Timber.
Yeah, I love the sound of that Dark Willow, some kind of position 4 hero to enable the damage output of either of these two heroes, but also give them that very strong laning presence, because this matchup, either of these heroes could kill each other, and as the game progresses, they both do so much damage. It's a matter of how well can their team enable that damage, right? First of all, are you being counterplayed by a silencer? Do you have the stun set up so you can take advantage of your Timbersaw's damage? Do you have the follow-up stun to take advantage of your Primal Beast initiation? These are the questions that need to be answered throughout the draft.
I mean, earlier today they had like this Viper Nyx game against the Timbersaw, which of course worked out very great. Viper this time around will not be there, but I wonder if Azure want to look to also like cover their safe lane a little bit, because of course Timber can be flexed. A good hero for that would potentially be Luna, so we'll have to see if Azure want to kind of prepare for that already or not, because it looks like, judging from the bans at least, they would like the Timber to be able to go offlane by banning the Ursa.
Yeah, Faces Void banned out as well. Definitely one of the heroes that Low is feeling most comfortable on, so best to just remove it altogether. And we see the Alchemist removed as well. Speaking of people that are comfortable on a hero, this guy right here, Daracho, has had a flawless performance on that hero, so best not to let him have it. That does mean there is still a Pangolier in the pool. I feel like the need to point it out is there, but we got a Batrider pickup from Azure. I know, Effie, you've been having some feelings about Batrider. You thought he was going to get picked up a couple more times?
Yeah, I am glad to see Azure experiment this hero. I believe they played it in game 1 of their series versus Liquid just earlier today. It didn't look that good in that game, but that's just because the game spiraled out of control. But this hero got buffed in the last patch, and it was in an okay place. A few months ago, it was one of the tier 1 supports that everybody was running. This was always first ban Batrider, first pick Batrider. It's not in a bad place at all, because it still benefits from blood grenades. Now that you can actually play on Flame Break level 1 because of the extra movement speed added from the patch notes, you can set up for kills on the lane. The knockback into Blood Grenade is still as good as it used to be.
Like, it used to be very good around the Berlin Mage, and I feel like they kind of just reverted it back to how he used to be there. More damage, less cooldown on the Firefly as well, and overall just a very annoying hero for Timber to deal with. If you have the time, you stack up the napalms, you have all this magic damage, you can cancel his chain, you have the lasso. Not surprised to see Gaimin pick up the CM, just seems like an S tier post 5 right now.
I'm eyeing Daracho Lifestealer, not necessarily right here. I'd like them to pick it on the 8th overall pick, but I'm sure Azure knows with the heroes they have so far, Lifestealer's always been one of the classic counters to Batrider. It's always nice to have a support that gives you an answer to lasso. Shatter Demon's not going to prevent the lasso, but he can at least prevent the person from getting bursted during the lasso. You'll still get dragged out of position, but you'll have time to like BKB or something out of it. So if Azure earlier against the Timber in lane went Marcy plus Luna, I like that duo a lot again, but the Lifestealer is also very good against those. So I'm wondering what they're thinking in terms of covering that base of the carry-to-carry matchup while also looking to shut down Ace on his Timbersaw.
This is a great Shadow Demon pick. Not only did they take away a hero that looked so good and comfortable in Azure's hands, especially with those ancient stacks, that was something Gaimin were lacking in the last game. They lacked the ability to make a comeback themselves. They didn't have that stack hero. They didn't have that defensive support. So now they definitely have more insurance moving forward. But also, Primal Beast and Batrider, both movement-dependent heroes who are countered by Shadow Demon's ulti.
I am super happy about the next pick. Jinq popped off earlier today. It's really like CM. Actually, all these three heroes kind of hate this hero to shreds. Like you can cancel CM ult. You're annoying for the Timber. You can set them up. You have a lot of damage. Also, the map play later, like Nyx Batrider, even though there's a little bit of overlap, if you get any map control or any lead, it is very, very toxic to end up playing against these two heroes. On top of that, they will also have Luna Night Vision throughout the game. Shocker pick.
Nobody saw that coming.
Pick a real hero, bro.
I mean, he has been winning with it so many times. Why would you not? Why would you not?
There's no reason not to.
So what do you play against it?
10 seconds.
Bloodseeker, ideally, just pick something to counter this hero, but the problem is there is a Luna now, and unless you're flexing some weird position 3 Bloodseeker with a position 2 Primal Beast, there's not really a direct counter. You just kind of have to have something in lane that can match its tempo and potentially kill it later on. I mean, as the game progresses, if they can actually lasso this Pangolier, they should be able to burst him down, but it's a matter of how. They're playing against a Shadow Demon. There's going to be some save disruptions going on.
I'm looking at like the type of heroes that Azure would want to go for later. I mean, of course, they have the options of picking a mid or an off lane. Luckily for them, Gaimin will have to pick first. It's going to be the Rancho hero. Mr. Brian, as an expert, what would you want to pick here?
I'm still liking the Lifestealer. I think Terrorblade would have been just fine. I also wouldn't hate Slark, something we saw from Duracho in the previous game, because it's got a lot of setup in the early to mid game. It fits the timing of the Pango, like something that's either going to be independent like the Lifestealer or something that's going to match the tempo and want to fight alongside the rest of Gaimin, because we see Azure, they're willing to bring the fight to you as well, even without their big ultimates in the previous game. So I think it's important that Duracho also gets involved on his hero, or he at least is not susceptible to the Nyx ganks.
I wonder what else there really is for him around. I would kind of want to play a hero that can help. You have a Timber that's going to go in for you. You have 2 backline supports, a Pango that will roll in for you as well. So I would like a hero that in the mid game can look to bring the fight to them. Maybe even a hero who's looking for some mid game BKB potentially. Like, I think playing a carry in this game is not that easy. Like, there's some random Primal Beast stuff. There's a Lasso, some Carapace, Impales as well. Don't think it's the easiest pick.
A lot of anti-carries on the side of Azure.
Typically, I feel like Gaimin might have gone Naga here just to play the map with the Timbersaw and the Naga, but I feel like there are solutions in the Nyx scouting up the Naga, the Batrider, the Primal Beast, their ability to play aggressively.
Yeah, the Dispel would be really nice against Batrider early, and it's also, you got the net for the Primal Beast, so I would not mind Naga at all. It's a nice independent hero that can connect to fights. That Orchid would also do work against Azure's supports. Both of them are very susceptible. Like, they both defend themselves with their abilities. They even elect to ban the Bloodseeker despite the fact that they already have the Luna. So they respected that so much. Not only good against the Pango, also good against the Slark, and good against the Timbersaw. So they felt the need to protect it anyways.
It would have been so good here for Azure in the days of old. The old Enigma would have been so good versus this GG.
Seconds remaining.
I honestly think even the new Enigma isn't like unplayable, but it's something you need to feel pretty fancy. I think like you need to want to play it. I do think it would be pretty great for them. I had another hero in mind. I'm kind of looking, like whenever I see Luna, I want this hero to, I feel like, be amplified.
Choose your hero.
Okay, XM will look to run back his puck. I don't think it's bad at all against the Gaimin supports, right? We touched on the SD and the CM kind of in the back. You've got the Night Vision as well, kind of helping you out from the Luna. You also have Luna Aura around like minute 5-6 that can help you out around the lanes. Yeah?
It's a good hero to control this Shadow Demon, who's going to be a very pivotal part of Gaimin's draft in its saves and its purges. If you have this puck jumping the backline, silencing the Shadow Demon, potentially coiling this Pangolier, you have a lot of ways to take fight as Azure, especially because you have this Luna versus Timbersaw. You're not afraid of your safe lane spiraling out of control. If you can play around this puck in a really good way post 10 minutes, and he can control these backlines, Azure have a really good means to fight Gaimin Gladiators in this game.
Yeah, I think it's very different when you have a puck in terms of damage issues that puck usually runs into the mid game when you have a Luna on your team. That extra 20 damage from the Luna Aura builds up a lot on a hero like Puck. She usually gets a lot of casual right clicks in when you are coiled. Also really well synergizes with the Primal Beast, whose tramples based on right click damage. So I'm really liking this puck a lot more than I've seen so far this playoffs, even though it's 0-3. I like the fact that it doesn't necessarily have to build damage. It can build like Sonya Kaya, Witchblade, take the long fights. They don't really have disables. Nobody really naturally builds into Sheepstick on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, so he should have a pretty free game for a while.
I think it's very important that XXS plays aggressive. I even potentially want him to move to mid, help out with the calls. SD Timber, they're gonna stack the triangle. I want him to naturally play mid. It will also help them play into the triangle, contest that, and take the fights in the early game to Gaimin and just keep clashing.
And for Gaimin, they just need to play around their Pango well. Some rotations to the sideline secure Slark's farm, and eventually Slark should be able to carry a game like this. But it's going to be a matter of, again, which supports enable their mid laner better.
All right, all focus once again on that mid lane, and while we do that, we're also going to give all our focus to our commentary duo of Cap and SVG.
Thank you, Shiver. That's right. Heading into Game 4 of Azure versus Gaimin Gladiators. It's an interesting setup now because Azure have proven that not only can they actually take down Gaimin Gladiators in playoffs, but they can also do it playing a faster style of Dota.
Yeah, to me, it was the gameplay that won that game, not necessarily the draft. It was the supports, especially bringing numbers to the fights. Those are the things that worked well for them in that Game 3, and proving they can actually beat this team, right? Because they were 0-4 up to that point. So finally, some blood has been shed here, but this series is a long way from being turned around for them, as we're still on match point here, and against a very scary lineup. This is another fast-paced kill lineup coming out from Gaimin. They're going back to what has worked for them in this tournament a lot. A very high-tempo, aggressive carry for Dyrachyo that can snowball off the lane, fast support duo, and a hero for Ace that can just up the tempo pressure with what I assume is going to be another Veil hero. We haven't seen it too much on the Timber, but I feel like that's kind of becoming the meta of the offlanes for this series, at least. You just want the Helm of Iron Will into the Veil, into the Shivas. I would not be surprised to see both offlaners just rush it out here, especially after XXS watched what Ace did with that Primal in the game, too.
We could be starting here with an early first blood as, yep, they're going to find Xingqiu, and they're going to go ahead, disrupt him, surround him with heroes.
30 seconds.
Could not run fast enough, it seems, and they'll give the first blood over to Ace.
Weird part of the map to die at, but Xingqiu definitely going to think it's warded. It's not warded. Doubted him. That'll be a first blood going to Ace instead of Quinn. Maybe there's a little upside there, but Ace is going to use it very well.
Yeah, I mean, considering the matchup, you want this Timbersaw off to a good start.
Yes.
He's up against a Batrider, even a support Batrider. That's got to be annoying, right?
And this Nyx. Saw Xingqiu pick up this Nyx earlier for the same type of counter. It's a hero that can protect Luna in the fights as well. This is a very hard Timber game on paper. You are up against some of the best counters in the game. Luna is one of the best carries against this hero in the lane. You usually don't have a lot of aggression against her. Beam interrupt in the fights. Carapace, Batrider, Puck Coil plus Silence. It's a lot for Ace to fight into, so him getting a fast start here definitely helps. He just wants to get past that threshold where he can go and be tanky enough, create enough space that his other two cores pick up the damage slack. He's going to be happy. That's all he really has to do this game. It's not on him to 1v5 it, as Azure have committed a lot of counter picks going into the Timber. It was first pick for a reason.
Yeah, I was surprised that we didn't get to see more Timbersaw in this event, considering the buffs he got in 7-3-5. All of it focused on the reactive armor, which, I mean, I feel like the biggest one, you getting 3 stacks instead of 2 for every hero hit, that's a massive difference.
And more max stacks on the early points. So these like 4-4-2 Timber builds that we saw, you can get Veil to amp it up because Spell amp just seems really good right now, right? I think some of the reason we didn't see it is like, I feel like that hero got banned against Lamar every game, right?
Yeah.
He just never got a chance to play this event. So at least post-patch. And if you're confident on this hero, you almost always make noxious threat out of it somewhere in any patch.
And as you alluded to before, the great Shiva's hero as well. So
yes, that is, I think, the meta that is developing, at least within the series, and probably until that item gets changed. He's way too good on all these strength offlaners right now.
Lo and Tianming both coming out of the lane to try and challenge Tofu a little bit, because they got to pull off, so they want to make sure Tofu doesn't manage to interrupt that at all.
And Gaimin took the Shadow Demon this time. I think that was a really impactful hero in that game. 3, they're going to pick up a bit more scale for Tofu. I think he struggled on the Gyro. That was probably the game that he had a harder time finding impact in those fights, right? And it can be tricky on that hero, because Gyro either just decimates you or he feels like he does nothing. Shadow Demon's way more reliable here. He can get the stacks going as well if Gaimin feel like they need to fall back on it for Ace. Something else that Gaimin got outmatched in that game 3 on, right? The stacks got stolen, and Azure just straight up had more. It's something else they might look into this game because they have the Luna lineup. So it'll be interesting to see if Tofu tries to match that or if he tries to just join the fights with Celery on the Shadow Demon and do what Azure did to them, except in this game 4, which is something Gaimin's very comfortable doing.
I'm also interested to see how well those disruption illusions fare against the Luna, because that has always been pretty good against Luna, but at the same time, I think there's a chance that that Luna shard comes into play, right? You get the glaives, you come back out, the glaives are doing damage, you target the illusions, they might not last very long.
And they did get nerfed a bit. They lost 25% of the damage, and it got added as flat. So in theory, it's better at the earlier stages of the mid game and worse in the late game. Like you're not getting as much of the base damage of the Luna. Let's see if it comes into play, but it is something, again, that's why I'm looking at Tofu this game. Like if he steps up, I think Gaimin are gonna have a really nice time in the fights. The cleanse is also really good versus the Bat Rider and some of these other all, debuffs coming out.
Yeah.
This is a Luna strat that we saw Azure Ray play successfully earlier today as well. So they're going back to what's worked for them.
Oh, nice bump back there from Tianming. That was beautiful. That'll set up the first kill for Azure Ray in this game.
Just using the early level advantage, level 3s to level 2s, make it work with this level 2 Luna aura. This is why this hero's so strong, and it's why it's a difficult matchup for Timber. It's very hard to prevent that level 2 and level 3 trade not being favorable for the Luna. Full stick charges on low as well, so he's very comfortable right now. And this aura is going to be pretty nice in the mid game too. Primal Luna combinations, no joke. It's the global amp. Primal loves playing around with it. But like all these other games today, Gaimin are pulling slightly ahead in these lanes.
I think it'll be interesting for the Puck as well, right? Like Puck has always done a decent amount of right clicks in a lot of fights, but the new Puck, where a lot of people are building a lot more around these right clicks, whether it's Witchblade, we've seen some weird Maelstrom builds, but just in general, playing off of both the Shard and the Aghanim Scepter, you're getting a lot more hits out from this Puck than before.
That's very nice. Puck is one of those mid laners that does a deceptive amount of right click damage in any of the skirmishes and fights. XM's definitely going to benefit here, as that Water Rune grab from Quinn was very clutch because he would have lost both there. Racho getting run down. He's in trouble.
Ooh, missed out on the impale. Xingqiu couldn't quite get there in time.
Yeah, he still has Blood Grenade and Mind Flare early, so there's a lot of extra damage that can come out from the Nyx. Too far to connect there. Holding Cosmetic. Not pay to win.
No, he doesn't have the range that Lion does now with his impale.
We'll cancel the valve.
Still struggles a little bit in that regard.
Extra regen value. And I mean, this lane's it's going okay for both teams. Not great, but it's a tough early wait lane for Slark. This might not be as fast of a snowball game as we saw for the Slark earlier in Duracio's hands. He was just getting stacks galore, right? Yeah, that was like turbo mode. We also have two carries that benefit from the nighttime vision, something both these teams are going to think about when the fights start breaking out and those carries want to join them. How do you set up the initiation for your team when both these carries can frontline and give sight of everything coming? It'll be a support rotation out of Azure Ray, the first ones to do it.
I like the fact that even if they knew it was coming, they got the successful scan on him, so they know he's back there. But I just like the idea that Azure Ray, we saw it in Game 3, but they continue to do so now in Game 4. It feels like they're playing a lot more preemptive and trying to counter Gaimin Gladiators' aggression.
I agree. I mean, that's the way you're going to beat any team in a grand final. You have to claim the victory. You cannot just play not to lose. So they're going to continue to try for this gank, and they get the pounce block.
Maybe they thought he still wasn't here, but the Frostbite intercepts on the onslaught, and that will prevent Duraccio from going down. It was a close call.
Body blocks just weren't really there, and nice timing on the Dark Pact will secure Duraccio a lot of XP up here. If he had died there, he would have lost double range plus a catapult wave. We'll get them a Lotus for their trouble, but so far, Gaimin surviving this 2v3 top. Some more freedom to Tofu, and it will be Minute Rune a regen for XM, so it's 50-50. Welcome sight for him, sure.
Yeah, it's got to be helpful in this matchup too. Swashbuckle does a healthy amount of damage to him, and he's throwing out mana constantly, so that could put him in a position, maybe he like spams out the wave, and then we'll see some sort of smoke or TP rotation. There's already aggressive ward though from Gaimin Gladiators here to the right that is looking for these kind of puck rotations. Right now it's going to see the Bat Rider.
A lot of symmetry. Both fours stacking Ancients into the Wisdom Rune at 7 minutes here. While both carries have had a pretty solid laning phase, Low getting the better of it, but he kind of got left down here too, right? So it gave a lot of space to Ace. cruising towards that Veil Arcane Boots, very farmed on the Timber. But Low did out-level him. The early kill in the lane and just the solo XP. Put this Luna in a decent position. This is the other upside of this matchup. A lot of heroes don't want to sit against the Timber too long. Luna happy to leave and just go do Ancients or jungle at a very fast rate as long as she has the levels.
Sam dodges some of the damage, but that aggression is cover for Celery to get the D ward.
And you need to control a lot of the vision on that. Particularly around mid lane. No surprise.
Yeah, the only thing that they don't have is this ward Tianming has up here in the top lane. It sets up a rotation that Duratio can't really seem to get away from. Run over by the Primal Beast.
No Maiden to bail him out, and that'll give the D-ward on mid off of Jin Q, so the symmetry continues. But AR getting the better out of this top exchange.
Oh, he actually did a close range swashbuckle, so he could definitely take a lot more damage here. Jin Q maybe thought XM was going to commit some more, but understandably, he wants the power route. Not going to get it, though. Denied by Celery. Now caught in the frostbite. He throws out the coil, but it's a bit desperate. He's got an orb to go to. He'll be able to jump over to that, or he doesn't. He lets Quinn take the bait and roll with it.
Is there any turnaround potential here? They're going to TP in the primal.
Oh, yeah. XS TP's in the perfect spot. Grabs Quinn right out of the rolling boulder.
Nice plays in the river by Azure here as they keep their puck alive, secure the Pangolier. I mean, if you get that damage amp, you're even happier about it, but you'll take it. And once more, keeping the levels low on the Gaimin supports, right? This is one of those matches where I think Azure are happy to trade low support levels for low support levels.
Sure.
Like, as long as they get there at the same time. You get a fast Demonic Purge, fast Maiden, start to win you the engagement.
Especially given the way the Gaimin Gladiators like to play. But you can see Gaimin are maybe slowing things down a little bit, recognizing that Azure is trying to bring numbers to a lot of fights. They are focusing a lot more on stacking, which is the other MO of Gaimin Gladiators, the thing that they do the best. Among all the other teams, they've stacked the most camps at this tournament.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have stacked the most camps over the year. Well, part of that's they play the most games because, you know, they're in every finals, but like on average per game, guys love efficiency.
Ming trying to cut the wave and keep Ace from being able to take this tower too early. And he's probably giving up his life for this one. He's going to land that Chakram, but he does clear out the creep wave. Slow down the Timber Saw.
Still big pickup for Ace. That was before the Veil came out. He's not level 8. Highest net worth in the game. He's not going to need stacks here. He's just going to run at you. And all of that farm priority went into the Pangolier, helping Quinn catch up. Push towards that Diffusal, and they're looking for XXS up here. Has a little safety bubble, but I don't know how safe it is.
Yeah, they're going to use a Rolling Boulder to ensure a few stuns. Oh, we got stuck on the wall. This might give him a chance. XXS will take one more stun, then try and get off the onslaught, but the Pounce holds him in place for a little bit too long. He has a chance, a window here. Oh no, just root for too long. Duratio, he looks to maybe a little bit more, but got caught in the coil. XM has a chance here with the Orb lands. Dark Pack clears through the stun, and XM, now he's going to be perched up. He can't go anywhere.
This is
trouble. He's got a phase shift and an orb, but can't really use either. Gaimin Gladiators, this time they read Azure a lot better.
And that felt like the move that Azure made last game, right? They make the first move on this offlaner, get the fight going with the numbers. Feels like so much of the series has just come down to who made the first move, who brings numbers to the engagement. XXS is not tanky enough to survive, even with the Veil and the bubble there. You don't have a Batrider 6. Celery just did a tremendous amount of work in this fight. I think he got off 4 Frostbites.
Yeah.
The extra levels reducing the cooldown did a lot of work there. And now you have access to your ultis. All 3 cores having a very solid game for Gaimin now, as Diffusal will come out for Duratio, and Quinns is not far behind. That is just going to amp the pressure in these skirmishes. Looking for Ace bottom off of Vendetta from Jin Q, who's trying to get the reveal pop that you might not expect, but where's he's damage follow-up, right? This is 1800 HP you got to get through, and
oh, but he runs into the Sentry placed by Celery with a high ground ward as well.
Really nice read here. Once more, supports making the plays that set this early game up. That's a big one. You want that first ult to go to work, get the extra levels off it. That Jin Q will get nothing but a trip to base. And that'll just free Ace up even more. A lot of damage off the table when that ult's on cooldown. If you want to defend this, you need to bring the Primal in.
Yeah, this is one of the ways that Gaimin Gladiators really start getting some momentum, playing around Ace. having him get these kills, get these objectives. Gonna try and pull him into low here, but I don't think low wants too much to do with this. He's gonna play off of Jin Q and XXS, and now that they're here, now they can start chasing down some of these heroes. Darachu's gonna play and get this kill, but he is gonna be caught in the middle of a lot of AoE damage. Not quite enough though. They turn back into the Timbersaw instead. Stunned up, Ace.
Oh, what a disruption.
Well timed as XXS had the grab, but now it's gonna be XXS who dies instead. And now it's gonna be low in trouble as well. Quinn looks to run him down underneath this tier 2 tower. They're gonna dive for it. Ace is gonna go for it, but Chakram doesn't quite land, but the Swashbuckle does. That's enough. Sure, they get the kill on the Timbersaw. Jin Q looking for a little bit more. Anybody else to help him out? TP coming in from Tianming. Durantio's also here with full health again. Diffuse a blade onto Tianming.
TP for what?
An extra kill perhaps and get out. Put himself on the cliff. Oh, the Impel maybe could have gotten him, but it gets Tofu instead.
And no vision of Durachio up there, so he is perfectly safe. I mean, Jinkyu got a lot out of that at the end. He gets to clean up some solo kills, but that fight did not connect for Azure. And it's a fight that Low went to. He has no Eclipse. 2 points in Beam. This is the farming Luna build. What is he doing there, right?
This is the part where you underestimate how aggressive Durachio is willing to be. He will stick around for these kills, always.
I mean, he clipped himself, but he makes it work. And that is all a very clutch disruption from Tofu. Yeah, like that changes the entire course of that fight. I'm pretty sure Timbersaw is going down there and run amok. Right now, this feels like the battle of the offlaners in the fight, and so far Ace is making his presence felt a lot more than XXS has been able to.
Put him up on the cliff again. Pounce lands there, but the Fusa Blade slowing him down. Maybe enough for Quinn. Take advantage. He does have a lasso. Well, I lied. Burned out of his mana. Durachio. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Swashbuckle catches him in the end.
And the battle for this cliff, as he once more leaps up onto it. I don't know what the obsession with this cliff is, but
the funny part is no awards up there now because he wants to get in the regen, so times.
It'll be a smoke as the Shivas is completed off of all that fighting for AC is absolutely massive here. This is a 14-minute Shivas guard. More than happy to run into anybody.
Shivas gives XM a little bit of heads up, but he's not going to make it very far, particularly if the Frostbite holds him in place.
Another good move. As they bring the numbers, and that's been the biggest story of this game. The numbers. Gaimin have just had an advantage in almost all these fights. The group up from Azure has not been there. I feel like it's been a bunch of solo plays, right?
Yeah.
The look towards mid off the Vendetta. This should be a quick pickoff on Tofu. As they'll
something
use
that Jinkyu is getting quite a lot of. Yanming gonna make a run for it here off the Firefly. Not gonna go far though with Quinn sticking on top of him.
He missed the Carapace on the Shiva's guard. See if he survives here. It's going to be some decent space either way, but again, Gaimin just bringing the numbers, getting a rebuttal kill. Like, what's the trade-off while all this is happening? It's just low farming.
Yeah, this is not the worst amount of space as he could make a TP out successfully. Durachio even came in to try and sandwich him. Doesn't get there in time though. 3,000 net worth lead, but it may be a very minor win for Azure.
And once more, Jinkyu is making some plays out of nothing.
Look at these rotations, man. Fail to get a kill bottom immediately. Full supports looking for a kill at top lane.
Low is up here, but I don't think he wants to try and bail his buddy out.
Be able to grab him, but the freezing field has already done so much. He's been burned out of a lot of his mana. Frostbite will stop him. Charging away.
Numbers, numbers, numbers. Gaimin just playing a lot faster on the map right now, and it's about Durachio getting involved over Low. Durachio's controlling vision, he's controlling lanes, whereas Low is just been jungling, trying to get to the later levels on this Luna, where he can join the fight and have an impact. Can't blame him, this is the normal trajectory for the hero, but right now, his team is suffering. Not hold this map for much longer, as it'll be another invasion from... and another ward. Yeah, Durachio's been on point with the vision control.
A little bit of Ancient stack to take as well. All great things for Gaimin Gladiators. Now, whoever comes forward in this lane, they're going to be walking underneath a ward. Jinkyu is going to be able to de-ward it.
The big ward.
He actually continues to push forward. And that will probably be his doom, as Gaimin Gladiators have no problems diving tier 2 towers, that's for sure.
Can't even get the hit off.
Hey, the good play though by Tianming. He gets out there and cuts the waves, so trying to stop them from taking more objectives, while Low is just playing entirely on Gaimin Gladiators' side of the map.
He's been up here for a while. In fact, he's probably telling Tianming like, hey buddy,
Yeah, don't draw attention to me.
Don't bring him to me, man. I don't want any of this.
Is under attack.
I'm having a grand old time. They
They
spotted
spotted him. And Low doesn't realize it either. Did he just run into the tier 2 vision range?
I kill somebody here,
Low.
too.
I mean, if he gets the... Oh, they spotted up Disruption. Gets him in the end. Now he's gonna maybe pop his Eclipse. He doesn't stop the freezing field, though, of Celery. Can't see him, and he's not gonna get a kill out of this.
Just great map movement overall. Gaimin finding everything.
And of course, Doracchio's looking for solo kills, and he's gonna find it too.
Yeah, this map is crumbling fast, right? This is what we saw from the Slark game earlier. The second you start losing the vision, you lose a pick off. Your map crumbles really fast because Doracchio just has a green light to go wherever he wants and just run line for himself at this point.
I can't help but feeling like, what changed for Azure Ray? Why are they so reluctant to take fights grouped up?
I think it's the cooldowns on their damage. They don't feel like they can kill heroes without the last, so without a Vendetta, and it's hurting them. Their damage on the other game was a lot lower CD. They felt a lot more comfortable making these fast plays. Right now, they're waiting for ult, and while they're waiting, Gaimin are not. They're just forcing the
dive in tier 2s again with the numbers. 4 heroes. It just makes a fist that continues to pound Azure Ray into the dirt, and much more damage, and they'll be out of a grand finals.
Starting to build as well. Glimmer obvious on these two supports. Oh, Quinn's just running around with a shield.
Look at him, he's diving underneath tier 2.
I mean, what's
just to farm some creeps?
You always have this Shadow Demon to bail you out. Azure Ray still want to make this play. They are smoked here. Low is kind of nearby, but he doesn't have an Eclipse.
I mean, there's a fast kill that they can get onto Celery, but they whiff. Okay, Celery's going to run deeper into many of these heroes, but the Rolling Thunder is going to come through. Win again, another disruption, while Tianming is going to be rolled over pretty easily. Celery somehow still alive. The coil is not quite enough. Both supports are low. XM will finish him off both. He is low on mana, though. Jinx's also in trouble. Nice double stun. That's going to lead into a beautiful setup for XXS. He's going to grab that Pango, slam him down, and they get a big kill. 2 for 3 to the favor of Azure Rays. They finally get a core.
I cannot believe Low did not go to that fight. He was here the whole time.
Yeah, he was just like, no, guys, not me.
I guess he made the right call, and his team did not need him. They get the 3 for 2 trade. They get the Pangolier at the end of it. God damn, does Celery survive for a long time here, right? And this is why you need all of your ults up to make these plays, because it's a struggle. The defensive early items from the supports doing a lot of work in these engagements. That said, Jin Q is still having his way in these fights, right? The amount of stuns, Mind Flayers he's getting off, pure value. Well, does a lot of damage, and he buys the Dagon off of that. Probably the most aggressive item choice you can make here for the Knicks, but one that will pay off if you can find the big core burst.
Yeah, one thing that was Azure Ray did seem like they were waiting for was there was a lot of items that were coming in like that Dagon. There was also the, well, Blink Dagger for XM that he had completed in the last minute or two. So a lot of things are coming up for Azure Ray. We'll see how they change their play.
Manta for Low, maybe he's more willing to join fights, and that Shiva's for XXS. Yeah, a lot of stuff coming together right now. But I'm looking at Jin Q, right? I feel like these fights have been around him finding an initiation, getting multiple Mind Flares off. Now he has a Dagon. The burst potential is really high off this Vendetta.
Yeah, do not underestimate the power of Nyx's assassin. I feel like this guy is crazy
he's
strong
just running
right now.
This is so bold. The chance of
and he's gonna find it right away. The fast kill on a Tofu. Is he really gonna get out? No chance.
He's happy.
Barrels in, finds a kill, and dies.
I mean, he's happy about that, other than you're giving Slark stacks. That's like the only downside in this trade, but you're making space, you're trading 1 for 1.
Oh, Quinn, he might be running into a trap set by Azure Ray. They're gonna come down from that high ground, but Quinn, he knows what's coming now.
That's a hard go. You just don't really have that solid of initiation and follow-up, especially when there's utility waiting behind.
He did get a tower out of that, though. Low pushed in the top lane.
Yeah, Low's continuing to accelerate. It's XXS who's falling behind in this game, right? All 3 of Gaimin's cores are having a pretty good time here. They're all getting into their next set of 2-3 damage items. It's the Primal Beast who's falling behind. The Knicks can pick up some of that slack, but wait, are you happy being a walking Shivas at 21 minutes? Feels like you need a bit more here.
Yeah, and if he can't survive in fights, it means that BKB is going to be more and more delayed. Another TP out from Azure Ray that is successful.
Doracchio
doing those a lot.
Looking on the puck. I mean, his Ags is done, so he has poke potential.
Yeah, he's going to be grabbed. No Dark Pack actually going off, so he's going to be chain silenced out.
Where was the pact?
Yeah, I mean, You said it yourself. He's like, he's got the Aghanim Scepter, he's got these pounces. Maybe it's just a moment of overconfidence.
Quinn's supposed to press that dark back? It'll cost him here. Really big death, because that was his axe. So he was like playing the poke game. Maybe he just thinks, okay, I'm going to bait out some primal spells and live. Didn't see that the puck was there, but whatever it was a Dyrachyo death for sure. So it's going to give some space on the map for Azure.
Big slip up, but Gaimin Gladiators are not going to slow down. They actually make a smoke play that Low completely does not see coming. That surprises Azure. They just got to pick off in the enemy carry, and Gaimin Gladiators is smoking into their triangle. Who could have seen that?
And that one feels better, because you have all your cores accelerating right now, and the Luna was the one who was cleaning up the map for Azure. So when you take Low off this map, the GPM just dies. Whereas Dyrachyo, he's going to come right back. He's going to run at you. Going to continue to look for the vision. Not find this ward.
Got Ming underneath the ward, spotted. Got Firefly, and he's got Lasso. There's only so far he can drag him. They do have a bit of burst damage. They're going to try for it. Yeah, the Shadow Demon low. The slam, it might just be enough. Jace is going to get low. Shadow Demon Disruption protects himself for now, and they got the Glimmer Name off. He's going to be okay, and now it's Azure. We're going to be run down. Quinn and Dyrachyo see all these heroes without spells. Shadow Demon does die in the end, but it is well worth it.
Yeah, XM, the only one able to clean up anything there, as this Timbersaw is way too tanky, man. Solar Crest Glimmer has just done so much work in this game so far from the two supports. I mean, you don't even have the Depth Shroud yet, right? That's going to be another problem in the fight. This Sark Luna matchup is not easy at all. So far, it's just been Ace leading the charge.
Whoa, Dyrachyo! There is a coil to grab him here, and he already used Dark Pack, so he's going to have to sit here for a bit, wait for the next round of it.
Yeah, they
actually pulls Celery a little out of position, though. He is 2,000 HP.
Once
What
again,
the hell?
This Maiden has found a Pupil's Gift and is just upping the HP with the talent.
Radiant's bottom
Gem now online. Celery bought it, gave it to Dyrachyo, so once more the vision is guaranteed here.
There's something not right about that.
Oh, I was going to say it, but I'll let you. Yeah. I'm a certified Crystal Maiden.
Level 14, 2100 HP. He's got Tranquil Boots and his Solar Crest.
Missed the care.
Whoa!
It's the Vendetta.
It's the Vendetta hit. There's all your damage. And Quinn's like, okay, I got a shield row. This is fantastic for me. Please go on me. XXS can only do so much here. Now, XM is going to try and clean up some of the back line while XXS tries to make a run for it. Quinn actually doesn't try and chase him down, surprisingly.
Yeah,
he calls it quits.
Get out of there with everybody in a kill.
Wow.
Awkward exchange, but works out for Jin Q.
I mean, it works out really well for Azure because they have two heroes, again, on Gaimin Gladiators side of the map. We're just farming away. Don't want to get caught now, though.
It's done a decent job maintaining an okay economic position game, right, given the consequences.
Yeah. Low is just about to finish up BKB. He's got it. Hey, but the pounce, the second one is going to be there. Fakes out the Eclipse, now drops it. But, of course, Dyrachyo, he can just wait. He's in trouble. He's got his ultimate.
Is under attack.
Nothing you can do there.
Ah, GQ goes for that one, but these supports are tankier than he anticipates.
Double Pupil's Gift, not your friend, Jin Q.
I was going to say, Nyx Assassin does crazy damage. The problem is that the meta, all of these heroes have been tanking up so damn much. Celery commits his life to get 6 Lotuses.
He'll use them.
He'll immediately use it onto the freezing field. How is he still up, man? This guy's so tanky. He eventually dies, but he's done some serious damage to Yanming. He's got a hide, but Dyrachyo spotted him with that nighttime vision. He'll find his victim.
XM should be good here.
Oh, that was close. One XM got really low too. Quinn.
Man, these supports take so much to bring down. Double Pupils give double HP talents, because that Shadow Demon has a 12 strength talent as well, right? So you're basically looking at like an extra 550 HP on these two supports from the neutral items, plus the 10 talent. Then you have the utility on top of it. Very annoying for the backline killers, which is a big component of Azure's teamfight. Get on the supports, kill them first, set the fight up for the Luna to come in. Presumably with a strong BKB timing, as Low is closing in on it. That has got to be the signal to have him join the 5-on-5. He has the levels. Has a level 3 Eclipse now. Like, he can have a huge impact in these fights. There's no real BKBs on the side of Gaimin yet. if you get caught in the Nyx stuns, there's an Eclipse coming down. That's what the team fight should look like for Azure, whereas Gaimin just want to force the issue around Dyrachyo, let the Slark go in with the night vision, with the gem, let him poke with pounces.
Magic damage burst gets bigger and bigger.
Back to the cliff. I mean, it's inevitable, it appears.
Dyrachyo struggling with it. He does manage to get that D-ward, but they blew a base. That's what I was talking about. The fresh item pickup for the puck. Parasma adding an extra 20% damage when this Nyx assassin goes in. They are just amping each other up.
It's actually a disgusting amount of reduction, right? Because you have this Parasma reduction, but Jin-Q also got the shard on the Nyx.
Yeah, 17% one way, 20% another.
Yeah.
And really, if you look at the tankiness of the supports compared to the cores, he managed to land that one. He's got plenty of abilities, though. He's got Blink Dagger, and he has Coil, too, if he wanted to try for a punish. Nobody of Azure is close by, though. That's because they're trying to do Roshan right now, or at least they're setting up for it.
And XM was also playing with Gropo. That's even more magic resistance increase. And he swapped it for Ceremonial Robe, which is also a magic resistance reduction item. Azure just stacking magic resistance reduction very sneakily, and it's catching these heroes off guard. They're building the damage up, and now you're going to rotate on off that burst kill. This is how you want to play a Nyx lineup. Get the core kills into objectives. That's how the hero plays the map. Right now it's working out, and Jin-Q is just starting to level that Dagon. If you get hit by this puck, right-click plus the Vendetta, you might just be gone. Like, yeah, it is going to be instant in terms of the burst.
That's what I was thinking. What's the point of going after a 2,000 HP support when somebody like Dyrachyo has 2,500 HP?
It's just a better target.
Yeah, you don't need to try and Nyx Assassin solo some supports. Just pair up with your puck and you can blow up cores together.
There'll be a smoke from Gaimin trying to reclaim some of the map. They do not care about this Aegis. That says a lot about how strong they think they are right now. Azure continuing to split the map a bit. Luna Illusions doing the work on the lanes. They're just going to push in top, see Dyrachyo, so they're pretty confident that no move is going to be made without the Slark in it. But that got XXS to his BKB. He was the hero I thought was going to fall behind in this game. He's still behind, but I feel like his items are a bit more reliable now with this BKB, because there isn't any real BKB pierce unless you want to throw the Purge into him. And it'll be a smoke that's expiring for Gaimin on Azure's triangle.
See, it's all about the initiation. If they can get behind Azure, kill some of these heroes that are not low, and they'll have no problem dealing with the double.
On his favorite spot.
To pick up his BKB. It's in his backpack, too, or his courier, rather.
I don't know, man. Just stop going there, dude. I feel like he's died 8 times around this cliff. It's just not working. That part of the map is sheer death, but he did finish the BKB, so he's probably not too sad about that death right there. You gotta remember, that was like a 5-man smoke across the map twice.
Yeah, they're gonna go again. Gaimin Gladiators.
They just want the team fight.
There's something about this team, they really like chain smoking.
Well, I don't know if you can say that, man.
Slowed down by the Diffuser Blade, and the dust is gonna last long enough. They'll finish him off with ease.
Good pickoff. I think any fight where Nyx is gone, Gaimin are happy. He has caused them a lot of problems. And again, they don't have a BKB buying lineup. Like, Quinn can go in with the Rolling Thunder. He's happy, but Ace and Dyrachyo will suffer versus the Carapace Impales here. And it's Scotty for Dyrachyo, like saying, yeah, he is strong right now, man. 3,000 HP. They got the Luna disruption.
Yeah, that's going to be some deadly illusions. If they do manage to get
dark hack.
Dyrachyo. Yan Ming sees his opportunity. Dyrachyo gets overly aggressive. Quinn, if they can grab him here with the Eclipse, yeah, they've got him. Azure.
Huge turnaround. And another Dark Pact ult that just never got off for Dyrachyo as he gets silenced by XM.
Way too aggressive.
That's a gem.
He knows it too.
Yeah, that's a gem down on top of it all. XM's just had his number in the fights. There's no way around it. He's not getting caught by anything crazy. It's just the silence setting up the chain stun and then Azure going, well, Dark Pact, right, guys? Okay. I'll take the Slark. That was his Scotty timing. That was 3,000 HP that melted in the blink of an eye before the saves could come out, right? Yep. And that's the danger of Dyrachyo going super deep. He's pulling the fight away from the saves and the Shadow Demon disruption. Like, imagine you disrupt the Slark there. He might be able to get ult off and survive through some extra AoE magic damage.
And it's a dangerous lineup to give these kind of fights to, because you know Luna's just going to take a ton of objectives anytime they are clearly stronger. He's got the level 20 talent. Like, he is in the full swing of things. This next, like, 5 to 10 minutes is where Luna just takes some serious butt.
His next item is going to be the real damage item, right? It's going to be Daedalus here for low. He has Aegis for another minute 30. Q is continuing to scout the map. He's giving so much information off these Vendettas. Look at where the sentries and the obs are for Gaimin. They're on Azure's side because they've been winning this game. They've been playing aggressive, but they just lost Gem. You lose some map control, and suddenly, if Jin-Q can ever get to your side of the map, he's going to be really happy. Yeah, this Nyx is feeling it for sure.
A little bit of breather here for Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to take their Tormentor. Something nice for Celery to work with. Slight change to that shard. Crystal Clone, which he can now actively make it go off by Crystal Novaing it.
Could come into play.
And we'll see if it ever comes into play.
It'll be a Hex for Ace. Again, you got to look towards Ace to win this next fight, right? He's their leader in net worth, but he's also the hero that's going to go in and set the fight up in terms of who's the damage going on. And now with the Hex, who are you disabling?
Yeah, Hex choice over BKB. Same goes with like Dyrachyo and his choice of Scotty over BKB.
Right.
These choices really come back to bite them in this moment.
Right, they win or lose you games. See it now as Linken's for Quinn. Items are aligning here for Gaimin. They're happy to force the engagement.
Gotta be careful. Oh, big hit by Quinn. He's gonna try and chain it, but XM does manage a phase shift, dodge, and get out into the river. Sure, there's more damage.
His Arcane Rune, though. This Puck's a god right now. Is this a fight you want to take?
It's going to be a tough one for sure. They spot low. They start going on to him. He's already down to half health. A little bit of trouble here. He's got BKB still to work with.
Yeah, but he's getting...
Dyrachyo to try and face him down. The physical damage isn't good enough.
They're all gone.
He hops away, but the rest of his team has been blown up.
The magic damage coming through off these amps is just ridiculous right now. These supports can no longer survive. The tankiness has gone out the window. And again, I go back to the question of, that was an Arcane Rune Puck. They saw it, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're giving like full 5-man respect to it, but this is the best Arcane Rune hero in the game.
Maybe that's one downside of Gaimin Gladiators. You know, their aggression, which is always a boon for them. But in a situation like that, it seems like they just can't stop it.
It's also Low just holding his BKB for so long. It like baited Dyrachyo in more because he felt like he was going to get the kill. But again, it pushes the backline of Gaimin into the clutches of this Primal and Nyx.
Yeah.
And they just disintegrate you. This Dagon, it has done some work for Jin-Q. He also has a Grove Boat. They are seriously stacking this magic resistance reduction. Whew. And he has Blink now, almost level 18. He took the Mind Flare talent as well, so he is just playing for the damage. New level 10 Vendetta talent as well. So 2 damage talents going to the Nyx over stun duration. He wants to pop you, and he has been popping you.
Yeah, usually you think about Nyx Assassin against Timbersaw just chain stunning him, but
right,
in this case, he's just going to pop you.
Yeah, he's going to stun you in the foul.
Oh god, the Dark Pact! They see their opportunity. Dyrachyo's dead again! Another gem going the way of Azure.
That is level 18 for Jin-Q. Second gem off the board means even more freedom for this Nyx. They are losing a lot on the map, and they are running out of places to run to. As Low has finished that Daedalus, now he's finished an entire Hurricane Pike. He is absolutely massive. He is well ahead of the pack now, as he has double disjoint between Manta Pike and I guess BKB triple here. It's gonna be a hard target to latch on.
Radiant are scanning.
Here, Azure
pulling the noose.
You know that you're ahead. You know that you're winning this game.
Dire's middle tower.
The next step is taking out some of these outer towers, right, and securing that next Roshan.
Look at this base ward.
Dire's middle
They know there's no gems left. Sentry's running low.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little difficult when you don't have Blink Dagger and just a Force Stab, but they're gonna hit the high ground.
Well,
It's dangerous though. They can't afford XM to get picked off. They break through the lane.
But the Carapace is
get the stun on it, but now a phase shift with the BKBs going on from some of the other heroes. XXS diving in,
Ace
trading
trouble.
Ace bringing down the supports while Ace in the front line gets blown up by the magic damage once again.
Dyrachyo is not alive for 5 more seconds. You got caught in a 4v5. You started, and Jin-Q is looking to finish it.
Yeah, he sees the numbers advantage, and he'll take any fight he can get. It'll trade him his life, but the Shadow Demon is now gone.
Look at the glaives.
Dyrachyo already being broken. The glaives are out. Dyrachyo has to respect those glaives.
He does not touch Low at all. And Low is coming for your buildings. Elven Tunic, extra evasion on this Luna plus the Shard. He is deceptively tanky right now. What is the answer? You don't have this Timber for 45. He has no buyback on the Shadow Demon.
The instructions are for
Low is going to push this for sure. He's almost level 25 himself. Oh, Gaimin, you are in a tough game 4.
And I love that Azure not going back for Roshan with the 30 seconds left on Ace. They say, you can't do anything about this. We're going to take 2 lanes.
Racho poking down XM, but... And you kill this Puck. He's been such a nuisance in the fights, and that'll be a second lane of racks for Azure as they back out. Knowing Roshan can spawn here, they're going to make the discipline play. Wait for their Nyx. And if you're Gaimin, yeah, you are stuck in a rough spot as Azure are feeling this game 4, and they know they're one Roshan away from turning this into an even series.
Oh yeah, Gaimin Gladiators. This is going to be how they have to change the game. Heading for this Roshan pit. Both teams are going to be heading for it.
Have to find the start off this Hex. And you need the vision, man. The vision has been killing you. Jin-Q is just getting way too good of initiation. Level 4 on the Dagon and a Satanic for low. This Luna is absolutely out of control in terms of survivability. I do not think Duracho can man fight him directly. You're going to have to kill the other heroes. It's now shifted towards Gaimin. They need to find the supports. They need to create a numbers advantage. And XXS, he has 4,600 HP.
He's huge. And he's going to run.
That is
right into Gaimin Gladiators. They do not want to be fighting this bad boy. And they got the coil onto 2. A perfect setup for XXS. And now try and follow up. They got the Timber Stop, pulling him in. It's a lasso with the Eclipse going out. He doesn't have the magic resistance to stop this one. He dies. XXS will take anybody else he can grab. They have to go for the buybacks. The Lucent Beam comes through to finish him off.
These Mind Flayers, man, absolutely shredding heroes. They have no answer for the supports right now. No answer for the front line and no answer for low. A buyback from the Maiden will yield nothing as this Aegis is going to go into Luna's pocket. She hit level 25 as well, so more Lunar Blessing damage. That is more damage for Jin-Q as well as he's hunting.
He doesn't know! He doesn't know! Jin-Q catches him again!
How many times has he just found cores on the map? And you go back to the gem losses for Gaimin, right? How much has that paid off? That they got 2 gems out of this Slark. They are feeling it now as they're in the stages of closing out this game 4, forcing it to a game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen,
with a Dagon 5.
Dagon 5 complete for Jin-Q.
Not an item we have seen a lot in competitive Dota, but it has been working out beautifully here. And he's looking for the Kaya, more spell, more damage.
And who needs to hit the tier 2 bottom lane when you can go straight for the throat? Go for the tier 4s, hit the Ancient, demand the Gaimin Gladiators, use any buybacks they have, but they don't have Glyph, they don't have buybacks, they have no way to be able to stop this, and we are going to a game 5!
You could not ask for anything more for this crowd right now as Azure strike back in a game 3, close out a game 4 that looked like it was going to be tough to play the map in against the Slark with the night vision. But damn, do I go back time and time.
And tie back there, and that's just it. Nobody has buyback on the side of Secret. Puppy, the captain, will be the last to go with the ship. He will fall, and that's going to be GG. Team Liquid take game 1.
What a performance here from all 3 cores on Liquid at various points in that game. Micken carried this last fight with over 13,000 damage, locking heroes down in the Wukong. Man, that Lion was annoying, dude. Like, I don't know if it's...
You are correct. It is a little ironic that we had a broken headset, you know.
You know, maybe after that game 1, tensions got a little high in the secret back room, started to do a little headset monitor flinging, you know what I'm saying? But I think Saberlight's getting a lot down here. 15-5 on the Slaughter to 14-2 for Installer. He is suffering and is he dead with the blood grenade?
Yeah, they actually kill him instead of the Razor killing Slaughter. This is going to be terrible for Team Secret. His damage is all being taken away, and he doesn't have the bashes, but Boxy's got the damage instead. First blood goes to him.
I don't think Yamich can fight this, man.
He's gonna have to give up his life. An attempted Wisdom Rune. He does manage to get away from him. Mickey will probably collect the kill, though.
Yeah, is that worth? I actually don't know if that's worth, because the Slark gets a stack. He gets extra solo XP. Honestly, might have it at a decent time here.
I mean, he's gonna have to do some heavy lifting on damage the way that this Razor game is going so far. Soulbind, Boxy marching up solo here. Does have the help coming in from Mickey soon. We gotta start retreating. Mickey, backstab from Saberlight. Beautiful play by him. Finally making his face show up in some other lane, and it nets them 2 kills for his effort.
Gets a free 2-hero backstab. He's gonna have a very fast blink here. Just feels unstoppable. I mean, I guess this is why this hero was #1 banned.
Oh no, Mid1 not able to get the jump over to the orb. Controlled up for too long, has to use the silence down, but now the urn hits him with a cold snap on top, and that's easily a kill for Nisha.
Radiance off the Brewmaster, punishing overextension.
Chased down, trying to get off the ultimate. Oh man, 30 HP.
Didn't get, chain stun off the cold snap. Very
Boxy.
play.
Oh my God, Boxy. He's going to try and get the shot onto him right as he comes back. He doesn't even need to hit him with the shot initially. Slows him down and gets the finish.
I would think they're thinking about doing it early.
Crush, almost bursting him down in time. The Soulbind's going to keep him at bay a little bit here. Mid1 can't jump to his orb in time. It wasn't going to go far enough anyway. Just too much damage too quickly for the puck to be able to operate with.
I'm gonna go more.
12, Saberlight. Yeah, that alacrity combined with the Spartar's burst to the bash against a hero with no armor.
Like, this is like Boom's strongest timing for a long while.
Difficulty is going to be finding enough heroes here. Swap's actually going to be used on to Mickey. I'm not sure if that's what they actually want out of this. And Zing is definitely dead. And Secret want to be able to find more fights. In fact, they've almost got him. Soulbind is controlling.
That's a really good one.
He got up his ultimate, but it's only going to last so long. The Plasmid field almost finishing him off, but they don't continue the chase. They go for the Invoker instead, who slips through the trees. But now he's got the Inkswell on him. Do they have the detection? Got him with the dust. Pull him back in. Nice use of the Void Panda to push him right into the full team of Team Secret. And Saberlight now comes back in with Mickey, but with their Invoker already dead.
No
and Mickey's in trouble. No ult. And here the Glimmer Cape buys a little bit of time, but it's not enough.
Like either he's initiating with the pokes off the Ags, or he's there to follow up on the Slardar clutch.
Oh, he'll be right in the mix. They actually got the clutch onto the Razor. So, yeah, the pick off on Over is great, but a kill onto the Chrysalis Razor is so much bigger for Liquid.
Perfect smoke. You get a high ground ward, you get a really good angle. Secret just, I mean, Puppy's expecting it, but the crush on the back line just seals the fate for Crystal. It'll be a daytime fight, so no Slark vision, but you have Hex on Nisha to start the fight off. Something that can surprise Secret here, and you have the Ags finish for Saberlight on the Slardar, so if he goes in, he's going to be way tankier than last time. But it's all about the lead off.
And one breaks it. Jump in from Saberlight. Doesn't get it. Immediately pounds in to follow that one up. But they got This is perfect for Chrysalis. Oh, he's going to be able to help with this. So much damage. This out. They're turning around. The physical damage is too much. Chrysalis got to get out of here. Swap back into his death. Too much for him to handle, even with the damage being drained away from Mickey and Saberlight. It's not good enough, and Secret start crumbling around the pit now. Boom still has his ultimate out here, and he'll try and collect. Oh no, there's that Hex, and the puck is in trouble, but the pounce didn't quite get there to follow it up. Mickey needs to be able to, oh no, Coil only latching onto the Invoker. Mickey's still okay for now. Gotta be careful of that silence. Mid1 cannot get caught by a single disable, otherwise he's gonna die here, and almost gets hit. That figure here, Mid1 doesn't know. He ups away to his orb just in time. Saberlight almost gets him. Meanwhile, Boom is going to be the offlaner that gets brought down, is eventually back into his full form. We got Nisha. He actually managed to get Nisha. Mid1 stays alive and gets a kill. It's the only good thing in that fight for Team Secret, as everything else goes the way of Liquid. Going to be playing in some way to their own advantage. They didn't have to use any buybacks in that last team fight, so this is going to be an incredibly tough fight for Team Secret, but maybe they feel like this is an all-in. They have to do something here. Silence though keeps on landing onto the puck. The Soulbind, sure, but already caught and killed, and Chrysalis has already seen that Soulbind isn't good enough for him to just charge headlong into this Slardar. He'll chop it down pretty quickly. Glyph is going to go out immediately. Saberlight looking for an entrance, does find it. Yamich dies in an instant. Now they jump on a Boom as well. Thanks to the side, they're going to be able to burn him out of the mana thanks to the MP. He has a little bit more, but he has no chance to be able to pop his ultimate. Crystal's going to come too late. Tornado intercepts them, so no real rebuttal from Team Secret. That's just going to be a lane of barracks guaranteed for Liquid, it seems.
There's going to be a lot here as Yamich dies again.
Oh, Yamich, that is That is terrible for them to be able to have. The coil is there. They're going to be able to take the first life away from the Slark.
Yeah, but that Link was not the Link Crystals needs to commit into the fight. So
yeah, 19 damage stolen.
Just going to be a Rax, and they're going to linger.
Yeah, Roshan's up, but
right, now you have to force it.
They do have this amplified damage on to mid one. He's going to do a lot here. Doesn't get hit by the Fear Shot. Good face shift. Gonna leave him a little bit awkward as he gets into the side. There goes that force step, but Saberlight with a big entrance into the team fight. Went straight for Crystals. Got to swap back out. Breaking out that swap, and there goes Mickey right onto the Razor and finish him off. Just like that, Liquid take full control of the fight. Now they're just going to run down whoever's left. They don't lose anything for this. Well, okay, maybe I suppose. Mid one gets popped, has to buy back immediately, but they can't stop Team Liquid from retreating. Team Liquid are the ones to buy back. They want to try and end this game here.
Double buyback from them. This is all in. They did lose to Aegis. They still have 2 cheeses.
Trying to burst out the Earth Bandit, doesn't quite get it. Boom, back into play. Mickey jumps into this one. Problem is that they just can't get through this calling with all this other AoE. Fortunately, the is pretty tanky. He's getting away, but no, he didn't run out now. Dead for 2 minutes. Crystal's barely able to survive. Boxy goes for him, trying to manage to dodge some of those shots. Boxy eats the cheese. He stays alive, but Crystal's time is a problem. You can heal up as much as you want, but the Ancient is a problem that you cannot ignore, and he gets swapped back into his tomb. Buys back immediately, but the glyph is now expired, and Liquid will end it 2-0. Over Team Secret.
Devastating amounts of late game damage coming through from this lineup. I mean, Boxy turning into that 4th core really just pushed it over the edge.
Teams, how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, we've had a couple of series already with a patch. It's not much time still. You know, there's still a lot to figure out with this patch, and I'm keen to see how it affects these teams.
Highly based from Valve, by the way, Jonathan. Who cares about the pro players and how they feel it?
I feel like the Razors should be able to manage it in the first few levels, and then it becomes kind of a really tough time either way. But you can always protect yourself with a static link. So you have that to play with. You've got Crit with his threat of rotation as well. Can open up that tempo on the mid. I think the one difference is we tend to see Malrine go for the push.
Oh, bottom. Faking. Oh, he's already gone. First blood to go the way of Saberlight, and it's a Visage combination. Skitter has not been too much, but they are going to try and jump in now. Snaking going to ensure that Boxy cannot go for the dead shot or the calling, though Snaking could find himself in a bit of danger trying to go for that 3-minute timing on the Lotus. He does not end up getting away with it. Snaking in huge trouble, but Boxy now being turned on, and both of them will go down at the same time as Skitter going to try and go after Saberlight for a bit more damage. Skitter cutting through the tree line. Saberlight taking a fair bit of damage. One more hit will do it.
There
She does find it. 3 heroes here from Falcons, though. They might be able to set up on Boxy or Saberlight. Saberlight obviously the primary target, and in fact they are going to move in. It's there, will lock him down. They'll drop the calling for the silence, but I do not believe it is going to help. Saberlight is down. Is Boxy? Oh, he's not going to make it. That is unfortunate.
Or Naga is already
Saberlight
to the Manta.
Look at this, they're just cutting him off as well. They're not letting him get towards the tier 1 tower to try and defend. I love this play from Falcons. They know how important this Visage is to the side of Liquid as they do jump in again. Crit is going to get the shards up to lock him in, but the TPs are coming. Crit dropping low, but Saberlight is gone. Now Mickey trying to move in, but he does not have level 6. Mickey's in trouble. Mickey is looking pretty dead to me as he does go down. ATF is by himself at the moment of the DK, trying to push out the top tier 1 tower. Mickey gonna pop the time dilation. In goes Nisha. Dragon Tower will be there, but it should not help ATF that much. ATF surely is just gonna die. As Nisha
forced him to play more conservatively.
Oh, Chrono. Top lane, they are going to try and defend. ATF going to cop the Chrono as now Nisha does move in, and it seems as though ATF once again will be punished for sticking around. So Liquid do indeed decide. Bottom lane, Mickey, does he know? It doesn't seem like he does, though. He is trying to look towards retreating towards the tier 2 tower. Swap is there. Boris punch out as well. Mickey, he'll pop the Chrono. He does find 3 targets with that. The team is incoming. Mickey, they weren't too fast to begin with. Mickey still alive, is eventually going to go down, but Nisha, he's going to try and trade, see if they can find an effective team fight as they do take 2 for their trop. It seems as though Falcons for now retreating, but they're under vision. Oh, they are under vision of Team Liquid. This could be a very, very nasty team fight as Mickey does jump in, finds a 2-man Chrono with a nice swap out. Snaking will save at least 1, but he cannot save ATF. In fact, he can't even save himself because he's been caught by Nisha. That'll be a 2-0 trade here for the side of Team Liquid.
Get that nice wrap.
Okay. Bottom lane, they are having a look. The silence is there. They've got the Void silence up for now. The Snowball, though, not going to be within range in the ensnare. It does barely make it in time. In goes Nisha. Nisha wants to go for the fight. He's onto the Razor. Still Malrine fighting back for now. The Walrus punch out Nisha. He does go down. There is no armlet toggling when you're surrounded by that many units. So Liquid not going to allow this one to go for free. Mikke going to move back in, trying to bait for his team. Is now Boxy moving forward, getting the vision. Starting out from ATF. They do want the Muerta dead. Silence is committed by Insania, but they do lose Boxy. That's a start here for Falcons. The buyback is out from Boxy, looking to come back towards his team. They do not want to allow Roshan to go the way of the Falcons for free, but the swap is out. Nisha forced to go for the fight. They go onto the bench snaking. In huge trouble for Nisha. He's dropping low. He can't toggle. Chrono is out. They've caught the Tusk at the very least in snaking, but it's only support, and now the song comes out. Oh, Skidder. He's going to turn back around with the Saberlight, looking for the Visage, and it seems as though Saberlight, he'll go for the stuns, but how do you get out of this? You do not. Boxy, he will follow. That is a dieback on the Muerta. Okay, just going to go right into the corner and just hide in that area as Skidder. Still going to have a look through the northern side of the jungle, realizing that the camps have been farmed. And Mikke, he may just get caught. Oh. Right into the Naga, and they do just silence him up. The Void, Mikke, he's looking like he has no chance to escape.
We're nowhere near that. It's been pretty stark.
ATF, he's going to find Nisha. Nisha going to just try and jump away, but still is in danger as the shot's going to lock them in. They still are okay, Nisha. Wants to go for the fight, does pop the BKB, but the Walrus Punch is out and Nisha is down. And again, so is the whole side of Falcons. Snaking, he'll be the one to break the smoke. Mikke jumping in immediately. They just want to blow up one. The bench is dead immediately as now. They'll go for more. It seems like Crit is going to be the secondary target. Crit, he will eventually go down the snaking with the Remnant swapping him out. Crit, he will survive. He'll eat the cheese up. Instead ATF now, moving in onto Nisha. There's your Chrono committed. But do they have the damage? It seems like they just may, but no, the song comes out. And everything just stops as it seems as though the side of Liquid, they are out of gas here, John. They will try to continue the fight, but it is not looking too good for them. Maureen, he is taking a bit of damage here from Mikke. Perhaps he is set to fall. That is one life. Liquid, can they keep the fight up? Back onto the Razor they go, and it seems as though Falcons are going to let the Razor go down. They were not within range to make the jump in, so the Void will be able to make it out. Though Saberlight, not quite so lucky yet. Crit, he'll kick him back. The Visage in huge trouble. They'll force the fight anyway. Nisha trying to go for the fight, does get swapped out. Now the Chrono. Mikke, he'll find two targets. They'll take Crit down. The song does come out. Nisha, he will drop for this. Meanwhile, Maureen, he's going to Satanic up, and Mikke forced to just retreat him immediately as now the chase is on Falcons. They want to hunt this prey down. Insania goes to will allow him to get away, but Mikke getting caught out, and the Void is gone. Buybacks. He's got no buyback available. As Falcons now smothering the side of Team Liquid. Looking to go for the jugular. Saberlight just going down slowly but surely. ATF looking for his next target. Might find Boxy, but Boxy at least able to TP away. But it's a 3v4 scenario. How do you defend? The tier 4s are basically gone. There's only one left and the Ancient will be exposed. And I think for Liquid, it's looking pretty rough.
And it is. A full minute. Not enough time.
Certainly is not. They are going to try one last time, but they've already caught Boxy out. The Muerta is down. Boxy, he'll fight back. The Ancient, exposed. Under siege. Liquid, moving in. It seems as though Falcons, they are going to play conservatively. Maybe assuming the buybacks were available, they will not risk it. And back Skidder, he's still thinking about it. They do have Megas up, so there's no need to risk it. They'll jump in for the kickback onto Boxy, and Boxy, well, that'll be a tieback immediately from the Muerta. Still 30 seconds without your Void and your Husker. Saberlight at least finding snaking here in the Visage. That's one down, but that's not really the big problem, and GG is called. GG is called. Falcons, they will be able to successfully take game number one. And I'll tell you what, it was quite a smooth ride for them. John Liquid, I mean, there was a couple of great moments for him, but ultimately just not quite enough.
New items kick in our own game, but maybe now we will.
Yeah, can I just say, I was absolutely revolted. Crystal Maiden did not get nerfed in the movement speed department again. Very, very sad to see. Hopefully next sub-patch, though, Ice Frog will rectify that mistake, Jonathan. We cannot have this hero moving.
Yeah, too often nowadays. The matchup against the Wind Ranger shouldn't be the best on top.
Yeah, Crit already being punished here by the side of Liquid as Boxy moving in early on. Crit trying to survive the best he can, but no, he is gone. And Liquid, a surprising initiation coming out. ATF though, looking for a trade, already onto Insania, and just look at the damage output. However, now ATF, he's also going to find himself in trouble, and he's gone!
Against Alchemist, Gyro doesn't do anything, so you're just farming as Amar again. Amar up top.
Oh, again, Amar being caught, the Sprout a little bit off the mark, but blocking the way. Oh, top, they're pinging at ATF again. This time though, Insania may have gone a little bit too early. Boxy is around the corner to help out if they wish, but Insania is dropping very low though. No, here comes Mickey, ATF just trying for the kill. Does get it, but it's going to cost his own life again.
Flash farming ready for our Alcon Skitter. You don't have those resources. The aggression from Liquid early on is just way too much. And again, throwing off this temple, they'll try a little bit, but Saberlight's pretty damn tanky.
It feels like you're at the stage for the Omni Knight where you just can't really deal with him. As now Boxy moves in with the Sprout again, though. Snaking, able to run out for now. As now Skitter continuing onto the Omni. They really want the kill, but Saberlight, he's just such a tanky boy. And they'll find a double.
Malorine's nowhere near to try to help save.
They're still trying. They are still trying. Malorine does rotate.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining.
Needed that too, right? I would say they were the underdogs before this match, but now getting themselves 2 wins in a row, you know, fighting into Gaimin, this is exactly the confidence and the momentum that they needed for this Game 5 that we're about to witness.
And I am curious what kind of Gaimin Gladiators we're going to see in this Game 5, because this is the most we've ever seen this team being pushed into a corner. Yes, they lost TI to Team Spirit, they got 3-0'd, but it wasn't even close. This time around, they started the series with 2 wins. They thought they had it, and all of a sudden, it's all slipping away from them. How are they going to do under this kind of pressure?
You know,
That's a good question.
I wonder if they're gonna want to swap up any of their earlier picks. Brian mentioned before when Gaimin was second pick, maybe the gyro, you know, it wasn't the best. It's still in there. Looks like, you know, Azure, they won earlier with their Phoenix. They did ban out the Silencer there as well. So I believe we have the same bans as in Game 3. They're gonna run it back. But this time, it will be a different response. So, you know, Brian, you were maybe onto something.
Yeah, I think the Grimstroke more directly addresses the Phoenix. It's not obviously as good as the Silencer, but you do have the Silence, and Phoenix does not have an easy way to remove that Phantom. And at the end of the day, Shiver, you mentioned, like, this is just going to be brawl, 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 low cooldowns, back and forth, and Grimstroke's one of the best heroes for it. And it's also been a very powerful hero for the last 2 or 3 patches now, so these teams are very well equipped to synergize with it. They've worked with it a lot in scrims, in tournament games, and I want to say, those are the type of heroes you want in the 5th game.
Absolutely, and outside of being a huge nuisance for Phoenix, Grimstroke enables a lot of Gaimin Gladiators heroes, particularly the Pango that we've seen time and time again in this series. The Grim plus Pango combination is much stronger than anything else that you can pair with the Pangolier.
Yeah, I still, there's one hero missing for me from Gaimin Gladiators. When we see more Phoenix, a hero that I love a lot that hasn't been picked yet is Io. I feel like this hero is missing a little bit, at least from this tournament for me. It links well with mid heroes. I think it's very good against Phoenix. You always pair up, you get the overcharge. I feel like it would fit into Gaimin's flair, you know, if they want to bust out or cook something new. You know, unless they just want to go with their CM for Celery, Pango later for Quinn. So we'll have to see.
We'll have to wait and see. They take a long time here thinking about what to ban before heading into that next big phase. They do ban a Bloodseeker. Pango is still up for grabs. You gotta wonder if that is one that they have been eyeing up again, and they will indeed pick it up.
Like I mentioned, just heavily enabled by Grimstroke for, you know, obvious reasons. Having the Inkswell to add it on just makes it that much of a stronger hero. And even though the Pango lost in the last game, it still looked really good. It still had an incredible game. So there's no reason for Gaimin to not run it back.
Yeah, I remember, this gives me flashbacks of TI8 OG Game 5. When you look at that draft, it was just, what's your favorite hero? What's your favorite hero? We're just going to pick that. And this is the vibes I'm getting from this Pangolier pick. Yes, he's obviously played it a lot throughout this tournament, but at the end of the day, take your signatures. You'd hate to go out on anything other than your absolute best.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering already for Azure if later down the line, 18 pick, you know, Faceless Void, it's be like one of the reasons they came back in this series. They're gonna go with the SD Centaur one more time. I mean, you know, Faceless Void was their 4th pick with the exact same draft earlier. If you're Gaimin Gladiators, I believe you need to be ready for that.
The SD Centaur looked really good, but also it was because the SD plus Phoenix were able to play around XM Storm Spirit that much better. So I think Azure do have to run back that ranged mid laner that goes in first kind of archetype to take advantage of the defensive capabilities of these 2 supports.
Oh, they steal it! They steal it! No Faceless Void for low this game round. And then the question comes, that Storm Spirit that you're talking about, is it valuable enough to pick up before the next big phase, or the next ban phase, rather.
Yeah, because Azure have first pick, and if they're eyeing the Storm Sphere, picking it on 18 and extending 2 bans to protect it is perfectly fine. I love this Faceless Void pickup from Gaimin Gladiators. Not only did they take it away from Azure, who looked so good on it, it is a secondary jump hero to go on this Phoenix, to go on the Shadow Demon. The primary thing about Shadow Demon is you have to control this hero. You have to get on top of this hero. And Faceless Void is one of the better carries in Dota that can do it.
Also, there isn't too much burst damage, which I feel like is the one downfall of Void. You know, SD, low damage. Same with Phoenix, takes a long time. Can time walk in and out. And yeah, I feel this was a crucial pick. And this is the beauty of like BO5s and long tournaments. You're going to see these mind games and kind of specific things come up because, yeah, they needed to steal the Faceless Void exactly on the spot.
But they do go back for the gyrocopter. A little bit of anti-synergy with the Void in the sense that his rocket dies in the Chronosphere. But aside from that, he has the call down, which you can actually hit 2 of them if you place it correctly. 2 of the missiles on a stationary target. They have a bit of overlap. And what I'm just going to say about this Faceless Void pick is I like it for what Gaimin's doing, but it's not very good for Centaur in terms of the laning state. And it's not very good versus Naga in terms of the game itself. The only answer they really have to Naga right now is Quinn's Pango. And I guess I just feel like Azure has a lot in the tank. Like, they don't necessarily have burst damage, but they have ways of drawing out fights. They have ways of kiting you back, disengaging and re-engaging. They're definitely going to pick some mobile hero in the mid lane for XM. And when you're looking at Chronosphere as your main tool for getting all of the kills that you want, and then you put Naga in the equation, I think there's a lot of weight on Ace's shoulders in this last pick to create like map pressure in some way. Like an Underlord would have been great. Sand King, I actually would love to see. It's a hero that's kind of crept up in win rate because of the Veil. These are great options against the Naga because you have to shut her down on the map.
I mean, I love this Naga pick. Like Naga versus Void. Naga also in decisive games. I feel like she always comes back. She's so annoying to play against. If they can cover it nicely, I think Gaimin need to be looking at a hero like, you mentioned the Sand King. I think other ones that come to mind. Timber, okay, already banned. I think Darkseer, perhaps like a pipe buyer that helps your map, also shells up your Pango, shells up your Void. Could be very scary. And at the same time, Azure, they need a hero that will then abuse this map play, right? Naga will push out the waves. You need another jumper for XM.
Like you said, Naga in decisive games, she makes these games so hard because she plays the entire map. She's always split pushing these lanes. She's farming everything. And once all the lanes are pushed out on the enemy side, it makes it harder for your team to go out and smoke and find these plays that you need to do to win the game. Outside of that, you have the Song of the Siren to disengage from the Chronosphere. And Naga is a great hero versus both Grimstroke and Gyrocopter. These supports do not threaten Naga at all in that mid game.
How crazy would Ember Spirit be here? I know we haven't seen it yet, but it's a decent Storm Spirit replacement. It's pretty unkillable by the Gaimin heroes thus far. I'm just thinking of like some mobile guy that's going to enable the Shadow Demon and the Phoenix to do what you were talking about earlier, Mira.
I don't hate the idea. I only worry about the Ink Swell on top of the Phantom's Embrace for something like an Ember Spirit. It's always been hard for Ember Spirit to play into Grimstroke. +1, not by itself.
I think Ember, if you really feel it, you can make it work. There's still other, I mean, I'm probably a bit biased about this combo with Naga, DK. You are playing into a lot of magical damage. I do understand that. They will ban out the Sand King. Nice call, Brian. But overall, like, I think DK could work because you have a lot of people behind you. Like Song later with the it's very good for high HP heroes. You have the Sun Ray as well. You have the disruptions. But we'll have to see what XM is cooking here.
What about Wind Ranger? It feels like a relatively safe pick outside of potentially getting chronoed as the game progresses.
5 seconds remaining.
It would give them the damage that they are lacking. I think Naga, even though she's going to kite the fight out for you, you do need somebody to eventually finish off these targets. And that would be a good option.
And another option is Queen of Pain, but it didn't look so hot when they ran that Queen of Pain into the Pangolier.
I could see, maybe I'm thinking too defensive, like somehow DKs and Kunkas are coming to my mind. Maybe they need this like more like snappy type of jump, but I can't really see it.
Well, they've got a full minute to think about what they want to do here. I mean, this is something that I would imagine a lot of teams have struggled with. What are you going to play mid against Pango? And then that also needs to fit into the rest of your draft. First timer!
That's damage.
Devourer.
Okay.
Okay, so talk to me about this. Obviously, it gives a save in the Chronosphere if you're not chronoed yourself. They now have 2 saves.
3 saves.
3 saves. Yeah, that is actually a lot of
Phoenix
saves.
goes Ags and Centaur goes Ags, they have 5 saves!
Do we like this? I see Kezu not convinced.
I don't know, because this hero is not easy to make work. I do feel it's very high up in the, the volatility range. But if you can get through this early and make him together, it will be it's a very feast or famine pick, I feel like.
Think about it, Kezu. All the offlaners you like against Naga are bad against OD. That's why I actually like this pick a lot, if you think about it. It's all the melee guys that go like Vanguard or Veil, and they just want to tank up. And OD's a hero that you just can't tank up against. There's no such thing as surviving the damage of his right clicks.
That's actually a great point. That's probably what they were thinking about here, because they did want a ranged mid laner to take advantage of the defensive capabilities of its supports. But now that you put it in that kind of phrasing, it does make a lot of sense. The thing about OD is such a 50-50 hero. Even in games that have looked like great OD games in these last few months, that hero has looked appalling. It's just make or break. You have to be able to play around this OD. You have to be able to respond to the aggression that comes with this OD. And if you can protect it for long enough to get strong, it does look like a very good hero.
But that's an overall Beastmaster pick coming out for Ace. Brian, that's one of Ace's best heroes.
It creates the map pressure I was hoping for, but they do have, a lot of Beastmaster is using his Boars and Hawks as like a deterrent that you have to walk through with the slows and the roots. And the Centaur ulti allows them on the side of Azure, I think, to penetrate these defenses. And the Chronosphere punish might be enough, but I'm just really thinking that there might be this point in the game where Azure is so tanky that even the Chronosphere is not going to be enough to dissuade them.
I feel like these mid-game fights are going to be super crucial, because Azure's lineup will break the moment one of their defensive or supportive heroes die. So if Gaimin can get to that stage nicely, I think they will be okay.
And I think that both teams have drafts that could work. They're both very interesting. I think the Beastmaster coming out last is very interesting, because I feel like that hero did get a lot weaker, but there are a lot of versatile builds that he can go for in a game like this. And he benefits from brawling with heroes like Pango and Grimstroke very early on too, but there's also still the question of this Naga Siren. This Naga Siren looks so good still. So who knows what's gonna happen? May the best team win.
May the best team win. My Tech Arena, if you have any energy left at the moment, this is the time to show it, because we're heading into Game 5 of this Grand Finals. Let me hear you one more time for Cap and SPG.
Are you ready for a Game 5? I know me and Avery are. This is gonna be a very fun game to cast, because on one side we have Gaimin Gladiators, who, they've got 6 victories in Grand Finals. They're looking for a 7th. They've been here before in Games 5s, in fact, twice so far this season, right, Avery?
Yeah, and it worked out for them in most of those situations. It's a team that, when their back's against the wall, just when you think you have them, they disappear. And they're the ones lifting that trophy. And they are, this time, the ones going for the Faceless Void in the hands of Dyrachyo, a hero that proved very successful for Low earlier, whereas Azure, name this hero. He is a bold pick in any meta, as it is not a hero that has been super successful outside of the hands of very specific players like Somnus the TI, or some of the old D players of old, but XM is going to try his hands on it here. And it's like a draft where if you fall behind, this Beastmaster is just going to run you down, because the thing you have in spades on this Azure lineup is save. All 5 of these heroes have a save mechanism. You have Phoenix Sunray plus an Ag's Egg, you have Shattered Even Disruption, you have Stampede, you have OD Astral, and you have Naga Song. All 5 of these heroes can, in theory, bail out somebody else. But a lot of times, that's where heroes like Beastmaster shine, because, okay, you can displace a Roar, but the hero just keeps running at you. And this is a beast that's designed to probably get the drum going with that Ags, just push you down, perhaps with Helm, the Dominator. We'll see what Ace opts for here, but if he gets to both, he's just going to be a menace, right? Because, okay, you save somebody, they come out of the save, the beast is still there with his aura, still right-clicking you, still dealing the damage. That's why I think this pick really thrives for Gaimin on this last slot. And of course, they can up the tempo. This lineup could be another lineup that's slow for Azure, though we did see them play pretty well around the Phoenix Shadow Demon earlier, so in their comfort.
Jingu gonna be slowed down. Blood Grenade, the first one coming out, but not enough to get the kill. So a little bit of resources lost, and Azure managed to get 3 bounty roots in that trade-off, though.
ATF ends up dying at the top lane. His 5th death of the game.
not an easy one to pin down at the
I
moment.
say that, he's got a double damage now, so Nisha, he wants to move in with the focus fire. Snowball will come up from Malrine. Nisha in a very awkward position is going to get caught out by the looks of it as he does go down, getting baited by the amplification rune. Zinsania also getting caught. 4 heroes in the mid lane to ensure they win that engagement. Holding onto these bounty runes. 3 bounties just standing there for snaking as he will take all 3 of them. Very, very patient with the take as Nisha. Move in, see if he can find himself a gyrocopter kill. Does have the level 2 power shot if he can get enough damage out first, and snaking, well, he does have the raindrop, so will still remain safe, but here comes Mickey. That's 1 down. Mickey wants more. He's onto a mega kill streak already. Onto ATF they go. The Viper really has no way out of this fight, it seems, as they will try onto Mickey. Can they take him down? Mickey! Oh, he's not.
Alchemist. Normally when you have that Alch, you'd want to be a good 2k up, 3k up with lots of stacks. You don't have that in this game.
You certainly don't, and snaking right now, he won't have a life in this game as he is gone. Nisha with a nice rotation. In comes Malrine, but the shackle is out. They'll hold the tusk down. Snowball is there, back in onto the Wind Ranger. Here comes ATF, looking for some revenge against Liquid. It looks like they'll have the Wind Ranger, but they won't find anyone quite out.
I think most OD players day and age are just going the 1-3-1. What XM opts for here is itemization also very flexible.
That was in deep from Zeller. How did he get caught underneath the tower like that? That's going to be your first blood for XXS.
Rare misstep from him. I feel like he's incredibly stable laner.
And Tianming, who was getting outplayed by Tofu in the previous lanes, is once again attempting a kill, but he will not be diving into the tower this time.
So once more, this Shadow Demon Phoenix support duo that we've seen out of Azure that I feel like is a little slow on paper. It doesn't look slow at all in their hands. They're the ones bullying supports out of the waves. And on this safe lane, it's really valuable because you're playing with a Naga. So
perfect.
You're winning the Naga lane. You're happy.
This is a big win for him if he could take away that sentry, but Tofu does manage to get it in time. They replace this sentry, though. They really want to make sure that they don't give control of the creep equilibrium over to Gaimin Gladiators.
So far, this has been Azure's best start to a laning phase. Honestly, they are doing very well right here on the CS board and network. The supports are pulling out the supports. The biggest thing about this, though, is going to be how much gold does Ace get in like the first 15 minutes of the game, right? Because you have to start thinking they're going to stack these Ancients for him. In fact, Ace does it for himself a lot of times on this hero, and he's already got an Ancient stack up off the board. Got another large camp stack already brewing. This is where the Beastmaster is going to accelerate. So if your lanes go well, you can invade that jungle area potentially. Maybe steal some of it with like the Naga Phoenix if you're having a really good game.
They can set up kills. OT is not quite the same archetype.
No. It's a lot slower hero. You're generally only going to get kills when Sandy's Eclipse is up. And Sandy's Eclipse is okay for ganking and killing in the early game. It's not the powerhouse spell it used to be in terms of late game, right? It just doesn't deal nearly the same amount of damage. You have like a mana allergy thing that's kind of cool, but honestly, it's not that impactful. They picked this hero for the Astrals, and they picked him for the save, enabling the other cores. And it's like a pick-off hero in terms of Naga pushing the lanes in. Maybe he can set some stuff up and burst a hero, and then you push more lanes in, right? So the Naga can enable the OD slow tempo here. You just can't get run over. And that is where I go back to the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster can set the tempo in this game against these slower cores. Ace is just going to have a free-for-all, right? Because the second your Eclipse is down, the second your Egg is down, are you taking the fights into with all his summons if he's having a great game? Probably not.
Lots of stacks going on.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a huge triangle for Gaimin if they can cure it as the game progresses. But meanwhile, lanes going pretty solid for Azure, particularly XXS, who has a very early helm and is getting aggressive.
Hit him with the stomp again, a second double edge coming out, but Celery did have the regen. Actually, too many stacks there, the poison. And Duracio's not really going to be able to commit to this.
Yeah, he's not winning the trade. Wand and Lotus up for Jin Q. He's just baiting out the trade, and another win for Azure on this offlane. XXS is going to be very fat in this early game. The stacks are going to have to make a comeback for Ace, but this Centaur's just going to get what looks like another fast Veil into Shiva's Blink build, right? Like, what's stopping you here? The attack speed so is great this game.
Yep. Bottle refill though, so Celery's death isn't the worst, and I'm sure he'll probably stick around for that power rune that's coming up. Ace looks like he was trying to hunt down the Phoenix, not good enough though.
We are seeing Celery make that rotation in the mid, set the wards up for the later
actually
fight.
Going for the kill here.
This is aggressive.
Illusions get cleared out pretty quickly, but the Fire Spirits are landing for now.
He lands one more, he
do a
kills
lot
it.
of damage back. And the Bottle Bear landed. Jianming gets in. He's
What a
hit by
boss.
the axes, but he's going for the kill on it
both.
as well. He landed both the shots required to get the double kill.
Jianming, you monster. When you need supports to show up, Game 5 of a grand final is not a bad time to do it.
Oh yeah, I love the ego coming in. He knows he just outplayed the hell out of Gaimin Gladiators. And Quinn now on the run here. A little bit awkward for him. Places the ward in order to get
There's
the
a Sandys
imprisonment.
here.
He's got a swashbuckle.
Oh, missed.
Oh, a swing and a miss there from XM. May still have a chance, but he actually gets juked.
That, I think, is an almost guaranteed kill if he lands it. Maybe not, but Quinn's not level 6, so you would have had to deal with the mana allergy there off the swashbuckle. It was going to be close, but that's a tough miss. You really want to make that spell count like the first 20 minutes.
Especially since you used a ward for it. Now, it looks like they may get a kill for it still. No, Celery had some, plenty of stick charges.
Still, I think Azure are okay trading this out because you ideally want the Pango getting the better exchange in these types of skirmishes, right? That's where you can abuse the OD early. He's a bit of a slower hero, so you're going even with an Outworld Devour. I mean, probably okay. I keep saying Devour. It is Destroy.
True.
That's not my fault that I'll change his name 8 times on me.
And he hasn't been a terribly meta hero for most patches. And seen him too much in the previous ones. And he's back here.
Dale done for XXS. So the early acceleration to that fighting item is going to put some extra pressure on Duracho, maybe afraid of some ganks. As the supports are continuing to play around mid, that has been their MO. Ace going for the stacks. And it'll be low going through the gate with Naga here looking for the kill on Duracho.
XM is low, and the supports are coming through. Both cores are getting ganked right now. Duracho, he's going to make a run for it, but the Stampede is going to be catching up to him. The Stampede also bailing out the OD, so it serves a double purpose that works out beautifully for Azure.
They get both sides of the exchange there. Saved their mid, ganked the enemy carry. XM is just taunting his way up and down this mid lane. As there's not enough lockdown to find him, that's a Rolling Thunder on cooldown.
And they're still looking for this kill, but the thing is, Azure, they've been cleared up. Now their supports can rotate back into mid.
8-minute rune. No, they want to take it away from the Pango. Possible they lose the 50-50, but might get a Celery kill in return.
Yeah, Celery, he's being slow. Disruption into imprisonment, into more and more poisons. He's okay. Jianming
feeling himself. A lot of long-range damage that can come out from these supports. And once again, another Rolling Thunder for Quinn that doesn't yield anything on these mid-exchanges, so it's just going back to Ace, farming up these Ancients. Gonna try and get a very fast Beastmaster Ags, but he is getting outpaced by XXS right now. As he takes a tower, he is farming camps, he's cutting waves, and Centaur is gonna be absolutely massive in this game. And then it begs the question of, can Ace run into the Centaur, even if he gets a lot of acceleration here?
Got the roar, that allowed the silence to last through, and they get the last hit on Tofu
Nice
for that
pickup.
kill.
Really important for the support levels here. Tofu needs the extra points. Grimstroke is not a hero you want to fall behind on. All of his spells are very valuable. Wouldn't be surprised to see him leech some of this Ancient XP, honestly. So far, tempo has been stifled here for Gaimin. They're going to once more have to play from behind as a 3k gold lead at 10 minutes for Azure. Not think many people would have bet on this team winning laning phases.
They're just not letting XM alone. Celery doesn't even care if you know. Here, bounty rune for Quinn. There is one thing about this, I mean, stacking up all those Ancients, there's no real fear of Azure Ray's lineup getting in there and stealing those stacks.
That's why I said if they could have blocked it, it would have been nice, but that's really the had.
Yeah.
And you know Gaimin, we're going to prioritize freeing that up. They just need the items as fast as possible on Ace, what their lineup functions around. It'll be Witchblade for XM. Classic OD item.
Yeah,
he goes Parasma on this hero, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think a great hero for it.
I think you do at some point, right? Like, I feel like if you're going Witchblade, you eventually go with that. Just makes sense.
Yeah.
An interesting new way to develop the hero.
Disruption means that Celery is going to be stalled up long enough for XM. Oh, he actually turns around, goes for Quinn
they want the bigger prize.
He's going to let the Stomp land. Do they have the damage to burst him down? Quinn's going to try and get up that Rolling Thunder, and he does manage to do so. Gets in, gets an Arcane Rune too, so that is great for him.
Solid turnaround for Quinn. So another Rolling Thunder that's not used aggressively. A little sad, but Arcane will make up for it. And we're seeing a little, you know, until you have max orb points on OD, he's not doing that much burst damage. That's what the hero plays right.
They smoke up and they're going for the stack right now, the ancient stack. They see this and they see XXS farming away.
Celery was scouting out on the backside.
He does have Stampede though. XXS can easily get himself safety, but he instead takes the rocket. Is going to get chain stunned up a little bit. The Stampede goes down and he makes a break for it. The ghost, it's a close call, but he doesn't finish him off. The ghost swashbuckle.
Off the mark.
He barely clips him, doesn't quite finish him off the kill.
And that'll finish up his blink. Costly kill to miss here. He was gonna stomp him and go back in if that ghost did not land.
Look how much Gaimin Gladiators committing here to try and take away this ancient stack. They really wanted to pick off into guaranteed control here.
A slow steal. I mean, there's no Beastmaster here. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, unless you want to just fight with the Chrono, but it's a glove of haste. Faceless Void in the Chrono, and you don't have Gyro ulti.
Yeah, you don't have the best damage to throw into it.
No. Honestly, I think Dorachio's game, it's gonna be tough, right? Just so many saves. Like, you can't really Chrono anybody and have it do anything on its own. It's an okay time dilation game. But Naga is pretty debilitating for this hero as well in terms of just the man fight, so...
Yeah, fast enough Orchid pickup to destroy their lineup.
Yeah.
Gango and Void hate that item.
He's gonna have it fast because Low has had an absolutely free game here.
For my glory.
This is gonna go into the mid game 5-on-5s. Kind of gonna be Ace versus XXS in terms of the offlaners dictating the course of battle.
Another win for Gaimin Gladiators in the rune luck. They get an amplified damage rune for Quinn.
Nice one. Though he's still trying to finish the Fusel, right?
Yeah.
This is probably the slowest Pango game we've seen. Didn't find the connections on the Rolling Thunder, and the Fusel gets delayed and lowers his damage output significantly. I mean, this is what the hero's about the Fusel. I think in that first Pango game that we saw, like, he was 7K net worth at 14 minutes, right? He was where Low is right now, so it's a big exchange in terms of tempo. Given some time. What Azure Raid decide to do with that time is they're going to 3-man smoke 2 cores, Witchblade, Gun, the OD, and Blink for XXS online. So they have the initiation, they have some damage. Are they bold enough to just go into triangle? You have to know this is where Ace is, right? Where else is Beastmaster going to be on the map? It's one of the 2 ancient camps.
Yeah, they may
willing to take that fight.
They went to the lane instead, and as a result, the smoke is going to crash into Celery instead of allowing them to get up into that triangle area and catch Ace out.
That's a tank right there. He is purposely screening Ace from the smoke, trying to get this Ags done. He is 50 gold off. Then you can start to take those 5-on-5s. Could be a nice tower to get down for Azure. Open up those Ancients. Make Ace's life a little bit harder.
Yeah.
East does not like losing this tier 1 before he takes yours. And you look at the tower right now for Azure 8. 2 of them are full. They can easily fight around these tier 1s if they want to because they're just so damn high HP.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, usually it's their MO to take towers before 10 minutes. In fact, they're the team who's taken the most towers at this tournament, way ahead of anybody else. But here, they've been stifled a bit. I haven't been able to take any tier 1s, and it's Azure Ray who've gotten 2. And all that space, not only is it bad for Beastmaster, right, but it's great for Naga Siren.
Oh, yeah.
Push the lane in deeper and deeper with those illusions.
Low's still playing up here because they know they can take the fighter on this tier 1. They have so much counter initiation. This is the test for Ace. You just try and push the tier 1 straight up. You feel that strong on Beastmaster with this Ags right now. Fusel coming out for the Pangolier, so these are your 2 best early game fighting items. Want to get the fights out of this. If you're not strong enough now, it just feels awful, right?
Yep.
So you're gonna have to force it at some point. Azure Ray can take that fight if they want to. They have all their ults up.
Got a pretty potent combination in the Song of Siren into Stomp plus Supernova. There's like a lot of setup abilities that Azure Ray can benefit from. But that would also put those abilities on cooldown, put them in a team fight that they may not win. They're going to take the safer route here. And it seems like they're just going to get more efficiency on the map. They're back up to a 3K net worth lead.
I mean, his push is not that fast. There's Naga Illusion stalling it up a bit. Wasting some spells, wasting some time. Tower has taken a while to bulldoze down, and like you said, they're just farming the whole map, right? Q pushing in bottom, XXS farming enemy jungle right now. He is closing in on Ashivas, by the way. And XM gets to clear through the Ancients because they don't have an Ancient-dependent carry. So very efficient on the map right now from Azure Ray as Gaimin are just going to 5-man, and this tower's still not taking damage.
Yeah, Tianming managed to finish off that wave pretty easily. Got Gaimin Gladiators to try and go on him. Now Ace is like, okay, we've got a siege wagon. This is a must-take right here, right now. Can't let them delay this any longer. But boy, Azure got a lot of space on the map. Look how spread they are around the map. Everybody's farming something.
Yeah, it made him work for it. It'll be Shivas for Ace. No surprise there. This is just the go-to item at this point. And should be pretty damn nice on him, right? Shiva's Ags, you get the extra spell amp from this. Suddenly this drum and the axes are doing a lot more work. Got to be a really nice timing for him as he's still having a very smooth game here.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's looking for the
is under attack.
backstab in the tier 1, so Gaimin deciding now's the time to just start bulldozing his towers. Can't blame him. Try and free up the space for Dyrachyo versus Low in this carry-on-carry space
Radiant's
battle.
bottom tower is under attack.
This is also the part in the game where OD can feel a bit awkward because he doesn't have the mobility item, he doesn't have the BKB.
Dyrachyo's going for it, but look at Q. He made this read. He's going to bait it out and then disruption purge onto Dyrachyo. Now he's in trouble. He has to use the time walk to get up to the high ground, but Tianming is going to pursue. XXS is right there. Quinn, he needs to be able to stop this damage, but it doesn't come quick enough. Dyrachyo gets bursted down, and Quinn will do what he can, but the Supernova is there to be able to cover him. XXS is not going down easy.
He's holding Song on Lu too. He's thinking about the catch.
Ace, he still feels strong, still wants to take this fight, charges forward, but instead, Disruptor going to try and burst him down the Sunray. Is it going to be enough? The mana energy, they got him! They even managed to save the Centaur, who honestly was pretty safe, but the imprisonment just to make sure. And look at that cleanup.
Oh man, Gaimin are in trouble now. This is game 5, the pressure's on. You're making a forced chrono play. I mean, again, you're playing into a 5-save lineup. You just don't see enough heroes on the map. He had the ward bottom, so I guess he saw some, but Jin-Q is just ready for it. And that's all she wrote, right? Now you're in cleanup mode. There's not enough damage in the tank here because Ace has to this fight. The fight was not around the Beastmaster, it was around this Chronosphere. That is not what you want right now. And all of these ults got some decent value out for Azure. Protect the Centaur at multiple points. Stall up the Beastmaster here with a nice disruption. You get the aura on the backside. Allows a second stomp to come through. And that Eclipse Sunray just, it's devastating, right? Yeah. I don't think Ace got to right-click anything in this entire fight. That's your Ags reveal in a sense, right? I can sense the frustration. It's like, guys, we need to play around me.
It is a rough turnaround in this series, particularly for Dyrachyo, who came into this saying, this is going to be an easy 3-0. Well, here they are, now in a game 5, down 7,000 net worth.
Easy reverse sweep, perhaps, as Azure have swung all the momentum in this series, taken the wind out of their sails. And like you said, they are at a significant deficit right now, facing a scary scaling lineup with a Naga Siren that can cut the waves, stall the map.
Yeah, you might feel good about the fact you've got a Faceless Void going late, but the Naga Siren is just such a good counter.
But that's the thing, do you? That was the upside of all of these later picks for Azure. You have so many saves for the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
It is not a straightforward Faceless Void game at all.
You're going to get controlled by nets. You're going to get countered on the Chronosphere every which way. Disruption, Song, imprisonment. I'll leave it just like Sunray is massive.
And that's a fight where Azure got to use their ults, and they didn't get punished for it. They got to farm the map. Shifts the onus back onto Gaimin here to make something happen and clean up space. Once again, these Naga Illusions have just been scouting things, making it really annoying to make the moves.
And these Naga Illusions are like you say, they're giving vision and such, but they're about to become a real threat with the Orchid complete. Now Low can actually start getting involved in some of these fights.
Every pair of illusions you see is potentially a threat.
Yeah. You could see Gaimin Gladiators playing more and more scared.
They're just waiting for the Shivas on Ace. That's it. I mean, all your cards, man, right here. To be a crazy team fight from him.
Radiant's
damage impact. Because I don't see the Pangolier Void cleaning it up at this point in time. The upside is the objective taking for Azure is absolutely terrible, right?
True, yeah.
So, like, you're not too worried about getting your towers or Roshan bulldozed down. You have some time in that sense to set up the proper fight, maybe get a good rune to do it. Haste for Quinn will definitely help.
Good positioning by Low. Deep onto the enemy side of the map where he can cut waves.
Yeah, it's just the Naga Dream.
He can clean up both mid and bottom while hitting neutrals.
every time Gaimin have to come back to clean these up, it's something that they can't make. That's the part that's so frustrating. They want to get the brawl going right now. Possible. Just blink daggers coming out for Azure too. There's a blink on Jin Q, so he's kind of hard to catch. The blink on the OD. He can Astral blink out, blink on Centaur. A lot of these heroes can get disrupted or Astral and just blink away.
Look at him. He's breaking the smoke and blinking away.
What do you do versus this, right? Your catch is pretty damn limited. It's Ace walking in and roaring somebody. That's your catch. Spell is not that large cast range wise. Feels like you need some more jump here. Blink Dagger, Shadow Blade, I don't know, something to find something on this map. Right now, Azure are just out farming you. Seems like they're happy scaling here.
Art up next for low. Gaimin Gladiators, they got to get something soon. Looks like they're going to set up around Roshan, but Azure, they may have an idea of this is going on. They're going to get a 4-man smoke and start making their way for the contest.
They have level 2 egg. Thing to keep in mind here, if Yeonmin can get in there deep, there's not a lot of heroes that are happy manning up for it into the Shiva, Stomp Centaur, into the sleep that can save it. Deadly spell right now.
This is so scary.
Yeah, this is a bold play, but it could backfire really hard versus the AoE from Azure.
Duraccio placed up on the high ground. He sees this coming. Time dilation, time walk down. Gaimin Gladiators won't be caught by surprise inside the pit.
Yeah,
but they are on the low ground, and Tofu's going to be found. They spotted him, and they do manage to get him with the Centaur. See if they can burst him down. They have the Supernova on.
Fail out.
Song going out at the same time.
This is awful for Azure. They wasted egg. They wasted Song.
A lot of abilities thrown around to very little effect, and now Gaimin Gladiators, they see their opportunity to turn this pace around. They go straight for low. A disruption only buys him a little bit of time. He's going to come back and hell and burst it down. Down he gets sent. Duraccio looks for more. An imprisonment to be able to buy Jin Q a bit of time. Maybe he can blink away. Flat-handed shots, stalling him up even more.
Gets another blink at 4, but I don't think it's going to be up in
on
time.
The way, time dilation, he'll catch him.
Huge team fight for Gaimin. This is what they needed to get back in this game. Some uncoordinated ultimates out from Azure, and Egg that's in an awkward position because they just didn't know where the heroes were. I thought this was just going to be Illusions going in scouting. XXS committed. Thinks he's tanky enough to survive the burst, but you are not, as that Rolling Thunder cleans you up even in the Song, and that forces an awkward set of spells out between the Song and the Egg, right? Yeah. All of a sudden, Ace just has a free fight, and this fight's over at this point. It's cleanup time, as saves don't do anything for you when you have lost the initiative. Aegis on the Pangolier. Huge amount of gold going into Ace's pockets. Absolutely massive turnaround, almost 6K off that single team fight. That could have gone horribly wrong when you jam yourself in the corner like that. There's a lot of AoE ults, but he made it work.
This is why this team is so tough to be able to bring down in best of 5s. You know, always find a way to be able to make some decent team fights work for them. They had the correct read on how to make that one. Azure, they're gonna have to do a little bit better. They had that network lead. Now they're going for Quinn, but the Orchid, just like half a second too late. So close to getting that pick off. Could have taken away that Aegis, taken away that advantage.
Now that 5-on-5 for Azure doesn't seem as confident as before, right? You injected a lot of gold in these Gaimin cores. It's gonna be low going back for an Eternal Shroud. Interesting idea. I thought it would have just been hard or, you know, more scaling damage. This is an item that got changed a lot in the patch. It's very good versus magical burst damage. In theory, can help him fight the Beastmaster here, deal with some of the Pango and Grim spells coming out in the middle of the fight. But it is a weird item on this hero. Not one I've seen a lot. We'll see if he can make it work. I mean, if it keeps him alive, that's great, but it does not deal any damage here, right?
No.
And the question is, how are you killing Ace if he gets to this BKB? And that fight might have just gotten him there. It's going to be close to having it for the next fight.
I thought surely, like, Art straight into Bloodthorn, all of a sudden your damage is intense low.
BKB Butterfly, some route like this.
They have to stand on him. They know he's here. They see his illusions popping out. They're going to try and chase him down. Although now he knows he's being hunted as well. Looks like he's going to be okay, though. Chased after the wrong illusion here.
Right now it's Azure trying to restabilize this game and catch up to the next set of items. Ags and BKB for XM is something that's going to change the team fight a lot. It's going to let the OD go and actually get damage out, save people more reliably. It's a big shift, as well as the heart on XXS. Just up the HP levels to where the spell damage coming out from Gaimin isn't enough to put them over the threshold. In fact, it's an Eternal Shroud for him too. So Azure Ray just identifying that Gaimin pretty dependent on the spell damage right now. They're trying to mitigate it as much as possible.
Also help them a little bit with the mana burn that's coming out from this Pango. Azure Ray taking 2 lanes at once here. Some advantage that they kind of will always have, while Gaimin Gladiators have to make more of a 5-man commitment to take a tier 2, but they'll get it.
Dire's top tower.
How far do they go, though?
Getting some utility on their supports as well, which was pretty vital in a lot of their earlier wins. They have the Solar Crest, they have the mech, they have the Shard on the Grimstroke, another save that can go out, counteracted a single target initiation from this Centaur. XXS's life is not that straightforward anymore. Coming more and more down to that's right. Where does the egg go off? How many heroes are trapped in it? Who does this Eclipse hit? Dyrachyo all alone in no man's land. He wants another attempt at Jin Q. He wants revenge for the save from earlier, but that guy is
coming in. XM blinks in. A song also used, which makes things a little bit more awkward. BKB gets off on Dyrachyo. He's going to go for the TP out, but the physical damage, woo, it was close. 100 HP. Dyrachyo lives, though.
I mean, this guy's taking aggressiveness to a new level, right? That is an absolute solo play on the other side of the map with 5 heroes off the map for a 2000 HP awesomer Cape Shadow Demon. I respect the balls on this man. He barely gets out of there with BKB intact, life intact.
That now means Chronosphere on cooldown, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down Gaimin Gladiators, who, playing around Quinn, feel confident. With 45 seconds left on the Aegis, they take another tier 1, look to take another tier 2. Azure Ray say, yeah, you can have it. Ready to take the rest of the map.
Building into their scale items, right? It's going to be the Mjolnir for Dyrachyo, the BKB is done for Ace, and that Ag for Quinn. These are big damage items coming out. A lot of you to sit in the fight. Going to start to poke here. 30 seconds still on this Aegis, but they want to take the fight anyway on the side of Azure Ray. I feel like Dyrachyo's not here, and guess what? He isn't. So you're going to get a 5-on-4 if you really want it.
Chivas hits onto 2 with the stomp on the Beastmaster, already down to half health, but he gets off the BKB. XXS, who's already shown he can be blown up, and it looks like that's going to be what's happening unless the saves come through. One disruption, now an imprisonment potentially as Low starts chasing after the Beastmaster, wants to finish him off. Quinn, he tries to push those away, but now he's going to be in trouble. The burst damage is too much for him to handle, and Dyrachyo came into this, but he doesn't have a Chronosphere. He time walks trapped himself. He's trapped in the trees. BKB TP out, and will make it again. What a bad fight for Gaimin Gladiators as Azure Ray play it slow, and they play it patient, and Gaimin Gladiators stumble right into their trap.
Beautifully kited with the saves. They make sure to not commit on the Beastmaster BKB. They bail XXS out at the right time. Another Stampede is up trying to catch Celery. They will get him. Transitioning it into more pickoffs and a damage Amp Rune. Azure Ray strike back with a pretty nice defensive fight, all off of that top play from Dyrachyo. He's not there with the team because he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have Chrono. But it begs the question, should you be there with the rest of Gaimin? In a 4v5 where the ults are up for Azure Ray and you're missing your best control spell. Dyrachyo shows up just to leave. And it's costly, another 7K into Azure Ray's pocket almost off that. This game back once more. That'll push XM to his next item, and this is where Outworld Destroyer becomes obnoxious because he's likely going to go for the Ags. He could opt for the BKB here, but these Astrals are going to become a problem. And now he has the defensive Ags in terms of if he gets jumped. So if you go on anybody else, Astral's annoying. If you go on the OD, suddenly he has this, you know, effective borrow time spell that goes off and gives him the shield.
Yeah, this is crazy. Somehow they have to be able to get a Chronosphere on the Naga, OD, and the Shadow Demon.
It's tough. It's very tough. That's why this game is not easy for Dyrachyo, man. Maybe why he's trying to force these aggressive plays. Now, the one item I think is a big game changer for Gaimin is, well, they're going to clean up a shard here. See what goes on. Celery, not a bad one. Guard.
Yeah,
they're just rushing Hex on Tofu. And I actually think this is the right play. Like, I don't think a Glimmer or any random utility item is going to change the course of the fight, right? But a Hex definitely could if you can get there. It's just going to be a while to get there. However, leading a fight off with double Soulbind and a double Hex, that's a way to play around these saves because you're going to force so many saves out initially. Suddenly you can start the Chrono Heroes afterwards. You can roar them afterwards. The more distables you get, the easier the fight's going to become. It'll be a smoke from Gaimin, but it's instantly popped by Jin-Q. He blinks
Deja
down.
vu! Almost the exact same spot where Jin-Q posts up, breaks the smoke, sees some of the aggression from Gaimin Gladiators, and gets away.
Guy's just been an absolute menace on the map, man. So many of these games, it's not gonna self-pass, it's the map position is breaking the smokes, playing aggressively. He just knows his limits. He doesn't give any up. Makes your game awful. And right now, Gaimin are feeling it as it's another smoke foiled. That was the Mjolnir finish for Dyrachyo.
Yeah, with the Mjolnir finish, a gem bot and a smoke used.
They wanted
Gaimin Gladiators really needed that to connect.
And now it's going to be a counterplay. Shadowblade done for low. He can play a lot more aggressive. On top of Bloodthorn finished. He's actually massive all of a sudden.
Ace, they're going to run right into him. Menorcan immediately put to use. BKB goes out, but Quinn's already dead. One of the core's gone. They know they have to make a break for it, and the song will catch them more. Both supports are going to get caught.
Take your pick, right? They'll probably try and take both. Why not? They're going to get him here as the smoke break from Jin-Q sets up the counterplay from Azure, and they find 3 off it.
The gem gets it onto the courier?
Yeah, they rescued it. Tandem support courier rescue. Not a bad way to do it. They recover some net worth, but once more, this game is starting to spiral, right? 14k gold lead. Ag's done for XM. The targets you can jump are just, you're running out of them on the side of Gaimin. Link's done for Ace. There's your initiation power. But you don't need the initiation anymore because the fight has come to you. Azure knocking on the door.
Chronosphere only catching the Naga Siren, and the save is there. XM needed to put it to use. Dyrachyo now turns on to XXS, but it's not looking great on the damage department. Quinn, he chases after them with Rolling Thunder, actually puts the roar onto the Centaur, but now here comes the Supernova. How are you walking into this one? The Beastmaster is losing health fast, and there's nobody who can bail him out. Look at XM flanking forward with the aggression. Gaimin Gladiators, they have this. Here's all the Thunder goes out. He managed a beautiful stop from XXS. A 3-man stop that allows them to be able to chase down all of Gaimin Gladiators one by one. They will claim every single life. Gaimin Gladiators teetering on the brink. And Azure give them the little push, take Elena Barracks, and are now gonna go for the throne even. Gaimin Gladiators, they don't have a way to stop this one.
There's a buyback coming up for Dyrachyo, but what does he do with it? No Chronosphere, no hope in the fight. That was a desperation Chrono. You know the saves are coming out. Azure, the last Chinese hope in a season devoid of tier 1 tournament wins, trying to claim their stake in the Twilight Hour against the behemoth. It has been absolutely unstoppable by our Team Spirit.
They respect the buyback there from Dyrachyo with some of the death timers running low. They say, no need to push this anymore. They couldn't have gotten a second lane of Barracks. Tier 2s were still up. Watch that fight again, though. You could see Gaimin Gladiators, they really were getting nothing out of this.
It's just so stretched, right? Celery's dead. Tofu can't get in here to combo with any of the spells. Every time they throw out an ult, there's something behind it, messing with them in a 4-man Eclipse off the Astral. I thought XM overextended. Just kidding, I have a save of my own. There are no easy targets in this game as XSS finds them all with a stomp. And once you start getting run down, once your ultimates are out, once the Beastmaster's off the playing field, it's just cleanup duty. Victory. They are feeling it now. They are one more team fight away from breaking this team in a reverse sweep in the final tournament of the year. There have been very few in the history of Dota. This would be an historic one. As Ags completed for Jin-Q, he now has double cleanse, double demonic purge with break on top of it. The items are just rolling in. It's gonna be aggression from here on out.
Jump in, XM, fearless in his pokes here. Dyrachyo tries to go for a punish here, has to use BKB, gets the bonus on 3 cores. There is the Sunray out though at the same time. His damage is not looking great. Quinn, he's gonna roll in. The disables are there, but not the damage.
And time to go to sleep as Low sets it up. Can you find the stop afterwards?
BKB immediately goes out from Ace, turns around, controls up the Phoenix. Maybe they can blow him up. The Soul Bomb is the control.
Another save.
Out for a second.
He has egg.
After getting swashbuckled over the side, he gets the egg off. And now Pango's gonna die instead. Another
him to hell.
rips it away from you. Duracio hidden in the trees, desperate to get out. XM always on the hunt. Won't be able to find his mark this time around, but the damage is already done. Azure can just take this tier 2. Barracks are gonna lie completely open for the taking.
And what's left in the tank here? You don't have a buy on Ace. You do not have a buyback on Quinn. This is a 3-on-5 with no Chronosphere. Absolutely good luck. And the ults are just gonna start coming back up for Azure. You have another song in 25. You might not have a base by the time your heroes are back up. Azure, they want everything here.
No ultimates,
trophy.
Few buybacks. Buildings dying rapidly. Gaimin Gladiators, they got to put together a miracle here just to hold on.
I mean, we have seen them perform miracles, but this would be the greatest of the entire year. As Megas are down, Low still has Aegis for 2 minutes here.
And he's playing like it
have Chrono.
Right up in their face.
Don't have time.
Soulbind, which is good control on both the Centaur as well as the OD. But again, no real threat. XXS just shrugs off the damage.
He's daring them right now. Please go on me. Try and stop this game 5 right now.
They can't do it. Stomped indeed. XXS can feel they are just moments away from being able to take this best of 5 to turn this series around.
XXS daring them once more, pushing himself on the front line. Chrono up in 9 seconds right here. They're trying to stall for the ultimate to be back up, but again, who are you throwing it on?
Jump back in.
Last time it didn't do anything.
Look at it. Damage onto the Pango. That was almost enough just to force him out. They immediately have to go to the Chronosphere, but the Saints once again. The Centaur, nothing else. The song comes out as well. The Tips are mid-team fight. They know this is already done. They can sense it. The team fight's over. You can't do anything without this. Duracio caught inside the Supernova. The sun will explode in his face, blinding him. Blinded to the fact the hubris they could give this 3-0. Down 4 games against Gaimin Gladiators, stomped 4 games in a row. This wasn't just a game. This wasn't just a series. This was vindication. Vindication for Azure, vindication for China.
The twilight hour here.